It's been 10 years since the disasters began tearing through our world, and somehow, I'm still alive. My name is Xia Qing, and this is my story. It all started when nuclear-contaminated water was dumped into the oceans. 3 months later, a massive volcanic eruption wiped out most of Neon Country. Before we could recover, volcanoes across the planet exploded, blanketing the world in ash. Fresh water became undrinkable, acid rain destroyed crops, and humanity was left struggling to survive. Then came the worst blow. A gamma ray burst from a distant star hit our planet, frying electronics and killing entire continents. Mutations in the environment brought about new, deadly elements Chang, which kills, and E, which sparks life. Every living thing began evolving rapidly, and humans were no longer safe at the top of the food chain. My mom died during the insect plagues in year 4. My dad didn't survive the beast tides in year 5. Yet here I am, 10 years into this heck, carrying bricks in a crumbling safe zone. Today, something changed. I told Uncle Zhong, an old record keeper, that I'm leaving the safe zone. He thought I was going hunting, but I surprised him by saying I was going to farm. Yes, farming outside the safe zone, where danger lurks at every step. People think I'm crazy, but I have my reasons. Life here isn't living, not for me. I'm a level 4 strength type evolver, which means I'm 4 times stronger than an average person. It's not much compared to other evolvers, but it's enough to make regular folks fear and envy me. I've learned to keep to myself. I don't like the attention or the questions. At the task hall, I cut the line to sign up for farmland. A few people grumbled, but seeing my green badge, they backed off. Green means I'm an evolver, and no one wants to mess with me. Even the guards stepped aside. While waiting, I ran into Sister Wan, an old ally from the East Sun team. She thought I was leaving because of some grudge or trouble, but I assured her I wasn't. I just want a different kind of life. Before she could argue, someone unexpected walked in. Tang Lu, the daughter of the most powerful family in the safe zone. Tang Lu is infamous for her arrogance, but she's not as dangerous as other Tang family members. I stepped back to avoid her attention, letting her take my place in line. She mocked everyone around her, complaining about the smell and acting superior. I stayed silent, my face blank, but inside, I felt oddly pleased. She didn't recognize me, which was exactly what I wanted. I know the risks of leaving the safe zone. The world outside is a nightmare, but I've made my decision. If I can farm, if I can grow something in this wasteland, maybe I can find a purpose beyond just surviving. Maybe I can start living. I stood in line at the task hall, watching the chaos unfold. Tang Lu, the fiery and arrogant woman everyone knew to avoid, had shown up. Her presence stirred the crowd, and I felt my chances of securing the land I wanted increase. People hesitated to challenge her, which worked perfectly for me. The line grew, snaking around the hall as over 100 people piled in, all curious or suddenly eager to take on the suicidal task of farming outside the safe zone. Tang Lu, despite her usual disdain, stood in line, glaring at the soldiers supervising her. When her uncle, Tang Jingrong, the deputy leader of the base, appeared to speak, she immediately put on a sweet smile. Tang Jingrong addressed the crowd with practiced authority, thanking us for volunteering and offering incentives, extra rations, tax exemptions, and government support. But he also laid out the harsh terms. Land couldn't be transferred, and failing to cultivate it for 3 years meant losing everything. His words scared off half the line, but I stayed put. This was my chance. When it was my turn, I confidently asked for clarification about choosing land and double rations for the top 3 spots. The room went silent as everyone turned to stare, and the desk officer looked ready to panic. He couldn't deny it without risking his job, so he reluctantly confirmed the policy. Tang Jingrong, noticing the tension, stepped in with a smile. I pointed to the most distant and dangerous plot on the map, Plot 3. He hesitated, trying to steer me away, but I insisted. As an evolver, I should contribute where it's needed most, I said. My words left him no choice but to agree. With my papers in hand, I collected my double rations and supplies. On my way out, Even grabbed 2 large power banks for my devices since there's no electricity outside the safe zone. People stared at the food in my hands, their hollow eyes following my every step. I ignored them, walking quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Back at the Evolver dorms, I packed my things. Most people were at work, so it was quiet. Only my roommate, Fongwen, was there. A third-level scent Evolver. She immediately wrinkled her nose at my dirty appearance. "You're actually leaving for the fields?" she asked, disbelief and disgust plain in her voice. I didn't bother answering her. Instead, I focused on stuffing my pre-packed bags into a large canvas sack. I was ready for whatever came next. My goal was clear, and nothing, neither her judgment nor the dangers outside, was going to stop me. When Fongwen tried to grab my food bag, I held it firmly. She smirked, acting like she was doing me a favor. "You can't even store that much food out there. It'll go bad. How about you give me half? My brother's a level 3 SPE pet evolver. He can help you bring back your crops to trade for supplies. Only a 20% fee, since we're roommates."
Good deal, right?
I looked at her, calm but firm. "I can't afford that." Annoyed, she snapped, "Without protection, you'll die out there. You're just stronger than regular people, that's it." I leaned closer, my voice cold. "What if Tang Jingsu finds out your brother's leaking insider info about their squad? How long do you think you two would last?" Her face turned pale, and I didn't wait for a reply. I walked out, ignoring her completely. Not far from the dorm, I overheard a familiar voice plotting to rob me. For guys were hiding, thinking I'd be easy prey. They were wrong. When they lunged at me, I took them all down in seconds. Kicking one so hard, he crashed into the others. They were too stunned to fight back. The others hiding nearby froze, realizing I wasn't someone they could mess with. At the gate, Zhong Tao greeted me warmly. "I've got your back. Which plot did you pick? I'll take you there." I didn't want anyone knowing too much, so I answered vaguely. "North side." He led me to a truck, where I loaded my things into the front seat. On the way, the driver, Zhang Kue, offered me a cigarette, but I politely declined. "I don't smoke." He lit his anyway, chatting about the plot I chose. When I mentioned it was Plot 3 by Longpan Reservoir, he nodded. "Not bad, close to the old military outpost. Safer than most places." That was one of the reasons I picked it. The conversation drifted into silence as the truck moved away from the safety of the zone. I stared at the scars on the walls, dark bloodstains, scorch marks, cracks from battles, and felt the weight of everything that had happened. At some point, Zhao Zhe, the man behind me in line earlier, introduced himself as my new neighbor. He'd chosen Plot 4, close to mine. I gave him a polite nod, not eager to make friends. Soon after, Zhong Tao urged everyone to board, and the truck rumbled forward again. The journey was rough, bouncing over dirt roads cleared after the disasters. By the time we reached my plot at sunset, I was exhausted. As the truck turned back toward the safety zone, I stood there alone, staring at my land. Dropping my bags, I ran into the field. I tripped over a tree root and landed flat on my back, but instead of getting up, I lay there, laughing at the sky. For the first time in years, I felt free. 2 months ago, I came here with the squad to help clear this land. I already knew every corner of Plot 3, a massive piece of land spanning over 5,500 acres. It's one of the largest plots available, but it wasn't without risks. The entire area had to be burned and sprayed to eliminate evolved pests and dangerous creatures. Now, the land was ready for farming, and the threats were gone, at least the animal kind. I made my way through the tall grass to an old, 2-story house that was still standing in the abandoned village. After dropping my bags in the living room, I collected dry wood, lit a fire, and started unpacking the supplies I received from the base. There was a water purifier capable of cleaning lightly polluted water, which was perfect since the nearby reservoir wasn't heavily contaminated. The compressed rations would last me for months if I ate carefully. I also received seeds for various crops: wheat, beans, potatoes, and vegetables. If I could grow these, I'd have fresh food within months. I was disappointed, though, that I didn't get the evolved sweet potatoes. I had tasted one last year, and it was unforgettable. I'd have to find a way to trade for those seeds. The base-issued phone was old and glitchy, but it came with a useful document about planting techniques. I set it aside for later and checked the radio. Communication systems were still unreliable outside the safe zone, so radios were our main way to get updates. My plot had no signal, so my phone would only be useful as a clock and an e-reader. As I examined the land ownership certificate, I noticed a section that made my eyes light up. The base had granted us a significant right. Anyone trespassing on our land could be legally dealt with, even fatally, without consequence. This wasn't just protection for my crops, it was a chance for me to finally seek justice for my father. He had been accidentally killed by a high-level evolver during a beast attack years ago, and I'd been powerless to do anything about it. Now, I had the law on my side. After stretching and adding more wood to the fire, I opened my massive 200-pound canvas bag. Inside were all my essentials: bedding, cookware, tools, building materials, weapons, and over 150 books on farming, carpentry, and other survival skills. These books were a reminder of the plans my dad and I had made together before he died. Preparing for this new life had been our dream, and now it was what kept me going. Hidden among my things was a special satellite phone, a gift from my parents before the disasters. Unlike the base-issued phone, it could connect to the satellite network, giving me access to crucial information. I hadn't turned it on since New Year's Eve, but now that I was alone on my land, I felt safe enough to use it. When I powered it up, messages flooded in, mostly disaster updates and warnings I'd already heard on the radio. But one stood out. 15 days ago, on New Year's Day, I had received the same strange message on both this phone and my regular one. The sender was a number I didn't recognize, but the words were burned into my memory. This land was my fresh start, but it was also a stage for what came next. I wasn't just here to farm. I was here to survive, protect what was mine, and settle old scores. 2 months ago, I knew I had to secure Plot 3. The text message tipping me off about the Tang family's plans for prime land gave me the push I needed. The land had everything I needed to survive: rich soil, plenty of space, and most importantly, a hidden spring of clean water that I discovered last winter. Water is life, and in this world, unpolluted water is a treasure worth fighting for. That spring sealed my decision. When I first tested its water, the green light on my detector confirmed it was safe. I chose this land to claim that resource, knowing it could sustain me without relying on the expensive purified water in the safe zone. Now, standing in my new home, I finally felt free. The land was vast, over 5,500 acres, including farmland and a buffer forest cleared of dangerous creatures. The isolation was a safety measure, but to me, it was liberation. No more cramped dorms, no more constant fear of betrayal or theft. This was mine, and here I made the rules. The first thing I did was clean the spring and expand the small stone cave it trickled from. As I drank the crisp, cold water straight from the source, I couldn't help but smile. It felt like a luxury, washing my face and savoring every drop. I started setting up my systems, collecting water in hidden barrels, filtering it carefully, and salvaging an old solar water tank I'd buried months ago for storage. Of course, danger wasn't far away. While fetching water from the reservoir, a massive evolved catfish leaped out to attack me. Its teeth could have torn a chunk out of me, but one solid slap sent it flying. After testing its flesh for contamination, I knew I'd found dinner. Back at the house, I cleaned and repaired the abandoned structure, scrubbing away years of mold and decay. A hot bath was my first victory, a simple act I hadn't experienced in years. Finally clean and refreshed, I sat down to my first real meal in my new home. The catfish meat sizzled as I cooked it, and my stomach growled in anticipation. This was just the beginning. Here, in my own land, I could build a life on my terms. For the first time in 10 years, I felt hope. And tonight, I'd celebrate it with a proper meal. Under the combined effects of atmospheric toxins and harmful elements, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred during the overall evolution of Earth's organisms. The lower the organism's complexity, the higher its evolutionary level. While humans typically experienced double evolution roughly 2.2 times on average, many simple invertebrates evolved eightfold, with a significantly higher rate of multiple evolution compared to humans. Consequently, post-disaster blue planet organisms became several times more dangerous to humans than before. However, these evolved creatures also brought survival opportunities for humanity. Organisms containing trace amounts of harmful radioactive elements and toxins below 0.5% were classified as safe food. Research confirmed 3 points. First, the lower the content of these elements, the more beneficial the food is to humans. Second, the higher the proportion of safe food in the diet, the stronger humans' resistance to environmental pollution. Third, evolved safe organisms significantly enhanced human immunity compared to ordinary safe food. Due to the limited availability of safe food, Huagua designated organisms containing trace harmful elements and toxins between 0.5% and 1.5% as optional food. Both safe and optional food showed green indicators when tested with standard toxin detectors. The evolved catfish that Xia Qing had killed could fetch her enough rations for 3 months in the safe zone. However, tired of the coarse compressed rations, she just wanted to eat meat. She quickly cleaned the catfish, chopped it into pieces, and cooked it in spring water. Her only seasonings were salt and chili powder. There were no side dishes except for 6 pounds of evolved potato seeds she couldn't bear to eat. The planting manual clearly stated these seeds contained only 0.75% harmful elements, but had a low germination rate of 30–35%. She had no idea how many seedlings or potatoes they might yield, so she saved them. Soon, the enticing aroma of fish filled the air. Xia Qing sniffed and confirmed it smelled better than the fish stew sold in the safe zone cafeteria, with less earthy odor. The catfish was likely safe food. Although her appetite had doubled post-evolution, she couldn't finish the over 10-pound fish in one sitting. Without any means to preserve fresh food, she slowly dried the leftovers into fish jerky for sealed storage, preventing them from being corroded by airborne toxins or mutated bacteria. Her food supply would eventually grow, so she planned to prioritize setting up solar panels and a refrigerator. But first, she needed to secure her windows against attacks from mutated insects or other creatures. Armed with tools and her large canvas bag, Xia Qing decided to spend the afternoon inspecting the abandoned village. Zone number 3 housed 3 villages arranged in a triangular pattern, each on slightly higher ground than the surrounding farmland. Before the disaster, dozens of families lived in each village, but now only ruins remained. Xia Qing resided in the northernmost village, with the other 2 to the southeast and southwest. The houses, overrun by vegetation, often revealed gnawed human and animal bones, a sight she had grown numb to over the past decade. After searching all 3 villages, Xia Qing found tempered laminated glass of suitable size, cleaned it, and installed it in her window frames. She secured them tightly with glass glue and sealing strips she had brought from the safe zone post-disaster products, as pre-disaster adhesives had long expired and degraded. Industrial production on the blue planet had collapsed, turning once readily available materials into scarce commodities. Xia Qing had acquired these supplies through her position as a construction team leader, a role she took on to prepare for life outside the safe zone. Orphaned after her father's death and lacking both extraordinary skills and trustworthy allies, Xia Qing had no choice but to disguise herself and join the construction crew, earning points while learning construction techniques and gathering irreplaceable tools and materials. Her disguise and strength deterred most troublemakers, but she dealt decisively with persistent threats, resorting to lethal force or covert sabotage when necessary. After installing the gleaming glass, Xia Qing felt a sense of relief. Her home was finally secure. With daylight remaining, she grabbed a shovel and buried the remains of 2 humans and a dog in the adjacent yard. Judging by their postures, the dog had tried to save its owners from mutated mistletoe, a plant capable of parasitizing not just trees but also animals and humans. Those who failed to remove it in time were drained of flesh and blood, leaving behind horrifying scenes Xia Qing had long grown used to. After the burial, she cleaned the yard, revealing an unfinished house with concrete and steel reinforcements. Acid rain and biological evolution had halted construction, but its resin-tiled roof and protective measures had preserved the structure. Xiaqing decided to use the building as a warehouse for storing bulky, less essential items like farming tools, construction materials, and old furniture. Pleased with her progress, Xiaqing considered raising a guard animal, perhaps an evolved dog or goose. Geese seemed ideal, as they ate plants, unlike dogs, which she couldn't afford to feed. However, tameable evolved animals were rare, and she doubted she'd find one in her territory. For now, planting crops remained her top priority. After securing the windows, the room was well sealed, and Xiaqing slept soundly. That night, she dreamed of a highly evolved cow wandering into her territory and refusing to leave. She hitched it to a plow, and it could cultivate 50 acres a day. Waking up, Xiaqing couldn't help but laugh. If only she really had a cow. Cows ate grass and didn't need fuel, unlike diesel or gasoline, which had become prohibitively expensive for most people. After washing with spring water and eating a ration bar for breakfast, Xiaqing carried 3 water buckets to fetch more water. The 20-liter bucket she used yesterday for drinking, cooking, and washing was now accompanied by 2 additional buckets she had salvaged from a half-destroyed kitchen cabinet in a nearby village. Their lids were tightly sealed, and after cleaning, they were still usable. On her way to the spring, Xiaqing killed 3 venomous snakes. Arriving at the cave, she noticed that the stones she had used to block the entrance had been moved. She gripped her machete tightly, listening carefully and observing her surroundings. Only after confirming that there were no large animals within a 50-meter radius, just a few sparrows and snakes, did she relax. Xiaqing had this keen awareness because she was a tri-type evolved individual. In addition to her strength, her vision and hearing had evolved significantly. Although she hadn't undergone laboratory testing for a rating, she estimated her sensory evolution to be at least level 4, and her strength, which she reported as level 4, was actually level 6. This made Xiaqing a high-level tri-type evolved individual, a rarity. At the Hui-san base, with a population of 2 million, there were only 12 dual-type evolved individuals and just 2 tri-types, whose identities and evolution paths remained undisclosed. Rumors in the safe zone suggested they had been dissected for research and were long dead. Fearing such a fate, Xiaqing's father had only reported her strength evolution to the authorities, making it her hidden trump card and the reason she dared to live and farm alone outside the safe zone. At the cave entrance, Xiaqing found tracks from 3 types of animals: birds, a weasel, and either a sheep or a deer. It was only natural that animals would come to drink from the spring, especially after the water in the reservoir below had been contaminated. Birds were harmless. The weasel was a natural predator of rats and worth keeping, but sheep or deer, those were her prey. Spotting a few white hairs on a branch 2 meters away confirmed it was a sheep. Xiaqing's eyes lit up at the thought of guarding the spring and catching it. She hadn't eaten mutton in years. Inside the cave, the pit Xiaqing had cleared under the spring remained dry as expected, with water seeping through the cracks. If the cave retained water, or allowed the spring to flow outside, search teams would have already claimed it. Xiaqing placed her buckets to collect water and tested the meat of the 3 venomous snakes she had killed. To her delight, one showed a green light, marking it as safe to eat. Elated, she resolved to wait for the sheep while gathering and testing edible wild vegetables. By the time her buckets were full, she had found 7 small wild greens, barely enough for a single bite after blanching, but she was still satisfied. After washing the greens with spring water and blocking the cave entrance with a larger stone, Xiaqing returned home to store her findings and then headed out with her shovel to prepare farmland. She chose a plot 100 meters from the reservoir's flood wall for its convenient irrigation and flood protection. The first step in land preparation was turning the soil to remove stones, roots, and visible pests. Adjusting her straw hat, Xiaqing got to work. Her strength evolution made the labor manageable, but she still broke 4 shovels, clearing 2 acres by noon. At this pace, she was confident she could clear all 4 acres by day's end, feeling a strong sense of accomplishment.
Xiaqing, Xiaqing.
The amplified voice of Zhong Tao called out. Wiping sweat from her face, Xiaqing grabbed the edible snake and headed to the roadside. Zhong Tao, standing outside her territory as per protocol, waved enthusiastically. Little sister. Smiling, Xiaqing approached. Here for patrol, Brother Tao?
He grinned.
Yeah, I checked the nearby plots yesterday and came to the lower mountain today. Everything all right? All good. Xiaqing handed him the bag with the snake. I was lucky this morning and caught a snake while clearing the captive. Take it and add it to your meal. Zhong Tao hesitated but eventually accepted it after Xiaqing insisted. This mountain should have been cleared thoroughly. Are there many snakes? Want me to report it and have a team sent over? No need. It's manageable, Xiaqing declined, handing him a slip with her phone number. Here's my number. What's yours? Zhong Tao, equipped with a satellite phone, gave her his number. Lowering his voice, he asked, Do you have a satellite phone too? Xiaqing nodded, and he smiled broadly. That's convenient. Call me if anything comes up. Oh, and 2 things to remember. Listen to the base broadcast from 7 to 8 p.m. And the military patrols will notify you before entering your land. Are they stationed at the regiment headquarters? Xiaqing asked. Zhong Tao's face stiffened.
How do you know about that?
I guessed. I don't know anything, she replied seriously. Relieved, Zhong Tao chuckled. Just keep it to yourself. Should I share your number with the patrol team for easier communication? Sure, Xiaqing agreed. But don't mention my phone to anyone in the safe zone. Understood. As Zhong Tao was about to leave, a figure came sprinting from the east. Zhong Tao immediately raised his gun, shielding Xiaqing.
Stop.
Any closer and I'll shoot. Captain Zhong, don't shoot, it's me, Zhao Zhe from Zone 4. The tall Zhao Zhe shouted as he ran over, leaning against the vehicle and panting as he asked, Captain Zhong, one of our people was bitten by a venomous snake. Do you have anti-venom with you? I do. Where is the person? Zhong Tao nodded at Xiaqing before immediately heading off with Zheng Kuei and Zhao Zhe to save the victim. Zone 4, east of Zone 3, also had a large buffer forest. In spring, as life revived, it wasn't unusual for snakes to emerge, but a venomous bite was a serious problem. Around 3 p.m., Xiaqing received a message from Zhong Tao. A person in Zone 4 was killed by an evolved venomous snake. The base has decided to re-inspect the buffer forest. Captain Tanjunjia is in charge of Zones 110. Don't worry, he's one of ours. After years of disasters, deaths from evolved creature attacks were common. What Xiaqing cared about more was the inspection planned for the buffer forest tomorrow. She needed to ensure her spring remained undiscovered and catch the sheep before the inspection team arrived. If the sheep wandered out of her territory and was caught, it wouldn't belong to her anymore. On the mountain, Xiaqing found the stone blocking the cave entrance unmoved, with no fresh hoofprints nearby. After setting her buckets to collect water, she didn't wait by the spring but followed the tracks to locate the sheep's whereabouts. She discovered the sheep had left her buffer forest, crossed the isolation belt, and entered the uninspected evolution forest. The risk level there was significantly higher, and she knew she wouldn't catch the sheep today. She would have to try again tomorrow. The next morning, before she could locate the sheep, she received a call from Tanjunjia. The danger inspection team had begun operations and was expected to reach Zone 3 by 10 a.m. They asked if she had encountered any evolved venomous snakes or other dangerous creatures in her territory. Xiaqing replied, I killed 3 evolved venomous snakes and haven't found other dangers for now. After hanging up, she killed 2 more snakes, but still didn't spot the sheep. She sealed the cave and, armed with a machete and slingshot, headed to the isolation belt west of the buffer forest to await the inspection team. Before the team arrived, she overheard an argument in the direction of Zone 2. Listening carefully, she realized Zone 2 residents, worried about venomous snake attacks, were demanding the inspection team check their fields. However, the team explained their mission only included the isolation belt and buffer forest, not cultivated areas. Dissatisfied, Zone 2 residents were making a scene. This area of the forest formed a sprawling S-shape. Zone 1, with both farmland and buffer forest like Zone 3, lay at the southern U-shaped bend. Zone 2, east of Zone 1, consisted entirely of farmland. Zones 3, 4, and 5 were on the southern side of the N-shaped bend and included both buffer forests and farmland. Zone 2, being relatively safer, was recommended to Xia Qing by the person who had sent her 2 texts. Its lord, Tang Lu, didn't farm personally. The argument was led by someone the Tang family had sent. Arrogant due to their power in the Huishan base, they clearly didn't respect the small inspection team. Xia Qing listened quietly, curious about Captain Tan's response. "I'm on duty. If you don't clear the way, you'll be treated as breaking the law." Tan Junjia's firm shout and the sound of a gun being cocked brought a smile to Xia Qing's face. Tan Junjia was principled and followed orders strictly, which worked to her advantage. When 7 soldiers in camouflage protective suits with green badges appeared in the distance, Xia Qing felt even better. The inspection team, composed of 7 evolved individuals, was impressively strong. "Captain, look, there's a girl up ahead with a green badge. She must be Xia Qing from Zone 3, a level 4 strength evolver, 25 years old, and single." "Shut up," Tan Junjia barked. "Stay professional." "Yes, sir," the 6 team members responded in unison. At this distance, their low voices were inaudible to those without enhanced hearing, so Xia Qing pretended not to notice, standing still and quiet. Tan Junjia approached her, removed his protective mask, and saluted. "Captain Tan Junjia, leader of the 6th Danger Inspection Team." After checking his credentials, Xia Qing volunteered, "Captain Tan, I'm Xia Qing from Zone 3, a level 4 strength evolver. Before leaving the safe zone, I participated in 6 missions to clear evolution forests. I request to join your inspection of Zone 3's buffer forest and isolation belt." Clearing evolution forests involved 10-day missions over 3 months. Xia Qing's survival after 60 days, even as a labor-focused strength evolver, proved her capability. Since she only wanted to inspect her own territory, Tan Junjia had no reason to refuse. "Follow behind me." "Yes, sir." As they walked, Xia Qing described her territory. "I've checked the north captive twice, killed 5 snakes, and found no other dangers. I haven't had time to inspect the western captive yet." Xia Qing, the most capable of the 50 northern lords, also faced the greatest risks. Stronger individuals were more confident and proactive in exploring, increasing their likelihood of encountering danger. Tan Junjia warned her, as temperatures rise, hibernating animals are waking up and becoming active. Stay in the farming area as much as possible. If you're bitten by a snake, call me or Zhong Tao immediately for anti-venom. Understood. Thank you, Captain Tan. Xia Qing donned her protective mask. Though she thought it unnecessary, she followed the team's example. Entering the buffer forest, a team member suddenly exclaimed, pointing downhill. "Miss Xia, did you till that huge patch of land near the reservoir by yourself?" Recognizing the voice of the soldier who had called her girl, Xia Qing replied, "Just call me Xia Qing. I'm a strength evolver, only good at heavy labor." The soldier introduced himself. "Xia Qing, I'm Su Ming, a level 3 vision evolver. Did you farm before the disaster?" Xia Qing shook her head. "I grew up in the suburbs and only tended a small vegetable garden. But over the years, I've worked in the safe zones planting area and learned from experience. Something's moving at 45 degrees, 45 meters away. Likely a snake or lizard," the hearing evolver warned. Tan Junjia ordered, "Everyone stay alert. Xia Qing, stay behind me. Numbers 3, 4, and 5 investigate." Xia Qing stepped back as instructed, watching Su Ming and 2 others head to the designated spot. After some commotion, they returned with a meter-long patterned snake. Grinning, Su Ming offered the snake to Xia Qing. "Xia Qing, it's a harmless one." Before she could refuse, Tan Junjia reminded, "All resources within the territory belong to the Lord." Xia Qing accepted the snake, placing it in her basket. The inspection team completed their search of the western buffer forest, capturing 6 snakes and 2 arm-length evolved venomous centipedes. The sight of the centipedes made Xia Qing shiver. After inspecting the northern buffer forest, which Xia Qing had already checked twice, the team found no dangers and prepared to head to Zone 4. Carrying her basket, Xia Qing asked Tan Junjie, "Captain Tan, can I trade this meat with you for seeds?" Barter became the primary mode of material exchange after currency became obsolete. Tan Junjie didn't refuse this time. "What do you want exchange for?" Xia Qing tentatively asked, "Do you have sweet potato seeds?" Tan Junjie nodded. Huzi calculated. On it. The young team member, nicknamed Huzi, quickly took out a detector and scale. After testing and weighing the captured animals, he efficiently reported the points. 5 non-edible snakes weighing 5 pounds, 100 points. 1 evolved non-edible snake weighing 4 pounds, 120 points. 1 yellow light snake weighing 1.5 pounds, 75 points. 2 medicinal-grade evolved venomous centipedes weighing 6 pounds, 300 points, a total of 595 points. The inspection team's advanced detector, more effective than Xia Qing's standard one, was small enough to fit in a palm and could not only identify edible and non-edible organisms, but also display levels of harmful substances, showing safe and optional foods with green and yellow lights. Tan Junjie asked Xia Qing, who was staring at the detector, "The army's sweet potatoes are safe food. These points can exchange for 2 sweet potatoes or 6 sweet potato seedlings. Which do you choose?" At 100 points per safe sweet potato seedling, it was expensive but fair. Since Xia Qing wasn't experienced in cultivating seedlings, she chose the safer option. "I'll take the sweet potato seedlings. Captain Tan, if I hunt more animals, can I exchange them for more seedlings with you?" Tan Junjie nodded but warned, "Do not go beyond the isolation belt." "Understood." Xia Qing replied energetically, though it was clear she wasn't entirely serious. "Captain, the Zone 4 Lord has been informed. You can proceed," reported a team member who had gone to notify the Zone 4 Lord. As Tan Junjie led his team eastward into the Zone 4 buffer forest, Xia Qing walked south along the narrow valley separating the 2 buffer forests, which also served as the boundary between the 2 territories. Not long after, she heard Su Ming whispering, "Captain, it's not easy for Xia Qing to farm alone. Let's give her a few extra sweet potato seedlings." Tan Junjie shot back, "Using your points?" After that, silence. Xia Qing chuckled, heading out of the buffer forest along the valley and removing her protective mask before walking straight to her freshly tilled 4-acre field. With 6 more sweet potato seedlings, she'd need to prepare an additional half-acre of land. While 6 seedlings wouldn't take up much space, she knew that capturing the sheep and trading it for more seedlings would allow her to grow a larger sweet potato field. Even if she didn't catch the sheep, once the 6 seedlings thrived and began spreading vines, she could propagate them to establish a proper field. Motivated by the thought, Xia Qing energetically tilled an entire acre before stopping for lunch. She didn't hear any major commotion from Zone 4, which meant the inspection team hadn't found the sheep there. She still had hope. After a simple lunch at home, Xia Qing, tireless as a spinning top, began clearing 2 abandoned courtyards to the west. She buried the collected bones in a single pit, burned the wild grass to make potash fertilizer, stored usable items in a neighboring warehouse, and piled up construction debris. Now, she had 2 vegetable gardens close to home. Satisfied with her progress, Xia Qing indulged in a luxurious spring water bath, washed her clothes with filtered water, hung them out to dry, and donned her protective suit to fetch more water from the back mountain. She was meticulous about keeping the unpolluted drinking spring within her territory a secret, always hiding her water containers in her backpack. At the spring, she was disappointed to find the slab still blocking the entrance. Neither the sheep nor the weasel had returned for water. After filling her containers and returning home, Xia Qing prepared dinner while listening to the 7 p.m. broadcast. As usual, the broadcast began with uplifting news from across Huagua, followed by updates and announcements from the Hui-san base. Xia Qing paid close attention. The announcement mentioned an 8-degree temperature rise in the next 3 days, followed by the year's first heavy rain with high toxin levels referred to as toxin rain. After the toxin rain, conditions would be ideal for sowing spring wheat. The message urged residents not to miss the planting season. Xiaqing laughed lightly from her bed. Her fields had been prepared too early, but it didn't matter. She decided to till another field for wheat after the rain. Nothing would go to waste. She'd plant everything eventually. She planned to spend the next 3 days exploring the evolved forest north of Zone 3. The previous winter, the Huishan base had pushed the isolation belt 70 kilometers outward, and no one had entered this newly included evolution forest since the disaster. The unexplored evolution forest promised danger and temptation alike. With her limited food supply, Xiaqing couldn't resist the allure. Her buffer forest and village had already been thoroughly searched by humans, leaving no surprises to be found among the exterminated animals and screened plants. The next morning, Xiaqing set out fully equipped, crossing the buffer forest and isolation belt into the dense evolution forest. Since the disaster, Blue Planet's seasonal temperature range had expanded by at least 15 degrees. Still, evolved plants had developed greater cold tolerance, and by mid-February, greenery covered the landscape. Most animals, however, retained their original habits, staying dormant during winter. Activity would peak with warmer temperatures and abundant rainfall, making the current period relatively safer. Even so, Xiaqing remained vigilant, her enhanced vision and hearing on high alert as she cautiously ventured deeper with her machete. She noticed that this evolution forest had been part of human activity before the disaster. The terraced hills and collapsed houses on the flat mountaintop suggested previous farming, making it more likely to find edible plants than in untouched wild forests. Most safe foods discovered by exploration teams came from such areas. After an hour and a half, Xiaqing made her first find, several green sprouts about the height of her fingers, glowing green on her detector. Carefully clearing the surrounding soil, her eyes lit up. Ginger. A sprouted piece of ginger. She packed it along with its soil to preserve its environment and placed it in her basket. Climbing 3 more terraces, capturing 2 snakes, scaring off rats and squirrels, and crushing several biting insects, she made her second discovery, a clump of garlic sprouts. Essential for cooking alongside green onions and ginger, she now only lacked the former. Yet, despite searching the terraces and the collapsed courtyard for another hour, she didn't find a single green onion sprout. Perhaps they hadn't sprouted yet? Continuing her exploration, Xiaqing spotted a tall Chinese tun tree outside the collapsed courtyard walls. She identified it as edible because the sprouts on the surrounding seedlings had been nibbled by animals. After ensuring no snakes or insects were lurking in the tree, she climbed up and plucked a cluster of reddish Chinese tun shoots. Squeezing their juice into her detector confirmed her suspicion: a green light. A fully edible Chinese tun tree. Delighted by her luck, Xiaqing smiled more in these 5 days on her territory than she had in the past 6 months. While gathering the tun shoots, she heard the sounds of a large animal 30 meters away. Escaping wasn't an option. Backing against the tree trunk, she held her breath and observed. The noise grew louder until a dirty, fat white sheep emerged from the greenery. It was a large, evolved sheep. Xiaqing glanced at its hooves and was almost certain it was the one that had uncovered the spring stone to drink. Had the sheep she failed to catch at the spring come to find her instead? Gripping her machete, she prepared to attack or ambush. The sheep raised its head, looking directly at Xiaqing in the tree, its eyes narrowing slightly. To Xiaqing's shock, she saw unmistakable disdain in the sheep's gaze. What the heck? Could this sheep be one of the rarest evolved creatures, one with brain evolution? Under Xiaqing's watchful eyes, the evolved sheep walked up to a small tun tree, lifted its head, and bit off the tender new shoots at the top. Xiaqing glanced at the small tun tree, now missing part of its branch, then stared at the sheep's chewing mouth with wide eyes.
Could this sheep have
evolved teeth? After swallowing the shoots, the sheep raised its head to look at Xiaqing again. Seeing her remain still, its eyes narrowed even more. It stepped back, pawed the ground with its front hooves, and then charged at the large tun tree.
Bang!
Xiaqing clung to the trembling trunk, her heart pounding. No need to guess anymore. This was a strength-evolved sheep. Was it trying to shake her out of the tree? She had never encountered an evolved sheep before. Did these creatures eat meat after evolving?
Bang.
The evolved sheep slammed into the tree again. Seeing Xiaqing still holding on, it suddenly turned around, aiming its spiral horns at her basket under the tree. Terrified, Xiaqing yelled no. The sheep paused, so she quickly added, "Brother sheep, let's talk this out. Don't charge." The sheep didn't charge, but began pawing the ground, preparing to attack. Xiaqing immediately broke off 2 clusters of tune shoots and tossed them down. "Brother sheep, eat some tune shoots. They're tastier than ginger and garlic." The evolved sheep stopped, picked up the shoots with its mouth, and ate them. Seeing it enjoyed the shoots, Xiaqing broke off a few more and threw them down, luring the sheep away from her precious basket. Not knowing the sheep's appetite, Xiaqing kept breaking off shoots until it had eaten over 100 clusters and finally lay contentedly on the ground, no longer ramming the tree or eyeing her basket. Evolved animals fell into 2 categories, those absorbing more harmful elements, becoming aggressive and violent, and those absorbing more beneficial elements, retaining their natural temperaments. Since this sheep stopped causing trouble after eating, it seemed to belong to the latter group. Relieved, Xiaqing filled her basket with tune shoots before jumping down and continuing her exploration. The sheep, lying under the tune tree, gave her a casual glance before closing its eyes halfway to rest. There were 5 households on this hillside. After checking all 5, Xiaqing found no new discoveries and returned to the large tune tree. She dug up a few tune saplings sprouting nearby, intending to transplant them into her territory.
Bah.
Hearing the sheep bleat, Xiaqing turned to see it staring at her basket. "You still want tune shoots?" she asked, exasperated.
Bah.
"You just ate your fill."
Bah.
"I'm leaving. I'll give you more next time we meet." Xiaqing turned to leave, only for the sheep to stand up, paw the ground, and aim its spiral horns at her. Darn it! Frustrated, Xiaqing set down her basket and saplings and squared up.
Fine.
Let's see who's stronger. The evolved sheep charged, lifting its front hooves and ramming its horns at Xiaqing. She raised her hands to block, shouting, "Move." But instead of pushing the sheep away, she was the one sent flying. After rolling backward, Xiaqing jumped to her feet and admitted defeat. "You want tune shoots?"
Bah. Fine.
Xiaqing dumped all the tune shoots from her basket onto the ground.
Eat.
The sheep shot her a disdainful look before lying down next to the shoots and chewing them slowly. Realizing she couldn't outmatch the sheep's strength, Xiaqing climbed the tree again, filled her basket halfway with more tune shoots, and climbed down. Seeing the sheep staring at her again, Xiaqing poured some spring water into a broken jar and offered it. "Tired from eating? Have some water." The sheep sniffed the jar, then began drinking. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaqing grabbed her saplings and basket and sprinted downhill, crossing the isolation belt back into her buffer forest. When she looked back and saw the sheep hadn't followed, she burst out laughing. She hadn't felt this carefree in ages. Though she couldn't match the evolved sheep's strength, Xiaqing was confident she could kill it with her weapons. But the sheep was smart and strong, and she didn't want to kill it. She wanted to tame it. If she encountered it again in the afternoon, she'd lure it back to her territory with tune shoots and spring water. After running so fast, the soil on the sapling's roots had mostly fallen off, and Xiaqing wasn't sure they'd survive transplantation. She planted 2 saplings near the spring and 5 in her yard, watering them thoroughly with spring water. If they didn't survive, she'd just collect more shoots from the evolved forest next time. That hillside seemed to have no other large animals except the sheep. After planting the saplings, Xiaqing went inside to consult a book on planting ginger and garlic. She divided the ginger into 7 sprouting pieces and separated the garlic into cloves, planting them in the western vegetable garden she had prepared, using plenty of spring water to water them. Once the vegetables were planted, Xiaqing took the tune shoots soaking in salt water, blanched and chopped them, mixed in salt and chili powder, and sealed them in sterilized glass jars. These jars of spicy tune shoots would last her a month. Feeling satisfied with her bountiful harvest, Xiaqing indulged herself, frying a large plate of tune shoots with a bit of oil and eating it with compressed rations. She was completely full and lay back in her chair, basking in her comfort. To maintain this lifestyle, she needed to work hard. After cleaning the kitchen, Xiaqing locked the door, grabbed 2 water buckets, and headed to the back mountain. After filling the buckets at the spring and sealing the spring with stones, she crossed the isolation belt and ventured into the northern evolution forest of Zone 4 with her protective mask on. Avoiding the tune tree guarded by the gluttonous sheep, Xiaqing carefully explored the forest. Climbing over a 300-meter-high hill, she discovered a valley with dense forests, terraced captives, ponds, and ruined houses. The valley, with its water source and vegetation, was far more dangerous than the hillside. As she decided to leave, she heard the faint grunts of wild piglets near the pond. Wild boar meat. Piglets' manageable meat. Salivating at the thought, Xiaqing tightened her grip on her machete and cautiously descended. The grunts grew louder, and by the pond, she spotted a 300-pound brown-black sow covered in thick mud. A boar of that size couldn't be pierced by bullets, let alone her machete. But her target wasn't the sow, it was the piglets playing nearby. Xiaqing first threw a small stone into the pond and found that the sow only raised her head to look at the water surface, then lowered her head to continue digging in the mud. The little wild boars chasing and playing were not interrupted. What does this mean? It means that there are no natural enemies of wild boars in this valley, so their vigilance is so low. Natural enemy is coming. Xiaqing raised his hand and grabbed the evolved snake that flew down from the tree trunk and was about to bite him, stuffed it neatly into the leather bag, and continued to approach the wild boar from the downwind. After her hearing evolved, Xiaqing's movements became more stealthy. She could crawl to within 5 meters of the wild boar without being noticed. It was time to start at this distance. Xiaqing took out a rope and a stick to make 3 simple tripping traps, then quietly went around to the upwind side, grabbed a 50-pound stone, and smashed it hard at a little wild boar. The little wild boar screamed, and the sow ran over to check. The little wild boars ran in panic, and 3 of them were caught in the tripping rope, squeaking and screaming. The sow ran over to check the trapped little wild boars. The 3 little wild boars were caught in different directions, and the sow could only take care of one. Xiaqing took this opportunity to rush over and throw the little wild boar that was killed by the stone into the backpack, cut the rope, picked up the 2 little wild boars, and ran back to her territory along the original route to make sure that the wild boars did not chase her. 3 wild boars. Her luck today is really amazing. Xiaqing smiled foolishly and checked the 3 little wild boars, and found that there were 2 red and 1 green, and the only one alive was the green one. The base has been trying to expand the breeding of green light livestock, especially the breeding of domestic pigs, or wild boars that reproduce quickly and produce a lot of meat. The value of this edible little wild boar is not comparable to that of ordinary edible animals. This is a golden pig. No, gold is not valuable now, this is a points pig. Xiaqing lovingly pinched the mouths of the 2 little wild boars to stop them from barking, and took them home and put them in a room in the west courtyard where the 4 walls were still there. The 2 little pigs were frightened and huddled in a corner, whining. Xiaqing put grass and water on the pigs and immediately contacted Zhong Tao to deal with the dead red light wild boar and the evolved snake in her bag. She hummed a little tune, took out her cell phone, and sent a message to Zhong Tao. "Brother Tao, do you have a precision biological detector? I have 2 red light wild boars weighing a total of 130 kilograms, 1 dead and 1 alive. Xiaqing's detector can only distinguish between edible and inedible organisms, while the advanced detector can distinguish between safe food, optional food, and inedible food. When Xiaqing was in the safe zone before, he was reluctant to spend 800 points to exchange for an advanced one, but now he can. Unexpectedly, only 5 minutes later, Xiaqing received a reply from Zhong Tao. Yes, in an hour. An hour later, it seemed that Zhong Tao was not far away. Xiaqing sent him another message. Change some more oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. The broadcast last night said that for the convenience of the lords, patrol vehicles will carry daily necessities, which the lords can redeem with points or supplies. At the same time, in order to ensure the safety of the lords, the information on the lords' exchange of supplies will not be made public. Xia Qing was extremely lucky today and could make her life better. Soon, a light truck rolled up a trail of dust and stopped at the number 3 bus stop. Seeing that Tan Junjie from the investigation team actually got off the car with Zhong Tao and Zheng Kuei, Xia Qing, who was carrying a backpack, felt a little nervous. Zhong Tao stared at Xia Qing with shining eyes. "Sister, you are amazing. Where is the wild boar?" "Your brother Kuei, and I will wait for you." "Captain Tan, brother Kuei, here." Xia Qing greeted Tan Junjie first, then took out a tightly tied wild boar from the backpack and a few snakes. As soon as Zhong Tao took the lead, his eyes lit up even more. "It must be 70 kilograms. Queasy, get on the scale." Zheng Kuei, smoking a cigarette, weighed the wild boar with a beam scale. The live wild boar weighs 73 kilograms, the dead one weighs 72 kilograms, and the snake weighs 30 kilograms in total. Zhong Tao clicked on the calculator for a while and was shocked. A total of 3,865 points. Wow, you've been working in the safe zone for a year. How much do you want for oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar? Although he had obtained a large amount of points, Xia Qing did not want to appear too ostentatious. "I want 4 bags of salt and a pot of each of the other items. They must be the best." Xia Qing has already restrained her purchases, which has made Zhong Tao envious.
More.
These seasonings are all good products just taken out of the processing plant. Together with the advanced tester, the total is 3,790. There are 75 points left. Do you want to transfer them to your card or ask for more supplies? Hearing that Zhong Tao brought the best goods, Xia Qing asked, "What else did Brother Tao bring?" Zhong Tao quoted, "Compressed rations are 20 points per pound, soothing capsules are 100 per box, and there are some commonly used medicines. In addition, there are staple foods that the troops want exchange. Wheat flour is 20 points per pound, corn flour is 13, and rice is 37. The treatment of the evolved soldiers in the army was very good. The evolved soldiers without relatives would exchange their excess supplies, which were generally absorbed internally." Unexpectedly, Xia Qing caught up with him this time. She hurriedly asked Brother Tao, "The exchange of food is not recorded, right?" Zhong Tao knew what Xia Qing was worried about and explained cheerfully, "It's not recorded. This is a private transaction." The transaction was not done using the card machine in the mission hall of the safe zone, so don't worry, girl. With food in hand, Xia Qing didn't care about keeping a low profile and immediately took out his points card. "I'll also give you 20 kilograms. Is that enough? So many?" Zhong Tao secretly looked at Tan Junjie, and when he saw that he didn't say anything, he nodded. "Okay, I still need to swipe 1,325 points from you." Xia Qing, who had less than 2,000 points left on the card, pretended to be distressed and handed the card over. "I only have more than 1,500 points, and this time I'm running out of points." Zhong Tao used a public handheld card reader to transfer 75 points to Xia Qing's card. He then took out his own card reader and swiped away 1,400 points before calling out to Zheng Kuei, "Queasy, move the things." After Xia Qing took over the 2 heavy bags, Tan Junjie, who had been silent, spoke up. "Where did you catch the wild boar?" Tan Junjie's aura is comparable to that of Xia Qing's homeroom teacher when he was in junior high school. Xia Qing feels pressured whenever she sees him. She took out the little wild boar in the hope that the inspection team would clear out the big wild boar, otherwise it would break into her territory and cause trouble, so Xia Qing answered honestly, "From site number 4, go straight north over a hill, and there is a valley with a pond in the valley. I caught it there." It was a big wild boar with a group of little pigs. The big boar should have evolved normally. And wild boars? Even if it's red light meat, it can be eaten after purification. Not to mention the usually outgoing Zhong Tao. Even the taciturn Zheng Kuei couldn't help but be tempted. "Captain Tan, the wild boar is so close, it will be troublesome if it rushes through the isolation belt and injures people or harms crops." Tan Junjie didn't respond, but warned Xia Qing seriously. Entering the evolution forest without permission may anger large animals or insects that may attack your territory. It's fine if only your territory is attacked, but if other lords are implicated, you can't afford it. Xia Qing stood up straight immediately. Please rest assured, Captain Tan. I often go in and out of the evolution forest with my team to hunt. I know my limits and will never provoke an evolution creature that I cannot deal with. After Zhong Tao and Zheng Kuei drove away, Xia Qing was left alone to face the serious Tan Junjie. After waiting for a few seconds without hearing Tan Junjie speak, Xia Qing started talking about the evolved sheep. Captain Tan, I have a power-evolved sheep with a collar. It lives in my territory and on the hillside north of my territory. Can you spare it when you encounter it while catching wild boars? It's an evolved herbivorous creature. As long as people don't provoke it, it won't hurt people. Tan Junjie stared at Xia Qing as if he was looking at a disobedient soldier under his command. All evolved creatures that appear outside the territory are not protected by the territory law. Even those with collars are not allowed.
Yes.
Xia Qing responded loudly and then asked quietly, Captain Tan, if I clear that hillside, can it be counted as part of my territory? After the natural disaster, China was a vast country with a sparse population, and no one wanted the land full of evolved creatures. Tan Junjie stared at Xia Qing in silence for a few seconds. What's on the hillside? Xia Qing answered truthfully. There is an edible Chinese tun tree, and my sheep love to eat it. Tan Junjie understood, frowned and asked, How many wild boars did you catch?
This.
Xia Qing hesitated for a moment, knowing that he couldn't keep the secret for long, so he simply answered truthfully, 3, and there is another one in the territory. Alive and edible? Yes. Tan Junjie was silent for a moment, then asked, Is it a male or a female? This time, Xia Qing was embarrassed. I didn't notice. I'll text you when I confirm it. Tan Junjie made a condition. Exchange this little wild boar for that hillside and your sheep. Xia Qing, who was planning to raise pigs to exchange for a lot of points, hesitated for a moment and put forward his own conditions. Can I clean the hillside myself? Did you really treat that Chinese tun tree as a treasure? Tan Junjie looked at Xia Qing's thin, dark red face and promised, It's too dangerous for you to go alone. We will only clean up the harmful organisms and not touch anything on that hillside. Xia Qing immediately smiled and said, Deal. Thank you, Captain Tan. After Xia Qing left with the food, Tan Junjie took out his phone to report the situation to his superiors and then asked for instructions. I applied to lead a team into the evolution forest to catch wild boars immediately. Yes, make sure the mission is completed. In the number 3 area, Xia Qing was guarding a pile of rice and flour sealed in small bags weighing 1 pound, and her mouth was watering. When she was in the safe zone, she couldn't bear to eat staple food once a week, but now she had 60 pounds. She wanted to treat herself to rice in the evening, but before dark, she had to do something important. Xia Qing cut a piece of red cloth from her old clothes, sewed a collar, and sewed the 5 words Xia Qing from number 3 land crookedly on the collar before entering the evolution forest again. Even if she couldn't bring the evolved goat back to her territory today, she had to put a collar on it so that she could feel more at ease. She exchanged this evolved sheep and that piece of land for a pig worth tens of thousands of points. Xia Qing didn't know whether this sheep was an edible animal. She didn't want to eat the sheep anymore. She wanted to keep it as a labor, and she also wanted to keep the tree that provided a steady supply of tun buds. Xia Qing rushed to the hillside and saw the evolved sheep lying under a tree, looking at him with half-squinted eyes. The man and the sheep looked at each other for a while, and Xia Qing took the initiative to pour half a pot of water into the broken clay pot that had been licked clean by the sheep. The evolved sheep squinted at her, motionless. Xia Qing took 3 steps back, took off his protective mask, drank a sip of water, shook the kettle, and started fishing for sheep. Come back with me. You can drink as much water as you want. You can also use the spring water to take a bath. You look so dirty that you are almost as dirty as a coal ball. It must be itchy, right? The evolved sheep ignored her and stood up to drink water. Xia Qing sneaked a step closer, but the evolved sheep didn't react. She took another step closer. As soon as she took out the collar, the evolved sheep suddenly jumped up and tried to butt her, so Xiaqing quickly dodged. One man and one sheep, one chasing the other, circled around the big tree for more than 10 times. After Xiaqing, who was almost dizzy, climbed up the Chinese tune tree, the evolved sheep was still angry and kept banging against the tree. Xiaqing didn't know whether its big spiral horns hurt or not, but she was almost shaking to the point of vomiting. Not only sheep have tempers, Xiaqing has one too. She pulled out her machete, chopped off a branch with 2 clicks, and threw it down. The evolved sheep immediately gave up hitting the tree and turned to eat the Chinese tune buds on the tip of the branch. Xiaqing jumped down from the tree, kicked over the clay pot that the sheep used to drink water, picked up the branch, and ran away. Since he couldn't put on the collar, he took the sheep back with him. The evolved sheep was fooled and chased Xiaqing to eat the tune buds. One man and one sheep. One ran while the other chased and nibbled it. After running out of the evolution forest, the sheep stopped. To prevent evolved creatures from entering the buffer forest, a 50-meter-wide isolation zone was sprayed with a large amount of powder that evolved creatures hate. Of course, evolved sheep don't like the smell either. However, this sheep should be the one that came to her territory to drink the spring water. Faced with the double temptation of spring water and tune buds, she didn't believe that the sheep could resist. After Xiaqing carried the branch and crossed the isolation belt into the buffer forest, the evolved sheep really jumped over the isolation belt and caught up with him. Su Ming, a visual evolver who had just entered the northern isolation zone of Site Number 4, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Captain Tan, Brother Jean, I just saw Sister Xiaqing carrying a branch and a sheep out of the evolution forest and entering the buffer forest number 3. Tan Junjie turned his head and looked at Yang Jin, who was wearing camouflage protective clothing, with an ambiguous look. Yang Jin smiled at Tan Junjie, put on his protective mask and ordered, "Let's go." Yes. More than 20 members of the Qinglong team put on masks at the same time and followed Yang Jin into the evolution forest. Su Ming was a little confused and pulled his teammate Chao Xianyun. Did you see the way Brother Yang looked at me just now? Why did I feel like he was trying to figure out how many points my body was worth? It's rare that you feel right. Chao Xianyun, a level 4 auditory evolver, put on a protective mask. When did you get a sister? Uh-huh. Su Ming was even more confused.
No.
It's Xiaqing from Site 3. I just met her yesterday. Tan Junjie turned around and glared. Check your equipment, maintain formation, and set off. Yes. Su Ming immediately stood up, yelled, and put on a protective mask. Su Ming's roar reached far into the buffer forest of Site Number 3. Xiaqing, who was picking tune buds to feed the sheep, tilted his head and looked toward the north.
Bang!
Seeing that Xiaqing was motionless, the evolved sheep turned around and walked to the edge of a cave. It dug open the stone blocking the entrance with its hoof and drank a few sips of water. Then it came back and lay down beside a tree branch, squinting its eyes and chewing the cud. It looks like this forest is its territory. Maybe this hillside was the sheep's territory before it was cleared. Xiaqing took off his mask and smiled. Now there are a lot of people who are stronger than me entering the evolution forest to catch wild boars. If you don't want to die, stay here and don't run around. The evolved sheep narrowed its eyes and ignored Xiaqing, continuing to ruminate. Xiaqing gave up the idea of putting color on it and picked a bunch of tune buds and tested them with a high-end detector he had just acquired, and was shocked. A dark green plant with less than 1,000th of the harmful elements, a high-quality and safe plant. No wonder the sheep would guard the Chinese tune tree. Now even Xiaqing wanted to move under the tree and exchange a green light wild boar for more than 1,000 acres of hillside, a high-quality and safe plant, and an evolved sheep. Although the land is not valuable now, the high-quality trees that can continuously grow leaves are valuable. Even without the evolved sheep, she still made a lot of money. The evolved sheep, which returned the half-digested food to its mouth to chew again, saw Xiaqing grinning like a fool, with his eyes narrowed to a line. After returning home, Xiaqing went to see her baby wild boar first and found that it was still huddled in the corner without eating or drinking. She immediately replaced its water with new spring water and tune buds, determined not to let anything get into trouble in her hands. After returning to the room to take a shower and having a hearty meal of rice mixed with Chinese tune and chili peppers, Xiaqing lay comfortably on the bed. She simply loved her current free and easy life of living alone. When she lay down to sleep, the lights in the small valley north of Site Number 4 were bright, and several people in camouflage protective clothing were surrounding 11 anesthetized wild boars, 3 large and 8 small, for testing. Su Ming ran to the 2 captains and reported the exciting inspection results. Among the 3 big pigs, 1 male and 2 females, the blood test of the sow that is raising piglets showed a green light. Among the 7 piglets, 1 showed a green light, and 1 showed a yellow light. Including the one that was captured, there are 3 edible piglets in total. A green light sow and a red light boar gave birth to 2 green light piglets, which shows that the sow's nutritional elements are very stable and suitable for breeding. Tan Junjie was about to order the pigs to be captured, but Yang Jin got there first. There are mountains, water, and forests here, and there is plenty of food, which is very suitable for raising wild boars. As far as I know, the wild boar breeding project at the experimental center is not progressing smoothly, and these pigs may not survive for more than a few months. Teacher Tan, can you give me some instructions? Su Ming agreed immediately. Yes, Captain, this place is so close to our camp, it won't be difficult to raise pigs there. It is more convenient to eat pork. Tan Junjie also thought it was feasible, so he called for instructions and got the support of his superiors. Enclose this area to raise pigs, and the development machine will arrive in 2 hours. Yunzi and Mingzi stay to look after the wild boars, and the rest of you rest here for half an hour, and then follow me to meet up with the machine. Yes. More than 20 officers and soldiers were delighted. Tan Junjie asked Yang Jin again, "What are your plans?" Yang Jin flicked away a leech that was lying on his protective suit. "I'll follow your instructions and become your long-term meat ticket." "Are you still short of meat?" Tan Junjie smiled meaningfully. Yang Jin smiled and changed the subject. "Is the order from above to clear only this valley, or to clear the entire area to the north of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th territories?" Yang Jin didn't want to say more, and Tan Junjie didn't ask any more questions. "Clear them all out. The area to the north of Site 3 will be incorporated into Site 3, and this side will be used as a wild boar breeding center. Tonight, humans and machines will work together to create the isolation belt, and we will start clearing out dangerous creatures at dawn. We must complete the cleanup before it rains." 4 forest barrier clearing vehicles and more than 40 people easily open up a new 50-meter-wide barrier on the rolling captives north of territory number 345 in just one night. The next morning, when Xiaqing went to the northern captive to fetch water, he saw smoke rising from the Jinhua forest in the north. Did Captain Tan and his men catch the wild boar and start clearing the evolution forest? Before Xiaqing could go check, she received a call from Tan Junjie, who was going to send someone to catch the boar. Xiaqing first asked, "Captain Tan, when can I get the land use rights certificate for the new piece of land granted to me? Since it is a transaction, of course it must be made clear in advance." Tan Junjie answered very straightforwardly, "It has been reported. Zhong Tao will deliver it to you within 2 days."
Thank you, Captain Tan.
After Xiaqing hung up the phone, he immediately went back to catch the lively little wild boar, brought it to the isolation zone on the north side of the buffer forest, and handed it to Su Ming, who was waiting with his neck stretched out. After Su Ming pierced the pigskin and took a few drops of blood for testing, he smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed and his eyes were not. As expected of a green light pig, it's really spirited. Are these 2 things related? Xiaqing asked, "Are we going to clear out the wild boar valley as well?" "I see smoke over there," Su Ming said cheerfully. "The base plans to build a wild boar breeding center here. The isolation zone in the north has been completed. We will first fence off the area north of Site 4 and Site 5, and then clear the small hillside north of Site 3. Building a breeding center means that their territory is safer." Xiaqing was very happy. "If you are too busy, you can clean up the land yourself." "Enough. We will definitely complete the mission within 2 days." Su Ming finished speaking and curiously asked Xiaqing, Sister Xiaqing, are you familiar with Captain Yang of the Azure Dragon team? Yang Jin, the captain of the Qinglong team, which ranks second in comprehensive combat power in Huisan base, is a celebrity in the base. He is a level 7 SPE pet evolver, young and good-looking. Such evolvers, regardless of gender, will become the target of pursuit. Because of the mating with high-level evolutionists, once the offspring are tested for evolutionary potential, they can move to the inner city of the safe zone and be assigned an easy and decent job. With the benefits and work remuneration issued by the base, they can live an enviable life. Xiaqing never thought of taking this path, so she wanted to be as far away from Yang Jin as possible. Because Yang Jin was Tang Lu's target, any woman who approached Yang Jin would be regarded as a thorn in Tang Lu's eyes. Although Tang Lu is Tang Jingsu's daughter and lives in the inner city, it does not change the fact that she is an ordinary person. She certainly wants to marry a high-level evolver and give birth to offspring with evolutionary abilities so that her second half of life will be guaranteed. So Su Ming's sudden question made Xiaqing alert immediately. I don't know him. I've never dealt with him. What's wrong? It's okay, just asking casually. Su Ming scratched his head, picked up the little wild boar, and left. The top two teams in Huisan base were neutral in name, but in reality, they had clear affiliations. The Sufing team led by Tang Jingsu of course listened to the deputy base commander Tang Jingrong, while the Qinglong team led by Yang Jin was closer to the military leader, base commander Qi Zhongya. Because Yang Jin and most of the people in his team were all military academy students before the natural disaster. Under the leadership of Yang Jin, the Qinglong team's style of doing things was much cleaner than that of the Sufing team. They had a high reputation in the base, and everyone liked to team up with them when going on missions. Xiaqing also went on missions with the Qinglong team, but she only participated in missions led by the core members of the Qinglong team. She had nothing to do with the mission that Yang Jin was leading himself. Why did Su Ming think that he was familiar with Yang Jin? Xiaqing narrowed his eyes and watched Su Ming enter the evolution forest before returning to his own territory. Before she could think of anything, she heard the sound of running coming from far away. Xiaqing immediately dropped the backpack and got ready. An evolved sheep with large spiral horns jumped out of the woods and slammed into Xiaqing, who rushed forward with 120% of her strength.
Bang!
Xiaqing was defeated, took 3 steps back and slammed into the tree. If her body had not evolved and become stronger, she would have been injured. Xiaqing had just stood up when he saw the evolved sheep retreat a few steps and then rush over again. Xiaqing also got angry and started fighting with the sheep. Today I'll show you who's the boss of land number 3. She wasn't as strong as the sheep, but she had brains. When the sheep hit her again, Xiaqing leaned over, grabbed the sheep's horns with both hands, and yelled, "Get out of here!" The evolved sheep was thrown sideways by Xiaqing and hit a rock with a bang. It was stunned for 2 seconds before it opened its eyes wide, jumped up with a moo, and pounced on Xiaqing. It was the first time that Xiaqing heard a sheep make such an angry cry, but she was not soft-hearted at all. "Get out of here!"
Crack!
The evolved sheep that was thrown out by Xiaqing again crashed into a tree as thick as a thigh, directly breaking the trunk. Moo! The evolved sheep stood up, shook its head, and rushed towards Xiaqing with a thump. "Get out of here!"
Bang! Go! Bang! Walk! Bang!
When it comes to fighting, the evolved sheep is indeed not as smart as Xiaqing, but the other party has great endurance and strength. When the evolved sheep stood up and rushed over for the 35th time, Xiaqing, with sore arms, climbed onto a large rock and admitted defeat. "You are awesome. You're the boss. Let's not fight anymore. I have something else to do." The evolved sheep stopped, raised its head and stared at Xiaqing for a while, then fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath with its mouth open. It turned out that it was also tired. Xiaqing collapsed on the stone and smiled. After recovering from the shock, Xiaqing jumped off the rock, took out the kettle and drank a few sips of water, then asked the evolved sheep who was still lying beside the rock, "Boss Sheep, do you want some water?" The evolved sheep, now he should be called Sheep Boss, still squinted at Xiaqing. He was obviously a sheep, but he was so arrogant. Xiaqing didn't bother to argue with it. She poured the water into its bowl and took 2 steps back. Boss Sheep got up and drank half a bowl of water, then turned around and looked at the tune tree branch that had been trampled to pieces, his eyes very unfriendly. Is this it hungry? Xiaqing put on a protective mask and said, take a rest first. I'll get some more Chinese tune sprouts. Xiaqing picked up the machete and backpack and walked a few steps. He heard some noise behind him. He turned around and found that Sheep Boss had caught up with him. Are you going too?
Meh.
Seeing that it sounded like a normal sheep, Xiaqing agreed and took out a collar. Okay, put this on? Seeing that the Sheep Boss started to dig his hooves again, Xiaqing tactfully put away the collar and said, if you don't want to wear it, then don't wear it. If Captain Tan and his men catch you and eat you, don't blame me for not reminding you. After the fight, Xiaqing felt a sense of fate with Sheep Boss, and Sheep Boss's anger and defense against Xiaqing seemed to have decreased. 1 man and 1 sheep, one in front and one behind, passed through the buffer forest and isolation belt and entered the evolution forest. After entering the evolution forest, Xiaqing walked slower and the Sheep Boss surpassed her. Seeing that it was familiar with the route, Xiaqing simply followed it. After a short while, the Sheep Boss really led her onto a beast trail. Xiaqing smiled. Look at the width and hoof prints of this path. Did you make them? How did you avoid the attacks of poisonous snakes and insects? Of course, the sheep didn't answer. After walking forward for a while, it stopped to eat a kind of large-leafed grass that was bright purple. Is this thing not poisonous? Xiaqing pinched a blade of grass and squeezed out the purple-red juice. After testing it with a high-end detector, it turned out to be a safe food with a quality only 1,000th worse than that of Chinese tune sprouts. If it weren't for the big sheep eating it, Xiaqing would never have tested this abnormal-looking grass. Now, she has one more vegetable, thanks to the boss. Big Sheep ate grass, while Xiaqing cut grass. When Big Sheep stopped eating, the pair climbed up the hillside together. Big Sheep raised his head and looked at the Chinese tune tree without moving. Okay, I'll go pick it, you wait. Yesterday, Xiaqing had already picked all the buds within her reach on the tree, and today she had other plans. Xiaqing cut a bamboo more than 4 meters long, cleaned it, tied the sharpened sickle in the backpack to the bamboo pole, and used the sickle to cut the tune buds.
Meh.
Seeing the clusters of tune buds falling, the Big Sheep shouted with joy and lowered his head to eat. Xiaqing picked all the tune buds she could get her hands on, and after feeding the Big Sheep, there was still a big bag left. Xiaqing didn't want to meet the soldiers who were clearing the woods here. Boss Yang, shall we go back? The eldest sheep lying on the ground did not move and had no intention of leaving. Xiaqing was quick and decisive. She took out a bunch of tune shoots and shook them in front of Yang Laoda's nose, then picked up today's harvest and walked down the mountain. After a while, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind. Xiaqing raised the corner of his mouth and smiled silently. On the way back, Xiaqing took the Sheep Boss's animal trail. He did not encounter any dangerous creatures and quickly passed through the isolation zone and returned to his own territory. The eldest sheep went to drink spring water. Xiaqing put some tune buds and half a basket of purple leaf grass in it, and began to clean up the trees that were broken by the fight between the two of them. Although this large forest has been destroyed, after the rain, grass or saplings will surely sprout and cover the land. Xiaqing tied up the cut tree trunks with ropes and carried them home, placing them in the warehouse in the east courtyard scaffolding, and then began to collect dry wood in the village. It was going to rain soon, so she had to prepare more firewood. Cooking with firewood is not as convenient as using electricity and gas. Solar panels are not sold to individuals in the safe zone. Xiaqing was thinking about what supplies she could use as bargaining chips to exchange 2 solar panels from Tanjunjia. Not only for cooking, but also for her mobile phone, she couldn't always rely on the power bank she exchanged for supplies to charge. It was not cost-effective. It will rain the day after tomorrow, and Xiaqing has been very busy these past 2 days. She has to collect all the useful items in the 3 deserted villages and store them properly to prevent them from being damaged by the evolved creatures that will flood after the rain. Collecting supplies is, of course, dangerous. When Zhong Tao came to give her the land use rights certificate, he was shocked by her appearance and asked, Girl, what's wrong with you? Xia Qing, with her protective mask cracked, half her face swollen and covered in dirt, briefly explained, we encountered a nest of evolved poisonous scorpions. Evolved poisonous scorpions are not easy to deal with, and they might kill you. Zhong Tao was scared when he saw Xia Qing's expression. This territory is not something that anyone can cultivate. There is antidote in the car. Can I get you some? The forecast says it will start to rain tomorrow. We won't go out until the rain stops, and we can't move if we go out. Xia Qing, who had already taken the antidote, handed over the leather bag first. Brother Tao, calculate how many points these scorpions are worth. Looking at the squirming, tight-mouthed canvas bag, Zhong Tao's scalp went numb. Are they all alive?
Alive.
17 were over 10 centimeters long, 36 were between 5 and 10 centimeters long, and I didn't count those under 5 centimeters, but there must be at least 100. Oh my goodness! Zhong Tao swallowed his saliva. It was no wonder that Xia Qing was bitten like this after catching so many live scorpions. According to the public exchange price of poisonous scorpions in our base, the total is 820 points. Poisonous scorpions can be used to make antidotes, so they are more expensive than other common poisonous insects. Xia Qing knew that Zhong Tao had paid her a lot. I'll exchange it for a bottle of antidote, a bottle of insect repellent pills, and a protective mask. The remaining points will be used to exchange for rainproof cloth to protect the roof from rain. Zhong Tao laughed. So many? No wonder you can't save up the points. She has no relatives to take care of. So, what is the point of accumulating points? Xia Qing smiled and said nothing. Zhong Tao also thought of this, scratched his head and turned around to get supplies. After seeing Zhong Tao off, Xia Qing went home and took a shower. Then, she stood in front of the half-remaining mirror in the bathroom and applied medicine to the wound on her face. After washing off the dark red paint on the face, the red and swollen scratches on the fair skin became particularly obvious. Her face was not stung by a poisonous scorpion, but scratched by the steel bars from the floor that suddenly fell down when she was trying to catch the scorpion. Fortunately, she was strong and dodged quickly, otherwise she would still be trapped under the floor. In addition to the face, Xia Qing also had a lot of injuries on his body, but no fractures, and he was protected by protective clothing and his skin was not broken, so no treatment was needed. Bleeding, scarring, and disfigurement are minor matters. The important thing is that the wound cannot be infected. After the evolution of bacteria and viruses, a small wound may also kill a person. Xia Qing applied medicine to the wound, put on his clothes and protective clothing, put on a new protective mask, and went to cover the east scaffolding with a rainproof cloth. The roof of the small building where she lived was covered tightly with synthetic resin tiles to prevent acid rain, and the windows were also tightly sealed, so there was no need for rainproof cloth. After Xia Qing finished building the truss building, he started building the sheep shed. Although the roof of the sheep shed also used the resin tiles collected by Xia Qing, the sheep shed was built with mud, grass, and earth, which had not yet dried out and could not withstand the erosion of heavy rain. The sheep shed is, of course, prepared for the big sheep. Although Xia Qing was busy cleaning up the village these 2 days, he did not forget to pick purple leaf grass and feed tongue tree buds to the sheep boss. This morning, Xia Qing also took it to watch the brutal scene of the army cleaning up the Jinhua forest so that it would know the horror of humans and not to jump out rashly to play with others. Perhaps it was frightened. After returning, the sheep boss went down the mountain and walked around the village. It seemed that he gave up returning to his nest and planned to find a place to hide from the rain in the village. Is there any place in this territory more suitable than her home? On the last day before the rain, Xia Qing first went to the reservoir to fetch sewage from 2 large water tanks and then went to get spring water. At this moment, she could feel the moisture in the wind increasing. It might rain tonight, so she had to prepare all the supplies she would need during the rain before it rained. After putting the bucket in the cave, Xia Qing, holding the newly woven large backpack, asked the sheep boss, "I'm going to pick purple leaf grass. Do you want to go?" "No, I'm leaving." Xia Qing walked through the buffer forest alone and entered the isolation zone. She envied the sturdy barbed wire fence of the breeding center before putting on a protective mask and entering her new territory. This territory has been cleared by the danger investigation team and the risk factor has been reduced, but Xiaqing has a wound on his face and does not dare to take the risk. After finding the area where the purple leaf grass grew most densely and cutting a few times with a sickle, Xiaqing heard the sounds of human activities, and soon she heard Su Ming shouting, "Sister Xiaqing." Su Ming led the way and ran over, followed by members of Team 6. Although they were all wearing protective masks and only their eyes could be seen, Xiaqing could still tell that Captain Tan was not there today, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xiaqing is cutting basil. Su Ming continued to make small talk. Is this perilla? Xiaqing paused for a moment before putting grass into the backpack and said, "Well, you have worked hard these past few days." "It's not hard, it's my duty." Su Ming walked over quickly. "Sister Xiaqing, how are you going to eat all these cuts?" The color of the leaves of this grass is really weird. Xiaqing has been too busy recently and hasn't had time to figure out how to eat it, so he currently just cuts it to feed the sheep. Chao Xianyan saw that Xiaqing didn't recognize this grass, so he stood in front of his idiot teammate and explained to her, although it doesn't look like it, this is indeed a type of evolved perilla. It will turn bright green when exposed to heat and blanched in water. It has a high nutritional value and is the main ingredient of our base's number 3 nutrient solution. After the evolution of natural disaster creatures, food became scarce, and compressed rations and nutrient solutions that were so unpalatable that they made people want to vomit became the 2 main ways for humans to fill their stomachs. Yes, it's delicious if blanched and served cold. Su Ming poked his head behind Chao Xianyan. Xiaqing heard Su Ming's desire and took out a handful of evolved basil from the backpack, tied it up with creepers and handed it to him. "Take it back and add some vegetables. This is not a gift. I want to use it to exchange for the supplies you can't use up." Su Ming was about to refuse, but Chao Xianyan reached out and took it. "Okay. If you have any problems in the future, Sister Qing can take care of us brothers." Su Ming's eyes widened as he was about to say something when he was pulled away by Hu Zi and Chao Xianyan. "I say, Lao Chaoyu, shut up." They walked quite far away, thinking that Xiaqing couldn't hear them, and Su Ming took off his protective mask angrily. "Old Chao, you didn't even ask Sister Qing what she wanted to exchange before you just accepted it. What if we don't have it?" Chao Xianyan rolled his eyes at the fool and asked, "Do you want to eat?"
Think.
Another team member, Hu Zi, spoke up. Xiaqing ignored the dark green tune sprouts under the inspection light and came here to cut basil. "What do you think of the quality of this basil?" Su Ming punched Hu Zi hard. "It's definitely better than the Chinese tune sprouts. Our Hu Zi has made great progress and has become more sensible. Get out." The power-evolved warrior, Hu Zi, grabbed Su Ming's arm and threw him out. Chao Xianyan, who was walking at the end, heard the noise in the distance. He turned around and saw Xiaqing coming out of the woods carrying a basket and 2 large bundles of evolved basil. He asked in a low voice, "Have you ever thought that she came here to cut grass to feed the sheep?"
Tiger.
Others. Su Ming, "I don't know if Sister Xiaqing still needs sheep." "I can." "So can I." "I also." Xiaqing pretended not to hear anything, crossed the isolation belt, returned to the cave, and reached out to touch the head of his sheep. Unwittingly, this guy jumped up and raised his horns, wanting to fight. Xiaqing said with disdain, "If you don't obey me, I will kick you out. There are many people who want to be my sheep." The eldest sheep narrowed his eyes and walked forward to eat grass when he saw that Xiaqing was no longer provocative. Xiaqing put the empty bucket in her backpack into the backpack, took out the full drinking water bucket, tightened the lid, put it into the backpack, and went back to cut a few large bundles of perilla. She eats what the sheep eat for 3 days, and she has to harvest it all before it rains. After Xiaqing came back, he changed the water buckets into 3, and then carried them home with the straps. The evolved sheep glanced at her and continued to nibble on the basil. After Xiaqing came back, he took out a full bucket, blocked the hole, and then put on his backpack and carried the last 4 bundles of grass and left. The sheep boss who was eating grass was not happy with it and jumped up to butt against him. Xiaqing did not even turn his head, dodged and continued walking, and brought the sheep boss home. Xiaqing put a bundle of grass on the bamboo frame of the sheep shed. It's going to rain soon. If you don't want to get wet, stay here and don't go out. After saying that, Xiaqing didn't care whether Yang Laoda entered the shed or not, and returned to the building with the bucket on his back. The eldest sheep stood in the yard with his eyes narrowed for a long time, but finally succumbed to the smell of grass and walked into the sheep shed. Standing in the living room on the first floor, Xiaqing smiled triumphantly, cut a piece of rainproof cloth, and went to the west yard to build a small greenhouse for the ginger and garlic she planted. Although the hillside where she dug ginger and garlic belonged to her, who knew if there was still edible ginger and garlic on that land? Even if there was, who knew if they would be killed and transformed into inedible plants after rain? Therefore, Xiaqing had to protect the dozen or so seedlings she transplanted back. If there is a heavy rain with a high content of harmful elements, it will be a severe challenge for all creatures on the blue planet. There is nothing that can be done even if the seedlings are destroyed, because she has done everything she can. Not long after Xiaqing finished tidying up the vegetable garden and returned to the living room on the first floor, he heard muffled thunder coming from afar. This sound made her irritated. The rain made her feel irritated before it even started falling. Xiaqing knew without testing that the harmful element content of this rain must have seriously exceeded the standard. Just in case, she put on the new protective mask. Although the protective mask cannot filter out the poisonous elements in the air, it can filter out more than 99% of the toxic gases, so as to prevent humans from being poisoned by the poisonous gases emitted by the creatures that suddenly evolved or ran away in the rain of poison. This is when a major advantage of the safe zone is reflected. Because the safe area has been repeatedly and deeply cleaned, there is no need to worry about large-scale attacks by poisonous gases or poisonous insects when it rains heavily. Except for the personnel on duty outside the area, no one else needs to wear a protective mask. But if the level of the rainstorm reaches the highest level, there will be another fatal danger in the safe zone. Excessive rainstorms will make people with low resistance lose control of their emotions. If the red level rainstorm lasts for more than an hour, people with low resistance may be injured or even die from fighting or self-harm if they do not take soothing capsules in time. There are also many people who will pretend to be crazy and smash and loot indiscriminately under the pretext of rainstorms. In the summer of the 8th year of the natural disaster, a sudden red-level killing rain lasted for an hour and a half. At that time, more than 800 people died in fighting and self-harm at the Huisin base, which had a population of 2,200,000. In that rain, Xiaqing killed 2 men who took the opportunity to take advantage of her. Thinking of this, Xiaqing couldn't help but feel a little irritated. She took 2 deep breaths to calm herself down, collected some rainwater for testing, and found that the level of harmful elements in this rain had indeed reached the highest dangerous level, red. Everyone in the base must be in a state of panic and in danger by now. Fortunately, she didn't have to worry about anyone plotting against her in the territory. She only had to deal with attacks from suddenly evolved creatures. Xiaqing went to see the sheep boss with an umbrella and saw it lying comfortably on the hay. It seemed that the rain had little effect on it. The sheep boss's evolutionary level was not lower than hers, so his resistance to the rain must be good, otherwise he would not have survived in the dangerous evolution forest until now. Xiaqing felt relieved and returned to the building, closed the door, and made a bamboo chair. Although she was a high-level evolver with strong resistance and would not lose control due to the rain, finding something to do could still make her feel more relaxed. Time passed by minute. After an hour and a half, Xiaqing's chair was still not finished, and it was already dark. The heavy rain that lasted for an hour and a half must have turned the safe zone into a living heck. Xiaqing threw a broken stool leg into the fire, then remembered the person who had sent her a text message. She took out her cell phone, but found there were no new messages, so she took out her night vision goggles to check the situation in the yard. In the yard she had cleaned up, a dense layer of grass sprouts actually grew. The harmful element content of plants that grew violently in the rain exceeded the standard, and they might also evolve into some unexpected dangers. 3 days later, she didn't know what her yard would look like. Xiaqing cursed, put on protective clothing and mask, and wanted to go see how Boss Yang was doing. As soon as she opened the door, she heard the sound of the eldest sheep panting and paddling its hooves in the sheep shed. Is this a sign of losing control of your emotions? Xiaqing immediately turned around and went back to the house to get a box of soothing capsules. When she came out, she found that the sheep boss was already standing on the grass in the rain. His eyes, which were usually squinting, were wide open, and his square pupils were faintly red in the firelight. Xiaqing comforted Boss Yang in the calmest tone. Boss, don't get excited. It's time to take medicine.
Moo.
Before Xiaqing could finish, the sheep boss roared and rushed over. Its head could definitely make a hole in the building. Xiaqing couldn't hide and rushed over.
Bang.
The man and the sheep collided, splashing water and mud everywhere. Xiaqing took advantage of the situation and grabbed the sheep boss by the neck to trip it, but the out-of-control sheep boss was more than twice as strong as usual. Xiaqing was thrown out by it and fell on the newly grown grass. Seeing the sheep rushing towards her, Xiaqing rolled over on the ground to avoid it, only to find that the sheep was not coming for her. It broke through the newly built wall and rushed out of the yard, banging around. If it continues to crash like this, even if it is fine, the walls of the entire village will collapse. Xiaqing went back to the house and got a thick rope, then rushed out and tied up the sheep that was banging its head against the wall into a twist. Then, while it opened its mouth and howled and struggled, he stuffed a soothing capsule into the sheep's mouth and fed it half a pot of spring water. Soothing capsules are special medicines for relieving emotional disorder caused by the elements. They work like powerful sedatives. After taking them, people will feel sleepy and weak all over. They can relieve depression and anxiety and reduce harm. However, if they are used improperly or taken too much, they will cause adverse reactions, poisoning, and addiction. If it is not necessary, Xiaqing does not want to give it to Yang Laoda. 5 minutes later, the sheep collapsed on the muddy ground and didn't move. Xiaqing carried it back to the front of the building and untied the rope while muttering, "I don't know how you survived the heavy rain before you met me. Those houses and walls on the Chunshu hillside were destroyed like that. Could they have been hit by you when you lost control?" Boss Yang closed his eyes and showed no reaction. Xiaqing felt all of its bones and was relieved only after confirming that there were no fractures. He first fetched a bucket of purified water to rinse off the mud on the protective suit, and then boiled a large pot of water. The big sheep, which was already so dirty that its fur was almost unrecognizable, was now completely covered in mud. Xiaqing took the opportunity to wash it while it was unable to move. What Xiaqing didn't notice was that the sheep boss lying on the ground had opened his eyes slightly, and his eyes followed her figure. After adding water, disinfectant, and insecticide to a large aluminum basin, Xiaqing carried the limp sheep into the bathroom and gently placed it in the basin. As soon as it touched the water, the sheep opened its eyes, opened its mouth but could not make a sound, and its limbs twitched slightly, looking very pitiful. Seeing its bright eyes, Xiaqing felt more at ease. She let its head rest on the edge of the basin and began to wash the sheep. "Don't worry. I'm not boiling you. I'm washing away the rain and killing the parasites at the same time." Perhaps he felt Xiaqing's kindness, or perhaps it was because taking a bath was very comfortable. Yang Laoda's eyes, which had been wide open, slowly returned to their normal shape and finally slowly closed. Not only was the sheep boss dirty, Xiaqing also caught 8 evolved soft-bodied ticks and 2 other common animal surface parasites from it. Evolved ticks not only suck blood, but the neurotoxins they secrete can also paralyze the host's muscles and eventually cause death from respiratory failure. It seems that these ticks have stayed on the sheep boss for a while, which has caused it to become weak and unable to withstand even the rain. It was fortunate that big sheep made such a fuss today, otherwise Xiaqing would not have discovered the parasites on its body. It took Xiaqing 4 large pots of hot water to wash the sheep thoroughly and bring it back to the living room to wipe its fur. "I found this bath towel at the canteen. I couldn't bear to use it, so I'm giving it to you for free. A large bath towel could only wipe the sheep half dry, so Xiaqing stuffed an anthelmintic pill into it, threw 2 pieces of wood into the fire, and let it dry slowly by the fire. After all the hassles, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The rain outside had stopped at some point. Xiaqing put on protective gear and went out with night vision goggles to check around. After confirming that there were no major dangers lurking around the house, she took out the pot to cook. She used white flour and perilla to make a pot of fragrant perilla dumpling soup. The hot soup dispelled the cold and dampness. Xiaqing sat by the fire and stroked the sheep with soft and elastic fur. She was so happy that she wanted to cry. Thank you, Dayuer, for the reward. It's been a long time since we last met. I'm very happy to see you in your new book. Thanks to Ruru's Spinach and Qingshan, 2 book friends, for their monthly tickets. Here is today's update. Xiaqing sprayed the gaps in the doors and windows and the drains in the bathroom and kitchen with disinfectant to seal them tightly, then spread out a sleeping bag on the other side of the fire and prepared to sleep. The effect of the soothing capsules on ordinary people lasts for 10 hours, and it is estimated that it will only last for 6 hours at most on the weak-evolved sheep. Xiaqing is afraid that the sheep will make a few big holes in his house after the effect of the drug wears off, so he feels uneasy if he doesn't watch over it. Xiaqing was sleeping in a daze. When the fire gradually turned from bright to dim, the big sheep opposite opened his eyes. His limbs twitched slightly a few times. He stood up, shook his fluffy and curly wool, and took 2 steps back away from the fire. Xiaqing immediately opened his eyes, jumped out of the sleeping bag, stood up, and stared at Boss Yang.
Meh.
Although the sheep boss's cry was weak, it sounded like a normal sheep. Xiaqing breathed a sigh of relief. Want to go out? The eldest sheep squinted his eyes and raised his head. After sniffing, he stepped on the floor tiles with his hooves and went to the kitchen to eat. Well, the food I prepared was cheap for Boss Yang. Xiaqing leaned against the door frame and yawned lazily. Go back to your shed when you're full. The eldest sheep finished eating the vegetables in the basket, came back, and chose a place a little far from the fire to lie down, closing his eyes and not moving. Seeing that it had no intention of fighting, Xiaqing agreed. It's fine to sleep tonight, but if you dare to poop or pee-pee in the house, I will kill you and eat your meat. Boss Sheep narrowed his eyes and didn't move. After losing control and going crazy, you probably can't eat meat. You still have to let me, your sister, give you a bath and get rid of the bugs. This is a blessing in disguise. Xiaqing yawned and slowly closed her eyes. After lying on his side for a while, Yang Laoda changed his position. Xiaqing opened her eyes immediately after hearing the noise and saw its 2 front legs stretched forward, its head and neck slowly sinking, resting on its 2 front legs. Not counting the weight of its head, its 2 big horns alone must have weighed 10 pounds, and it was not afraid of numbing its 2 thin legs. Xiaqing smiled silently, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Boss Yang stared at Xiaqing for a while, then at the fire, and only closed his eyes after a long time. The man and the sheep slept until dawn, and the first one to wake up was the big sheep. As soon as it stood up, Xiaqing woke up immediately after hearing the noise, got up, opened the door, and let it out. After the big sheep went to the toilet in the yard, he turned around and went to eat the evolved basil that Xiaqing had placed on the shelf in the sheep shed. The weeds in the yard grew rapidly overnight and were now taller than Xiaqing's calves. However, judging from Boss Yang's reaction, there should be no danger in the yard. Xiaqing baked herself 2 fragrant Chinese tuned jade flour cakes for breakfast, which tasted really good. After eating the cake, thinking about the sheep boss who looked fat but was actually all bones and no meat, Xiaqing took out the book on sheep breeding that he had collected. After comparing the pictures and text in the book, Xiaqing confirmed that the sheep boss was a small-tailed Han sheep, and then carefully read the habits of the small-tailed Han sheep, and couldn't help laughing. The book spends a lot of space introducing how delicious the meat of small-tailed Han sheep is, how fast they reproduce, how good the quality of their fur is, etc. At the end, it mentions that this type of sheep has strong adaptability to the environment. It is indeed very strong. Otherwise, the sheep boss would not have been alive 10 years after the apocalypse, and his height and weight are more than 1.5 times that of an adult ram in the book. After evolution, many organisms have become larger in size, including humans. When the creatures on Blue Star evolved, the age of 25 was the dividing point for human evolution. For those over 25, their body shape would not change significantly after evolution, but for those under 25, their body shape would increase significantly. Xiaqing was only 1.61 meters tall when she evolved at the age of 16, and now she has grown to 1.77 meters at the age of 25. She inexplicably feels that she will continue to grow taller. Because the radio said that after human evolution, not only did their height increase, but their lifespan also increased. Of course, this is just research data. Under the harsh conditions of natural disasters, how many people can live to die of old age?
Concentrated feed?
Xiaqing flipped to the page about raising small-tailed Han sheep and found that several concentrated feed formulas contained corn and salt. Sheep also need salt? Xiaqing turned her gaze to her grain box. She had cornmeal, but that I can't bear to. Let's talk about it when her life gets better in the future. Xiaqing then found several kinds of forage grass that had high nutritional value for sheep and wrote down their names and appearances. After dinner, Xiaqing put on protective clothing and pulled out all the grass in the yard. The grass that grew wildly in the rain must be pulled out and burned, otherwise the roots will continue to grow and damage the environment. After killing another nest of highly destructive evolved ants, it started to rain again. Xiaqing used half a basin of purified water placed under the eaves to wash off the mud on the one-piece protective suit. Just as she was about to open the door and enter the house, the sheep boss came over. Xiaqing didn't move. She stared at its dirty hooves and watched the sheep start to dig the ground impatiently with its front hooves. Then Xiaqing sighed, opened the door, and let it in. What if she didn't let it in? Would they fight and get covered in mud? She didn't want to waste the energy. Besides, the sheep didn't urinate or defecate anywhere, and there was no strange smell on its body, so it wouldn't be a big deal if it came in. Seeing the big sheep come into the house and lie down beside the extinguished fire, squinting his eyes and chewing the cud, Xiaqing sprayed some insect repellent, closed the door, took off his protective clothing and mask, and hung them on the homemade clothes hanger beside the door. Turning around, he found that the sheep was chewing the grass that he had regurgitated from his stomach, while staring at his protective suit, as if he wanted to take a bite to taste it. Xiaqing immediately glared at it and threatened it. "What are you looking at? You must not bite this, or I will stew you." The eldest sheep squinted his eyes, continued to stare, and continued to ruminate. Xiaqing swept the ash off the stone slab with a broom, then put some dry firewood on it and lit it. The main purpose of lighting a fire in the house was not to keep warm, but to use smoke to remove moisture from a house and drive away evolving insects. After the fire was lit, Xiaqing found that the sheep boss was still staring at the protective suit and fiddling with the grass in his mouth. So he pokes at the fire while muttering, "Don't look at this protective suit with several patches. It is worth 1,500 points. It is the best protective suit I can buy in the safe zone. Without this suit, I don't know how many times I would have died." "Boss, do you understand what I say?" "You definitely don't understand. Although your ancestors were domesticated, you are a pure wild animal. You have barely seen a few humans, so how could you possibly understand human language?"
How old are you?
Xiaqing continued to mutter as he warmed his hands over the rising flames. "It's a pity that we don't have sweet potatoes, chestnuts, and peanuts. Otherwise, we could roast them and eat them." After her father died, Xiaqing rarely talked nonsense. Today, while listening to the rain outside and guarding a fire with Sheep Boss, she suddenly had a strong desire to talk. "Have you seen sweet potatoes in the evolution forest? They are delicious." The big sheep squinted and stared at the dancing flames. Although it didn't dare to get close, it didn't seem to be very afraid of fire. After Xiaqing warmed up, she took out the half-finished chair from the tool room and continued working. Although the rain did not cause much damage and did not make her as irritable as yesterday, she was still free. After the chair was made, Xiaqing sat on it to try it out. It was very stable and very good. She finally had her first decent piece of furniture. Seeing that Boss Yang was staring at his chair again, Xiaqing said cheerfully, "How is it?"
Not bad, right?
"I learned this from the carpenter in the construction team when I was in the safe zone. I don't need a single nail." Xiaqing stood up and went to the window to check the yard. He couldn't help but swear, "I just pulled it out and it grew back again." Xiaqing scratched the short hair on his head helplessly. "Boss Sheep, eating grass should be your job, right?"
Da.
Hearing the sound of big sheep moving, Xiaqing turned around and found that it was actually running towards a chair he had just made. He quickly ran over and lifted the chair up. "No, this one really can't withstand a blow from your hoof. I worked so hard to make it." Seeing that big sheep was staring at the bamboo chair with his head tilted up, Xiaqing suddenly understood his point. "You want one too?"
Sure.
"We have plenty of bamboo. I'll make one for you right away." Xiaqing carried a bamboo chair to the tool room north of the kitchen and looked for materials and tools. This small building looks like it has 3 rooms on each floor, but it actually has 5. The rooms on the east and west sides are separated from the north and south. The 2 rooms on the north side have back windows, so the lighting is good. The southwest room on the first floor is the kitchen, and the northeast rooms on the first and second floors are toilets and bathrooms. Xiaqing used the northwest room, which is the room to the north of the kitchen, as a tool room, where she placed various tools she brought from the safe zone and useful supplies she collected in the territory in the past few days. She cut a lot of bamboo because she planned to make new furniture. Xiaqing brought out some bamboos, used a saw and a drill, and made a legless tatami bamboo bed for Big Sheep. He placed it where Big Sheep was sleeping and sat on it to test it out. "This is yours. It won't get cold or damp when you lie on it. Big Sheep, come and try it out?" The Big Sheep seemed to understand that this was for him. He squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while before he got on the tatami and lay down on the side away from Xiaqing. Xiaqing wanted to go over and pet the sheep, but was afraid of angering it and destroying the house, so she went to the tool shed and took out a large bundle of thin, long, half-dried grass and started to weave a cushion. After the natural disaster, daily necessities were scarce, and most people were forced to learn how to make this kind of household item that did not require points to redeem. Xiaqing quickly made a round cushion and placed it on the tatami, but when she went to get the book on sheep farming, she found that the cushion had been occupied by the eldest sheep. It narrowed its eyes and stepped on the cushion with its hooves, as if it was going to have a fight to determine who was the better man if anyone dared to disobey it.
Xiaqing.
"Such a small cushion. Don't you find it uncomfortable? Okay, I'll make one for you too." Xiaqing put the book back, took out 2 bundles of grass, and quickly weaved a rough straw mat and spread it on the bamboo tatami. As expected, Big Sheep occupied the straw mat and did not steal her straw mat. Xiaqing sat on the cushion, listening to the sound of rain and reading for a while, and then her stomach started to growl. It was time for lunch. There was nothing to gain today. Xiaqing was reluctant to eat rice and noodles, so she just took out 2 pieces of compressed dry food and ate them with hot water. After only 2 days of eating real meals, Xiaqing felt that the compressed dry food was scratching her throat. However, she did not waste any of it and stuffed even the crumbs into her mouth. After taking a few gulps of warm spring water and swallowing them, she found that Big Sheep walked up to her and sniffed. It stood, and its head was higher than Xiaqing, who was sitting on a small bamboo chair. Xiaqing didn't want a sheep to look down on her, so she pulled the chair back and asked, "Are you full too?" Boss Yang raised his nose and sniffed again, then moved his head closer to Xiaqing's hand. Xiaqing was happy. "Do you like the taste of compressed rations?" It makes sense when you think about it. Natural disasters caused the collapse of the agricultural system on Blue Star. Now, no matter if it is a leaf or a grass root, as long as it is an edible organism, it will be processed into food by humans. Most of the compressed rations are plant roots, stems, and leaves, plus a little salt that humans must have. Of course, sheep like it. Xiaqing went to the kitchen and chopped a handful of evolved perilla, then opened a sealed compressed ration, crushed it, added it to the grass, and handed it to the sheep boss. "Eat it. This is your concentrate." The Big Sheep lowered his head, sniffed it, and began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Seeing it eating so happily, Xiaqing suddenly had a brilliant idea in his head. If you eat my rations, you have to work for me. When the weather clears up, you pull the plow and plow the land. After licking the food bowl clean, the big sheep ran to the sheep shed to drink some water, then came back and lay on the straw mat, a little closer to Xiaqing than before he had eaten the rations. Xiaqing felt that the tatami was quite comfortable, so she simply turned over and continued to read about how to raise sheep. After flipping through the book, Xiaqing turned around and found that the sheep boss had closed his eyes and fell asleep. She wanted to pet the sheep, but as soon as she reached out and touched the wool, the sheep jumped up, which also scared Xiaqing. The man and the sheep looked at each other for a moment. Xiaqing didn't want to argue with the sheep and gave in first. The rain has stopped. Let's go out and take a look. After saying that, Xiaqing put on his protective suit and went out of the house to find that the grass in the yard had only grown to ankle height. The growth rate was obviously slower than last night. This was because the content of harmful elements in this morning's rain was lower than that of last night. This is a good thing. Xiaqing went to the west yard to check on the transplanted ginger and garlic. Fearing that some of the grass might be thorny, poisonous, or have evolved animal characteristics and might entangle or bite him, Xiaqing cleared the annoying grass while walking, and it took him more than 10 minutes to cover a distance of several dozen steps. Although they were not directly irrigated by rain, the red-level rain last night caused a surge in the amount of harmful elements in the air, which could also cause biological degradation. Xiaqing pulled away the rainproof cloth and found that 1 ginger and 2 garlic plants had indeed rotted. Not only had they grown a lot taller, but the color and shape of their leaves had also changed. Xiaqing pulled out the rotten seedlings and was not disappointed but very happy because after the 2 rains, most of the ginger and garlic were preserved. After covering the rainproof cloth, she also cleaned up the weeds in the west yard to prevent them from evolving into powerful attack power. But before she finished cleaning, the rain started again, so Xiaqing had to return home and continue to stay at home. The rain continued for 3 days, 1 at the highest danger level, 2 at orange level, 1 at yellow level, and the rest at blue level. After 3 days of heavy rain, Xiaqing's territory was completely covered with plants. The best situation was in the yard and path that she had repeatedly cleaned, where the grass was only calf-high. In the places that had not been cleaned, the grass grew to more than 2 meters, completely submerging Xiaqing. After the sun comes out, the content of harmful elements in the air decreases, while the content of beneficial elements increases. Correspondingly, the growth of harmful organisms slows down, which is beneficial to the growth and activity of beneficial organisms. Bathed in the warm sunshine, Xiaqing touched the only white spot among the endless and colorful plants the sheep boss, and was excited. "Boss, let's start working." Xiaqing used compressed rations as bait and finally touched the wool. This was the happiest thing for her during the 3 days of rain. "Let's go. Let's clear a path first. We need to fetch water, basil, and Chinese tune buds. Mushrooms after the rain?" Xiaqing didn't want to be poisoned. The sheep boss obviously had no interest in putting his dry hooves into the soft grass and stood still at the front entrance. Xiaqing, who was wearing a protective suit, did not force it. She did not have the ability to do so. "When I have enough points, I will exchange you for a set of protective suits for evolved dogs. When I have more points, I will customize a sheep-style one for you." Xiaqing carried a sprayer, sickle, and machete on his back and set off. The yard has been cleaned up 6 or 7 times, and there is no danger, but it is hard to say after leaving the hospital. Because the grass is too tall and her vision is blocked, Xiaqing relies entirely on her evolved excellent hearing to perceive the slightest movement within a radius of 200 meters. She sprayed insect repellent while pulling weeds and received a call from Zhong Tao before leaving the village. After the call was connected, before Xiaqing could hear Zhong Tao speak, a sharp cry was heard. Xiaqing was very familiar with this voice. It was Fengwen, who had lived in the same dormitory with her for more than 4 years. Fengwen was crying like this. Was it because something happened to her brother Fengteng, or to Yang Jin, the captain of the Qinglong team she liked? The noise on the phone became smaller, and it was obvious that Zhong Tao had left the crying place, because Xiaqing heard Zhong Tao's heavy footsteps. The footsteps were obviously louder than his usual ones, and he was dragging his legs. Xiaqing initially judged that Zhong Tao was very tired. As expected, his voice was hoarse. "Sister Qing, can you hear me?" "Yes, Brother Tao, please tell me." Xiaqing replied. Zhong Tao continued to ask, "How is the situation over there? Are there any dangerous evolved creatures that you can't handle? Don't try to be brave.
If you can't handle it, tell me.
Although I can't go over, I can find someone to go over." Xiaqing knew that the person Zhong Tao was looking for was Captain Tan stationed at the old regiment headquarters, and also knew why he made this call. So he calmly replied, "I haven't found any danger yet. If there is any situation, I will tell Brother Tao as soon as possible." After confirming that Xiaqing was still alive, Zhong Tao quickly responded and couldn't help complaining to Xiaqing, "You don't know. The safe zone is in chaos. More than 6,000 people have died." Xiaqing listened to him quietly before hanging up the phone, and then she thought of the person who sent her the text message. Since that person was able to get the inside information, he must be doing well in the safe zone, and nothing should happen to him. Putting away the phone, Xiaqing pulled weeds and killed insects at the same time. There were fast snakes, palm-sized spiders, finger-long scorpions, and face-sized moths. Staying in this endless grassland with danger lurking above people's heads sounds like something that can easily drive people crazy, but Xiaqing feels very happy. Because such a crisis is not even a drizzle in a natural disaster. After pulling out the last few meters of grass and walking out of the village to the edge of the cultivated land, Xiaqing's eyes suddenly opened up. The various grass seeds hidden in the soil of the cultivated land that had been thoroughly cleaned and burned were much less than those in the village, so the grass in the field was more than half as sparse as that in the village. And because the wood ash had a certain inhibitory effect on the cyborg grass here was not as tall as Xiaqing's, so it was easier to clean. Xiaqing's vision expanded outward, looking at the buffer forest, where the vegetation was obviously much denser. It was unknown how many of the newly grown plants in the buffer forest were dangerous evolved plants, and it was unknown how many kinds of dangerous evolved animals were hidden in these plants. The buffer forest is now several times more dangerous than before the rain. Xiaqing fixed her inspection gaze on a tree, frowning. If it weren't for her improved vision, if she hadn't frequently observed the trees in her territory, she wouldn't have noticed that there was a mature tree in the buffer forest on the west side, which was growing rapidly again in the heavy rain. Generally speaking, plants in the seed and juvenile stages are most likely to undergo toxic evolution and grow rapidly when encountering toxic rains, because the seeds or seedlings in this period cannot shield themselves from the all-round toxic element attacks in the air, water, and soil. In contrast, the various life indicators of plants in the mature stage have stabilized, and most of them can resist the attacks of toxic elements. Plants in the overall aging period will accelerate aging and death when encountering toxic rains. Animals also have similar characteristics, which is why the majority of current evolvers are under 35 years old. Because when the creatures on Blue Planet evolved, adults over 25 years old had already passed the development stage. Their body performance was stable, and the probability of multiple evolution was much lower than that of teenagers under 25 years old. Humans who can evolve multiple times in adulthood must have some special physical function. The same is true for the tree in the distance that has evolved again in its mature stage. This kind of evolution is particularly dangerous. In the 6th year of the natural disaster, Xiaqing followed the Liangqing team to the evolution forest to hunt when they encountered a sudden rainstorm. A mature tree evolved again. The smell it emitted was highly hallucinogenic, covering a diameter of 4 kilometers. The animals that entered its territory were affected by the hallucinations and killed each other. What's even more terrifying is that the smell could actually pass through the filters of the protective masks used by humans at the time and affect the human brain. During that crisis, 26 people, including the captain and vice captain of the Liangqing team, died, causing the Liangqing team to exist in name only. Chen Dongyang, the third person in the team, recruited the outstanding evolvers of the Liangqing team to establish the Dongyang team, which is now ranked 10th in the base. The Liangqing team has become a small team that can't even make it into the top 30. During that crisis, Xia Qing, the power evolver who was in charge of the transportation, was at the end of the team and did not enter the area of the big tree. She risked her life and used a rope to rescue Su Wan, who was in a hallucination. After that, Xia Qing did not dare to enter the depths of the evolution forest for a long time. Now, Xia Qing was just standing far away, and she knew very clearly that she could not deal with the big tree in the buffer forest alone. She was even afraid of entering the power range of the big tree, so she did not dare to move forward. With a knife, Xia Qing chopped a toad that was sticking out its tongue and rushing towards her into two halves and stuffed the halves into a leather bag. She retreated back home the same way she came and quickly climbed up to the attic. She found that the big tree was still there, and it was not an illusion she had created. She decisively took out her cell phone. Before she could call Zhong Tao, Captain Tan called. He spoke in a serious and concise manner. Xia Qing, is there anything unusual at Site 3? Xia Qing immediately replied, yes, a mature tree in the buffer forest west of Site 3 has evolved again. It has grown at least 5 meters taller, and its canopy has at least doubled in size. Captain Tan immediately asked, where are you? Are you okay? Xia Qing replied, it's okay. I saw it through a telescope standing at the entrance of the village. That's good. Captain Tan's voice became more serious, and he said in a commanding tone, stay where you are. I will bring people to clean up immediately, and you are not allowed to apply to participate. The words were cut off before Xia Qing could even come to her senses after hanging up the phone when she heard a loud bang coming from downstairs and her body trembled. Xia Qing immediately closed the window and ran downstairs, only to find that Boss Yang had knocked her double-opening security door to the ground. That's not all. The convulsing sheep that should have been sliced and thrown into the pot actually stepped on her door. What's even more outrageous is that it narrowed its eyes and stared at Xia Qing, as if Xia Qing had done something heinous and betrayed it. I am so. Xia Qing took a deep breath to suppress his anger and tried to test the current state of Sheep Boss, fearing that it might have evolved into a toxic state due to the excessive amount of toxic elements in its body, or that it might be controlled by the suddenly evolved tree. Sheep Boss?
Moo.
The big sheep howled angrily and dug hard with its hooves, breaking the tall door handle on the entrance door with a clang. Xia Qing was furious. He gritted his teeth and took out a piece of compressed food from his pocket. Do you want to eat? The sheep boss opened his eyes immediately and said, meh. When Xia Qing heard the sound of the clamp from Yang Laoda, he immediately exploded. He threw his rations to the ground and rushed forward with a roar.
Duck.
If I can't beat you to death today, I won't be named Xia. Buzz, 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 the phone vibrated. Xia Qing, who was lying on the ground, didn't want to move at all. He called out weakly, silly, silly, answer the phone. Yes, master. A rare cheerful voice after the natural disaster came from the pocket at the heart of Xia Qing.
Hecko.
Captain Tan's voice was urgent, and there was the sound of running. Xia Qing. Xia Qing, with sweat all over her face, blinked away the sweat from her eyelashes and looked at the blue sky washed by water. Captain Tan. The evolutionary trees in the western buffer forest of Area 3 have been cleared, and all buffer forests have been checked. I heard the sound of fighting in the village in your territory. Where are you, and what's the situation? The fight is over.
I'm fine.
Captain Tan doesn't need to come over to check. Everything is normal. Normal?
Yes.
After Xia Qing answered, she realized that Captain Tan's voice didn't sound like the one coming from the phone. She turned her head stiffly and found that Captain Tan was holding a mobile phone and standing not far away with a large group of people, all staring at her. Su Ming slowly took off his protective mask, his eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that a goose egg could fit in. The sheep boss, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, realized belatedly that someone was coming. He immediately jumped up, shook off the mud on his head, stood in front of Xia Qing and faced the group of evolved creatures that rushed into the territory, showing his muddy sheep horns. Xia Qing raised her hand to wipe off the mud spots that Boss Yang had thrown on her goggles, but because there was more mud on her gloves, the goggles were completely covered in mud. She could no longer face anyone. After silently repeating, "I am the only one who is not embarrassed. Others are embarrassed" 3 times, Xiaqing calmly climbed up, stood beside the sheep boss, and rubbed the mud on her gloves on its horns naturally. She didn't expect that when she found someone coming, the sheep boss's first reaction was to protect her. Still has some conscience. Ha 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 ha, Su Ming couldn't help it. Ha ha ha, Su Ming, who was bent over in laughter, was kicked into the mud. A group of people couldn't help it. They took off their protective masks and laughed all over the place. Tan Junjie turned around and yelled twice to calm down these unruly people. When Xiaqing saw Yang Jinshi, the only one who was not bending down in the crowd, through the cracks in the mud, her brain immediately shut down. Why was he here? Tan Junjie turned back to look at Xiaqing and continued to ask about the matter. What kind of creature is it? Did you deal with it or did it run away? The fight was so intense that the opponent should not be underestimated, and Tan Junjie searched everywhere. But as soon as he took a step forward, the evolved mud sheep beside Xiaqing dug a mud line with its front hooves and made a threatening moo sound at him. This evolved sheep has a sense of territory and doesn't want him to get close. Tan Junjie retracted his foot and looked at Xiaqing. Xiaqing replied stiffly, "There was no dangerous creature. My sheep was disobedient, so I taught it a lesson." Tan Junjie glanced at the door that was lying on the ground, the collapsed shed, the completely flattened wall, and the muddy yard. "I'm glad you're okay. Be careful during this period. If you find any danger again, don't deal with it privately. Contact me immediately." Xiaqing stood up immediately and said, "Yes. Thank you, Captain Tan." Tan Junjie nodded and turned around. "Collect the team." "Captain Tan." Xiaqing called out to Tan Junjie in a low voice, "Can you please not let this incident spread out?" As she spoke, Xiaqing turned her gaze to Yang Jin, the captain of the Azure Dragon team, who stood expressionless beside Tan Junjie. She was very grateful to Yang Jin because he was the only one who did not take off his protective mask besides Xiaqing herself. If he had taken it off, Xiaqing would have looked even more like a fool. Xiaqing was able to recognize him because of the calm eyes behind his goggles and his outstanding figure, which was truly unforgettable. But even though she was grateful, she still didn't want to attract attention. She didn't want Tang Lu, the owner of Site Number 2, to know that Yang Jin had come to her territory. She also didn't want her embarrassing incident to become a laughingstock at Hui Base Number 3. Don't worry. When Tan Junjie led the team to leave Site Number 3 along the straight path that Xiaqing had pulled out, his shoulders were trembling like those of other team members, but Yang Jin remained straight. After watching them leave, Xiaqing fell back onto the ground with his back facing up, staring straight at the muddy sky.
Snappy, 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 clunk, 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 da, da, da.
After hearing the sheep boss step through the mud and the door and enter the house, Xiaqing turned over and looked up. Seeing that it was about to eat the compressed rations that he had thrown on the ground under the stairs, he immediately rolled over and crawled over. "No, there's a vacuum bag." Before Xiaqing could even utter the word bag, Big Sheep had already quickly tilted his head back, swallowed the compressed rations directly, and went to the bathroom. After a while, Big Sheep came out again and stared at Xiaqing with narrowed eyes. "This is not want to take a shower?" Xiaqing laughed out of anger, took off her protective mask and laughed louder and louder until the Big Sheep got angry and started digging its hooves to show its spiral horns. Then Xiaqing said wait and went to boil some hot water for it. After the warm water was brought into the bathroom, before Xiaqing could say anything, Yang Laoda stepped into the large aluminum basin and started washing. Xiaqing, wearing protective clothing, washed off the mud on his body before bathing Yang Laoda. "I was wrong at the beginning of what happened today. I didn't know you were outside, and when I came back, I closed the door in a hurry, but you shouldn't have knocked the door down with your head." At that time, Xiaqing's heart was hanging on the big tree that killed evolution, and she really didn't notice where the sheep boss was. In Xiaqing's eyes, this house, this yard, and this territory belonged to her, but in the eyes of the sheep boss, this was his. So he had to go in if he wanted to. Closed door? Open it. But it just rained heavily. Do you know how many dangerous evolved creatures there are outside? How can we sleep peacefully without them? Do you want to be full of parasites again? Facing Xia Qing's questioning, Boss Yang closed his eyes comfortably and took a bath. You have to change your bad temper. Of course, I have to control my temper too. Xia Qing muttered to herself as she entered the stage of criticism and self-criticism. She found it incredible just thinking about it. Over the years, she had experienced so many annoying things, and she always responded calmly and indifferently. Why couldn't she suppress her anger today and started a fight with Boss Yang, even forgetting that Captain Tan was going to lead a team to clean up the evolution tree? This is not right. The tree must be affecting her. After washing the sheep, Xia Qing immediately went to fix the knocked-down door. Thanks to the sturdy security door and the cracks in the wall, even though the security door was knocked down, it could still be used after being fixed up. Xia Qing took out her tools and started hammering, dismantling, and modifying the door. Then she used a small bag of high-quality cement that she brought from the safe area to quickly install the security door back. This kind of cement has insect-repellent ingredients added to it, and its corrosion resistance has doubled, making it a rare and good material. Even Xia Qing, the team leader of the Safe Zone construction team, only has this small bag of it. He originally planned to use it on the blade, but ended up using it all to repair the door. Xia Qing installed the door and used 4 wooden sticks to hold it firmly in place just in case. Then he called out to the sheep leader who was drying his wool and eating grass under the front porch, "Boss, come over and try." Boss Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Qing, but didn't move. Xia Qing took out a piece of rations and said, "Come and try it."
Me.
The snow-white sheep boss came over immediately. Xia Qing broke off some food for it, then pulled the modified door handle down and pushed it inward. "Look, the door will open now. You only need to open the door and don't worry about closing it. The door will close by itself."
Try it.
The gluttonous sheep boss didn't look at the door, but only stared at Xia Qing's hand. Xia Qing broke off a little more food and stuffed it into its mouth, then directly grabbed its front hoof and used its hoof to open the door that had been closed again. That's it. Do you remember it? Boss Sheep bit his rations and stared at the door handle with narrowed eyes. Xia Qing didn't expect that Yang Laoda's brain would be able to remember how to open the door at once, so he simply left the door open and sprayed a lot of insect repellent at the door, then put on a protective mask. "We are out of water. I will continue to clear the road. Do you want to come with me or stay at home?" The sheep boss naturally kept silent, and Xia Qing didn't expect it to speak, so she carried the insect repellent sprayer on her back and set off again. As for the courtyard wall and sheep shed that were destroyed by the fight between her and the sheep boss, she would talk about it later. After leaving the village, Xia Qing was surprised to find that Team Tan and his team entered the village from the buffer forest on the North Captive and used a handheld lawnmower to clear a path more than 1 meter wide. Xia Qing envied the army's complete equipment for a while, sprayed insect repellent along the way, and then took out the sickle to clear the way to the mountain spring cave. After digging out the 2 large rocks that blocked the cave, Xia Qing collected spring water to test the water quality. He found that the water was not polluted by rainwater. He happily filled a pot and hung it around his waist. He began to clear the way to the place where the perilla grew. After checking that the perilla and tune trees were not polluted, Xia Qing happily cut the perilla and broke off the newly grown tune buds and returned home. He saw Yang Laoda lying by the door basking in the sun. Xia Qing put the basil in front of it and said, "Eat it. You are not the boss. You are my ancestor." Boss Yang stood up without hesitation and continued eating. Xia Qing put the spray box in the tool room, carried 4 drinking water buckets and a large water tank to fetch water. During the 3-day rainy season, she and Yang Laoda did not save water, and the water tank and buckets were almost empty. Unexpectedly, this time, Boss Yang actually followed her out. Xia Qing glanced at it and asked, "Are you thirsty?" If you don't look at his eyes, the snow-white sheep boss with purple grass hanging from his mouth is quite pleasing to the eye. Xia Qing turned around and continued to walk out of the village. She first went to the reservoir where the water level and area had risen a lot, took out a piece of red lantern snake meat from the leather bag, hooked it on the water surface and shook it for a while. When she found that no evolved aquatic creatures jumped out to eat the meat, she drew a large box of water and placed it beside the reservoir, then carried a bucket to the mountain to fetch spring water. The eldest sheep was quicker than her. He had already drunk enough water and was eating grass next to the cave. After Xiaqing put the bucket into the hole to collect water, he pulled out 2 palm-high green leafy grasses that the sheep boss was gnawing on and tested them. They were indeed green light-safe food. Just as Xiaqing was about to praise the sheep boss for his ability to eat, she saw an evolved leech crawling on the tree trunk above the sheep boss's head. It would be troublesome to be sucked by such a big leech, but Xiaqing did not move, wanting to see how the sheep boss would deal with it. The sheep were all hairy, so it was hard to find a place to bite. The leech chose the sheep's head and shot over. Just as the leech was about to land on the sheep's head, it moved to the side and then kicked the leech away with its hoof. It was an expected move. Xiaqing, who had been kicked several times, knew how powerful sheep's hooves were. She stepped forward and killed the leech, which was more than 30 centimeters long, with one knife and dug a hole to bury it. The evolved leeches can also be eaten with green lights, and even if they are not green lights, they can be used as medicine, but Xiaqing is disgusted by this thing. He would rather eat grass than this, and he doesn't want to put it in his leather bag. Besides, one leech is not worth many points. Now that Xiaqing has a wealthy family, he doesn't want to endure the disgust to earn those points. After all 4 water buckets were filled, Xiaqing tightened the lids and stuffed everything into the big backpack. He said hecko to Boss Yang before going down the mountain, picked up the large water tank next to the reservoir, returned home, put it away, and began to clean the yard. It's not that she didn't want to clear the land and plant crops immediately, it's just that the land was too wet and she couldn't go in for the next few days, so Xiaqing cleaned the house first. The walls of the courtyard were knocked down by her and Yang Laoda, so they simply cleared them out to make a bigger enclosure, enclosing the east scaffolding and the west vegetable garden. Xiaqing went to the west yard first. Fortunately, although the west yard was also smashed into a mess, the small rainproof greenhouse she built was still there, and the ginger and garlic seedlings inside were all fine. Xiaqing lifted the tarpaulin, cleared the grass that had grown from under the ginger and garlic seedlings, and then pulled out all the grass and saplings that were growing wildly in the east and west courtyards. The 5 Chinese tune seedlings transplanted from the new territory? Sorry, they were all smashed. Later, Xiaqing got so angry that she couldn't remember whether it was she or the sheep boss who smashed it. Transplant the 2 Chinese tune seedlings next to the spring? I forgot about it just now. I'll go check it out this afternoon. After working until about 12 noon, Xiaqing finally cleaned up her yard and paved a red brick path, which looked very comfortable. This morning's work was done perfectly, and it was time to have lunch. Xiaqing washed off the mud on the outside of the protective suit, took off all the wet clothes, and took a shower before going to the kitchen to cook. A small pot of rice porridge, a portion of cold basil leaves, and the staple food was compressed rations. All done. Xiaqing had just cooked the meal and put it on the newly built dining table when Yang Laoda walked into the yard along the newly paved brick path. Stop. Xiaqing stopped the sheep boss who was about to enter the house and signaled it to rinse its dirty hooves in the basin by the door. The sheep boss stared at the dining table and cooperated with Xiaqing to brush its hooves, then went into the house and went straight to the dining table. Xiaqing had long been accustomed to its posture of eating without food and placed a bowl of perilla grass mixed with a small piece of compressed rations on the ground. This is for you. If you eat too much compressed rations, your stomach will swell, so eat less. The big sheep, who had eaten until his belly was full, just started eating. When Xiaqing finished eating, the big sheep had already licked the plate clean and lay down on his tatami, closing his eyes and taking a rest. Xiaqing was lying on the newly made bamboo bed opposite the fire. She was exhausted after this morning. At the same time, in the dormitory of the Call military camp, 10 kilometers northwest of Territory Number 3, Su Ming, who was lying on the bed, was laughing like he was having an epilepsy, and the bed was shaking. Hu Zi, who was on the lower bunk, kicked the bedboard up high and asked, "How long are you going to have a seizure?" As the bed bounced up and down, Su Ming poked his head out and laughed at Hu Zi. Hee 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 hee. I can't help it when I think about it. I haven't encountered such a funny thing in 10 years. Huzi thought of the scene of Xiaqing and Yang lying in the completely destroyed yard, and he was having a hard time trying to hold back his laughter. However, he had to pretend to be serious and teach Su Ming a lesson. The captain told us not to tell anyone. Mingzi, keep your mouth shut. Xiaqing is a girl. She needs to save face. Chao Xianyun, who was lying on the bed next to him, narrowed his eyes. Mingzi, did you see Xiaqing's face clearly today? Her face was white, wasn't it? Su Ming, the visual evolutionist, recalled with a smile. It was white at first, but then the sheep dug some mud on the protective goggles and she smeared it, and it turned into mud color. Ha, Huzi heard something wrong. White, not purple? During the 10 years of natural disasters, many people were disabled or disfigured due to various reasons such as acid rain, poisoning, and fighting. So when Chao Xianyun saw Xiaqing's purple-red skin, he thought she was also suffering from the sequelae of poisoning. But now it seems that she is very smart. Huzi, the power evolutionist, agreed, power evolution is the least valuable of all evolutions. She must be very smart and have suffered a lot to be able to live safely until now without relying on men. Chao Xianyun responded, I just remember Zhong Tao said she was working in the safe zone construction team. An evolved person, a woman, was doing the hardest and dirtiest physical work. Su Ming stopped smiling. She came out to farm alone. She must be the only one left in the family. Chao Xianyun concluded, she doesn't want to attract attention. She just wants to live a good life alone.
Lao Gao es thai.
Su Ming nodded immediately. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Now she is not alone. She has raised a very interesting evolved sheep. This morning, the sheep stood in front of Xiaqing to be on guard against us. It thought Xiaqing was in the same group with us. Huzi, who had been checking the buffer forest for the whole morning, yawned loudly and closed his eyes to sleep. After the rain, there were 5 sunny days. The temperature rose rapidly, and the content of harmful elements in the atmosphere of Blue Star dropped to normal levels. After the harmful elements in the soil had almost evaporated, Xiaqing began to prepare for sowing. She used these 5 days to clear the weeds and poisonous insects in the 3 villages and also pulled out the weeds in the 30 mu of the most fertile and flat land near the reservoir. Of course, she only pulled out the weeds that grew wildly in the rain, and she didn't take care of the sparse grass seedlings that grew normally under the weeds. Except for the grass that was eaten by the sheep, the rest was still there. But Xiaqing decided not to clean up and just started tilling the field. She stood at the edge of the field, took out a bunch of Chinese tune buds, shook them and shouted, "Boss, eat Chinese tune buds?" The sheep grazing in the field rushed over immediately, and Xiaqing took the opportunity to put a special farming harness on it while it was eating. Xiaqing made this harness according to the style of a vest-style dog leash for walking dogs, ensuring that the sheep could not break free or get hurt. After putting on the equipment, Xiaqing turned the bamboo pole tied to the tractor plow, and the bamboo pole with a bunch of Chinese tune buds began to swing in front of Yang Laoda's head. Because of the language barrier, Xiaqing and Yang Laoda only have 2 ways to communicate: food and fighting. Xiaqing hung the bait and shouted, "Boss, your chance to show off has finally come. Let's get started." After eating the Chinese tune sprouts on the ground, the sheep boss leaned his head to eat the one in front of him, but found that he couldn't reach it. He stepped forward to reach the Chinese tune sprouts, and the Chinese tune sprouts also ran forward. The sheep boss was not convinced, and continued to reach. The rope hanging on his body was tightened, and the 3 plowshares went deep into the soil. Xiaqing held the handrail of the mechanical plow and began to plow the land. This 3-share plow should be pulled by a tractor and has no handrails. After Xiaqing dug it out from the ruins of the village, he modified it and repeatedly debugged it, turning it into the current sheep plow. The sheep plowed the field from one end to the other with ease, and Xiaqing pulled the bamboo pole back, and a bunch of Chinese tune buds were in the sheep plow's mouth. When the sheep plowed the field, Xiaqing immediately turned the plow around, hung another bunch of Chinese tune buds on it, and then the sheep plowed the field from one end to the other. After one round trip, a strip of land 1.5 meters wide and 200 meters long was plowed. After another round, nearly 1 mu of land was finished. This was much faster than turning the land one shovel at a time by Xia Qing, who was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. When the sheep boss had eaten enough tune sprouts and was about to lose his temper and go on strike, Xia Qing changed the bait. With a small piece of ration hanging in front of him, Boss Yang doubled his enthusiasm and worked again and again. It only took him more than an hour to plow 30 acres of land, which consumed only one piece of ration and a handful of tune sprouts. Xia Qing took off the cover on the hero, fed him water, and combed his wool. The sheep boss, who was well fed and satisfied, lay down on the ground to rest with his eyes closed, looking at Xia Qing with great pride as he continued to be busy. After Xia Qing cleaned up the tree roots, grass roots, and stones that were turned over by the tillage, he stood up and looked at the magpies, sparrows, and crows that landed on the farmland to dig out insects to eat. He was in a very good mood. The birds ate the insects in the field, so her crops could grow better. The first day after the rain was smooth, and there was hope for a good harvest. But when she heard on the radio at night that birds not only ate insects, but also dug and ate seeds in the soil, Xia Qing was no longer happy. Then the radio introduced the countermeasures. The experts from our base's Planting Research Center recommend 2 methods to the lords. One is to mix the seeds with insect repellent powder before sowing. This method can not only drive away birds, but also prevent the evolved pests in the soil from damaging the seeds. The second is to use the juice of the 3rd-level evolved cinnamon or camphor tree, dilute it with water at a ratio of 1:10, and spray it on the sowing plot. This method can effectively drive away most birds. The effect will be even better if both methods are used at the same time. Experts remind the lords not to save trouble by directly sowing seeds on the surface. The sowing depth of wheat should be 3 to 5 centimeters and the row spacing. Cotton. To increase the germination rate, the seeds can be soaked one night in advance, but the water temperature must be controlled. Xia Qing lay on the table, lighting a candle and taking notes seriously. Before the natural disaster, China's urbanization rate had reached more than 70%, and most of China's arable land had been handed over to large-scale specialized farms. 10 years after the natural disaster, the old people who knew how to farm but had low resistance died one after another, and most of the lords of the territory did not know how to farm. Therefore, although the mobile phones issued to the lords contained the planting encyclopedia, the base still patiently broadcast detailed planting knowledge every day. Xia Qing had worked in the Safe Zone Planting Center and was familiar with the basic process of planting, but she did not dare to be careless at all because the planting center used to plant crops in a rainproof greenhouse, but now it is planted outdoors. After the rain, the evolved plants grew rapidly and the traffic between the safe zone and the territory was interrupted. Xia Qing's 2 power banks could not be charged in time. She had to prioritize ensuring the power for listening to the radio every day. She used her mobile phone directly for calls and avoided reading the complete book of planting if possible to save electricity. After sowing the seeds, she must find a way to get some solar panels back. Xia Qing put away his notebook, sat on the tatami, and while petting the sheep, he thought about the news on the broadcast. For 5 days, the broadcast from Huisen Base has not mentioned the death toll caused by this heavy rain. Xia Qing conservatively estimated that it must have exceeded 7,000. Although the specific casualties are not reported, the announcer will tell touching stories every day. Today's broadcast is about the heroic deeds of the Sufeng team who sacrificed 6 people to repel evil forces in order to protect the safety of public facilities and property. Xia Qing guessed that Feng Ting should be among these 6 people, so Feng Wen cried so sadly on Zhong Tao's phone. Feng Wen cried not because of her good relationship with her brother, but because she had no one to rely on after Feng Ting died. She cried to get more living supplies. As for the cause of Feng Ting's death, it was definitely not the reason given on the radio, because Feng Ting ran faster than anyone else when he encountered danger. Who are the evil forces mentioned in the broadcast? How can they dare to confront the Sufeng team and Tang Jingrong, the second in command of the base behind the team? Before Xia Qing could figure it out, Yang Lao stood up and skillfully opened the door and went out. In the past few days, Yang Lao has learned to open and close the door with his hooves, and the front door of his house is now safe. Xiaoqing stopped thinking about phone Wen and stood up to take out the seeds and soak them according to the instructions on the radio. She used filtered water for half and spring water of better quality for the other half. When she was in the safe zone, Xiaoqing used pots to grow vegetables like most people. Although she took good care of them, most of the vegetables grew wildly in the red rain, and not many of them could be eaten in the end. However, after she arrived in the territory, the ginger and garlic seedlings she transplanted experienced red rain, and only 3 of the 17 seedlings died. This death rate was lower than that in the greenhouse of the safe zone planting center. After analysis, Xiaoqing felt that 80% of the reason for the low kill rate was because she used spring water after transplanting, and 20% was because the soil here was better. For verification and for safety reasons, Xiaoqing cautiously decided to use both types of water. The crops that were planted with filtered water were planted in 30 acres of arable land, and the crops that were planted with mountain spring water were turned over once before the rain and again after the rain. In order to ensure that the water temperature was always maintained between 30 degrees Celsius and 40 degrees Celsius, Xiaoqing, who had no constant temperature equipment, simply used body temperature to test the water temperature and hardly slept all night. The next day, when the sun rose and the temperature rose, Xiaoqing mixed the soaked seeds with insect repellent powder, planted them according to the depth, row spacing, and plant spacing stated on the broadcast, and then sprayed them with water mixed with evolved camphor leaf juice. After spraying, Xiaoqing found that not only did the birds dislike the smell of the camphor leaves and refuse to come down, but even the sheep ran away. Now, there is no need to worry about the sheep harming the crops. Because cotton and mung beans are spot sown, the row and plant spacing are wide, so 1 acre of cotton was planted in the 2 plots, and half an acre of mung beans were planted in each. Wheat is sown in rows, and 6 kilograms can only fill 2 mu of land. Xiaoqing simply planted all the wheat in the 30 acres. After planting, more than 90% of the plowed land is still empty, but there is no rush. The potatoes have not sprouted yet, so they cannot be planted for the time being. As for the other 4 vegetable seeds, pumpkin, cucumber, tomato, and eggplant, Xiaoqing chose to grow seedlings in her home garden and then transplant them here. In addition to the vegetable seedlings, she also has 6 sweet potato seedlings. In addition to sweet potato seedlings, she can also explore the new 1,500-acre high captive territory to the north, which is higher than the hillside of Shangquan, to look for edible plants that can be transplanted. Xiaoqing was looking forward to the good days of having 3 dishes for a meal, and she always ate an extra bowl of lunch. In the afternoon, just as she was about to go explore the new territory with big sheep, she received a call from Captain Tan. Xiaoqing thought that the sweet potato seedlings could be planted, but she didn't expect it to be even better news. The base decided to install solar panels on the territories with buffer forests on the edge. Her territory is at the outermost edge, with buffer forests, and meets the requirements. Xiaoqing jumped up excitedly. When will it be site number 3's turn? In an hour? Sure, of course. Do you want me to help carry the solar panels? Sure. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoqing rubbed Boss Yang's head and said, "Boss, we need electricity. Electricity, electricity." The big sheep shook his head in disgust, while Xiaoqing spun around excitedly. The one who came to territory number 3 to install solar energy was the power evolver, Huzi. Without Xiaoqing's help, he easily carried the big box into the village and quickly installed 2 solar panels on the sloping roof of Xiaoqing's house. He then told her how to protect them. Although this equipment was produced before the natural disaster, it is guaranteed to be usable. Sister Xiaoqing, don't forget to rinse the solar panels in time. It's best to cover them when it rains, hail, or snows. Another very important point is to protect the wires and don't let insects bite them off. After the natural disaster, many insects on Blue Star evolved powerful biting abilities. Some of them even evolved into rodents and developed a hobby of grinding their teeth. Electrical wires and network cables are their favorite things to bite. Original rodents, such as mice and squirrels, have evolved terrifying rodent abilities, which is why, 10 years after the apocalypse, regular communications and power grids have not been restored between human bases. It's not that it can't be done, It's just that the cost of construction and maintenance is too high. Compared to these, the human population that has been drastically reduced after the natural disaster has many more important things to do. Xia Qing quickly asked, "Can I use a steel pipe to wrap the wires?" Huzi nodded. "It would be better if we could put a cap on it to protect it." "Does Sister Qing have a steel pipe?" "Yes, I have the tools too. I can do it once the electricity is turned on." Xia Qing has been collecting a lot of tools in the past few years. She is both welding guns and welding rods. Unexpectedly, Huzi, who was very silent during the previous encounters, was quite enthusiastic. 2 panels can only generate 5 degrees of electricity a day at most. "I brought a gas welding gun. Sister, bring up the steel pipe. I will weld it and then go to the #1 site." Xia Qing didn't hesitate anymore and took out a steel pipe to cover the wires and weld them tightly, thus strictly protecting the outdoor part of the solar energy equipment. Steel pipes of this thickness can prevent the evolution of insects, so we just need to be careful to prevent the evolution of mice and squirrels. After Huzi adjusted the power generation equipment and batteries, he reminded Xia Qing, "Sister Qing, when you use the lamp and flashlight at night, make sure to close the doors and windows tightly to avoid attracting moths or something. Almost all insects are attracted to light, so if they attract dangerous evolved insects, we will be in trouble." Xia Qing has always been very careful about this. When she lights a fire in the living room at night, she would use thick wooden boards to block the windows to prevent light from coming out. When sending Huzi out of the territory, Xia Qing asked why the base agreed to install solar energy equipment in the territory. Solar energy is a hot and scarce commodity in the safe zone. Huzi sighed. "There are a total of 30 territories with buffer forests outside our safety zone. After the rain, 13 of them were attacked by evolved plants and animals. So far, 56 people have died and 8 have been seriously injured. There was a shortage of medical supplies after the natural disaster, and the time from serious injury to death was only a few days." Xia Qing had thought there would be casualties after the rain, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Because Sister Qing contacted the investigation team in time to clear the danger, Area Number 3 is the only outer territory where high-risk evolutionary attack creatures appeared, but there were no casualties. Therefore, the general, against all odds, ordered the outer territories to be equipped with solar energy and paired with walkie-talkies to ensure that when danger occurs, the Lord can immediately contact for rescue. After that, Huzi explained to Xia Qing why he didn't give her a walkie-talkie. "The number of walkie-talkies is limited and you have a satellite phone, so I didn't give you another one. I got 10 safe sweet potato seedlings instead." Xia Qing smiled happily. "Huzi, thank Captain Tan for me." Huzi, who was carrying a stack of solar panels, heard Xia Qing's laughter and his face and neck turned red. Fortunately, he was wearing a protective mask so that it could not be seen. Xia Qing continued to ask, "Is the walkie-talkie equipped with frequency mode or channel mode?" "I have a professional walkie-talkie in frequency mode, and the communication distance is 10 kilometers. Huzi cleared his throat. "It's frequency mode. Use 438-500 to contact patrol and security personnel. Lords can use 439,500 to communicate with each other. Sister Xia Qing can use the intercom in the territory to contact the lords of several nearby territories, but you must pay attention to safety. You are alone, so you must be on guard against others." Xia Qing noted the frequency. "I understand. I won't let anything happen to me." After leaving the safe zone, people became more cautious with each other. Although Xia Qing was adjacent to sites 1, 2, and 4, everyone tacitly kept their distance and did not disturb each other. Huzi was afraid of scaring Xia Qing, so he talked about the situation of several surrounding territories. Except for the people in Territory Number 2, who are a bit overbearing, the others don't seem to be in too much danger at the moment. When I feel bored, I can open the channel and communicate with them about how to farm. Xia Qing had been in the noisy safe zone for many years, and now she particularly liked the quietness. However, it was also necessary to contact the surrounding territories through the intercom to find out what seeds they had received and what edible creatures they had found in the territories. "It would be even better if I could exchange it for something she doesn't have." Huzi continued. "Site 4 and Site 5 were lucky. No large evolved creatures appeared. Site 1 had evolved poisonous caterpillars, and the territory is now empty. 3 people were injured in Site 6. Sister Xiaqing, please come back soon.
I can go there by myself.
This is the disadvantage of not having information. Xiaqing still doesn't know that there is no one at Site number 1. What about Site number 1? After the solar panels and intercom are installed, someone will come to lead you. Although it is dangerous in the territory, there are also many benefits. Hu Zi carried the solar panels and walked towards the isolation zone of Site number 1. When Xiaqing was about to go back, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the direction of location number 2 more than 200 meters away. It sounded like there were 6 people, and Hu Zi was alone. Xiaqing stopped and hid behind a tree. Soon, Hu Zi also heard the footsteps and put the large wooden box containing the solar panels on the ground. 6 Tang family employees who lived in Site 2 climbed up the hillside, rushed into the isolation zone, and shouted to Hu Zi, "Are you here to install solar panels? Go this way. We have cleared a path." Hu Zi calmly replied, "Site number 2 does not have a buffer forest and does not meet the installation conditions." A slightly fat guy was so angry that he jumped up and down. Why? The lives of ordinary people like us are not lives?
What does your military mean?
Another person spoke up and argued, Site 2 doesn't have a buffer forest, but we are next to Sites 1 and 3. If a dangerous evolved creature crosses the isolation zone and the buffer forest to attack, it won't take even 5 minutes to get to Site 2. If the caterpillars in Site 1 hadn't been discovered a few days ago, they would have quickly crawled to Site 2.
Hu Zi nodded.
I will report what you said to my superiors. The accident at Site number 1 happened because they underestimated the toxicity of the caterpillars and did not wear protective clothing. You must all follow the outdoor work standards and wear protective clothing. Seeing that Hu Zi refused to respond, the people in Site number 2 made the next best choice. Even if we can't install solar panels, we can at least get a walkie-talkie, right? We can report any danger immediately.
Hu Zi's face darkened.
You already know the order that the base headquarters just issued this morning. This means that you have instant communication equipment in your hands and do not need a walkie-talkie. Even so, the people at Site number 2 were still trying to make trouble, but Hu Zi became impatient and picked up the box and left. The people in Site number 2 were about to explode with anger. Captain, are we just going to let him go like this? The captain of the second site, who had been silent just now, also spoke in a bad tone. He has a weapon on him. Even if he doesn't, if we touch him, the soldiers will pin us to the ground and beat us into a sieve within an hour. Another person complained, they are deliberately targeting our Tang family. This broken place has nothing. I really don't want to stay here for a single day. Whoever doesn't want to stay can just get out. The leading man cursed and walked back, and the rest immediately followed. The angry voice just now sounded again. Captain, we are so pent up. Can we go find the chicks in Site number 3 to relieve ourselves?
Hey.
Relaxed? Good. Xiaqing pulled out the machete and blew gently on the sharp, reflective blade. If you miss, go ahead. The leader's voice became even more impatient. The man who was planning to take advantage of Xiaqing was not scared. That little girl is just a power-evolved person. We brothers can handle her. The leader snorted. Even if she can't kill you, she will report it to the base later. Another person also spoke up. Then let's catch her back? The leader became even angrier. Go back and copy the territory law. Can you fool the nose of a high-level evolved military dog? You are a bunch of brainless people. If you want to die, don't make me suffer. Go back and pull weeds and turn the soil. I'm so annoyed. I regret this so much. The man was angry, and the voices of several people became much lower. Xiaqing could barely make them out. Have you not heard how many people from the Tang family died this time? If we were still in the safe zone, we would all be finished. Let's go. Throw the seeds on the ground and go hunting in the evolution forest. I haven't smelled meat for several days. After hearing them walk away, Xiaqing came out from behind the tree and went down the mountain along the same path. After Xiaqing left, the leader of the Tang family in the number 2 plot stopped and moved his ears. While Xiaqing was checking the buffer forest to see if there were any evolved caterpillars, he was thinking about the group of people at Site number 2. Those players are not a big deal. They can be dealt with openly when the opportunity arises. But the captain is a bit troublesome. He has brains. The lord system introduced in order to expand the area of grain cultivation must first protect the safety of lords who leave the safe zone. Therefore, the territorial law not only stipulates the rights enjoyed by the lord in his territory, but also stipulates that all criminal acts that infringe upon the personal and property safety of the lord will be severely punished. Once someone harms the lord, the base will immediately send out a law enforcement team consisting of high-level evolved humans and high-level evolved dogs. Although there are no surveillance devices everywhere now, the senior law enforcement team is much more powerful than cold cameras. As long as they capture the smell of strangers in the territory, they can catch the criminal within 2 hours. Unless the prisoners turn to ashes or escape from the base by plane. Therefore, those who don't want to die will not easily provoke the lord. Xia Qing is not worried about her own safety. She is worried about Boss Yang. If the people in Area Number 2 knew about the existence of Sheep Boss, they would not dare to enter their territory to catch sheep, but they would definitely find ways to lure Sheep Boss out of the territory and capture him. Although Boss Sheep is strong and stubborn, the other party only needs to take out a piece of food to lure this foodie away. The most thorough solution is to enclose her territory. But her 7,500-acre territory has a circumference of more than 9 kilometers, and she doesn't have the ability or financial resources to do so yet. So, the best way at the moment is to try to get Sheep Boss to act with her and not leave the territory. If only Boss Yang was smarter and could understand what she said. Xia Qing returned home, took the tools, and rushed to the new territory with Sheep Boss. Although the new territory had been checked, Xia Qing still did not dare to underestimate the potential dangers and sprayed insecticide and repellent on Sheep Boss and himself several times. After arriving at the new territory, Boss Sheep's first stop was Perilla. Xia Qing cut a lot of the evolved Perilla, and after the rain, another batch was killed and evolved. Now only half of them are left. Xia Qing didn't cut the Perilla and continued walking towards the high captive above the terraced fields. Along the way, she kept clearing away the evil creatures that blocked her view, killing the animals and pulling up the plants to dry in the sun, to be burned the next time she came, otherwise they would become a disaster. The top of the captive is only a few acres in size, and originally 5 families lived there. Further north is the isolation zone. A 50-meter gentle captive isolates, and further north is the uncleared evolutionary forest. The captive of the evolutionary forest increases, and the mountains are high, and the forests are dense. Xia Qing stood in the buffer forest and looked north. She was not worried that there were large evolved creatures that could threaten her in this evolutionary forest, because the base of Team Tan was in the valley behind the mountain. So although this place was an evolutionary forest in name, they must have checked it. Otherwise they would not dare to put the wild boar breeding center on the east side of their hillside. Xia Qing stared at the sturdy wire fence of the breeding center for a while before starting to search the hillside for edible plants and usable supplies again. There are 5 abandoned farmhouses on the newly acquired hillside. Xia Qing only gave them a quick search when she first came up, but today she is going to conduct a carpet search. All the collapsed stone walls and houses were moved away and carefully inspected. Rusty farm tools with broken handles? Yes. If you fix them and polish them, they might still work. A dented stainless steel basin? Yes. You can put things in it again. Broken? Fix it. Broken kitchenware? Yes. Even if it can't be repaired, you can still dismantle it and use it as spare parts. Cloth products that are not moldy yet? Yes. Iron and sterilize them before using them as mops. The evolved centipede that bit me? Yes. Dry it and exchange it for points. Evolved into a fleshworm? Burned to death. After cleaning up 5 yards, the supplies to be taken away were piled higher than her. Xia Qing felt a great sense of accomplishment. What excited Xia Qing the most was that she found 3 patches of green onion seedlings in a vegetable patch that was covered by a collapsed stone wall. There were more than 30 of them, and it looked like there would be more. Onions are indeed a vegetable that every household grows. Xia Qing cleaned and packed the supplies, then washed her hands immediately to test the harmful element content of the green onion seedlings. There were 2 yellow lights and 1 red light, which was enough to make her happy. Xiaqing really wanted to take off her protective mask and taste the long-lost flavor. However, reason prevailed, and Xiaqing planted 2 onion seedlings with fences to protect them, watered them with spring water, and sprayed them with insect repellent. I hope that after a period of time when the temperature rises again, other vegetables will be able to grow on the high captives and terraces. Xiaqing called the eldest sheep that was ruminating under the Chinese tun tree over, stuffed some food into his pocket, and asked him to carry 2 bags weighing more than 100 kilograms. The boss is the best. Without him, I wouldn't be able to bring back all these things. Xiaqing discovered that the sheep boss was not only greedy, but also liked to hear flattery. In order to make him work more, Xiaqing flattered him in a soft voice every day. The sheep boss gradually lost himself in Xiaqing's flattery, glanced at Xiaqing with a proud look, and then walked back with the bag on his back. That expression seemed to say that without it, the family would fall apart. Xiaqing held back her laughter, carried the largest bag on her back, held the tun sprouts and perilla in one hand, and held a hatchet in the other, and followed behind the sheep boss, ready to chop and kill any evolved animals that attacked her and the boss. When the man and the sheep were crossing the isolation zone between the new territory and the original territory, the danger investigation team happened to be walking towards the side from the isolation zone on the north side of Site Number 4. Boss Yang immediately threw away the bag, blocked Xiaqing behind him, and prepared to attack. Tan Junjia's team. Xiaqing raised the machete in his hand and waved it, greeting the inspection team. It would be very difficult for her to shout at such a long distance with the protective mask on. Su Ming, the visual evolutionist who was at the head of the inspection team, waved enthusiastically in response. After reaching the dividing point between Site Number 4 and Site Number 3, they did not take the isolation zone between Xiaqing's 2 territories, but turned to continue patrolling along the barbed wire fence of the wild boar breeding center. After driving them away, Boss Yang put away his attacking posture and glanced at Xiaqing with narrowed eyes. Xiaqing immediately used soft words to charm him. Boss is really awesome. When he saw someone coming, he knew to protect me and our territory. What would I do without you? Boss Sheep raised his head and glanced at the bag on the ground. Xiaqing immediately put it on his back and continued to praise. Boss is amazing. He even remembered our supplies. It's getting dark. Shall we go home for dinner? After the man and the sheep walked into the buffer forest, Chao Xianyun, whose hearing had evolved, spoke up. They've gone far away. Su Ming immediately exclaimed, Sister Qing is really amazing. She can actually let the sheep help her carry things. More than that, Hu Zi said, she has turned over 30 acres of land in her territory, all with sheep-drawn plows. Everyone admire. This sheep is more useful than their military dogs. Tan Junjia, who never participated in such boring discussions, asked Chao Xianyun, what did she call the sheep? Boss Yang. Chao Xianyun smiled wickedly. I really want to pull Brother Jean over to listen. The members of the Qinglong team also call their captain boss or Boss Yang. Tan Junjia replied in a good mood, not a yang. Yes. Chao Xianyun laughed even louder. Su Ming turned around and asked, Lao Chao, what are you laughing at? It's none of your business, just lead the way. TSK. Su Ming snorted, walked to the isolation zone on the north side of the iron mesh wall, turned east, and entered the isolation zone on the north side of Xiaqing's new territory. Xiaqing returned home and plugged her phone into the charger with great anticipation. When the screen lit up, she was overjoyed. Finally, there was power. Equally excited were the lords who installed solar panels in blocks 4, 5, and 6 and received walkie-talkies. After listening to the base broadcast while plugged in, Xiaqing turned on the charged walkie-talkie and adjusted the frequency to 439,500, where the lords had private chats. Sure enough, he heard a rough voice shouting, Brothers and sisters from Sites 3, 4, 5, and 6, are you here? Are you here? Yes, yes. With Xiaqing's keen hearing, she recognized that this was the voice of Zhao Zhe from Site Number 4. The person who asked the question was immediately happy. Oh my God, it's been more than half a month. Apart from the rangers in camouflage, I finally heard human voices outside the territory. I'm from territory number 6, Kwang Chingwei. Which territory are you guys from?
Zhao Ze replied, I'm number 4, Zhao Ze.
I'm number 5, Chi Fu. Hearing this voice, Xia Qing raised her eyebrows. Chi Fu was also from the construction team, but not in the same team as Xia Qing. Xia Qing knew that he also received the land, but she didn't expect him to be so close to her. Kwang Chingwei from Site 6 began to share the news. Brothers, have you heard that all the people from Site 1 are dead? Fortunately, I have a lot of people and all the equipment, so nothing happened. Xia Qing smiled silently. Kwang Chingwei was sharing the news and warning people around him not to take advantage of him. Those who could survive the 10th year of the natural disaster were not simple. What? The people in Site 4 and Site 5 exclaimed in unison. Kwang Chingwei sighed. I heard it from the soldiers who installed the solar energy, and I wanted to ask you if you know how they died. The channel was silent for a while, and Xia Qing heard a familiar voice again. He was bitten to death by a highly poisonous, evolved caterpillar. When Kwang Chingwei heard that there was another person coming, he quickly asked, Brother, which piece of land are you from? Land number 2, Tang Huai. The channel was silent for a while before Kwang Chingwei asked, I remember there was no buffer forest in Site 2. Is that Brother Tang's own intercom? He was calling him brother just now, but when he heard that it was land number 2, Kwang Chingwei immediately changed his tone and called him brother. Tang Huai was very Versailles. Well, I was packing my things when I came out, and I didn't pay attention, so I took one with me. The channel was silent for a while, and then a strange voice said slowly, I also took one. Site number 7. Zhang San. Xia Qing. This name, seriously? Kwang Chingwei spoke again. How do you charge your intercom, third brother? I'm Kwang Chingwei from Site 6. We're next to each other. I have solar energy. You can come over and charge it. Xia Qing poked at the fire and laughed. Did you hear that, boss? Site number 6 just installed the solar panels and started doing business. Boss Yang said nothing, just squinted at the walkie-talkie. Xia Qing warned solemnly, You must not bite or kick this thing, or I'll cut off your food supply and kick you out of the house. Boss Yang continued to stare at the intercom, and Xia Qing stared at Boss Yang, and neither of them was willing to give in first. As the man and the sheep were competing, Zhang San's voice came out slowly from the intercom. I also have solar panels. What seeds have you guys received? Do you want to exchange? As soon as she heard the word seeds, Xia Qing immediately stopped caring about Boss Yang and pricked up her ears to listen. The lords were all very interested in this question and each reported the grain and vegetable seeds they had received. Then I found out that the 6 kilograms of seeds that everyone received were the same, all of which were wheat, mung beans, cotton, and potatoes. The vegetable seeds were all 4 small bags, with pumpkin, cucumber, and eggplant in common, but the last one was not all the same. Numbers 2 and 6 are tomatoes like Xia Qing, numbers 4 and 5 are beans, and number 7 is pepper. Xia Qing wanted both beans and peppers, so she pressed the intercom button and spoke. Xia Qing, plot number 3, I have tomato seeds, but they have already been planted. I want to exchange them for beans and peppers after they sprout, 1 for each.
Duck.
Kwang Chingwei suddenly heard a woman's voice and was so shocked that he burst into swear words before quickly apologizing. Sorry, sister, I slipped my tongue. When I was in the mission hall, I was ranked behind Zhao Ze. Do you remember me? Because I was ranked 4th, I missed the double rations by 1 place.
Xia Qing.
I don't remember. Because Xia Qing received double rations, he was used as a punching bag by that stinky woman Tang Lu. After scolding her, Tang Huai spoke first. I think Xia Qing's suggestion is very good. It's better to exchange normal seedlings than seeds. Chi Fu from Site 5 expressed his opinion. I agree. Zhao Ze from the 4th site followed suit. I agree. Number 6 Kwang Chingwei immediately followed up. I agree. This is more fair. Number 7 Zhang San followed slowly. I agree. If my people can't grow any seedlings, they can use their points to buy them, or they can exchange them for drugs. Tang Huai immediately asked, What medicine does Brother Zhang have? Zhang San answered slowly, trauma medicine, antidote, all kinds of quality. Tang Huai agreed immediately, okay, I'll change. How much do you want? After agreeing that all seedlings would be sold for 100 points, Xia Qing asked, have you found any edible plants in your territory? Can we exchange them? I have an evolved perilla plant that contains no radioactive elements and only 1.3 parts per thousand of harmful elements. After Xia Qing sent out his words, Zhang San, who had been slow and lazy just now, immediately became excited. I want to exchange. I want it. I'll exchange it with medicine. You decide the price. How about 7:30 tomorrow morning? The location is under the number 3 territory sign. Foods with less than 0.5% of the harmful elements are safe. The lower the content, the better for the body. Who can refuse a little more? Kuang Qingwei immediately followed up, Sister Xia Qing, I have a green light elm tree. When it grows elm seeds in a few days, can I exchange 3 pounds of elm seeds for 1 pound of perilla? Just mentioning the green light without mentioning the harmful element content means that it is tested with a primary detector. It may be safe food or optional food. It is reasonable to exchange 3 kilograms for 1 kilogram. Qi Fu also spoke up, Xiao Xia, I'm Lao Qi from the 3rd construction team. I have green light chive seedlings. I want to exchange 10 chive seedlings for 10 basil seedlings with roots. What do you think? Tang Huai followed suit. Alstroemeria, the content of harmful elements is 0.2%. 1 pound of mushrooms is 1 pound of basil. Chicken mushroom? After the great evolution of life, those who dare to eat mushrooms are not afraid of lying on the board. Xia Qing is afraid of death, so he doesn't eat it. But before Xia Qing could say anything, Zhang Sen spoke up again. I want all yours, any medicine I can get with my points. Zhao Sei followed suit. I want to replace the chive and basil seedlings with the sprouted green Jerusalem artichokes. The channel was so noisy that it sounded like a quarrel. Kuang Qingwei took charge of the situation. Let's do it one by one. Xia Qing, tell us which one you want to change and how to change it. Xia Qing spoke up. I will exchange everything except mushrooms, but I don't accept face-to-face exchanges. You can have the inspection team hand it over. After the transaction quantity is determined the night before, the inspection team will hand it over when they pass through the territory for the first time the next morning. Tan Junjie's team is responsible for the security of territories 1 to 10. They patrol back and forth every morning and evening. They are asked to carry goods conveniently and safely. The high-quality and safe food Alpinia arborescens was actually despised. Tang Huai immediately changed his words. 3 ounces of mutton with 0.8% of the poisonous element content in exchange for 1 pound of basil. He wants to exchange 3 tails of mutton for a pound of basil? This is indeed the style of the Tang family. The optional food meat with a harmful element content of 0.8% has a safe zone price of 50 points per kilogram. The starting price for safe vegetables is also 50 points per pound, but the perilla content is less than 0.2%, so the price is at least 100 points per pound. Xia Qing stroked the sheep and refused. I don't eat mutton. Is there anything else? Tang Huai frowned and looked at his team members. Seeing them scratching their heads, he gritted his teeth and pressed the intercom button again. A brand new set of first-level field protective clothing. The safe zone sells for 1,500 yuan in exchange for 15 kilograms of basil. That's about right. Xia Qing pressed the button. 12 kilograms, 1 kilogram at a time, at most once a week. More than that, it won't grow. You get the protective clothing first. The protective suit must have been brought by Tang Huai from the Tang family. It was not his personal property. He could exchange 1 set for vegetables and then report an extra set as the loss. Therefore, Xia Qing was sure that he would not object. The reason why Xia Qing gave out 1 kilogram of perilla at a time was that he wanted them to think that there was not much perilla in his territory, so that they would not be concerned about it. Tang Huai agreed. Deal. I'll hand over the protective clothing to the investigation team tomorrow morning, and you give me 1 kilogram tomorrow, and we'll talk later. After Tang Huai finished speaking, Zhang San immediately followed up. I want both the meat and the chicken mushrooms, in exchange for the medicine. Zhang San and Yang Laoda were like brothers, equally greedy. After Xia Qing agreed on the time and quantity with them, she turned off the intercom and leaned over the table to write down the things she could get in exchange: a set of protective clothing, an antidote, leeks, Jerusalem artichokes and elm seeds, bean seedlings, and pepper seedlings that would be available in a while. With every item she wrote, Xia Qing smiled a little more. After she finished writing, she laughed like a fool. Her number of vegetables increased to 5 at once. Xia Qing did not suggest exchanging it with tune buds because the content of harmful elements in tune buds is frighteningly low. If they were taken to the safe zone, it would definitely cause a sensation, and by then the spring in territory number 3 would certainly not be hidden. After being exposed, with her current strength, she can't protect the tune tree, the spring, and boss sheep at all. The spring was easy to find. The Chinese tune tree grew on the hillside, and she had mentioned it to Tan Junjie, so it was impossible to hide it. If Tan Junjie wanted to change it, he could, but he had to keep it a secret for her. There is another person who can also be the one who sent her the news about the territory through text message, but she has to confirm the identity and purpose of that person. Early the next morning, Xia Qing dug up 15 basil plants with roots and selected the big ones that the sheep boss had not bitten and cut a pound of them. 5 basil plants were exchanged for a sprouted Jerusalem artichoke in field number 4, 10 for 10 leek seedlings in field number 5, half a pound for an antidote, and half a pound for protective clothing. From the exchange method, it can be seen that the people in plots 4 and 5 are diligent farmers like her, exchanging seedlings for seedlings. Although the people in plot 6 are cunning, they also want to settle down here. The people in plots 2 and 7 are wealthy and have no shortage of supplies. Plot number 2 belongs to the Tang family, so where did Zhang San from plot number 7 come from? Hearing the footsteps of the investigation team from afar, Xia Qing said hecko to Boss Yang and walked towards the new isolation zone on the north side with Perilla in his hand. Sister Qing. From a distance, Su Ming waved and greeted Xia Qing warmly. As soon as Xia Qing waved her hand, Boss Yang rushed out and stood in front of her, acting like a single man blocking 1,000. Xia Qing smiled and rubbed its head, whispering, "Big Sheep is the best. He heard something and came out to protect me without even eating. I'm so touched. Big Sheep is so kind." "Old Chow, what is Sister Qing saying to Yang with her head down?" Xia Qing heard Su Ming ask Chow Xianyun in a low voice. "I can't hear clearly." Chow Xianyun answered in a low voice. "Quiet." Tan Junjie lowered his voice. "Stop talking nonsense." Xia Qing lowered her head and raised her eyebrows, confirming that Chow Xianyun's hearing evolution was not as high as hers. This was also in line with Xia Qing's estimation. Her hearing evolution was no less than level 4. "Sister Xia Qing, this is something the people from site number 2 asked us to bring to you." When he got closer, Su Ming took off his protective mask, revealing his big teeth, and handed the protective suit bag to Xia Qing. With a sheep boss around, Su Ming wisely did not step into Xia Qing's territory for fear of being knocked down by a sheep and losing face. It's weird that the brute sheep that looks like it deserves a beating can actually recognize Xia Qing's territory. Xia Qing comforted the sheep boss, stepped forward to take the protective clothing, and handed over the basket. "Thank you for your help." "No trouble. Protecting the Lord is our mission." Su Ming found 4 plants in the basket, all placed on tree bark with numbers carved on them with a knife. He knew who they were at a glance. Sister Xia Qing is really smart. I'll give the basket to you and send it to the road sign later. The inspection team patrolled around the territories of each lord, now going from the north and coming back from the south later. Xia Qing took Yang Lao back to the territory, picked some newly grown tune shoots, and walked back with a bucket full of water when they passed the spring. When passing by the farmland, Yang Lao disliked the smell of camphor sap in the farmland and stayed away from it. Xia Qing walked over happily, but his smile immediately turned into murderous intent. She put down her backpack, picked up the machete, and walked forward to confirm that a 2-square-meter area had been dug up in the cotton field. Judging from the traces, it must have been done by rats. Darn it. Xia Qing closed his eyes and listened carefully. After confirming that there was a rustling sound more than 2 meters underground, he ran home to get the sharpest large shovel. Confiscating the house and exterminating the whole family. Digging a small pit more than 2 meters deep along the rat hole was a matter of 2 or 3 minutes for Xiaqing, a power evolver. When she shoveled the last shovel of soil and saw the whole family of rats and a pile of chewed cotton seeds in their hole, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. 2 giant rats, which were twice the size of normal rats, were also furious and pounced on Xiaqing with their 2-centimeter-long teeth bared. Xiaqing slashed with his knife, and the 2 jumping mice broke into 4 pieces and fell to the ground. Then Xiaqing turned around with a shovel and killed the whole nest of little mice, and shoveled them out, and threw them on the ground. The large magpies circling in the air immediately swooped down and carried away the mouse's body. Xiaqing shoveled out the cotton seeds and checked to find that there were still 3 seeds that had not been bitten. He filled the rat hole and replanted the seeds, then rushed to the southernmost signpost of the territory. She cleared a small area of weeds, and the inspection team came over. After Su Ming happily handed the basket to Xiaqing, a team member suddenly spoke up. "There is a smell of evolved rats." "No need to ask, this person is an olfactory evolver." Xiaqing took the initiative to explain, "I found a nest of mice in the farmland, 2 big and 6 small, a total of 8, and I have killed them." "Evolved mice are very harmful," Tanjunjia asked. "What type of evolution is it?"
Xiaqing shook her head.
"I'm not sure. They are twice the size of normal mice, have very long teeth, but are average in strength and SPED. They dig cotton seeds to feed the little mice. If the teeth were large, it was probably because of the evolution of bite force, but they were destroyed before they could exert their power." Tanjunjia asked, "Do you need help?" "It is the duty of the investigation team to eliminate the evolved creatures that the Lord cannot deal with. Xiaqing can do it herself and doesn't want to trouble them."
"Thank you, Captain Tan.
"I will contact you if I can't deal with it. 16 sweet potato seedlings will be delivered in 3 days. You should prepare the fields for planting the sweet potatoes in advance, and all the rats must be killed." Xiaqing immediately stood at attention. "Yes. Thank you, Captain Tan." Xiaqing checked the things in the basket. The packaging of the first-level antidote was the same as that in the safe zone. Zhang San did not cheat. Zhao Zhe from Plot 4 and Chifu from Plot 6 were both very honest. They sent the chive seedlings and Jerusalem artichokes with their native soil, without damaging their roots. Of course, the same was true for the basil seedlings Xiaqing sent over. Xiaqing planted all the seedlings in the vegetable garden at home. Just like ginger, she broke a whole piece of Jerusalem artichoke into 5 pieces according to the buds, planted them, watered them with mountain spring water, and then sprayed camphor leaf juice around them to prevent sheep from coming out. After planting the vegetables, Xiaqing gave up the plan of clearing and weeding and carried a shovel to conduct a carpet search and kill the rats. With the added bonus of visual and auditory evolution, she could do more with less. At the end of the day, she had worked on 500 acres of farmland and actually dug up 13 nests of mice, some normal and some evolved. The remaining 1,900 acres of land covered with weeds must be cleared immediately. Weeds are a general term for herbaceous plants that have a very high content of weed elements and grow rapidly at a SPED visible to the naked eye during the rainy season. Weeds have stronger vitality than normal plants. If they are not cleaned up in time and allowed to grow and produce seeds at will, after few heavy rains, the normal plants in the area will be swallowed up by the weeds and die because their leaves cannot carry out photosynthesis and their roots cannot absorb nutrients. Although she had been killing mice all day, Xiaqing's appetite at night was not affected at all. If such a small thing could affect her mood for eating, she would not be alive today. Turning on the radio, Xiaqing and Yang Laoda ate their rations while listening to the broadcast. Unexpectedly, the broadcast did not mention asking the lords to exterminate rats. Could it be that only their territory had rats stealing seeds? Xiaqing turned on the intercom to listen to the situation in the nearby territories. As soon as the door was opened, the rough, cursing voice of Kwang Qingwei from Plot 6 came out. "He stole 2 mu of wheat seeds from my plot in one night. I'm so sad. I didn't do anything all day except digging the soil and catching mice. My cotton seeds were stolen, and a lot of them were stolen." Zhao Zhe also complained. "My brother's protective clothing was even bitten by rats." Zhang San said slowly. Fortunately, I haven't planted it yet. Tang Hui followed up. Me too. I was too busy to take care of it. These two people. The channel was quiet for a while before Kuang Qingwei asked, Lao Qi, Xia Qing, how are things going over there? Xia Qing replied, some cotton seeds were lost. Qi Fu of site number 5 answered honestly, we kept a close watch all night and finally managed to prevent it. Listening carefully, Xia Qing could also hear the sound of wind and footsteps in the background of Qi Fu's answer, which meant that he was still patrolling the fields. Patrolling at night means there are either people with hearing or smell evolution in the territory, or they have night vision goggles. Xia Qing thinks it should be the latter. Because people with hearing and smell evolution can find good jobs in the safe zone and will not risk coming out to farm. Qi Fu was the one who farmed the land most diligently among them. Zhao Zhe suggested, rats steal seeds and destroy crops. Evolved rats can also hurt people and damage the wires of solar panels. They must be completely eliminated. Yes, we have to destroy this thing together. But even if we do it together, it's not easy to destroy it completely. Kuang Qingwei was a little annoyed. Brother Zhang, do you have rat poison? Zhang San was still lazy, but full of murderous intent. No. If any of you dare to use drugs that will cause secondary poisoning to kill rats, I don't mind using poison to kill you all. The channel was silent for a while. Zhang Sanhao suddenly said hecko to Xia Qing in a friendly manner. Xia Qing, I have an evolved cat that kills rats. I can have someone take it to your territory to kill rats. You can pay me with the basil for the next 2 weeks. Everyone. Cats are fine, but people are not. Xia Qing refused. I'm strong, so cleaning up the mice isn't that hard. Kuang Qingwei quickly discussed with Zhang San, Brother Zhang, let the cat come to my place. When my elm tree grows elm seeds, I will give you 10 kilograms. Deal. Zhang San said happily. Tang Hui was also curious about Zhang San's evolved cat. Brother Zhang, what ability did your cat evolve to, and what level is it? After the great evolution of life on Blue Planet, animals generally evolved at a higher multiple than humans, and many animals that originally posed no threat to humans became extremely dangerous. Therefore, during the chaotic period when the creatures on Blue Planet were just evolving, many humans were attacked or accidentally injured by domestic pets, which caused the relationship between humans and pets to become extremely tense and even hostile, and many pets were killed or abandoned. Once humans discovered that evolved animals could become powerful fighters and helpers, it became difficult to get pets back. First, after the great evolution of the creatures on Blue Planet, humans, who were once far ahead of the biological world, lost the means to control animals, especially the advanced evolved animals. Second, humans no longer have enough food and safe space to raise animals. Therefore, in the last 10 years of the world, very few people can afford to keep pets. Pets that are kept can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One is ordinary pets that depend on humans for survival after ordinary evolution, and the second is highly evolved pets. The relationship between ordinary pets and their owners is not much different from the relationship between humans and pets before the natural disaster. The relationship between advanced evolved pets and their owners depends on the strength of the owner. Either the owner's strength can crush the evolved animal and make it surrender, or the human and the animal reach a certain transaction or establish an emotional bond, forming a partnership. Xia Qing and Yang Lao are partners, and she is also curious about the relationship between Zhang San and his evolved cat. Cats are different from dogs. Cats are an animal that humans have raised for more than 3,000 years, but have not yet fully domesticated. Not only Xia Qing, but other lords were also very curious and pricked up their ears. Zhang San was still lazy and slow, as if he was petting a cat while talking. The level has nothing to do with you. A rotten meat seller. Return my antidote tomorrow. I will no longer exchange any supplies with site number 2. No matter how Tang Hui explained that the mutton was still good when it came out of his hands, Zhang San didn't say anything. He must have turned off his phone. Xia Qing didn't have time to herd the sheep anymore. He took out the protective suit he had exchanged from site number 2 and checked it carefully under the firelight. He was relieved only after confirming that there was no problem. 3 days later, when Hu Zi came to give Xia Qing some sweet potato seedlings, he took the initiative to ask, Have you cleared out the rats in Sister Qing's territory? Xia Qing nodded. After cleaning it twice, it should be clean now. I haven't seen any mice digging for seeds in the past 2 days. That's good. Seeing that Xia Qing was only staring at the sweet potato seedlings and didn't look at him or say anything more, Huzi had to leave with a little disappointment. Xia Qing took the sweet potato vines and returned to the territory without looking back. After a while, she realized that Huzi was interested in her. She had no such intention towards Huzi, so she handled it decisively. The sweet potato planting method that Tan Junjie sent to Xia Qing mentioned that it is best to use sandy soil with good drainage and fertility for planting sweet potatoes. Xia Qing didn't know how to accurately judge the fertility of the soil, so she chose a piece of sandy soil at a higher position near the reservoir. Because the sweet potato seedlings had no soil on their fibrous roots, Xia Qing first soaked the roots of the sweet potato seedlings in spring water for half an hour before planting them in the field. After watering the field with enough spring water, Xia Qing sat by the field and looked at the 2 rows of short sweet potato seedlings affectionately. The eldest sheep came back from grazing on the hillside behind, sniffed it, and wanted to bite it. Xia Qing grabbed its horns and warned, "No, you can't eat this." The sheep boss narrowed his eyes, shook his head vigorously to shake off Xia Qing's hand, took a few steps back, dug his hooves, and prepared to attack. Xia Qing raised an eyebrow. "Want to fight?" "Okay." While it was setting up the decoration, Xia Qing quickly sprayed the sweet potato seedlings within a few meters with 3-proof juice camphor juice with a scent that is insect-proof, bird-proof, and sheep-proof. Moo! The big sheep was angry. He stomped the ground with his hooves and rushed towards Xia Qing at an accelerated speed. Xia Qing turned around and led Yang Laodo away from the farmland, then put down the sprayer and went forward.
Bang!
The power-evolved man and the power-evolved sheep collided with all their strength, and the sound waves shook the leaves. Then, as expected, Xia Qing, who was not as strong as the sheep, was knocked away. However, she turned neatly in the air and landed on her feet steadily. Then, Xia Qing rushed forward again, dodged the fatal horn sideways, and reached out to grab its spiral horns. Go!
Bang!
The sheep boss didn't learn his lesson. He fell hard to the ground, rolled over and got up and collided with Xia Qing, who was rushing over. Xia Qing flew again, landed and swung again, and the sheep boss flew. The area within 50 meters where the man and the sheep were fighting was a mess. Move away again. For the umpteenth time, Xia Qing grabbed the sheep boss's spiral horn and exerted force suddenly, but this time it didn't go as she wished. When the sheep boss was caught by her horns, he stomped his hind hooves on the ground to change the direction of the momentum and kicked Xia Qing's chest and abdomen with his 2 front hooves. Xia Qing immediately let go and tried his best to avoid it, but was still kicked by its hooves and fell to the ground. The big sheep, who was ready to attack again, retracted his hooves, raised his head, and squinted at Xia Qing on the ground. Xia Qing, who actually didn't feel much pain, sat on the ground, took off the protective mask and put on the mask of pain. "No more fighting. You're the boss. I admit defeat." The sheep boss was satisfied and turned to go up the mountain. "What? Tired of fighting? Drink some water." Xia Qing followed behind it with the same purpose. After drinking water, the sheep sat down beside the stone to rest. The sheep boss squinted his eyes and looked in a good mood. Xia Qing's smile did not fade. She would fight with the sheep boss with all her strength every few days. Not only was it exciting, she also became stronger, and so did the sheep boss. In the face of the evolved creatures on the entire blue planet after the natural disaster, the stronger you become, the greater the possibility of survival, and the more you can do what you want. Xia Qing stood up, stretched, and looked down at his territory. The joy in my heart cannot be described in words, as I saw more than 2,000 acres of arable land being engulfed by weeds of various colors a few days ago, etc. Xia Qing stared at the fields where the seeds were planted. They were green, unmistakably green. The mung beans were sprouting, she exclaimed, and rushed down the hillside. The eldest sheep was frightened by her sudden movements and jumped up. After seeing where she was going, he lay down again and continued to chew the cud. Of the 3 seeds of wheat, mung bean, and cotton planted on the same day, mung beans sprouted first. Xia Qing observed carefully and found that the germination rate of mung beans soaked in spring water was significantly higher than that in filtered water. The tender yellow little bean sprouts breaking through the soil were so delightful that Xia Qing really wanted to squat on the ground and keep watching them. After the mung beans sprouted, wheat and cotton also broke through the soil. When no more seedlings emerged, Xia Qing carefully counted and concluded that the germination rate of seeds soaked in spring water was indeed higher than that of seeds soaked in filtered water. The germination rate of seeds soaked in filtered water is about 40%, which is consistent with the introduction on the radio. The germination rate of seeds soaked in spring water is as high as 60%. Thanks to Bing Bing for the reward, and thanks to Jinchan 2021, Dayuer, Xiaoning, Ding Ding Xiang Miao, Luo Liniran, Mingming's Cat, Kalmanan, Shakespeare's Autumn, The Greedy Bookworm, Lianjuan, Kagis 1969, and many other book friends for their monthly tickets. Thank you all for your recommendations, collections, and comments. The evolution caused by the elements of the Qin and the various evolutionary abilities in this article are purely fictional. This is a pure farming survival article, without any intrigue or complicated plot. It focuses on healing the soul, healing me, a brick-moving social animal in the city. I hope you like it. Although 60% is still far from the germination rate of more than 97% before the disaster, this number has already made Xia Qing ecstatic. But soon, after 10 years of hardship caused by natural disasters, Xia Qing regained his composure. Not counting the spring in her territory, there are 4 other unpolluted springs that have been made public within the Huisin base. Soaking seeds in spring water can increase the germination rate. Such a simple method must have been discovered long ago. The reason why it has not been announced is probably because the amount of spring water is too little, or it may be because the crops soaked in spring water do not perform well in resisting rainstorms in the later stage. As a new farmer, who was not even half-baked, she still had to be low-key and calm. Xia Qing took a deep breath, but failed to suppress the upturned corners of her mouth. She ran home briskly to check on her potatoes. For some reason, the potatoes she had left to grow according to the method introduced on the radio had not yet sprouted. Xia Qing wanted to soak the potatoes in spring water overnight to make them sprout quickly, and then plant them immediately. At night, Xia Qing opened the private chat channel of the Lords, wanting to hear their seed germination rate, but heard a familiar voice in the private chat channel. I am Luo Pei, the new Lord of Land Number 1. Please give me your guidance. Xia Qing sat up suddenly. Luo Pei.
Bang.
Xia Qing was shocked and used too much force to stroke the sheep, and was kicked off the tatami by the sheep boss's hooves. Not only was she shocked, but her thigh also hurt. Without bothering to settle accounts with the sheep boss, Xia Qing immediately pressed the intercom button. Captain Luo, I am Xia Qing, the Lord Power evolved person from Site 3. I have been on many missions with your team before. Hearing Xia Qing calling Luo Pei Captain, the 4th, 5th, and 6th Lords came back to their senses from their shock and started to introduce themselves and send their greetings. Just now they were thinking that it must be a coincidence. They would never have thought that Luo Pei, the 3rd strongest man in the Qinglong team and a level 10 visual evolution sharpshooter, would actually come to farm. Luo Pei's calm voice sounded again. Heko, Xia Qing, long time no see. My vision is impaired, and I am no longer the captain of the Qinglong team. You can just call me by my name from now on. Luo Pei was 34, 9 years older than Xia Qing, so it was not okay to call him by his name. Xia Qing changed his words and called him Brother Luo, and Kuang Qingwei and the other 2 followed suit. Strength is respected now. No matter whether they are older or younger than Luo Pei, even if Xia Qing calls him Uncle Luo, they will follow suit without hesitation. Zhang San spoke slowly. I'm Zhang San, lot number 7. Tang Huai, site number 2. Tang Huai spoke finally. Luo Pei's voice was filled with laughter. Nice to meet you. Have you planted your seeds? Have they sprouted? Is there anything you need to pay special attention to? Xia Qing heard that Luo Pei didn't want people to pay attention to him, so he immediately pressed the button and detailed his experience. Plot number 3 has been planted and has sprouted. The germination rate is about 40%. Pay attention to prevent birds and mice. According to my experience, spraying the juice of scent-evolving camphor tree leaves in a ratio of 1:9 with water is the best way to prevent birds without hurting the seedlings. Mice need to be searched and then completely killed. As soon as Luo Pei arrived, Xiaqing started talking as much as she had in the previous week. The other lords deeply felt her respect for Luo Pei. Chi Fu from plot number 5 also spoke up. My budding rate is about the same as Xiaqing's. If we can keep these buds, this year's harvest will be secure. It is estimated that there will be more heavy rains in 2 months. We can only talk about the harvest after we get through them. Zhao Zai's voice sounded a little distressed, followed by Kuang Qingwei's various complaints, and Luo Pei responded from time to time. After the private chat ended and the intercom was turned off, Xiaqing lay on the bamboo bed and stared at the smoke-blackened ceiling without saying a word for a long time. Her abnormality attracted the attention of the sheep boss who was chewing the cud. The sheep boss squinted and stared at her for a while, then stood up, walked around the fire, and jumped onto Xiaqing's bamboo bed. Before Xiaqing could figure out what he was going to do, her bamboo bed made a harsh protest and was crushed by the sheep boss. Boss Yang quickly jumped to the side. Xiaqing, who fell to the ground for the second time tonight, sighed and thanked him very seriously. Boss, thank you for coming to comfort me. The squinting sheep boss was very satisfied with Xiaqing's attitude, shook his hair, and returned to the tatami mat to sleep. Xiaqing got up and removed the bed frame, laid the bedboard directly on the ground, and then picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table. Because Luo Pei's eyesight was impaired, Xiaqing chose to call directly. As she had been with Luo Pei's team on missions for many years, Xiaqing certainly knew his contact information and confirmed that he was using a satellite phone. The call was quickly connected, and Xiaqing introduced herself and stated her intentions. Brother Luo, I'm Xiaqing, and this is my current mobile number. I have safe food evolution basil and Chinese tune sprouts in my territory. Can I ask the inspection team to bring some to you tomorrow morning? Luo Pei's voice was full of smiles, which was very different from his previous serious and solemn tone. He seemed like a different person. Thank you very much. If my land can grow anything good, I will send it to you to try. I didn't expect that we could be so close after leaving the safe zone. When I'm done, I'll invite you to come over and sit with me. Although Xiaqing often accompanied his team on missions, he was responsible for logistics and transportation. He rarely spoke in front of Luo Pei, and there was nothing to talk about. After a few polite words, Xiaqing hung up the phone and got into bed to chat with Boss Yang. Boss, we have a good neighbor. Now I feel more at ease. However, how did Captain Luo's eyes get injured? How serious an injury would it be to force him to leave the safe zone? How could Yang Jin and the others agree? Of course Boss Sheep wouldn't answer. After Xiaqing had talked enough, she yawned, closed her eyes, and fell asleep listening to Boss Sheep's rhythmic chewing. The next morning, Xiaqing was waiting at the isolation zone north of the new territory. After reporting to Team Tan that everything was normal in the territory, he handed the basket to Su Ming, the social expert of their team, and said, "Please deliver it to Site No. 1. Su Ming took the basket with a smile. Sister Qing's basket weaving is getting better and better. It even has a lid. Xiaqing smiled and said, "Practice makes perfect." When they walked a distance away, Xiaqing heard Yuan Rui, a member of the olfactory evolution team, whisper, "This basket smells like Chinese tune buds." Nonsense. Who can't smell such a strong smell? Su Ming was greedy. Sister Qing has a good relationship with Brother Luo. She wouldn't like Brother Luo, right? Idiot. Chao Xianyun cursed. Sister Qing said that she and the team cleaned up Site number 3. Think carefully about which team was tasked with cleaning up the evolution forest nearby last year. Brother Luo's team. Hu Zi answered for Su Ming. Sister Qing followed Brother Luo's team on the mission, so it's normal for her to know Brother Luo. You are a bunch of pigs. Su Ming was furious. Why don't you think about it? Why did Sister Qing choose Brother Luo out of so many teams? It must be because she is interested in Brother Luo. Although Brother Luo is a few years older than her, he is not bad-looking, right? He is capable, right? He is not married, right?
No. Shumin.
Tan Junjie said in a serious voice.
Exist.
Go back and run 50 laps as punishment, and do 2 sets of basic training. Then, Xia Qing heard Su Ming's screams with satisfaction. After patrolling a circle, Tan Junjie asked the team members to return to the camp first, and he carried the basket of vegetables into the #1 site. The Qinglong team members hiding in the tree jumped down and saluted Teacher Tan. The Qinglong team was formed by students from Military Academy A. Tan Junjie was an instructor at this academy before the disaster. The core members of the Qinglong team were all students he had taught trained. Some vegetables. Following the rules of the Qinglong team, Tan Junjie handed the basket to the team members for careful inspection before going to find his old comrade Luo Pei. Luo Pei had only been with the team for 2 days at Site 1, but the courtyard was completely different from when the last wave of lords were here. All the debris in the courtyard had been cleared away, and there wasn't even a blade of grass on the ground, making it look bright and spacious. Luo Pei, who was basking in the sun on a recliner with his eyes covered with gauze, heard footsteps and slowly sat up. You finished a circle so quickly? There are only 10 plots of land in total. Putting the basket next to Luo Pei, Tan Junjie sat on the chair brought out by the team members. Tan Junjie and Luo Pei are classmates. After the great evolution of Blue Star's creatures, Tan Junjie has evolved to level 4 SPE pet ability, while Luo Pei has evolved to level 10 vision ability. As the gap in their strength widened, their paths also changed, but the comradeship they fought together has not changed in 10 years. Luo Pei was injured, but was holding on. Tan Junjie did not show the pain in his heart at all. This is the evolved Perilla and Chinese Tune Sprouts given to you by Xia Qing from the #3 site. The content of the element of evolution in Perilla is 1.3, and the Chinese Tune Sprouts are probably even lower. Luo Pei fumbled to open the lid of the basket, and after smelling the scent of Chinese Tune buds, he sighed. When clearing this piece of evolutionary forest, there is absolutely no way that edible plants with such low content would fall down. Is this something new that grew this year? Tan Junjie explained. It's not the one you cleared. It's growing on the hillside further north of territory #3. I used that hillside to exchange for a green light boar with Xia Qing. Didn't Yang Jin mention it to you? Luo Pei lay back down. He is just a taciturn workaholic. He never talks about gossip. It seems that Yang Jin didn't mention Xia Qing to Luo Pei. Tan Junjie didn't say much, took out a high-end detector to test the Chinese Tune Sprouts, and was pleasantly surprised. The content of harmful elements in Chinese Tune Sprouts is only 0.25 per thousand. You should eat more, it will be good for your health. Luo Pei smiled. Take it back and give it to Chi-Chi. I'll go find Xia Qing to exchange it with. I remember that girl. She's a good one. The SPE pet of evolution of Tan Junjie's daughter Tan Chi has been detected to be only level 3. She is young, and there is still the possibility of further evolution. Eating more safe food will be beneficial to her growth and development. Tan Junjie put away the detector and said, I will use supplies to exchange for Chi-Chi with Xia Qing. She didn't exchange the Chinese Tune Sprouts with other lords, so don't mention this in the lord's private chat channel. Luo Pei snorted. Do you think I'm as talkative as you? By the way, if you don't have what she wants, just tell me. Tan Junjie could not use the army's supplies to exchange Chinese Tune buds with Xia Qing for his daughter. Although Luo Pei had left the safe zone, he was still a core member of the Qinglong team, and it was easier for him to obtain supplies than Tan Junjie. Tan Junjie was not polite to Luo Pei. If not you, who should I tell? By the way, has the Tang family in the #2 field to your east made any movement in the past 2 days? They don't have it, and they don't dare to have it. Even though I'm almost blind, I still have the strength to crush a few ants. The old comrade's voice was calm, but Tan Junjie could still hear his anger. Yang Jin and Xie, you must be trying to find a way. You can't be blind. Study the territory law more when you have time. The 7 people in the #2 site are listed as ordinary people, but there must be eavesdropping experts hidden inside. You have to be careful and don't fall into their trap. Luo Pei nodded. You don't need to worry about me. Tan Junjie wanted him to relax, so he smiled and said, you can get along more with Xia Qing. She has a sheep that has evolved strength. She calls it Sheep Boss. It has a bad temper and a unique personality. It's quite interesting. In front of the old team members, Tan Junjie spoke just as much as Su Ming. Luo Pei laughed out loud. Yang Laoda is a good name. Luo Pei did not disturb Xia Qing and continued to stay quietly in his territory to recuperate. Xia Qing was also still busy in her territory. 5 days later, the temperature rose again, and the eyes of the evolved potatoes finally became obvious. Xia Qing cut the potatoes into pieces according to the eyes, rolled them in wood ash, let the cut surface be covered with wood ash, and then dried it for half a day before planting them in the field. The soil requirements for potatoes are the same as those for sweet potatoes, so Xia Qing planted potatoes next to sweet potatoes. After planting potatoes, the elm seeds in plot 6 were ready to eat. Xia Qing exchanged 1 pound of evolved perilla for 3 pounds of elm seeds, and the test revealed that they were indeed yellow light foods. She used elm seeds, cornmeal, and white flour to make a pot of crooked elm seed steamed bread, which tasted so good that she almost swallowed her tongue. In order to keep the steamed bread, she had a fight with the sheep boss and smashed the newly built courtyard wall. The steamed cornbread was so delicious that Xia Qing stopped clearing the weeds and tidying up the yard, and instead coaxed the sulky sheep boss to look for the elm tree. There are still a few elm trees in the territory. First, on the west captive, Xia Qing broke off a branch of elm covered with elm seeds and handed it to Boss Yang. Boss, would you like to try this? Seeing that Boss Sheep turned his head away with disdain, Xia Qing knew without testing that the elm seeds on this tree were not edible. Throw it away and pick the next one. After walking for more than an hour, Xia Qing went from the west captive to the north captive, and then to the high captive of the new territory, breaking off more than a dozen elm branches. All the elm trees in her territory are inedible, and the sheep boss's eyes are becoming uglier and uglier. Xia Qing didn't feel disappointed, because this was normal. If edible plants were so easy to find, there wouldn't be so many people dying from food. Xia Qing picked some tune buds for Yang Laoda and let it eat under the tree, while she went to the vegetable yard in the deserted courtyard on the high captive to check on the green onion seedlings. Because this was already her territory, Xia Qing did not risk moving the green onion seedlings away. Instead, she cleared out the vegetable garden and fenced it off, allowing them to continue growing in the same place. Sure enough, many young seedlings as thin as needles sprouted from her 2 yellow, light onion seedlings. Xia Qing happily squatted in the vegetable garden, weeding and counting the seedlings. As Xia Qing counted, he felt something was wrong. How come this shallot seedling looks exactly like the chive seedling Qi Fu gave her? With her excellent visual evolution, Xia Qing carefully observed the scallion seedlings in the 2 vegetable gardens. After picking and tasting them, Xia Qing finally confirmed that the 2 vegetable gardens in Gaopa were not all shallots, but shallots and chives. What a pleasant surprise! Xia Qing held a green onion leaf in her mouth and hummed a little tune while watering the seedlings with spring water. As Xia Qing was humming, he heard footsteps coming from the wild boar breeding center. The footsteps were steady and rhythmic, and Xia Qing could tell that they were Tan Junjie's footsteps. Now was not the time for patrols to check for danger, and he was the only one here. He should be looking for me. His purpose is to get the Chinese tune buds. Xia Qing took off his gloves covered with dirt and took out his cell phone. Sure enough, Tan Junjie stopped at the buffer zone north of the No. 3 new territory and called Xia Qing. Xia Qing, is it convenient now? I want to exchange some Chinese tune sprouts and perilla with you. After giving the tune sprouts to Luo Pei, Xia Qing had been waiting for them to exchange the supplies with her, but the wait lasted for 5 days, and Xia Qing even thought that they had no shortage of safe vegetables. Xia Qing smiled. That's convenient. How much does Captain Tan want, and what do you want in exchange? Tan Junjie asked directly, what do you want? With such a big tone, can you say that you can have whatever you want? Xia Qing said what she wanted most now. I want a water pump to pump water from the reservoir to irrigate the land. Tan Junjie paused and discussed with Xia Qing Water pumps either use oil or electricity, which is inconvenient for you. How about I ask someone to make you a human-powered water wheel? Aren't those tall, round water wheels in history textbooks afraid of being bitten by evolved insects? Xiaqing paused before asking, is there a sheep-powered one? Tan Junjie also paused for a while before answering, I'll go back and ask. That afternoon, Xiaqing received a call from Tan Junjie. Sheep-powered ones are also okay, but your sheep is too strong, and I don't have the parts to withstand it. If it's human-powered, it won't be difficult with your strength. The fact that it doesn't require electricity or oil is really attractive. Then let's use manpower.
Thank you, Captain Tan.
How do you think about the exchange? Tan Junjie discussed with Xiaqing one set of human-powered water wheel for 4 kilograms of Chinese tune sprouts and 2 kilograms of perilla. This price is much lower than Xiaqing expected.
Okay.
I hope Captain Tan can keep it a secret for me. I don't want more people to know that there are edible tune sprouts in my territory. Tan Junjie agreed immediately. Of course, I also hope that I can have a chance to exchange safe food with you in the future. It will take a few days for the spare parts to be transported from the safe area. I will contact you when they are delivered. Xiaqing asked, did Zhong Tao and the others send it here? Yes, the road is almost cleared. If you need any supplies, you can ask Zhong Tao to bring them over. After hanging up the phone, Xiaqing did not contact Zhong Tao because she had no points in her card and no supplies to exchange. Because she had exchanged a set of protective clothing with Tang Hui, she did not want to exchange basil for supplies in the next 3 months. As for the Chinese tune sprouts, she only wanted to exchange with Tan Junjie and Luo Pei. Unfortunately, Luo Pei was not interested in Chinese tune buds. Xiaqing thought about it carefully and felt that this was reasonable. Because even if he was injured, Luo Pei, who was once the 3rd combat force of the Qinglong team, would not be short of supplies, and it was impossible for him to take a few clusters of Chinese tune buds seriously. Xiaqing put away the phone and stopped thinking about it. He searched along the terraces from top to bottom. Spring is the season of budding, and maybe there will be new discoveries. After half a day, I actually got some unexpected gains. Xiaqing opened his mobile phone and used the plant pictures in the planting encyclopedia to repeatedly compare them with the plant buds only 2 or 3 centimeters high found in a narrow terraced field, and confirmed the name of the plant.
Peanut.
Xiaqing took out the detector and found that the peanuts growing in this terraced field of about 6 or 7 square meters were all yellow light peanuts. He was so excited that his hands were shaking. It turns out that peanuts are so beautiful. Fortunately, this terrace field is located in a remote area with a steep captive. Fortunately, this seedling has a yellow light. Otherwise, the seedling, which is more beautiful than succulents, would have been eaten by the sheep. According to the planting encyclopedia, a densely packed field of peanut seedlings will not grow well and must be thinned out and transplanted. Xiaqing chose the next 2 equally steep terraces and worked on weeding, tilling, transplanting, and watering until dark. Sheep Boss had grown impatient and went home first. After finally cleaning up, Xiaqing stood up and looked at the 3 peanut fields with a smile on her face. Peanut pie fell from the sky, and she had 220 peanut trees. Peanuts bloom in spring and bear fruit in autumn, but wither in winter. They came to clean up the Jinhua forest last winter, and that was the withering period for peanuts, which meant that there were also peanut seedlings at the foot of the mountain. Xiaqing walked down with brisk steps, imagining the wonderful days of eating boiled peanuts in the autumn. She wanted to roar a few times to express the irrepressible excitement in her heart. In the next few days, Xiaqing searched the 7,500 acres of territory and found 2 small patches of peanut seedlings. Unfortunately, the seedlings all showed red lights in the test, with high levels of harmful elements, making them inedible. Although no edible peanut seedlings were found, Xiaqing had an even more gratifying harvest: 25 yellow light soybean seedlings, 36 green light garlic seedlings, and 52 green light spinach seedlings. Xiaqing, who was stunned by the harvest, was afraid of forgetting where all the plants were, so he drew a simple map of the territory and marked the locations of all the edible plants on the map. After marking, Xiaqing made another new discovery. The shapes of the locations of all the green and yellow light plants she found in the territory were connected in series, like a stream flowing down the mountain. The most important resource in her territory, the spring, was also on this stream. Xia Qing, who doesn't know much about geology, made a bold guess based on her intuition. This edible plant belt that looks like a stream might be where underground spring water flows. If this guess is true, Xia Qing's gaze extended upward along the edible plant belt, looking towards the evolutionary forest outside the isolation zone that he had not drawn. If this speculation is true, does it mean that there is also an edible plant belt in the evolutionary forest of the northern mountain range that extends slowly upward? This idea turned in Xia Qing's mind for half the night, and the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. After getting up the next day, Xia Qing stood at the back window on the second floor and looked north. His eyes followed the Chinese tune tree and the high captive of the deserted yard slowly up to the towering mountain in the distance, and then he slowly calmed down. Even if her speculation was correct, and the spring water that was not polluted by the elements really flowed down from a high place, the edible plants in the high evolutionary forest were annual herbs such as weeds and wild vegetables, and tall trees such as pine trees, mountain peaches, hickory nuts, or wild persimmon trees. Now it was spring, and it was too early for the fruits to ripen, so she would not get any substantial gains if she ventured into the evolutionary forest. Secondly, even if he didn't know anything about geological structures, Xia Qing knew that mountain springs could not only flow down from high places, but could also flow out from cracks in the rocks deep inside the mountain. Therefore, at this stage, she should just farm in her territory honestly and enter the evolution forest in autumn after making sufficient preparations. Xia Qing got up early the next day, ate 2 pieces of rations for breakfast, and went straight to the potato and sweet potato fields. He squatted by the field and listened for a while. After accurately determining the location of the pests in the soil, Xia Qing picked up a small shovel and turned out the pest that was most harmful to plant roots in the soil, the evolved grub. Xia Qing used a shovel to scoop up the evolved grubs that were trying desperately to burrow back into the soil and threw them into the air. The 4 evolved magpies hovering in the air drew 4 black lines and rushed over to fight for the insects. A few feathers fluttered and landed at Xia Qing's feet. These 4 magpies were the dominant birds in Xia Qing's territory. Fortunately, their diet did not change after evolution, and they did not point their sharp beaks and claws at Xia Qing, so Xia Qing lived in peace with them. Grubs are the larvae of beetles. The prettier the color of a beetle becomes after evolution, the stronger its bite force becomes. A beetle with a level 3 bite force evolution can bite off a wire or plastic pipe as thick as a finger. If the taproot of a plant seedling is bitten by a grub, it will die. The evolved grubs had become resistant to the repellents and insecticides Xia Qing received and had to be eliminated manually. So, after listening to the broadcast, Xia Qing added one more task to her daily routine: removing grubs. Every sweet potato seedling and every budding potato in the field is Xia Qing's treasure, so this is the first stop for Xia Qing to eliminate insects every day. If the grub dares to attack her treasure, she will kill it. The evolved grubs have stronger bite force, but they move slowly in the soil. After Xia Qing cleared the 100 square meters of land around the sweet potato and potato fields, he made sure that they would try their best to drill and would not be able to get under the sweet potato seedlings before tomorrow morning before he turned to clean the grain fields. At the end of the cleanup, the 4 evolved magpies had all eaten their fill and flew away, leaving only 2 great egrets waiting to eat insects. These 2 egrets had flown to her territory a few days ago and settled in a small metasequoia forest next to the reservoir. When we were cleaning up the evolution forest last winter, the tallest metasequoia in the metasequoia forest had developed a terrifying attack power, and when stimulated, it would spray extremely hard leaf needles in all directions. If Luo Pei had not noticed the abnormality of the metasequoia in time, Xia Qing would have become a hedgehog. If these 2 great egrets had come here last winter, there would definitely be nothing left of them. After Xia Qing walked through the farmland, he began to test the content of harmful elements in the seedlings in his own farmland. He found that the content of harmful elements in the seedlings irrigated with mountain spring water was more than 1,000th lower than that in the seedlings irrigated with water from the reservoir. The lower the level of harmful elements in plants, the lower the possibility of damage during rainstorms. The lower the damage rate, the more food she can harvest. Xiaqing was very surprised that mountain spring water could reduce the content of harmful elements in seeds and seedlings. Unfortunately, her spring was too small to irrigate all the farmland. Xiaqing strolled to the hillside north of the reservoir to see her newly discovered soybean sprouts, garlic sprouts, and spinach. The soybean sprouts and garlic sprouts were not edible, but the spinach leaves could be eaten by pinching them. Green light edible plants will be targeted by the sheep boss. After coaxing the sheep boss to the north captive to eat basil, Xiaqing sprayed the evolved camphor leaf water around the spinach, and then began to test the content of the harmful elements in this plant. The grass around the soybean seedlings and garlic seedlings mostly showed yellow lights. The grass around the spinach seedlings mostly showed green lights. Xiaqing used wooden sticks of different lengths to insert into the ground as marks, and then checked upwards along the hillside, from a blade of grass a few centimeters across to a tree more than 10 meters tall, leaving no tree unchecked. Hard work pays off. After a thorough inspection, she finally found a gentle captive that curved upward, more than 5 meters wide and more than 130 meters long, all the way to the spring. Although most of the plants in this zone were not on the human diet, many of them showed yellow lights, and the content of the red light plants in the zone was not very high, generally between 15 and 25 per thousand. If there were no other options, these plants could be eaten and would not kill people in a short period of time. The number of green light plants increased significantly near the spring, so the sheep boss liked to eat the grass in this area. However, the area above the spring did not meet the characteristics of the zone, and it was full of red light plants with high levels of harmful substances. The steep captive zone extending from the land of the evolutionary perilla to the Chinese tune trees on the high captive, which was more than 5 meters wide and 120 meters long, was also dominated by yellow light plants, followed by red light plants, and the least green light plants. It took 2 days to test the plants, and the harvest made Xiaqing so excited that she imagined the seaweed floating. She owned 2 sloping areas with a total area of nearly 2 acres, and Xiaqing named them planting areas. After clearing all the inedible plants in the 2 planting areas, she wants to turn them into terraces. The vegetable seedlings that are being grown, the vegetable seedlings that will be exchanged, and the sweet potato vines that can be grafted in the future will all be planted in these 2 areas. In addition to these, Xiaqing turned his attention to the sweet potato seedlings and potato fields. She really wanted to dig out all the sweet potatoes and transplant them here. It is said that moving people can make trees die. So, what if the sweet potato seedlings die, and the potatoes don't sprout after digging them out? Xiaqing, who lacks planting experience, dares not act rashly. She gives up on moving the sweet potatoes and happily starts to clean up the planting area. Weeding? Pull it out, dry it, and burn it. Red light shrubs? Cut them down, dig up the roots, dry them, and burn them. Red light tree? Cut it down, dig up the roots, dry them, and burn them. All kinds of harmful evolved insects. Destroyed. Evolved snakes, evolved frogs, evolved centipedes? Catch them alive and wait for Zhong Tao to come and change the reagents for the detector. She has used up all the reagents in the detector. After clearing away the large and small rocks, what should I do if the soil layer for planting is not thick enough? Dig up the soil to make up for it. When Xiaqing was busy in the territory, she received a call from Zhong Tao. Sister, are you there? Who's Z? And I will go over to load the water truck for you. Here. Xiaqing nodded. The power evolver, Huzi, could not only install solar energy, but also water trucks. He was a technician while he was a laborer. Xiaqing poured the soil in the backpack into the newly opened terraced fields in the planting area and carried the captured evolved animals to the reservoir. Not long after, Huzi and Zhong Tao arrived. When Xiaqing saw the old bicycle that Huzi was carrying, she was stunned. So the human-powered water wheel that Tan Junjie mentioned was modified from a bicycle? Are these 2 things related? She was going to ride a bicycle next to the reservoir? The risk factor was lower near the reservoir and no one wore protective masks, so the surprise on Xiaqing's face was clearly seen by Zhong Tao and Hu Zi, and they both couldn't help laughing. Zhong Tao asked with a smile, "Girl, can't you imagine what a water wheel looks like?" Xiaqing was really confused now, which was quite different from her usual calm and sharp attitude. "I really can't think of it." Huzi fixed a bicycle wheel with only the hub left without the rubber tire on a thick wooden board that was as wide as his palm and more than 2 meters long, and then nailed the board into the reservoir until the water level covered the hub. Then he connected 2 iron pipes with a 3-way joint to form a long straight pipe, fixed it on the reservoir dam, and then passed a nylon rope with many round plastic sheets through the iron pipe, and used this nylon rope to connect the hub in the water and the rear hub of the bicycle in series, and finally, he set up the bicycle and fixed it firmly on the shore. When Huzi got on the bike and pedaled, Xiaqing saw the water in the reservoir being driven into the iron pipe by the paddle on the nylon rope and flowing out through the 3-way outlet. It really opened her eyes. "Qingjie, just pedal like you're riding a bicycle, and the water will flow up through the 3-way pipe. The faster you pedal, the faster the water will flow out. This is much more convenient than using a bucket to irrigate the land." "I see. This is very useful." Xiaqing, who was standing next to him, nodded and praised. "Who came up with such a good idea? It's so smart." After the natural disaster, it is difficult to obtain oil and electricity, so the redemption points are very high. This water wheel that is purely powered by manpower is perfect for her. Hu Zi's face turned red after receiving Xiaqing's praise, and he didn't dare to raise his head. There is also a water hammer pump that doesn't use oil or electricity, but only relies on the kinetic energy of flowing water to pump water upwards. But that device is more complicated than this one, requires more parts, and is difficult to disassemble. If placed near the water, it might be bitten by evolved rodents, and the water hammer pump doesn't pump water as fast as this one. Xiaqing couldn't imagine what a ram pump looked like, but when he heard that many parts were difficult to disassemble, he knew that a ram pump was not suitable for current use. This water truck can be installed when in use, and can be disassembled and taken home when not in use. It is simple and easy to use, better than a ram pump. I heard from Captain Tan that Sister Qing wants Big Sheep to pedal the water wheel. Seeing that Xiaqing really liked it, Hu Zi took out a pair of pedals that had been modified to look like shoes that a sheep could wear, and a large seat, quickly put them on the bicycle, and then adjusted the seat to the lowest position. Big Sheep is strong and smart. If Sister Qing can let it sit on the bike, it will definitely learn to pedal. Far away, the Big Sheep was lying under a Chinese tun tree on the high captive, chewing the cud leisurely. Xiaqing's eyes lit up by the reservoir. Hu Zi reminded Xiaqing, "Although this bicycle frame is the strongest one I picked, it can't withstand the madness of Boss Yang. Take it easy, Sister Qing." Xiaqing smiled and nodded. Zhong Tao was also cheerful. "In my opinion, there is no need to connect a long pipe to the 3-way water outlet. It is only 300 or 400 meters from here to your land. We can just add some soil to build a canal to pass through." How could Xiaqing bother them? "I can fix the canal myself. It will only take half a day." Zhong Tao didn't bother to be polite anymore. While Hu Zi was adjusting the water wheel, he chatted with Xiaqing. Captain Luo of the Qinglong team has also led his troops out of the safe zone. "He's right here. Have you seen him, sister?" "I know he's here, but I haven't had a chance to meet him yet." Zhong Tao came from the safe zone and was well informed. Xiaqing took the opportunity to ask him about the news. "Why isn't Captain Luo staying in the safe zone?" "Yeah." Zhong Tao mentioned Luo Pei, with a look of anger on his face. After the rain, high-risk evolutionary plants and birds appeared in the eastern evolutionary forest. When Captain Luo was tasked with clearing them out, he was tricked by some captive and was poisoned by the rain. The poison is made by combining purified excess poison elements with various toxins. When the poison enters the body of an animal or human being, it will cause serious damage to the body and the toxins are difficult to remove. It can be said that the poison is the most vicious means of harming people after the great evolution of the creatures on Blue Star, and it has long been strictly prohibited by the state for its manufacture and use. In the face of natural disasters, Luo Pei, a high-level visual evolution sharpshooter, is the strongest force in Huisen Base to resist the attack of evolved flying beasts. Whoever killed or poisoned Luo Pei should be chopped into pieces, no matter who it was, and for what purpose. Xiaqing's body was tense, his eyes were sharp. Since Captain Luo was poisoned, why didn't he stay in the safe zone to detoxify? Speaking of this, Zhong Tao got even angrier. Captain Luo needs a lot of unpolluted water to detoxify the poison. I don't know which darn captive spread rumors everywhere, saying that in order to treat Captain Luo's injuries, the base diverted all the unpolluted water in the hospital and also used all the water from the planting center to cultivate high-quality evolutionary grains. Tens of thousands of captives in the safe zone were instigated to attack the Qinglong team headquarters, demanding that Boss Yang give an explanation and kill Captain Luo. Darn it! Xiaqing tried hard not to swear. Did Su Feng's people do it? Who else could it be besides those captives? Zhong Tao was getting angrier and angrier as he cursed. When ordinary people couldn't break through the defenses of the Qinglong team, the captives from the Sufeng team pretended to rush forward to maintain order and break through the door. They were scared away after Boss Yang killed a few of them himself.
Bah!
Those captives. They gave all the uncontaminated water to Captain Luo. Duck them, do you really think I don't know? Tang Lu, who looks down on people, uses all of that to take a bath. It's installed. Brother Tao, let's go back. Hearing Zhong Tao's increasingly outrageous words, Huzi quickened his pace to debug the water wheel and told Zhong Tao to go back. Xiaqing exchanged the reagents for the evolved animals he caught and gave them 2 small bundles of evolved perilla as a thank-you gift before sending them out of the territory. Xiaqing could guess the rest without Zhong Tao telling her. The Sufeng team didn't want Luo Pei to recover from his injury, so they spread rumors that caused dissatisfaction and riots among the people in the safe zone, so Luo Pei left the safe zone. Of course, Luo Pei left the safe zone not to give up treatment, but to facilitate treatment. With the ability of the Qinglong team, they will definitely be able to find uncontaminated water for Luo Pei to detoxify. Xiaqing has no doubt about this, but he also guesses that they will have to pay a huge price for this. As one gains, the other loses. Weakening the Qinglong team will strengthen the Sufeng team. The stronger the Sufeng team becomes, the harder it will be to avenge Xiaqing's father. Xiaqing coaxed the sheep boss to carry soil, pave a dirt road level with the farmland, and then built a canal on the dirt road leading to the farmland, and then inserted the shovel deep into the soil. The enemy of my enemy is the object of cooperation. In the afternoon, Tan Junjie came to Xiaqing's territory to get the exchange materials. Xiaqing handed him the Chinese tune sprouts and perilla, and asked about Luo Pei's condition. Captain Tan, is Captain Luo's injury better? During this period, Luo Pei occasionally said a few words during the evening chat with the Lord, and Xiaqing could not judge his current situation from his voice. Since Tan Junjie had a good relationship with Yang Jin, Xiaqing thought he should have visited Luo Pei at the No. 1 site. Tan Junjie answered vaguely, his injury needs to be healed slowly. This means that there is no recovery in the short term. Poisoning must be treated as soon as possible. The longer it is delayed, the greater the damage to the body of the poisoned person. It seems that the uncontaminated water found by the Qinglong team is not enough. Xiaqing sent Tan Junjie away, climbed up the hillside, and sat next to the sheep boss who was guarding the spring. He took out his phone and dialed Luo Pei's number. Captain Luo, I found some spinach in the field and wanted to send some to you to try. No need, I'll go over, it's only a few steps away. Xiaqing didn't ask the members of the Qinglong team to come and get it, nor did she ask the inspection team to pass it on. After carrying the basket through the isolation belt, she greeted Wei Qingdong, who was standing outside the buffer forest of Site No. 1 to greet her, Brother Dong. Wei Qingdong is a member of Luo Pei's team who is responsible for external liaison and calculation of mission points. Xiaqing often follows Luo Pei's team on missions, so the two naturally know each other. We can't leave our posts without permission, so we have to trouble you to come and deliver the supplies. Wei Qingdong was obviously more haggard than before, and his smile was forced. He winked at Xiaqing and continued, These vegetable leaves need to be inspected before we can give them to you. Will you come with me? It seems that someone is eavesdropping here. Xiaqing nodded and said calmly, okay, but only this time. Next time, trade directly in the isolation zone, otherwise the transaction will be cancelled. Site number 1 has 2,000 acres of buffer forest, more than 1,900 acres of arable land, and 2 deserted villages. A small river more than 3 meters wide flows in from the west, passes through the arable land between the 2 villages, and flows to site number 8 in the south. It was obvious that the people in territory number 1 had no interest in farming. Except for the 2 or 3 acres planted with crops, the rest of the land was covered with weeds more than a meter tall. But as soon as Xiaqing entered the village, he noticed something different. They cleaned up the village very well. With her excellent hearing, Xiaqing discovered several slow-breathing sounds hidden behind the courtyard wall and in the trees she passed by. This meant that the Qinglong team had not given up on Luo Pei, and her deal was feasible. The courtyard where Luo Pei lives is paved with flat red bricks and is empty. This is probably to facilitate the movement of Luo Pei, who is visually impaired. After Wei Qingdong invited Xiaqing into the yard, he explained in a low voice, there are auditory evolvers monitoring the No. 2 site. It is inconvenient to talk in the buffer forest, but it is fine in the village. Captain Luo is not convenient to come out to greet you. Please forgive me. Xiaqing nodded and followed Wei Qingdong into the living room with snow-white walls and simple furniture. When she saw the person sitting on the recliner, she was stunned. The man's eyes were covered with white gauze, his lips were dark purple, and the exposed skin was the same dark red after being poisoned as Xiaqing's. His face and hands were so thin that they were almost unrecognizable. Is this person really Luo Pei? Luo Pei, who was sitting on the recliner, raised his head slightly and asked with a smile, Xiaqing is here? His voice was as calm as the one heard on the intercom. Even though he had seen life and death so many times over the years and had become numb to it, Xiaqing still couldn't help but feel upset. This was Luo Pei, the 3rd strongest man of the Qinglong team and the top marksman of Huisin Base. It was Luo Pei who made Xiaqing feel at ease whenever she saw him carrying a sniper rifle on his back during every mission. Xiaqing clenched her fists and replied calmly, Captain Luo, I'm Xiaqing. I didn't know you were so seriously injured. I'm sorry to bother you while you're recovering. Come and sit down. Luo Pei, who was tortured by the poison and couldn't even stand up, actually still had the mind to joke. How about it? Do you like my face? Luo Pei was strong-willed and didn't want people to sympathize with him. Xiaqing, who had the same skin color as him, nodded. Well, at least it looks better than purple and green. Luo Pei laughed louder, and Xiaqing could clearly hear his weakness. Fortunately, it's not green, otherwise I would have been laughed at. By the way, the basil and Chinese tune sprouts you sent over last time tasted really good. I was just about to exchange some with you, and you happened to come over. Did you find spinach in your field again? It was just discovered these 2 days ago. The content of the harmful element is 0.03%. Since the amount is not large, I just picked some leaves. After Xiaqing finished speaking, Wei Qingdong, who was carrying the basket, asked with a smile, Xiaqing, is this bottle filled with wine? It's such a big bottle. It must be about 1.5 liters. Luo Pei was injured by a surprise attack, so of course the members of the Qinglong team would conduct a thorough investigation of anyone and anything that got close to Luo Pei. Xiaqing didn't say anything, but took out a piece of paper with words written on it. Uncontaminated water. Wei Qingdong's eyes widened, and he leaned close to Luo Pei's ear and whispered something. Luo Pei supported himself on the chair with his fleshless palms and slowly sat up. He made a gesture of invitation in the direction of Xiaqing and then allowed Wei Qingdong and the team members who had been standing beside him to carry him into the room next door. This room is a converted soundproof room. Not only does it have no windows, but there are also soundproof panels on the walls, ceiling, and floor. After the door was closed, Wei Qingdong couldn't wait to ask, Xiaqing, where did you get this water?
Qingdong.
Luo Pei interrupted Wei Qingdong, put away his smile, and said to Xiaqing solemnly, My injury cannot be cured by a few pounds of water. I appreciate your kindness. Take the water back and drink it. It will be more useful for you than for me." The surprise on Wei Qingdong's face as he held the water bottle turned into reluctance, but he still carefully put the bottle back into the basket. The team member standing next to Luo Pei stared at Xiaqing quietly, as if he wanted to see through her. Xiaqing ignored his gaze and whispered, "Captain Luo, have someone test the water quality first. I only have a poison element detector, so I don't know if this water is suitable." Seeing Xiaqing's insistence, Luo Pei asked Wei Qingdong to test the water quality. Not long after, Wei Qingdong came back, his voice trembling with excitement. "Captain Luo, the water quality is very good." "Xiaqing, how much of this water do you have? How do you want to change it?" Xiaqing asked back, "How much does it cost to cure Captain Luo's injury?" Luo Pei answered directly, "In addition to the infusion and washing of the wound, I also need to take a medicinal bath once a day for at least 4 months. The medicinal bath water must be changed every day and cannot be reused. At least 15,000 liters of unpolluted spring water is required." As far as Xiaqing knew, the 4 springs discovered at Huisin Base had not much more water than those in Xiaqing's territory. It was impossible to pump out 15,000 liters of water for Luo Pei. No wonder Luo Pei's body had been dragged into its current state. Xiaqing calculated the amount of spring water he had before nodding, 15,000 liters in 4 months, which is 125 liters a day. "You can exchange it." Not only Wei Qingdong, but even Luo Pei was excited. He raised his hand and slowly untied the gauze covering his eyes, staring at Xiaqing with his red eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Why did you save me?" Luo Pei's evolutionary energy was mainly concentrated in his eyes, so after being poisoned, his eyes were the most seriously damaged. After only staring at Xiaqing for a few seconds, physiological tears began to flow from his eyes. Xiaqing looked back calmly. "It's not a rescue. I have conditions. I want to learn shooting from Captain Luo, and I also want weapons. In addition, Captain Luo must promise not to reveal the source of the water without my permission. This little thing is not a condition." Luo Pei closed his eyes that felt like they were being pricked by needles, tears streaming down his face. "Does it include Yang Jin and Xia Yu?" Yang Jin is the captain of the Qinglong team, and Xia Yu is the deputy captain. When Xiaqing came to find Luo Pei, she never thought that she could hide the secret from them. "Not including them. Do you have a clean container for water? I'll find a chance to deliver today's water after dark." Xiaqing chose to send it over, because she didn't want people to know where her water came from. Luo Pei nodded. "The container is available. What kind of weapon do you want?" Xiaqing didn't speak now. "We'll talk after we verify that the water is effective." "Okay." Luo Pei's eyes were closed and tears were flowing, but there was a smile on his face. "There are people with visual and auditory evolution levels of no less than level 5 in site number 2. Let me know before you come, and I'll have someone lead them away and have Wei Qingdong wait for you at the place where we just picked you up." After Xiaqing agreed, Luo Pei thanked him solemnly. "Xiaqing, from now on your business is my business. As long as it does not violate the law, just give me orders." "Captain Luo, you are too polite. I am exchanging with you to protect my own territory. The matter of the spring water can be concealed for a while, but not forever." Xiaqing originally planned to cooperate with the military when she could no longer conceal it. Now that she found out that Luo Pei was injured and needed water, she changed her mind and cooperated with the Qinglong team. The Azure Dragon team does not belong to any party in the base, and they have greater autonomy. With the territory law and the powerful opponent of the Sufeng team, the Azure Dragon team, as long as they're not stupid, will definitely figure out that cooperating with her is more feasible than killing her and occupying the fountain. After Wei Qingdong sent Xiaqing away, the team doctor came in to report the test results of the spring water. Not only is the content of harmful elements in these springs almost zero, the ratio of trace elements selenium, strontium, and metasilicic acid is almost perfect, and the content of nutrient elements is 5 points higher than the best spring in the base. If this amount of water is enough, I am confident that I can completely detoxify Brother Luo. Luo Pei, who had gone from a level 10 visual evolver to one who was nearly blind due to torture, was surprisingly calm when he heard the news. Assign 3 people to the periphery of territory number 3 to protect Xia Qing. Do not let anyone other than the investigation team get close to territory number 3 without Xia Qing's permission. Remember, this is protection, not surveillance. Do not enter territory number 3. After the team doctor left, Luo Pei showed excitement. He slowly raised his skinny hands to cover his dark red face. The tall man standing next to Luo Pei also had red eyes. Brother Luo. Wei Qingdong came back after sending Xia Qing out of the territory and asked in a low voice, "Let's call the boss and terminate the deal with the fiery team? It will be too late if we delay any longer." In order to detoxify Luo Pei, Yang Jin led 2 teams to leave Hui Base 3 and rush to Hui Base 1 to trade with the fiery team that occupied a spring. Luo Pei shook his head. Xia Qing's spring water must not be disclosed to anyone. Our deal with the fiery team cannot be terminated. Wei Qingdong scratched his head, but the fiery team will definitely take this opportunity to slaughter us. Luo Pei smiled slowly. Is Yang Jin someone who would suffer a loss? Of course not. Wei Qingdong laughed. Even if the boss follows the Fire Phoenix, he won't be the one who suffers. Luo Pei smiled but said nothing. It was true that Fire Phoenix had taken a liking to Yang Jin and had extended an olive branch to him several times. But it was not the kind of liking that was rumored. What she was attracted to was Yang Jin's fighting ability and brains. Before Wei Qingdong could finish his words, the member of the Hearing Evolution team who was on guard outside ran in and knocked on the door. "Brother Luo, there's a helicopter coming." "What?" Wei Qingdong jumped up and ran out in a hurry. "Brother Luo, I'm going to go out and take a look." As the helicopter approached, the roar of its iron wings cutting through the air caused the lords of several nearby plots of land to carefully hide under various hard shelters and look upward nervously. While Xia Qing was comforting Boss Yang, who was frightened and about to rush out to crash the plane, he used night vision goggles to watch the small helicopter with flashing red lights landing in site number 1. Tang Hui, who also saw this scene, immediately called Su Pin, the deputy captain of the Sufeng team. Su Pin's nonchalant voice came from the phone. "Even if a small helicopter is fully packed, how many kilograms of water can it hold? Wouldn't it be more interesting to let Yang Jin see some hope first and then pinch him? You are really amazing. You hit the nail on the head in just 1 sentence." Tang Hui complimented and hung up the phone with a gloomy face. Visual Evolutionary Zhou Sun asked apprehensively, "Boss, is the deputy captain going to ask us to blow up the plane?" "Blow you up, get out, and continue monitoring." Tang Hui scolded Zhou Sun and sent him away, but he still had a sullen face and said nothing. Tang Heng, who looked 60% like Tang Hui, spoke up. Luo Pei was poisoned and needed several tons of water. Yang Jin had a falling out with the base because of him and even led the team through the evolution forest to find water to detoxify him. If Luo Pei was on our team, what would the captain do? Not only will Tang Jingsu not waste uncontaminated water, which is more valuable than gold, to save people, he will also take advantage of Luo Pei's death to squeeze out the last bit of his value. Tang Hui leaned back in his chair, staring at the dim light bulb on the ceiling. After the helicopter landed, the cabin door opened. Yang Jin came out carrying 2 large water tanks. The helicopter's wings started to rotate faster, and it rose up with a roar and flew northwest. Wei Qingdong rushed over to take the water tanks. "Boss, where did this helicopter come from?" "You are amazing." Yang Jin didn't let go. "You can't lift it. How about Brother Luo?" "Not bad." Wei Qingdong didn't try to show off, but trotted ahead to lead the way. Yang Jinmai walked into the house with long legs, put down the water tank, took off his night vision goggles, and saw Luo Pei sitting on the recliner. His bloodshot eyes sank. "Brother Luo, didn't you take a medicinal bath?" The brothers fought hard to find water for him, and as long as Luo Pei could hold on, he would not waste water to take a medicinal bath. He smiled and replied, "Of course I took a bath. Did you come back on the military plane?" Seeing the team doctor lower his head and dare not look at him, Yang Jin knew that Luo Pei was not telling the truth. He signaled him and Wei Qingdong to carry the water tank down and prepare the medicinal bath immediately, then closed the door and answered Luo Pei's question. The military headquarters of Huai Base is transporting supplies here. I will follow and send 2 boxes of water back first. Luo Pei asked Yang Jin with a smile, "What does Liehua want? You or Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu is the deputy captain of the Qinglong team and a 3rd-level brain evolutionist. If Yang Jin and Luo Pei are the main combat forces of the Qinglong team, Xiaoyu is the brain of the Qinglong team. Yang Jin, who had been working non-stop for 2 days and nights to get water, lit up an evolution cigarette to refresh himself. I exchanged it for weapons. Just using weapons? Luo Pei didn't believe it. Yang Jin took a puff of his cigarette and said, "I will lead the team to go on a mission with them, and the harvest will belong to them." Just as Luo Pei was about to ask for clarification, the team doctor came in and said, "Captain Yang, Brother Luo, the water we just brought back is indeed spring water, but the quality is not as good as the one we got this afternoon. Brother Luo is already very weak, so I suggest you use the good water directly." "The bottle from this afternoon?" Yang Jin looked at Luo Pei. "Where did you get the water?" Luo Pei asked the team doctor to leave first, and then told Yang Jin about Xia Qing having the spring water. "I haven't discussed the details with her yet. How about you and Chengdong go over there?" Not hearing Yang Jin's response, Luo Pei added, "Although Xia Qing is young, she is very clear-headed and knows what she wants. She is also grateful, otherwise she wouldn't have brought the spring water here. Xia Qing is different from those women in the safe zone who are after you. Don't scare her with a cold face." Of course she knew what she wanted. Yang Jin put out his cigarette, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Luo Pei lay quietly on the recliner, always feeling that Yang Jin's silence was a little unusual. I would like to thank my book friends De Yuer and 75 Xiang for their awards, and thank you all for your monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, collections, and readings. Your support and likes are the greatest motivation for me to write. I saw everyone's message urging me to update. Book friends who are familiar with me know that I am a part-time writer, so it is indeed difficult for me to add more chapters. I am currently accumulating manuscripts and will update twice a week on time after the book is put on the shelves. Although I cannot guarantee frequent updates, I promise that I will never stop updating. At the appointed time, Xia Qing confirmed that there was no one watching within a radius of 200 meters before she carried a water tank of more than 100 liters into the western buffer forest. The spring on her mountain produces about 300 liters of water every day. In the next 4 months, Luo Pei will use nearly half of the water. This is the largest exchange she has made since leaving the territory. Handing the life-saving water tank to Wei Qingdong, Xia Qing lowered her voice and said, "It will be the same time tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work." Wei Qingdong now wanted to worship Xia Qing as a Buddha. He took the water tank and asked carefully, "Our Captain Yang wants to discuss with you about treating Brother Luo's injury. Is that okay?" After dark, when she saw the plane land on land no. 1. Xia Qing guessed that Yang Jin might have come, and guessed that Yang Jin would definitely meet her, so she nodded calmly, "Okay." Seeing that Xia Qing was about to go back to Site 1 with him, Wei Qingdong hurriedly continued, "It's the middle of the night now. How can I let you run again? Captain Yang is waiting there." After saying that, Wei Qingdong turned around, gestured, and whispered, "Boss." Xia Qing had heard human breathing sounds in the buffer forest of Area Number 1 a long time ago. He thought someone was coming to fetch water, but he didn't expect it to be Yang Jin, the leader of the Qinglong team. Watching Yang Jin, the leader of the Qinglong team, who had a great figure even in camouflage protective clothing under the moonlight, walking out of the buffer forest, Xia Qing had only one thought in her mind. Their boss and her boss were really 2 completely different species. Although our boss doesn't like to talk, he's a really nice person. Wei Qingdong was afraid that Xia Qing would be scared by the boss's cold face and stingy negotiation style, so he emphasized this before carrying the water tank away. Of course Yang Jin is good. If he hadn't led the Qinglong team to Huisin base, the dominant Sufing team would have become even more domineering, and Xia Qing's life would have been even more difficult. Yongjin is the best in Huisin base, and Xia Qing is just an unknown little person. Although she took the initiative in this transaction, she also has her own purpose, which is not to do a favor, so she certainly can't show off in front of the big guy. So, when Yongjin came over, Xia Qing took the initiative to introduce himself. Heko, Captain Yang, I am Xia Qing, the Lord of Land Number 3, and a Level 4 Power Evolver. The Qinglong team had been in Huisin base for 5 years, and Xia Qing had followed Luo Pei's team on many missions, but this was the first time Xia Qing had spoken to the captain of the Qinglong team. The last time Yongjin and Tan Junjie went to Territory Number 3 together to clear out the large trees that killed evolution in the western buffer forest, they saw her fighting with Boss Yang, but Xia Qing had actively deleted her memory of the incident. Because Xia Qing didn't wear night vision goggles, Yongjin took them off as well and introduced himself like her. Miss Xia, I'm Yongjin, the captain of the Azure Dragon team. There are many people in Territory Number 1. Can I come into your territory to talk? Xia Qing really doesn't like others entering his territory, but since he wants to negotiate a deal with the Qinglong team, of course, he has to put safety first. Okay, please come this way. The mountain road is not easy to walk on. Please wear your glasses. Xia Qing couldn't afford high-end equipment such as night vision goggles. She only had an ordinary handheld night vision goggles. However, under the weak moonlight at 3 o'clock in the morning, Xia Qing, who had the ability of visual evolution, walked on the familiar road without the need for visual aids. It was impossible to go home and talk, so Xia Qing took Yongjin to a relatively intact room in a deserted village under the western buffer forest. Still intact means that this room has walls and a roof. After Xia Qing moved into the territory, he sealed the windows of this room and used it as one of his hiding places when encountering danger. She invited Yongjin into the house, then blocked the short and narrow door, which was only wide enough for one person to pass through by bending over, with wooden boards. After lighting a fire to illuminate the room, she was about to invite Yongjin to sit on the only thick wooden stake that looked like a seat by the fire, but when she turned around, she saw that he was already sitting on a stone on the other side. His face was more attractive in the firelight than in the sun, and what was even more rare was that Xia Qing could feel the tranquility of the sky from him. This kind of tranquility was too rare in the chaotic social order and crisis after the great evolution of the creatures on Blue Star. No wonder Tang Lu, who had always been proud, would chase him relentlessly. Being young and handsome is secondary. Yongjin is a top-level evolver with a lifespan of 150 years, and he is also the captain of the Azure Dragon team. If you follow him, you don't have to worry about food and safety. So not only Tang Lu, but many women in Huisin base want to take him down. Xia Qing also heard that the female leader of the famous fiery team at Huiqing's headquarters, Huai base, the Fire Phoenix Deng Yufeng, also had her eyes on him. The last time the Fire Phoenix came to Hui Base 3, Tang Lu ran to provoke without knowing the consequences and was directly stepped on by the big boss. It was a joke that everyone in Hui Base clapped and applauded. Unfortunately, Xia Qing was on a mission at that time and did not see it with his own eyes. Xia Qing sat on a wooden stake and explained to Yongjin why they came here to talk. I have an evolved sheep with a strong sense of territory. If I take you home to talk, it will make a lot of noise. Yongjin didn't feel anything when he heard someone address him respectfully as you, but when he heard Xia Qing address him like that, Yongjin wanted to grab the word and tear it into pieces so that she could never pick it up again and could never use it again. Although he had a lot on his mind, Yongjin showed no expression on his face. He got straight to the point. What weapon do you want? Because he didn't know much about weapons, Xia Qing humbly asked Yongjin for advice. My goal is to protect myself and my territory. What kind of weapons do you think are suitable? My territory has a total of 7,500 acres, of which 3,000 acres are cultivated land, 3 villages and reservoirs, and 4,500 acres are buffer forests on the west and north captives. There are only me and an evolved sheep in the territory, and I don't plan to add more people in the future. Hearing that she didn't plan to add more people, Yongjin was not surprised at all. He looked at her calmly across the fire and asked, How is your sheep's fighting power? Can you communicate with others and execute their orders? Xia Qing felt a little guilty. It is a power evolution, and its evolution level is not weaker than that of a level 5 power evolutionary human. It is quite smart when it comes to food-related matters and can understand simple commands, but whether it executes them or not depends on its mood. Evolved animals that need food to do things cannot work independently. Yang Jin gave alternative plans in a straightforward manner. There are 3 options for protecting the territory. One is to enclose the entire territory with an iron mesh wall and provide electricity. The second is that I will send a 10-man medium-sized team from the Qinglong team to guard around territory number 3 and intercept all dangers. The third is to send a 10-man medium-sized team to be stationed at territory number 1 to take your orders at any time. We will be responsible for the equipment and installation of the first option, and the protection period for the latter 2 options is 1 year. Installing an electrified rail network is tempting, but the subsequent maintenance costs are too high and it is too conspicuous. Xia Qing immediately made a choice. I choose option number 3. It was an expected choice. Yang Jin continued to give her the most suitable plan. In order to protect your safety, we will provide you with a pistol, an automatic rifle, and a long-range sniper rifle, with 300 rounds of bullets for each of the 3 types. In addition, there are 3 sets of the best protective equipment, 2 for you and 1 for the evolved dog, which can also be used by the sheep. The sheep's protective equipment was temporarily added by Yang Jin because Xia Qing cared about her sheep. Regardless of whether the evolved sheep was useful or not, what she wanted was a companion, without having to worry about it betraying and turning around to kill her companion. Yang Jin knew very well why Xia Qing chose evolved animals instead of humans as companions, because no matter how evolved animals are, their brains are not as complex and difficult to understand as humans. Of course, no one would care if you carried a rocket launcher outside the safe zone, but as long as you entered the safe zone you had to undergo strict inspection, so Xia Qing always used machetes and slingshots as weapons. After the great evolution of the creatures on Blue Star, in order to deal with the deadly dangers brought to humans by the evolved creatures, teams legally registered in the safe zone can also own weapons, but they must use them strictly in accordance with relevant regulations. Once a violation occurs, not only will the weapons be confiscated, but they will also be severely punished. Xia Qing could get weapons by going out of the safe zone to farm, but she had no points and no way to buy them, so she came up with the idea of exchanging unpolluted spring water with the Qinglong team. Her goal was to exchange for a sniper rifle and 200 rounds of bullets, but she didn't expect that the conditions given by Yang Jin were completely beyond her expectations. Xia Qing calmed her pounding heart and looked directly into Yang Jin's eyes through the firelight. How many liters of spring water do you want to exchange for these equipment and weapons? Xia Qing's caution made Yang Jin somewhat happy. Can we use these supplies to increase the total amount of spring water from 15,000 liters to 17,500 liters? The extra 2,500 liters will be used for Brother Luo to drink during his treatment. There is no clear experimental data to show that drinking unpolluted spring water can improve human health, not because spring water cannot, but because there is not enough spring water for experiments. The benefits of unpolluted spring water to humans are not a yes or no question, but a question of how much benefit it has. 1 year of 10 evolved human security guards from the Qinglong team, 3 sets of top-level protective gear, 3 guns and 900 rounds of bullets, plus hands-on instruction from sharpshooter Luo Pei, in exchange for 17,500 liters of spring water in the next 4 months, was a perfect deal for Xia Qing. Yang Jin was known as a stingy person who never took any loss. This transaction made Xia Qing intuitively feel the value of the spring water. To make a deal with the big boss, even though Xia Qing had raised all 4 of the sheep boss's hooves to show his agreement in his heart, he still had to pretend to be a big boss on the surface and nodded calmly, deal. After Yang Jin added 2 more pieces of wood to the fire, he talked about the next deal. I have another exchange, I wonder if you're interested. Xia Qing's mind flashed with the supplies he urgently needed, and his expression was mysterious. Tell me first. Yang Jin explained the content of the deal. If Brother Luo stays in territory number 1 to remove the poison, the spring water in your territory will be exposed sooner or later, causing your life to be disturbed by the outside world, so I want Brother Luo to enter your territory to treat his injuries. He will only bring 4 people with him, and they can live in this room or anywhere else you arrange. In addition to taking the supplies Brother Luo needs and getting water, they will never go out of the range you have designated. Brother Luo will start teaching you shooting after he can move, and he will guarantee to take people away after 4 months. If you haven't learned it by then, Brother Luo will live in territory number 1 and continue to teach you until he teaches you. Seeing Xia Qing's frown, Yang Jin's eyes gradually became full of smiles, and he made a deal that Xia Qing couldn't refuse. For this, we will provide 200 liters of diesel and a crawler-type small multi-purpose micro-tillage machine that can rotary till, dig furrows, collect, backfill, weed, and spray pesticides, as well as 2 edible apples, strawberries, jujubes, and grape seedlings each. Micro-tillers, diesel, saplings, all of them hit Xia Qing's heart. What else is there to say? Xia Qing couldn't even pretend to be a big shot anymore, and nodded immediately. Deal. This village will be used by Brother Luo for the next 4 months. For safety reasons, can Brother Luo and the others come over now?
Can.
In order to transport supplies and medicine from territory number 1 to territory number 3 without being discovered, can we dig a tunnel from Brother Luo's residence to territory number 1? After Brother Luo leaves, the tunnel will be filled in immediately.
Gen. Yang Jin smiled. Okay.
If you have any follow-up questions, you can discuss it directly with Brother Luo. Yang Jin smiled so handsomely that Xia Qing almost asked him to stay for a midnight snack before leaving. Fortunately, she was still rational and sent Yang Jin out of the territory before dawn. The Qinglong team was very powerful. Half an hour later, Luo Pei was carried into territory number 3 without anyone noticing. Not long after dawn, a small helicopter stayed in territory number 1 for 20 minutes before taking off. 2 hours later, Tang Huai called Su Pin, the deputy captain of the Sufing team. Yes, it is confirmed that Luo Pei was picked up by Yang Jin in a helicopter. Now the number 1 territory is no longer defended, and the people inside have begun to clear the weeds and turn the soil to plant crops. Yes, people have been sent in to check and confirm that Luo Pei is not in the territory. Yes, the helicopter went west, there was only one. After hanging up the phone, Tang Huai, in a good mood, called his younger brother Tang Heng. Let's go hunting. Let's have a barbecue and drink today. On the 4th day after Luo Pei moved into the territory, 6 saplings and 2 strawberry seedlings were secretly sent to Xia Qing's territory by the Qinglong team. Xia Qing planted them in the cultivated land and watered them with spring water. In order to save enough spring water for planting trees, Xia Qing has been saving water these days and is reluctant to even use it to make porridge. The saplings are all annual bare poles, 1 to 2 meters tall, and the strawberry seedlings have only 5 leaves. Xia Qing is reluctant to even pick a leaf or break off a branch to squeeze out the juice for testing, so it is impossible to tell whether these seedlings have the green or yellow light. In order to prevent the sheep from eating the seedlings, Xia Qing ventured to the evolution forest and cut some evolutionary jujube tree branches covered with palm-sized thorns to make a fence to protect the seedlings. After building the fence, Xia Qing was in a very good mood. She called Luo Pei's new cell phone number and went to visit him with a basket of vegetables. Luo Pei and his people stayed in the village for 4 days. Just as Yang Jin had promised, they stayed in the village honestly. They even fetched water at night and did not disturb Xia Qing's life at all. There are 3 deserted villages distributed in a triangular shape in territory number 3. Xia Qing lives in the village in the north, Luo Pei lives in the one in the southwest, and the village in the southeast is still empty. Xia Qing plans to clean it out when she has time and raise some chickens, ducks and geese, provided she can catch or exchange them. Luo Pei lived in the yard where Xia Qing and Yang Jin negotiated terms. After Xia Qing went in, he found that although the place looked the same from the outside, they had actually dug out several basements underneath, and the entrance was in this room. When did they dig it, and where did they throw the soil? The walls of the basement are not only moisture-proof and soundproof, but also equipped with electric lights and various sophisticated medical equipment that are out of place after a natural disaster. When did they install it, and how did they transport it in? Seeing Xia Qing's confused look, Wei Qingdong smiled until his gums showed. Luo Pei, who was blindfolded, called Xia Qing, come and sit down. Only with enough spring water for 5 days of treatment, Luo Pei was able to sit up straight. Xia Qing handed the basket to Wei Qingdong, with a smile in her voice. It seems that Brother Luo's treatment is quite effective. It's all thanks to you. Luo Pei smiled sincerely. The farm machinery is relatively large, so we have to find a suitable opportunity to deliver it across the open road. The guns and bullets have been delivered. Because you are a power evolver, I chose a small submachine gun, an automatic rifle, and a non-automatic sniper rifle. Wei Qingdong opened the long wooden box he brought in, revealing 3 new guns that smelled of engine oil. Although Xia Qing didn't know the goods, she recognized the sniper rifle in the box at a glance. It was exactly the same as the one Luo Pei carried on his back when he went on a mission. This was definitely a good thing. Luo Pei continued to introduce, for concealment, all 3 guns are equipped with accessories to reduce the sound, flame, and smoke of shooting, and they are all placed in the box. Today, let Qingdong teach you how to use the pistol. You can use it for self-defense first. I will teach you the remaining 2 guns after my eyesight has recovered. Thank you, Brother Luo, and sorry to bother Brother Dong. Xia Qing did not mention that she had used a rifle once when she was on a mission with the Dongyang team, because that old homemade gun was no match for the 3 in front of her. Wei Qingdong invited Xia Qing to the living room and taught her how to disassemble, maintain, and use the pistol. This is a fully automatic pistol specially designed for special forces. Only core members of our team can use it. Its shooting stability and accuracy are top-notch among pistols. This is a detachable buttstock. After it is installed, you can fire continuously by shouldering it. An hour later, Xia Qing left the village carrying a heavy backpack and a heavy basket. To prevent being secretly watched, she first wandered around the deserted village in the southeast corner and carried a large bundle of dry firewood before returning home. After closing the door tightly, Xia Qing quickly took off his protective suit and played with the cool submachine gun he had just received for a long time before he began to check the 3 sets of protective suits he had received. The heaviest set is a fully enclosed airtight protective suit with a mask, which includes clothing, gloves, boots, and an isolated respiratory protective device. It is suitable for high-risk, unknown environments where respiratory and skin hazards exist at the same time. It is standard equipment for scientific researchers with weak self-protection capabilities when they leave the safety zone, and it is not sold publicly and cannot be purchased even if you have points. Although wearing a fully enclosed airtight protective suit will limit vision and hearing, it is a real-life saving equipment in unknown dangerous environments. The second set is a split protective suit, which also includes boots, gloves, a protective mask, and night vision goggles. The style and color of this protective suit are the same as the one Tang Hui gave her, but the difference can be clearly felt when she touches it. Xia Qing dares to assert that the protective power of this protective suit is at least 3 times stronger than those on the market. Xia Qing put on this slim camouflage protective suit, stretched her arms and legs to experience it, and confirmed that the suit Tang Hui gave her was rubbish compared to this one. Of course, the one-piece protective suit with several patches that Xia Qing had just taken off looked even worse than this one. She put the pistol in the front pocket of the protective vest, only to find that this pocket was not for rations, but was specifically for guns. The design was so thoughtful. When she goes to Evolution Forest again, she will wear this outfit. Xia Qing took off her protective suit and put it away happily, and finally checked the protective suit of Boss Yang. In addition to night vision goggles, bulletproof vests, and gas masks, Boss Yang actually had an infrared camera, a natural light camera, and a walkie-talkie. After arranging all the equipment one by one, Xia Qing was a little reluctant to give such good equipment to his own rough sheep. He really wanted to catch an evolved dog to serve as an assistant. Just as Xia Qing thought of Boss Yang, he heard the sound of quick footsteps coming from the yard. She had just hidden the gun when the door handle on the front door was turned by Sheep Boss with his hoof.
Bang!
The door was pushed open heavily, and Boss Yang walked in angrily, looking at Xia Qing with narrowed eyes. After spending more than a month together, Xia Qing had already figured out this guy's temper of being soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. He pinched his throat and asked, "I want to chop wood," and just came back. "Boss, you must have worked hard patrolling the territory." The eldest sheep dug his hoof and lowered his head slightly, revealing his large, spiral horns. "Well, the magic potion didn't work." Xia Qing changed to the hard food. "Do you want to eat the rations?"
Meh.
The eldest sheep immediately retracted his hooves and raised his head, changing to a clip sound. Xia Qing went into the kitchen swiftly, chopped some tune sprouts and grass, then opened the iron cabinet and took out 2 pieces of compressed rations, crushed a small half piece and mixed it into the grass, then placed it on the dining table of Boss Yang. The sheep boss started eating in silence. Xia Qing sat cross-legged beside him, eating his rations with spring water and sharing his joy with him. "Boss, we made a profit on this deal. We have guns and 3 sets of top-level protective clothing, the kind that you can't buy even with points. These 3 sets of clothing mean that we both have 3 more lives. Of course, I'll have 2 and you'll have 1, and the gun can only be used by me, hee." Xia Qing took a big gulp of spring water to swallow the compressed rations that scratched his throat, and laughed like a fool. After the big sheep quickly finished the food in the bowl, he set his eyes on the rations in Xia Qing's hand. Xia Qing immediately stuffed all the rations into his mouth and swallowed them. He stood up, cleaned the bowl of Boss Yang, and put it away. Then he fastened the pistol strap to his thigh and turned back to greet Boss Yang. "You take a rest. I'll go to the vegetable garden to check it out." After she went out, the big sheep came into the kitchen with a clatter and dug the metal cabinet containing rations with his hooves several times. After confirming that it could not be opened, he returned to the living room, dug open the wardrobe, and smelled the protective clothing that Xia Qing brought back. After discovering that it was not food, he kicked the cabinet door with 1 hoof and lay back on the tatami, continuing to stare at the metal cabinet in the kitchen with squinting eyes and chewing the cud. Xia Qing, who was in the vegetable garden, heard the noise in the house and grinned. The vegetable seeds planted in the vegetable garden half a month ago have already sprouted. Because she used mountain spring water to soak the seeds, the germination rate is 20% higher than that of the 4th, 5th, and 6th lords. In plots 1, 2, or 7. They didn't tell me, so Xia Qing didn't know. The garlic and ginger seedlings in the vegetable patch next to her are already palm-high. As long as there is no heavy rain during the next 2 months of seedling period, she will be able to harvest them. Especially the ginger. There are only 6 of them in her territory, so she must protect them. Later, she found more than 30 garlic seedlings, and now there are 44 in total. She optimistically estimates that she will be able to eat garlic sprouts in May. The delicious roasted pork with garlic sprouts and pork dumplings flashed through his mind. Meat was needed. Xia Qing followed the movements taught by Wei Qingdong and aimed at the big elm tree 150 meters away. The 4-pound submachine gun was held in the hands of the power evolver like a toy gun. Xia Qing's excellent vision allowed her to clearly see that the big magpie squatting on the elm branch had its eyes closed. After aiming her gun at the magpie's fat body for 5 minutes, she put the gun away. First, she was afraid that the noise would attract the attention of the surrounding territories, and second, she only had 300 rounds of bullets, and she was reluctant to waste any of them. She had to wait for Luo Pei to teach her how to shoot, because the bullets she used for learning how to shoot were not counted in the 300 rounds. In the evening, Xia Qing and Yang Laoda ate while listening to the radio. The news broadcast, which usually reports good news but not bad news, spent 5 minutes today introducing the severe situation facing the Guicheng base in the south after the evolution of marine life, which made Xia Qing's nerves tense again. The evolution of the terrestrial life on Blue Star was mainly influenced by the 2 elements of yin and yang, while the evolution of marine life was caused by the combined influence of nuclear-contaminated water and the 2 elements of yin and yang. Therefore, the degree of danger and unimaginable evolution of marine life far exceeds that of terrestrial life. This is also the main reason why several large coastal cities in China have become empty cities and abandoned by humans. Who could have thought that in the 10th year of the natural disaster, the evolved marine creatures would actually come ashore and continue to expand their territory, posing a threat to the Guiqing base. The news did not mention any of the key issues such as how they came ashore, what species they came ashore, and what their main attack methods were. It was really depressing. After listening to the news, Xiaqing turned on the intercom and tuned to the Lord frequency and heard Quang Qingwei talking about the problem of marine life coming ashore. There are only 6 bases in southern Guiqing, and 3 of them are threatened. If the safety zones of these 3 bases are lost, a large number of refugees will surely flee northward. Do you think they will flee to our place? This is exactly what Xiaqing is most worried about. Tang Hui snorted coldly. You are just worrying about something else. Even if there are refugees, they will run to Hui 1 and Hui 5 bases. After the great evolution of organisms, humans abandoned their original homes in order to survive and gathered to build bases. 2 or 3 years after the natural disaster began, hundreds of bases of various sizes were built in China, but with the continuous deterioration of the evolution of organisms and the environment, there are only 44 bases left. In order to facilitate management and coordinated defense, these 44 bases are divided into 5 base groups. The core Red City base is a base group consisting of 11 bases, of which the Red 1 base is the capital of China. The 7 bases in the north of China are the White City base group, the 10 bases in the west are the Lanqing base group, the 10 bases in the middle are the Huiqing base group, and the 6 bases in the south are the Guiqing base group. As the name suggests, Xiaqing's Hui Base 3 is the 3rd largest base in the Huiqing base group. To the south of Hui Base 3 are Hui Base 1 and Hui Base 5. 500 kilometers southwest of Hui Base 5 is Gui Base 3, which is most threatened by marine life. It is indeed as Tang Hui said, once Guisen Base is lost, the refugees heading north will definitely rush to Huai and Huiwu bases first. But Quang Qingwei was still worried. Brother Tang, I remember that there were 2.5 million people in Guisen Base. Even if only 2 million escaped, and a small half of them rushed north to Huiqing Base, Huai and Huisen could not accommodate nearly 1 million refugees. I think they must have picked out some, and let the rest go north. Xiaqing also nodded. Every base is struggling on the edge of food and clothing now. If hundreds of thousands of people are placed in there, it will surely explode. Tang Hui didn't say anything. A strange voice sounded in the channel. These things can only be arranged by the top management. There's no point in us worrying about them. We just need to grow our own crops and make sure we don't starve to death. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hui immediately asked, Hu Zi, you want a farm? The people at site number 1 cursed, my name is Hu Zifeng. I'm here to lead the team to guard site number 1. What's wrong with farming? If you keep yelling, I'll go over and shoot you in the head. Everyone. Compared with Luo Pei, who was taken away by the plane, the newcomer to Site No. 1 really has a bad temper. Hu Zifeng, a level 5 visual evolver, was sent to protect Xiaqing and the team leader of Territory Number 3. This mission was very suitable for Hu Zifeng, who was good at long-range sniping. Xiaqing was extremely satisfied with this security captain who would be serving as the captain for the next year. Tang Hui, who said the wrong thing because it was too unexpected, didn't dare to say anything. Zhang San's lazy voice sounded in the channel. I'm Zhang San from Site 7. Did you find anything delicious in Site 1? Hu Zifeng calmed down and replied calmly, we are clearing the weeds. We have only found a few peanut and ginger seedlings that have just emerged. We will exchange with you when we find something good. Zhang San couldn't wait to place an order. After the peanuts are harvested, I'll buy whatever you offer. Xiaqing followed suit. I want ginger. She had very little ginger, only 6. Qi Fu and Zhao Zhe spoke at the same time. Brother Feng, I am Zhao Zhe, Qi Fu from the 4th, 5th site, and I also need Zhang. They didn't dare to steal what Zhang San wanted, so they could only steal something else. Hu Zifeng replied, sure, I'll trade with you guys after we harvest. We came out late and missed the sowing period. I don't know if the seeds will germinate. Who has the most seedlings in their fields? Can we trade with points or supplies? Quang Qingwei, who ran a fruit shop before the disaster and worked in the safe zone after the disaster, wanted to continue to be a middleman after the territory was released. He immediately asked Brother Feng, you don't know this because you just came here. We agreed to exchange vegetable seedlings 1 for 1, or you can buy them for 100 points. The supplies will be exchanged at a discount according to the price in the safe zone. What supplies can Brother Foam offer? Xia Qing sat up and placed her finger on the button of the intercom. Hu Zifeng replied, "We just arrived, so we don't have much supplies. But I brought 2 small tillage machines. After arriving, I found that field number 1 is not big, so I don't need 2, so I want to exchange 1. I got this machine from the planting center, through my connections. It's brand new and costs 5,000 points. A micro-tillage machine that consumes oil is actually exchanged for 50 vegetable seedlings? No one is interested. It is still more cost-effective to use manpower. The road is clear, and it's time to start." Xia Qing pressed the button and followed Quang Qingwei and the others, calling Hu Zifeng brother. "Brother Foam, I'm Xia Qing from plot number 3, and I want to exchange with you. I have garlic, basil, tomato, pumpkin, eggplant, and cucumber seedlings. Basil and garlic can be transplanted now, and the others will be ready in half a month. In addition, I have spinach seeds that can be exchanged in more than a month." Hu Zifeng also answered in a serious manner, "Sure. 10 tomato, cucumber, eggplant, and pumpkin seedlings each. How many spinach seeds can the remaining points be exchanged for?" The growth cycle of spinach is about 40 days. In the later stage of growth, the plant will sprout and produce seeds, which can be sown again to get more spinach. Xia Qing bargained in a serious manner. "My spinach is green light safe food. Can I get 5 seeds for 100 points?
Can.
After Hu Zifeng finished speaking, Zhang San's voice rang out. "Xia Qing, I'm your third brother. How many green light spinach do you have? Can I exchange them now?"
You can name any price.
Qi Fu followed suit. "Xiao Xia, this is Lao Qi. I also want spinach seeds. Can I exchange them for vegetable seedlings?" "Girl, I want one too." Zhao Zhe and Quang Qingwei immediately tried to get close to her, and there was chaos in the channel. Zhang San used his ultimate move. "Xia Qing, my evolved cat is pregnant. Little kitten." Xia Qing was madly excited, but before she could say anything, Tang Hui got there first. "Third brother, I want a cat. You can name any price."
Get lost.
"I won't trade with number 2. After scolding Tang Hui, Zhang San asked Xia Qing in a friendly manner, "Xia Qing, do you want a kitten? When my cats give birth, you can pick whichever one you want." Seeing the cute little cat in front of him, the sheep boss immediately lost interest. Xia Qing was madly tempted, but, "Third brother, of course I want a cat. But I only have a few spinach plants. If I pull them out and exchange them with you, there will be no seeds. In addition, evolved cats are difficult to raise.
How do you keep them?"
If you can only keep them in a cage, I don't want them. Before evolution, cats were the masters of humans. After evolution, cats were directly upgraded to the emperor, and humans could not keep them just because they wanted to. If they were kept in a cage, they would drive people crazy. Zhang San immediately replied, "No need to cage the cat. As long as you have fish, the cat will come back to eat when it's hungry. After you raise a cat, you can exchange dried fish with me. You can use green light vegetables. I don't want all the spinach.
Pick a few for me to taste first." Xia Qing.
Zhang San added a condition. "I can also exchange it for a household food dryer and a household fully automatic vacuum packaging machine." Xia Qing guessed Zhang San's intention. "Brother San, do I have to exchange the food packaging bags with you as well?" Zhang San smiled happily. "Haha, you can also buy from the patrol team, but I guarantee that mine is of the best quality. Now that fungi and bacteria are evolving at a faster pace, food is not easy to preserve. Dryers that can dry food quickly and vacuum packaging machines that truly extract the air to extend the shelf life of food are high-priced items that are hard to get in safe zones. If you can have both, you can dry and seal the fresh vegetables and preserve them for several months." Zhang San really spent a lot of money just to have a bite of spinach. Xia Qing was madly excited but extremely cautious at the same time. "I only have a few spinach plants, and I can't guarantee that they will still be green after a heavy rain. I need to keep all of them for seeding. Can I wait until the spinach seeds are planted for the next crop and then exchange with you?" Zhang San is easy to talk to. "That's fine, but my cats and supplies are in great demand. If you want to order now, you have to pay a deposit in spinach. You don't have to pull the vegetables out, just pluck off all the leaves you can.
Xia Qing.
After some bargaining, Xia Qing paid the deposit for the cat and 2 household machines with 30 spinach leaves, and successfully exchanged for the farm machine and diesel. Xia Qing took out the spinach. First, she wanted to use the green light spinach seeds to exchange for supplies from other territories. Second, she had a pistol and a strong security team. The security of the territory was directly improved by 2 levels, and she was not afraid of being targeted by others with a few spinach plants. If anyone dares to come and steal vegetables, it would be a good opportunity to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After Xia Qing succeeded in the transaction, there was a fierce competition in the Lord Channel for Zhang San's supplies and the non-existent evolved kitten. Xia Qing lay on the bed and listened to it to entertain herself. More than an hour later, Hu Zifeng, who had managed to get a kitten, turned off his pager, still not satisfied. I didn't expect farming to be so interesting. The team members around him whispered, Brother Feng, Zhang San in Site 7 must be someone special. In a disaster year when most people couldn't even get enough food, those who were willing to feed cats with fish and meat were certainly extraordinary. Hu Zifeng knew who Zhang San was, but he couldn't reveal it. He only told the team members no matter where he is, as long as he doesn't get along with the Tang family, he won't be our enemy.
Yes.
The team members smiled and saluted Brother Feng. What if Zhang San's cat only gives birth to 1 cub? Hu Zifeng glared. Then give birth to 1 for me. In territory number 2, Tang Heng analyzed the information he got tonight. Luo Pei was sent out by Yang Jin to detoxify. He has no problem keeping his life, but his abilities are definitely ruined. He will be ostracized if he stays in the Azure Dragon team. Hu Zifeng is Luo Pei's confidant. It is reasonable for him to come out to protect Luo Pei's retreat. There is only Xia Qing, a woman, and an evolved sheep in territory number 3. It is reasonable for her to want to exchange for a tiller. It's just that the discovery of green light basil and spinach in the newly added buffer forest in territory number 3 is really enviable. Tang Hui yawned. Do you think there are no new discoveries in other plots? Just wait and see. The first place to go wrong will definitely be the number 3 plot that is always showing off. Tang Heng felt that the matter was not that simple. No one who can survive to this day is a fool. I suspect Xia Qing wants to use the 2 green light vegetables as a condition to get Zhang San's protection. Tang Hui stopped yawning. If her spinach suits his taste again, he might send someone to protect her. If that's the case, we'd better not touch Xia Qing's red light evolved sheep. There's no benefit in offending Zhang San, so we have to find a way to make him calm down as soon as possible. Thinking of the 3 tails of mutton they sent over, Tang Heng became more and more suspicious. It must be the people in the investigation team who spoiled the mutton. Tang Hui slumped in the chair. Even if it is, what can we do? The Tang family is looking for trouble everywhere. They can't take revenge on the higher-ups, so they take it out on us, the little minions. Let's go to sleep. After Tang Heng lay down, he whispered, Brother, let's check the territory tomorrow. Once we have the green light plants, I don't believe Zhang Sen won't change them. He has all the good stuff in his hands. Tang Hui was not interested. I want to carry out the mission. You lead the people yourself. Early the next morning, Su Ming drove his fiery red rotary tiller to a stop under the road sign of Plot No. 3 and shouted excitedly, Sister Qing, this is what Plot number 1 asked us to deliver. 2 more boxes of spare parts will arrive soon. The main body of the multifunctional micro-tillage machine is a small crawler tractor head. Although it is only 1.6 meters high, its fiery red body with black tracks, plus the 2 majestic large headlights in front of the head, makes it look very cool. Xia Qing recognized it at a glance. This was a machine operated and maintained by specialized personnel in the greenhouse of the Safe Zone Planting Center. When she went to work at the planting center, she could only look at this kind of machine from a distance and had no chance to touch it. Now, she owns one. When Hu Zi and Chao Xianyan came over with 2 huge boxes of accessories and assembled them one by one according to the instructions, Xia Qing was shocked again. Because the multifunctions of the micro-tillage machine are far more than the plow, furrowing knife, rotary tiller, ridge, backfill knife, weeding wheel, and air-assisted spraying box that Yang Jin mentioned. There are also bulldozers that can level the road, digging shovels for digging holes, harvesters and seeders for harvesting potatoes. 11 functions, more than the one she saw at the planting center. As long as there is enough diesel, this machine is worth 10 strong laborers. Xia Qing's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to test drive it. Not only Xia Qing's eyes sparkled, Su Ming and the other two were the same. Su Ming smiled and discussed with Xia Qing, Sister Qing, how about letting Huzi install the accessories, and we try them one by one? Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Qing only knew how to drive a car, and she drove it recklessly without a license. Although the tiller had an instruction manual, she didn't think she could master the driving skills just by reading the manual. It's not hard at all. Su Ming grabbed the driver's seat and called out impatiently, Huzi, get on the excavator. Driving an excavator is one of almost everyone's childhood dreams. Since we have already installed the bulldozer and rotary tillage blade, let's try these two first. Chao Xianyun reminded Xia Qing, Sister Qing, your sheep are coming. Xia Qing had heard the noise, but the location of Sheep Boss and the sound he made were beyond the hearing range of ordinary people, so she pretended not to notice it. After being reminded by Chao Xianyun, Xia Qing turned and rushed toward Sheep Boss, and then the two of them had a cordial and friendly exchange about the extra machines in the territory and the 3 intruders. Su Ming was very surprised to see that the hot-tempered Sheep Boss did not fight with Xia Qing, but turned around and walked away arrogantly. Lao Chao, what did Sister Qing say that made that stubborn sheep so obedient? Chao Xianyun couldn't say anything about Xia Qing's words, so he simply urged Su Ming with a cold face, what are you hesitating about? If you can't drive, get off and I'll do it. Have you forgotten who drove here? I'm better than you even with my eyes closed. Su Ming didn't bother to watch Xia Qing and Yang Laoda, this weird couple, and immediately turned the key to start the micro-tiller. After the sound of a tiller was heard in Territory Number 3, Zhou Sun, a Level 5 visual evolver who was monitoring Territory Number 2, reported to Tang Huai beside him in a low voice, the investigation team has sent the tiller and 2 large boxes to Territory Number 3. I can't see what's going on inside because of the grass wall. Site Number 2 and Site Number 3 are separated by a 10-meter wide straight dirt road running east-west. On both sides of the south side of the road, there are dense grass walls more than 1 person high and 3 meters wide to prevent outsiders from prying eyes. Therefore, Xia Qing, who had the geographical advantage, could see the situation in Territory No. 2 from afar on the northern buffer forest captive, but Tang Huai and others who lived in the lower place could not see the situation in Territory Number 3 through the grass wall. Reconnaissance relies on more than just vision. Tang Huai, a Level 5 auditory evolver, heard a conversation in Site 3 clearly, including how Xia Qing coaxed the Sheep Boss. Nothing unusual, call it a day. Hu Zifeng, the visually evolved man who was hiding on a big tree in the buffer forest of Territory Number 1 and staring at Tang Huai and Zhou Sun, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wei Qingdong. Wei Qingdong put away his phone and said, Brother Luo, Tang Huai, and the others left the territory and headed east. They should be going to the evolution forest in the east to hunt. Luo Pei, lying on the operating table, calmly ordered, let's get started. In Territory Number 3, the generator in the second-floor basement of the deserted village on the southwest side began to operate, but the noise of the generator was completely covered by the rumbling sound of the tiller, and the 4 people circling around the tiller could not hear it at all. After the lighting intensity in the operating room reached the standard, the team doctor began to perform the key step of the detoxification treatment for Luo Pei, the organ detoxification dissection surgery. The micro-tiller is simply a large multifunctional children's toy car, which makes 4 children in their 20s love it. After trying every accessory, the 4 of them confirmed that this machine is really very easy to use, but it also consumes a lot of fuel. Given the soil conditions of her land, the fuel consumption of a 2-plow to plow 1 mu of land is about 3 to 4 liters, which is much higher than the energy consumption of a sheep plow. Xia Qing happily decided to use sheep power for plowing in the future and micro-tillage machines for other large-scale farm work, and she would do the miscellaneous work herself. After seeing off Su Ming and the other 2, who wanted to stay with her as drivers, Xia Qing drove her beloved micro-tillage machine, used a bulldozer to open a smooth way home, and stopped in front of the East Courtyard scaffolding building. The tiller is the most valuable machine Xia Qing currently owns. In order to properly store the machine, she converted the room in the southwest corner of the first floor of the East Courtyard shed into a garage. After Xia Qing made 2 trips back and forth to move the parts back, he opened the garage door and neatly stacked the parts at the innermost part of the garage. Then he drove the tiller in and put it away. He closed the garage door, took a few steps back, and looked at the results of his modification with great satisfaction. Xia Qing used the red bricks, stones, and steel bars that were still available in the 3 villages she collected to repair the frame building, which only had the main structure, into a 2-story warehouse with walls, windows, and doors. Because it was patched together with limited building materials, her warehouse looked like Howl's moving castle. Of course, it only looks from the outside. The interior decoration of her warehouse is far worse than that of Hal's house. The interior is only sprayed with insect repellent and placed with moisture-proof charcoal. There is no loading or unloading at all.
Organ.
This castle is cramped for living, but it is perfect for storing supplies. When Xia Qing turned off the tiller, the generator on the 2nd floor of the basement in the southwest village was also turned off. Using the sufficient power stored in the battery, the lights in the operating room stayed on for another 8 hours before turning off. It was already early morning. When Xia Qing was dreaming about driving a tiller, Sheep Boss was standing in front of the garage with his head lowered, wondering what he was thinking. At dawn the next day, Xia Qing took a walk in the territory, caught a dozen evolved grubs, crushed 8 evolved beetles and moths that attacked her, and dug out 2 little mice from the soil. After taking a walk and returning home for dinner, Xia Qing sent the sheep boss to inspect the territory and ran to open the garage door and drove out the micro-tillage machine. Today, she wants to build a road from her home to the reservoir and farmland. The tiller consumes a lot of fuel. No worries, she has 200 liters of diesel. Running out of diesel? No worries, she can just use supplies to exchange for oil. Xia Qing happily backed the tiller out of the garage and parked it. When she got out of the car, closed the garage door and spread insect repellent, she heard the hurried hooves of the sheep. Oh no, Boss Sheep is coming for the machine. Xia Qing turned around immediately, but was still not as fast as Yang Laoda, who had already climbed onto the tiller, occupied the driver's seat, and squinted his eyes, showing a posture of never giving in. Seeing that it wasn't here to fight with the tiller, Xia Qing felt relieved and asked with amusement, "So you were lying on the hillside watching our test drive yesterday, and you didn't go home to sleep last night but stared at the garage door. Is that what you were thinking? Your hoof is only split in 2, and you can't even hold the steering wheel. How can you drive the machine?" Boss Yang refused to listen and still firmly occupied the driver's seat. Xia Qing changed her tone and tried to entice people with food. "Boss, stop making trouble.
Come down.
I'll pick some Chinese tune sprouts for you to eat."
Meh.
Boss Yang immediately jumped off the tiller and stood in front of Xia Qing.
Xia Qing.
Well, it seems that this foodie doesn't want to monopolize the micro-tiller, but wants to use the micro-tiller to control her. She has eaten enough Chinese tune buds, so you can feed more to the sheep boss. After spring, the nitrate and nitrite content of Chinese tune buds will increase, and they will not taste good. There are already 5 kinds of edible vegetables in the territory: tune sprouts, spinach leaves, perilla, leeks, and green onions. Xia Qing, who has been eating coarse grains for 10 years, has started to become picky about food. Fearing that the evolved rodents would damage the tiller, Xia Qing drove the machine back to the warehouse and took Yang Laoda to pick tune buds before returning home to drive the tiller out to repair the road. Hearing the sound of machinery coming from Territory No. 3, Su Ming and the other 2, who were patrolling by, were full of envy. Wei Qingdong on the underground floor of the deserted village smiled and said, "Turn on the generator and charge the battery for a while." The distance from Xia Qing's small building to the stone bridge across the creek in the north is 470 meters. Xia Qing used a digging shovel to flatten the path she had trampled out and then compacted it. This process was so healing that Xia Qing felt relaxed physically and mentally. but the comfort was less than half an hour long. The big sheep, who had eaten and drunk his fill, came back and raised his head to block the tiller, with an attitude of "I'm going to fight if you don't let me get on the machine." Xia Qing was not angry when she saw it, because she was looking for someone to share the joy of driving. She was the only one in the territory, so it was okay to share with the sheep. So Xia Qing turned off the tiller and let the sheep boss sit in the driver's seat first. Then, while she was talking, she removed the small iron box with wrenches and pliers on the track cover on the right side of the tiller driver's seat, and very neatly installed a large wooden recliner on the iron cover that could bear the weight of the sheep boss, and covered it with hay mats. After the reclining chair was installed, without Xia Qing's persuasion, the sheep boss moved directly and occupied a more comfortable seat. Xia Qing happily turned on the engine and continued to drive the micro-tillage machine to repair the road. The sheep boss lay on its exclusive seat and chewed the cud. Both the man and the sheep were very satisfied. The people in Territory Number 2 were no longer interested in the faint sound of the tiller, but the people in Territory Number 4 on the east side were very interested. They even climbed up the tallest pine tree in the buffer forest on the north side of Territory Number 4 and looked at the situation in Territory Number 3 from afar. Zhao Chong found a cat-sized machine moving slowly, about 1.5 kilometers away. He took out his telescope from the tree and adjusted the focus. He first saw the digging shovel of the tiller and then moved the telescope slightly backward. He was frightened and screamed, and fell directly from the tree more than 10 meters high. The scream was heard at site number 3. This was not Zhao Zai's voice. Xia Qing put away his gun and took out his intercom to contact Tan Junjie. "Captain Tan, I'm Xia Qing from Territory Number 3. Just now, someone was on a big tree in the buffer forest of Territory Number 4, spying on my territory with a telescope. When I discovered him, he was so scared that he fell off the tree." Tan Junjie immediately replied seriously, "Got it. We will investigate immediately. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Tan." Xia Qing hung up the walkie-talkie and continued to repair the road. Why use a walkie-talkie? Intercom conversations can be heard by people on the same channel, and Xia Qing wanted to make a big fuss about it. Besides, satellite phone calls are not cheap, so Xia Qing tried to save as much as possible. After repairing the road from her home to the stone bridge she had paved across the river, Xia Qing was building a road from this straight road to the farmland and the reservoir when she received a call from Tan Junjie, Zhao Chong in the know. "For plot has been arrested and will be dealt with according to the territory law." "How did you find out that he was pee-peeking?" "According to the territory law, if a lord is caught spying on other territories, he will be fined 500 points, his preferential exchange discounts will be cancelled, and the tax exemption period will be reduced from 5 years to 3 years. If a hired person in the lord's territory is caught spying on other territories, in addition to the above-mentioned punishment for the lord, the hired person will be expelled from the territory and fined 500 points. If the points are insufficient, they will be forced to work, and they will not be allowed to compete for a level and B-level positions in the safe zone for life. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. 500 points is equivalent to 2 years' income for ordinary people who dare not venture out of the safe zone. In the years of natural disasters when people cannot even get enough food, ordinary people have no savings at all. The forced labor project for those who do not have enough points is to repair the protective wall or clear the evolution forest, which is basically equivalent to a death sentence for ordinary people. Xia Qing was very satisfied with Tan Junjie's efficiency and replied calmly, "I found it because of the reflection from his telescope lens." Tan Junjie did not mention Zhao Chong again, and discussed exchanging supplies with Xia Qing. "Can I exchange another batch of Chinese tune sprouts?" "Use diesel, 1 liter of diesel for 1 kilogram of Chinese tune sprouts." Xia Qing confirmed that Tan Junjie did not know about the deal between him and the Qinglong team, otherwise he would not have proposed such an exchange. The conditions proposed by Tan Junjie were reasonable, and Xia Qing agreed. "Okay, how many pounds do you want to exchange?" Tan Junjie replied, "In half a month, the Chinese tune sprouts will not be tasty. I want to exchange more for storage. How many kilograms can you give me?" Xia Qing was not sure either.
There aren't many buds now.
"Wait a few more days and I'll pick them and trade with you. I'll take whatever you have." Thinking of his daughter, Tan Junjie smiled tenderly, and his voice became softer. Sure, I'll bring a portable scale and diesel and we'll exchange them on the spot. Okay. Xia Qing responded promptly. She had no shortage of tune buds, and the more diesel the better. After a few seconds of silence, Tan Junjie couldn't help but remind Xia Qing, don't break off all your baldness at once. Xia Qing, who had no planting experience, was silent for a few seconds. Will breaking off the baldness suffocate the tree to death? There was no introduction to the planting techniques of Chinese tune trees in the planting information she collected, nor was there any introduction in the planting encyclopedia issued by the base. Tan Junjie was silent for a longer time. I will reply to you after I confirm it. That evening, Xia Qing received a clear text message reply from Tan Junjie. The first buds that sprouted at the top of the branches can be pruned. The side buds that sprout and grow after the first buds are harvested are called second buds. They should not be pruned whole. 2 or 3 leaves should be left at the base to form auxiliary branches to restore the tree's vigor. Xia Qing understood. When she first came to the territory, she broke off the first buds. Now the trees are all covered with second buds. It seems that she should leave 2 or 3 leaves. Another thing that Xia Qing was very concerned about was the word cut used by Tan Junjie. The Chinese tune buds that Xia Qing exchanged with him last time were all broken, and considering Tan Junjie's rigorous personality, this word must have been used on purpose. So, using scissors is better than pinching or cutting directly. After Xia Qing wrote this down in his notebook, the daily routine news broadcast ended. The content was still that the situation at most bases in China was good, but the situation at coastal bases was not good. After listening to it for the past few days, Xia Qing was almost desensitized. He turned off the radio and turned on the intercom. As expected, there was no one chattering in the channel tonight. After waiting for 5 minutes, Zhao Zhe from Site 4 broke the silence. Xia Qing, are you there? Xia Qing pressed the button and replied coldly, yes. Zhao Zhe apologized solemnly. I'm really sorry for what happened today. I didn't manage the people in my territory well. I promise this is definitely the first and last time. I'll use 20 green clover plants to make amends to you. Is that okay with you? Although Xia Qing never mentioned that she had an evolved sheep in the Lord Channel, Zhao Zhe's territory was adjacent to hers, and the sheep boss wandered around in the territory every day. There were people in Zhao Zhe's territory spying with binoculars, so it was normal for Zhao Zhe to know about the existence of a sheep boss. Alfalfa was one of the most favorite grasses for sheep. Whether he did this because he really didn't want to have a falling out with her, or because he was afraid that she had a gun, or because of some other deep meaning, Xia Qing accepted it, okay. After Xia Qing agreed, the grudge between her and Zhao Zhe was over. Zhang San immediately said, Zhao Zhe, I'll also take 20 green light alfalfa plants, and either the dryer or the vacuum packaging machine. You can choose one. Zhao Zhe answered politely, Third brother, I only have 8 green light alfalfa plants left. Can you tell me to use alfalfa leaves to pay the deposit for these 2 machines, just like Xia Qing? Food drying and packaging machines are a need in every territory. Zhao Zhe said he only had 8 alfalfa plants left, but his credibility was not high. Zhang San lazily replied, the deposit for both machines is 1 pound of alfalfa. I still have 1 dryer and 1 vacuum packaging machine left. Does anyone want them? I only want green light plants. If not, I'll send them back to the safe zone to exchange for food. Why does he have so many machines? Could it be that he not only knows how to make medicine, but also how to make machinery? Xia Qing made a note in his notebook. Chi Fu, who had always been enthusiastic about planting, did not say anything. Huang Qingwei asked, Third brother, are 3 taels of green light chives enough to pay the deposit? When the next crop grows, I will make up the remaining 2 taels. Can the remaining chives be used as a deposit for the kitten? Zhang San lazily replied, half a pound of leeks is the deposit for the 2 machines. Even if my cat can give birth to a 3rd kitten, I won't sell it to a middleman. Huang Qingwei, whose thoughts were exposed by Zhang San, laughed dryly and said, Okay, third brother has the final say. I will cut the leeks tomorrow morning. Xia Qing wrote green light leeks, can be cut 3 or 2 at a time after Huang Qingwei's name, and drew a question mark, indicating that he was not sure how many green light leaks Kwang Qingwei had. She pointed her pen upwards and turned to the column for Qi Fu, the fifth plot. This column recorded that there were chives in Qi Fu's territory. Last time, 3 of the 10 he exchanged for Xia Qing had green lights. So he didn't ask for anything at this moment, not because he lacked a deposit, but because he didn't lack a dryer or a packaging machine. Through more than half a month of communication on the Lord channel, Xia Qing confirmed that Qi Fu had made sufficient preparations to go out of the safe zone to farm. He didn't know if he had a lot of building materials. If he did, Xia Qing wanted to exchange insect-repellent putty with him to paint the walls. But this matter is not suitable to be discussed in the channel. After discussing the deposit, Hu Zifeng from Site 1 came over with an icy voice. If any captive dares to monitor Site 1, I'll shoot him in the head. The dog-headed Tang Huizhuang did not exist, and today's communication with the lords ended here. Xia Qing turned off the intercom and began to study the edible plants found in the surrounding territories. Garlic, leeks, peanuts, ginger, and Jerusalem artichokes all propagate by roots or fruiting in the soil, so they still exist sporadically 10 years after the natural disaster. Alfalfa is a perennial herb that produces a lot of seeds and is easy to grow. Spinach and shallots have a short growth cycle and also produce a lot of seeds and are easy to grow, so they were also saved. Before the disaster, other common vegetables were either too delicate or their fruits and plants were destroyed by birds and insects, making them unable to reproduce for many years. It would be difficult to find traces of them in the territory 10 years after the disaster. Therefore, if you want to find edible plants again, you have to go to the evolutionary forest. Xia Qing drew a line under the bamboo with a pen. April is the time when spring bamboo shoots emerge. There is no bamboo in her territory, but there is in the evolution forest to the north of Land No. 1. The bamboo Xia Qing uses to make furniture is cut from that evolution forest. She has tested it and found that there are adult bamboos with yellow lights there, so after April, she is likely to unlock another vegetable. However, she doesn't know what the bamboo will taste like after it evolves. As soon as Xia Qing closed the notebook, she received a text message from Hu Zifeng asking, Miss Xia, do you need us to send someone to keep an eye on site number 4? The condition that Xia Qing had negotiated with Yang Jin was that the security team would be stationed in site number 1, and she could call upon them at any time. Xia Qing was a 3-element evolutionary person with weapons in her hands. She was not afraid of the people in site number 4 at all. She replied, seriously, no need. In a week, I will go to the evolutionary forest north of site number 1 to dig bamboo shoots. I will be away from the territory for at least 4 hours. I will trouble you to help me guard the territory. Hu Zifeng quickly replied, Okay, let us know when you have confirmed the time. In addition, we also want to go to the evolution forest to dig bamboo shoots. Can we team up with Miss Xia? She told Hu Zifeng about this in advance, just to form a team. Xia Qing smiled and replied, of course. The next morning, the inspection team delivered 20 green alfalfa plants. Xia Qing looked at the palm-high tender green seedlings with roots and soil in the grass basket and fell silent. The color of the seedling was indeed much more normal than that of the evolved perilla, but was it sure that it was alfalfa and not clover? Or maybe the scientific name of clover is alfalfa. Xia Qing took out his phone and looked through the planting encyclopedia and found the picture of the evolved alfalfa again for comparison. The small leaves of the more than 1 meter tall mature alfalfa in the planting encyclopedia were indeed 90% similar to the leaves of the seedlings in the grass bag. She no longer worried about whether alfalfa was a clover or not. She followed the key points mentioned in the planting encyclopedia and planted the seedlings in the terraced fields above the perilla and surrounded them with jujube branches. If these alfalfa seedlings can survive, she can wait until they produce seeds and then sow them. Next year, when she has planted the entire terraced field, she can remove the jujube branches and let the sheep eat the alfalfa as freely as they eat basil. Thinking about next year, Xia Qing felt excited. After the natural disaster, most people at the bottom of society just lived from day to day, without any plans, and it was impossible for them to have plans. Xia Qing was considered an outlier at the bottom of society. But when she was in the safe zone and was planning to rebuild her home, She only had a vague vision of the future, and she had no idea when it would come true. Now, standing in her own territory and thinking about the future, she feels very secure. Raising his hand, he rubbed the curly hair of the sheep boss who was chewing on basil. With a surge of emotion, Xiaqing stretched out his arm and swept across the entire territory. "My beloved, look, this is the kingdom I have built for you." Boss Yang ignored Xiaqing, who was suffering from epilepsy, and continued eating. By the end of March, the seedlings could be transplanted, and it was time for the lords to exchange the seedlings with each other. To be fair, each lord needs to test the content of harmful elements in the seedlings first and confirm the grade of the seedlings before exchanging them. Other lords announced in the channel that most of the seedlings they bred were yellow, a few were red, and rarely green. 90% of the seedlings in Xiaqing's field were yellow, 10% were green, and there were no reds. However, Xiaqing concealed the existence of green seedlings and said that he also had some reds. When exchanging seedlings with other lords, Xiaqing dug up yellow lantern seedlings. She first dug up tomato, cucumber, eggplant, and pumpkin seedlings to exchange for plot number 1, 10 of each. Of course, these seedlings were not exchanged for the nominal microtiller, but together with 50 spinach seeds, they were exchanged for 40 bags of putty powder and 3 buckets of wall paint for Xiaqing. After the natural disaster, the most basic function of wall paint and putty powder was not only decoration, but also insect repellent. These two building materials were in great demand, and ordinary people could not buy them at all. When Xiaqing was in the construction team, these two materials were collected by the kilogram, so Xiaqing was unable to save them. She originally planned to trade putty powder with Chi-Fu, but Chi-Fu said he didn't have any in stock. A few days ago, Xiaqing heard Hu Zifeng say in the Lord channel that they were going to build a house in territory number 1, so he tried to propose an exchange with Hu Zifeng. Unexpectedly, it really came true. This made Xiaqing marvel at the powerful strength of the Qinglong team again. After planting the vegetable seedlings and digging the bamboo shoots, Xiaqing will hurry up and paint his small building before the next heavy rain comes, so that it will feel more like home. After delivering the vegetable seedlings from plot 1, Xiaqing used 10 tomato seedlings to exchange for 5 bean seedlings from plot 5 and 5 pepper seedlings from plot 7. It was not because she didn't want to exchange more, but because she only had 15 tomato seedlings left. Because all the territories had received pumpkins, cucumbers, and eggplants, Xiaqing had more left: 20 pumpkin seedlings, 25 cucumber seedlings, and 30 eggplant seedlings. Except for some extra pumpkin seedlings, all the seedlings and the ones she exchanged were planted by Xiaqing in the still empty planting area on the hillside. In order to grow the seedlings well, Xiaqing practiced all the planting techniques she knew. In order to increase the nutrients in the vegetable field soil, Xiaqing composted the sheep manure and bird manure collected from the territory and applied them to the vegetable field. After transplanting, she also watered the field with the accumulated mountain spring water. Next, it depends on their vitality. A few days after planting, Xiaqing wished she could live in the vegetable garden. The 4th, 5th, and 6th lords were more diligent than her. They kept their pagers on 24 hours a day and exchanged their vegetable growing experiences at any time. Zhang San in Site 7 is not interested in anything except eating, so he is not online during the day. Hu Zifeng in Site 1 is always online, but he wants to know Xiaqing's dynamics and needs at any time. Tang Huai in Site 2 also keeps his phone on to know Hu Zifeng's dynamics. Of course, these two people rarely talk. At noon, the sun made the leaves of the transplanted seedlings droop, and even half of the seedlings were bent. Xiaqing was distressed and followed Chi-Fu's method to carefully prop up the bent seedlings with their heads on the ground. If she didn't know that the seedlings needed the sun, Xiaqing really wanted to put up a sunshade for them immediately. The evening sunlight was no longer strong, and most of the drooping leaves of the seedlings stood up again. Xiaqing was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. The next morning, Xiao Miao, who had been hunching over with his head drooping, stood up, and Xiaqing was so happy that she was spinning around. At noon, The seedlings' leaves and heads were drooping due to the sun. Xiaqing squatted by the field with a sad face and sighed. On the third morning, the same cycle happened again. Xiaqing was sometimes excited and sometimes anxious, so much so that the sheep boss thought she was sick. He brought a mouthful of grass over and placed it next to the planting area and pulled away the juju branches to let Xiaqing go out to eat grass. Xiaqing, who had no place to vent his anger, didn't understand what the sheep boss meant. He thought the sheep wanted to eat the seedlings, so he rushed out and had a fierce fight with it. Although he defeated Boss Yang with an overwhelming advantage for the first time in history, Xiaqing still didn't get excited. He continued to sigh as he watched Meow. The lost sheep took the grass home and spit it into Xiaqing's bowl. Only then did Xiaqing realize that the sheep wanted him to eat the grass. Is this grass edible? After testing, Xiaqing found that the grass that the sheep boss brought back was actually a green light plant, so she cooked it and ate it. However, she vomited after taking a bite because it was too disgusting. The eldest sheep was unhappy, so he brought some back and spit it into Xiaqing's bowl. Seeing that Boss Yang was so persistent, Xiaqing asked Tan Junjie to find out, and then he found out that this unremarkable vine was actually an evolved white-haired chicken shoot vine that could treat abdominal pain caused by food accumulation and skin itching. Only then did Xiaqing realize that Big Sheep thought she was sick and had gone to pick herbs for her. Deeply moved, Xiaqing picked a few alfalfa leaves that she herself had not even tasted and made some concentrated feed for Big Sheep. Thanks to Boss Sheep, Xiaqing's territory has added a very valuable green light Chinese herbal medicine, the evolved white-haired chicken shoot vine. Although the name sounds unpleasant, it is very valuable. The whole plant, including roots, stems, and leaves, can be sold for 40 points per kilogram after drying. When he has free time, Xiaqing will definitely cut some and dry them to exchange for points to buy compressed rations for Boss Yang. 6 days after transplanting, 10 seedlings died in the terraced fields, most of them cucumbers. Xiaqing thought cucumber seedlings were the most delicate, with a thin layer of skin that seemed to be full of water. They would wilt in the sun and fall over in the wind. She would never admit that 2 of the trees were accidentally broken when she was supporting the seedlings. Nearly half of the seedlings in plots 1 and 2 died, and plot 7 was not online, and the situation was probably similar. The situation of plots 4 and 6 was similar to Xiaqing's, and plot 5 was the best, with only 2 seedlings lost. This was because the Chief Fujia were farmers before the natural disaster and had the most experience. Chief Fu introduced the key points of planting the seedlings on the intercom. You can't water them every day. You need to water them when the soil is dry and wet them when the soil is wet. You need to spray them with camphor sap frequently to prevent rodents and insects. If you see a seedling with leaves that are healthy and not bitten, but are turning yellow and wilting, then there is probably something wrong with the soil. Xiaqing, who was squatting by the field, carefully wrote down Chi Fu's words in the notepad on his mobile phone. Zhao Zhe asked, "Brother Chi, what's wrong?"
Tell me more about it.
We're just reclaiming the land and planting the first crop. We have also used insecticide and fungicide powders. There must not be many germs in the soil. The most likely ones are the 2 beasts, evolved white grubs and evolved silkworms. Chief Fu's voice sounded gnashed. The lords have seen how powerful these 2 insects are in wheat seedlings, cotton, and mung bean fields. When you find that the seedlings are bitten, even if you are careful not to damage the taproot when digging up the soil to kill the insects, the seedlings will become weak after filling the soil back. The most hateful thing is that when you dig up the soil, you find that the roots have been bitten, but the bugs have already run away. The fragile seedlings are bitten by the bugs and have their roots dug up, making them even weaker. Every night, there were lords who were so angry about this. Xiaqing is an auditory evolved person. With his excellent hearing, he cleans the vegetable garden, farmland, fruit trees, and the area within 10 meters around them every day. Not only has he never gotten angry about this, he has also established friendly neighborly relations with the 4 evolved magpies and 2 evolved egrets in the territory. The 2 egrets moved in a few days ago and built a nest in a small metasequoia forest on the north side of the reservoir. Xiaqing, who had not eaten eggs for many years, was eagerly waiting for her neighbors to lay eggs so that she could steal them. After turning off the intercom, Xiaoqing looked up and confirmed that the tune buds had grown to 12 to 15 centimeters long and could be harvested. This was the second batch of tune buds, and Xiaoqing cut off all that could be cut and exchanged it for 35 liters of diesel from Tanjunjia. Although there were no other evolved Chinese tune trees for comparison, Xiaoqing was quite satisfied with the output of this large Chinese tune tree. Carrying 2 oil drums, Xiaoqing told Tanjunjia about tomorrow's schedule. I will be out of the territory for half a day tomorrow and use the supplies to exchange for the people in the know. One area to help me guard the territory. There are many things planted in the territory and the important materials at home are increasing, so they can't be left without people, so Xiaoqing used his own security team for the first time. He told Tanjunjia in advance to avoid him discovering that people from Area 1 appeared in or around Area 3 during his patrol tomorrow, which would cause misunderstandings. Tanjunjia nodded and left. He did not ask Xiaoqing what she had exchanged for plot number 1, nor did he ask her why she left the territory. Of course, Xiaoqing did not ask Tanjunjia how to deal with the Chinese tune sprouts. Curiosity can kill humans. This was true before the natural disaster, and even more so after the natural disaster. Cats cannot be killed because most cats have evolved to be very powerful and have the ability to support their curiosity. After Xiaoqing made an appointment with Hu Zifeng for tomorrow's trip, she began to discuss the trip with Boss Yang. I'm going to dig bamboo shoots tomorrow. Do you want to come? It's the bamboo forest where I cut bamboo before. You've been there before. After the chicken shoot vine incident, Xiaoqing felt that Boss Yang was smarter than she thought, so she became more talkative in front of Boss Yang, hoping that one day Boss Yang would really understand what she meant. The big sheep didn't even raise his eyelids and continued to lie on the tatami and chew the cud. The straw mat on the tatami was newly woven by Xiaoqing when she was bored taking care of the vegetable seedlings. There was also a comfortable large straw cushion on the mat. This was designed and made by Xiaoqing according to her understanding of sheep ergonomics to thank Boss Yang for his concern for her. Judging from the sheep boss's expression, he should be very satisfied. Seeing its provocative expression, Xiaoqing's desire to eat fresh sheep 18 was reduced. She smiled and said, "Good night, sheep boss." After Xiaoqing fell asleep, the big sheep head with spiral horns rested on the raised side of the meadow and slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Xiaoqing inspected and exterminated the insects before inviting Hu Zifeng's team in. There were 10 members in Hu Zifeng's team. All of them were male evolvers. Today, they only left 1 member to guard territory number 1, and the rest had arrived. 4 of the 9 stayed in Xiaoqing's territory, and the other 5 went with her into the evolution forest to dig bamboo shoots. Xiaoqing was not worried that the remaining team members would mess around in their own territory. The team selected by Yang Jin would not destroy his own reputation. In addition, this was not the first time Xiaoqing had met this team. Because Hu Zifeng's team often cooperated with Luo Pei's team to carry out tasks, although Hu Zifeng looked fierce and had a loud voice, he would rush to the front when encountering danger. The task points within the team were distributed according to the contributions of the members, so this team was very united and had never backstabbed their brothers. They were trustworthy. Xiaoqing, wearing a split camouflage protective suit and holding a pistol, walked out of the western buffer forest and turned back to loudly ask the sheep boss who had not followed him, "Boss, I'm going to the evolution forest over there to dig bamboo shoots. Do you want to come?" Boss Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at the group of people standing in the isolation zone. Hu Zifeng and his group also looked at the boss of Xiaoqing's family curiously, and both sides were silent. Seeing that the sheep boss didn't move, Xiaoqing waved to it and said, "Then I'll go by myself, and you can stay here to look after the house." As Xiaoqing was about to enter the evolution forest after crossing the isolation zone, Sheep Boss suddenly called out. Xiaoqing, who was already familiar with Sheep Boss's voice, heard a warning from it. Did Sheep Boss think there was danger over there, so he warned her not to go? With the delicious food right in front of her, Xiaoqing couldn't turn back. "I'm fully equipped and I have a team. Nothing will happen. Boss, wait for me to bring back some delicious food." After that, Xiaoqing asked the remaining team members not to let Big Sheep enter other territories. Although it is a red light animal and cannot be eaten, it is not good to disturb people in other territories. After hearing this, Tang Hui, who was hiding in field number 2 and eavesdropping, sighed silently. If this sheep had not been a red light, he would have eaten the grilled lamb chops long ago. After Hu Zifeng's team walked away, the visual evolutionist Zhou Sun lowered his voice to report to Tang Hui, "Boss, Hu Zifeng is taking people with Xia Qing to the evolution forest to dig bamboo shoots. Do you want to follow them?" "Duck you." Tang Hui stood up and killed a few bugs that had crawled into his protective suit, then went back to guard the vegetable garden. After listening to Chi Fu and his friends talking about growing vegetables for a few days, Tang Hui's interest in growing vegetables was not aroused, but he became interested in digging bugs by listening to their sounds. Today, the tillers on Plot 1 and Plot 3 finally stopped buzzing, so he wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to dig worms. This was much more interesting than the eavesdropping mission. "Miss Xia, follow me." The entire team should be on alert and pay attention to the formation. Although Hu Zifeng didn't know that the spring water was provided by Xia Qing, he knew that Luo Pei was recuperating in Xia Qing's territory, so he was particularly grateful and respectful to Xia Qing and spoke very politely. Xia Qing thanked him and used the headset intercom and the protective mask to remind Hu Zifeng, "Now is the best time to eat bamboo shoots. Everyone should be careful of the dangerous animals that may exist in the bamboo forest. My sheep is very sensitive to danger. If it doesn't come, it means there is a danger here that it doesn't want to face." According to Xia Qing's experience, when delicious plants mature, evolved animals that like these plants will gather nearby. Evolved animals that like to eat bamboo, could they be evolved giant pandas? Xia Qing's eyes lit up, and he used his hearing and vision to try to catch the black and white figure. By the way, after evolving, giant pandas should still be black and white, right? Because the inspection team regularly sprays insect repellent near the isolation zone, there are no dangerous evolved creatures in the first 50 meters into the evolutionary forest. However, after 50 meters, the number of insects increases significantly, and the team's advance slows down. Even with the well-equipped Hu Zifeng team entering the forest, it took them 2 hours to reach their destination safely, which was twice as long as the time Xia Qing took to go into the mountains to cut bamboo before the rain. Seeing that there were indeed many bamboo shoots emerging from the ground in the bamboo forest, Xia Qing was full of energy and waited for Hu Zifeng's order. Hu Zifeng carefully reconnoitered for a while before giving the order. When digging bamboo shoots, lightly cut the tip of the shoot to test it. Be careful to prevent the evolved bamboo bulls, or evolved noxioid larvae from jumping out and attacking. Also be careful of bamboo leaf darts from overhead. Some dangerous evolutionary bamboos will fire bamboo leaf darts to attack nearby creatures, turning them into hedgehogs. Xia Qing didn't find any dangerous evolutionary bamboos when she came here to cut bamboo 3 times, but that doesn't mean there aren't any here. Because she came here before the rain in late winter and early spring, when the evolutionary forest was in a relatively safe dormant period. In the evolutionary forest awakened by 3 days of rain, anything could happen. After confirming that the team members and Xia Qing were fully prepared, Hu Zifeng led the team into the bamboo forest and began looking for edible bamboo shoots. Xia Qing would carefully cut off a small part of each bamboo shoot tip with a knife, and only after confirming that there were no evolved creatures attacking would he squeeze out the juice for testing. After testing 12 red lights in a row, Xia Qing finally detected a yellow light. She did not start digging immediately. Instead, she listened and observed carefully. After making sure that there was no danger lurking in the soil and around, she used the military shovel to quickly shovel the soil and then pierce the bamboo whip. After making sure that the bamboo would not fire bamboo leaf darts, she shoveled off the roots of the bamboo shoots, quickly pelled the bamboo shoots, and stuffed them into the bag. After venturing such a long way, of course we took away as much as we could, and immediately chopped off the inedible parts. After pelling the bamboo shoots, it still weighs 6 pounds. Xia Qing smiled and continued searching and digging. Hu Zifeng, who had been paying attention to Xia Qing, nodded secretly. He was indeed a strength-evolved person. With this SPE and strength, he was indeed suitable for digging holes and doing physical work. After 2 hours of slowly moving forward, Xiaqing had already harvested 7 yellow light bamboo shoots, filling a bag. As she carried the bag on her back, she heard a team member whisper in the intercom, "Green light." If they found a green bamboo shoot, there was a high chance that they could find more green bamboo shoots by following the bamboo whip. The team immediately moved closer to the member and started digging after confirming that there was no danger in the soil. After 3 shovels, he still hadn't found the root of the bamboo shoot. He tried again the 5th time, but the bamboo shoot was already as long as an arm, but still hadn't found the root. Xiaqing, who had never seen such a big bamboo shoot, had eyes shining. He wished he could lift that team member up and jump down to dig it himself. When they dug up the root of the bamboo shoot and confirmed that it was longer than an adult's leg, everyone was beaming with joy. Even if they only harvested this one bamboo shoot today, they still made a profit. After carefully observing the nearby bamboos, Hu Zifeng decisively ordered, "Shut down the copper. Open the protective umbrella. Everyone hide under the umbrella. Use iron shields for protection. Dajiang, pay attention to the ground under your feet." A team member pulled out a closed iron umbrella from his backpack. It looked small, but when it was opened, the diameter of the umbrella was more than 2 meters. It could cover all 6 people. Xiaqing and Dajiang were in the middle, and the others were around. Hu Zifeng continued to give orders, "Miss Xia, when you cut bamboo shoots, you must chop them off with 1 stroke, and try not to cut off the bamboo whips, so as not to overstimulate the bamboo."
Okay.
Xiaqing used a machete to chop the bamboo shoots and the bamboo whips together, and finished the job in 1 stroke. This was a piece of cake for a power-evolved person. This knife directly triggered the bamboo whip's mechanism. Seeing the bamboo whip trembling, Hu Zifeng immediately ordered, "Everyone squat down and protect with iron shields." The sound of breaking wind was heard, and countless bamboo leaf darts hit the umbrella and the surrounding protective shields, making bang 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 sounds. Firing bamboo leaf darts is the stress response of this evolved bamboo. Fortunately, its evolutionary level is not high, and it is unable to lock onto the target. After a wave of indiscriminate attacks, it stops firing. In these few seconds, Xiaqing had already pelleted the green bamboo shoots, cut off the roots, and stuffed them into the bag. She excitedly shared her joy with the team members. After pelleting, there will be at least 40 kilograms. We are in for a treat this time. We're having bamboo shoots and pork tonight. The fierce-looking Hu Zifeng was also very happy. "Miss Xia, do you need canned meat?" Canned meat is very expensive, so Xiaqing certainly doesn't have any in stock. "Can I exchange it with you?" Of course, a 340-gram can of pork in exchange for 2 kilograms of evolved basil.
Deal.
It was a fair trade, and Xiaqing was very happy about it. Zhang San and Tang Huai's constant chatter about evolving perilla made Hu Zifeng, who was greedy, smile even wider. After putting away the iron umbrella, Xiaqing looked at the dark green bamboo leaves stuck in the bamboo and in the ground, and couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, she didn't cut this evolutionary bamboo before the rain. Otherwise, she would definitely get hurt. Xiaqing was curious about how Hu Zifeng confirmed that the bamboo that grew bamboo shoots was an aggressive evolved bamboo, but she was not familiar with Hu Zifeng now, and since he didn't mention it, she was embarrassed to ask. After confirming that the evolved bamboo was a green light plant, the 6 people followed its bamboo whip and found 13 more green light bamboo shoots, but none of them were as big as the first one. After digging up 13 green bamboo shoots, Xiaqing looked up and found that the leaves of this mature bamboo were almost bald. However, they did not damage the roots of the bamboo. It only takes a few days or a rain for its fighting power to be restored. Anyone who dares to touch its bamboo shoots or roots will be attacked by darts. This may be the reason why no animals eat bamboo shoots. The bamboo shoot digging team was about to pack up after a good harvest when Xiaqing heard rustling sounds all around them. There were animals coming, quite a few. It didn't look like a giant panda. As soon as she stood up, she heard Hu Zifeng's order. "There is an enemy. Assemble." Xiaqing was slightly stunned. Could it be that Hu Zifeng was a dual-evolved person with both hearing and vision? The 4 team members quickly faced outwards, and together with Hu Zifeng, they protected Xia Qing in the middle. Xia Qing, holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, did not dare to show off and stood in the middle, staring at the front. Soon, the dangerous creatures that made the noise appeared in Xia Qing's sight. It was a group of bamboo rats. It seemed that they had coveted the green bamboo shoots for a long time, but they were afraid of the attack power of the evolved bamboo and dared not eat them. When they found that Xia Qing and his friends had dug up all the bamboo shoots and were going to take them away, they became anxious. Although these evolved rats have round bodies and short legs, they are very fast, and it is impossible for Xia Qing to hit them with her current shooting skills. She immediately put away her gun and clenched her machete with both hands. Hu Zifeng, a level 5 visual evolver, has completed the investigation. 200 meters away, we found a group of evolved bamboo rats at the 12 o'clock direction. 30 rodents have evolved, and no less than 10 have evolved in SP-PED. Miss Xia, stay where you are to protect the bamboo shoots. Da Jiang, pay attention to your feet. I will take care of the SP-PED evolution, and the rest of you can eliminate the rodents. After the pleasant sound of the safety being turned on, Hu Zifeng's sniper rifle quickly fired the first bullet. Xia Qing saw a SP-PED evolved bamboo rat jumping quickly between bamboo poles 50 meters away being shot and falling to the ground. The team members also shot quickly. The bamboo rat moved very fast, but it was still shot and fell down continuously, and it was impossible to get close. Xia Qing was relieved and paid attention to the movement under his feet with Da Jiang. Bamboo rats burrow and may attack from underground. It was difficult to distinguish the movement from a certain direction in the chaos. This was Xia Qing's life-saving trump card that she had practiced hard. After hearing the sound of an animal digging in the ground 10 meters to the northwest, Xia Qing noticed with her peripheral vision that the auditory evolver Da Jiang did not react. It seemed that Da Jiang's auditory evolution level was not as good as hers. She held the machete tightly and said nothing, waiting for the evolved rat to enter Da Jiang's hearing range. When the bamboo rat dug within 4 meters, Da Jiang finally spoke, 11 o'clock for meters, 20 centimeters underground. A team member quickly lowered the muzzle of his gun, and after a gunshot, the digging sound under the soil stopped. Thanks to book friend Dayur for the reward, and thank you to all book friends for their support. Good morning. With more than 50 evolved bamboo rats, Hu Zifeng's team resolved the battle in less than 10 minutes. Throughout the whole process, Xia Qing was only responsible for standing in the center of the team to protect the bamboo shoots in the bag. In fact, the team was protecting both her and the bamboo shoots. This was different from the previous times, when Xia Qing encountered danger during her missions. Team members who go out of the safe zone to perform missions can be roughly divided into 3 categories: the main force of the team's internal logistics team members, and temporarily recruited non-staff logistics personnel. Xia Qing does not belong to any team and has always been carrying out missions as a non-staff logistics staff. When encountering danger, both the non-staff logistics personnel and the internal logistics members of the team must run to the main combat team members who are fully equipped with weapons as soon as possible to seek protection. The main combat team members have the obligation to protect the logistics team members and non-staff logistics personnel, but when uncontrollable danger occurs, the default practice of many teams is to abandon the non-staff logistics personnel as bait to cover the team's retreat. Therefore, Xia Qing would carefully select and try to avoid teaming up with such teams. She chose to go on missions with Luo Pei's team and Su Wan's team because these teams treated non-staff members as human beings. She didn't join the team because, firstly, the team was both a shield against danger and a shackle on her freedom. Secondly, even if she was in the team, a power evolver would not be taken seriously and would not receive many points. Thirdly, she was a 3-element evolver and she would be on missions with the same group of people for a long time, so her vest would not be able to be concealed. She was afraid of being caught and studied. Xia Qing doesn't have any lofty goals. She doesn't want to stand out and make a name for herself. She just wants to live a stable life. Now that the combat mission was over, it was her turn to go on stage. Xia Qing volunteered, "Captain Hu, can I clean up the battlefield?" Hu Zifeng knew that Xia Qing had often followed Luo Ji's team on missions before, so he nodded and said, Miss Xia will clean up the battlefield with Guantong, and the rest of you will be on guard. Guantong quickly took out a stack of vacuum packaging bags and disposable plastic gloves from the pocket of his protective vest and handed them to Xia Qing. Miss Xia, let's pack and seal all the bamboo rats as quickly as possible. Be careful of venomous snake attacks. Xia Qing was very familiar with this job. She picked up the evolved bamboo rats swiftly, put them in bags, and handed them to Guantong, who took out a small vacuum packaging machine, asking him to seal and preserve them. A bamboo snake, attracted by the smell of blood, slid down the bamboo slowly, trying to swallow the bamboo rat in front of Xia Qing. Xia Qing knocked the snake unconscious with a machete and put it into a vacuum bag. Then she heard a noise 3 meters above her head. But she didn't dodge because Hu Zifeng was standing beside her on guard. Hu Zifeng raised his hand and grabbed the venomous snake that jumped down to attack and handed it to Xia Qing. Xia Qing knocked it unconscious with another knife, put it in a bag, and gave it to Guantong to seal. Being alive is more valuable than being dead, let alone an evolved snake that is nearly 2 meters long and as thick as an arm. Even the most powerful evolved animal will suffocate to death if it loses air. It took less than 5 minutes to clean up the battlefield. Guantong, a member of the Power Evolution team, picked up the big bag of bamboo rats and snakes in his hand and picked up the largest bag of bamboo shoots and put it on his back. Xia Qing, who is also a power evolver, picked up another bamboo shoot bag that was more than half a person's height and put it on his back, then picked up 2 more bags in his hands and stood next to Guantong. Hu Zifeng and his 3 companions carried smaller backpacks and placed Xia Qing and Guantong, who were in charge of the carry, in the middle, and withdrew from the evolution forest along the same route. The trip took 7 hours, and no one took off their protective masks. When they were hungry, they bit the straw under the inner mouth of the mask and drank some nutrient solution. The taste of the nutrient solution was as bad as it could be, but it could quickly replenish nutrition and was a must-have for the team when they entered the evolution forest to carry out missions. After withdrawing from the evolution forest, Hu Zifeng took off his protective mask and discussed with Xia Qing, "The bamboo shoots that Miss Xia dug herself belong to you, and the remaining bamboo shoots, snakes, and bamboo rats will be distributed according to the rules of the safe zone?" Xia Qing took off her mask and agreed, "Of course. Captain Hu, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Xia Qing." Hu Zifeng was also a man of quick temper.
Okay.
"Then let's take the supplies back for testing and cleaning, and I'll send your portion over. How many cans do you want to exchange? Can I have one?" Canned food was a hot commodity. Xia Qing didn't know how much they had taken out of the safe zone, so she didn't ask for more. Besides, she could only harvest 2 kilograms of evolved perilla from her field at most. After watching Hu Zifeng's team enter the number 1 buffer forest, Xia Qing returned to the territory with her bamboo shoots bag. The team members guarding the 4 corners of the territory withdrew to the number 1 territory. The sheep boss rushed to Xia Qing, raised his head and opened his watery sheep eyes, and greeted Xia Qing in a clipped voice. Xia Qing, who had gained a lot, took off her sweat-absorbing headgear, shook her sweaty short hair, and greeted with a smile, "Boss, I'm back safely with bamboo shoots." Unfortunately, no evolved giant panda was found. The spoiled sheep leader found out that Xia Qing didn't give him food, so he squinted his eyes, made spiral gestures, and scratched his hooves. Xia Qing didn't have the energy to fight with him at the moment, so she threw the bag on her back and said, "Let's go. I'll give you food when we get home." After Xia Qing left with the sheep, Zhou Sun quietly retreated a distance and quickly returned to the village in territory number 2. "Boss, Xia Qing and Hu Zifeng are all back, and they brought back edible bamboo shoots." Tang Hui, who had been digging for insects all day, didn't say anything. Tang Hung analyzed. They went out for 7 hours before returning. The bamboo forest is at least 15 miles away from here. To go 15 miles deep to find bamboo, a well-equipped team of evolvers is required. There are only 2 evolvers in territory number 2, Tang Hui and Zhou Sun, and neither of them is good at fighting. Zhou Sun did not give up and approached Tang Hui and begged, "Boss, Let's use our supplies to exchange for some bamboo shoots from territory number 1 or territory number 3. Xia Qing returned home, took out a bamboo shoot weighing 3 or 4 pounds, cut off a thin slice, and put it in the sheep's rice bowl. When she came out of the shower, she found the sheep standing at the door, staring at her with its big, cazoline eyes. This guy even made a sound of clasping hands in order to eat. Xia Qing, who had just finished a shower, felt cold when she heard this and directly bypassed the sheep boss. No, these bamboo shoots are hard to come by. We have to save them.
May.
When the eldest sheep found that he was not given food, he started to dig his hooves and wanted to solve the problem with force. Xia Qing didn't want to fight, so she simply stuffed the remaining bamboo shoots into the metal cabinet in the kitchen and locked it. The eldest sheep stopped making a fuss because he knew that sooner or later he would get his share of the things in the cabinet. Xia Qing first went to the high captive planting area to cut a bundle of evolved perilla, then came back to wash the rice and steam it. When Hu Zifeng delivered her share of supplies and canned food, she could eat delicious rice with bamboo shoots and fried meat tonight. More than half an hour later, Xia Qing received a yellow bamboo rat, 4 red bamboo rats, and 20 kilograms of green bamboo shoots, and exchanged them for a can of meat. Hu Zifeng explained to Xia Qing, there are 8 yellow bamboo rats among the 50 bamboo rats, 136 kilograms of green bamboo shoots, and 53 kilograms of red snakes. I'll keep the snakes, and I'll compensate you with 4 kilograms of green bamboo shoots. Xia Qing thanked him, took the supplies, and returned to her own territory. This time, she was only responsible for leading the team, cleaning the battlefield, and carrying supplies. The share Hu Zifeng gave her exceeded the base's allocation standard. Xia Qing knew very well that the extra 4 pounds of green bamboo shoots she received were given to her by Hu Zifeng. The purpose was to thank her for allowing Luo Pei to receive treatment in territory number 3. Although these supplies are packed in vacuum bags, the meat cannot be stored for more than 3 days. Xia Qing glanced at the time and stood directly on the isolation belt waiting for the patrol team to pass by. When Tan Junjie led the team to patrol the isolation zone outside the buffer forest on the west side of Site 3, Xia Qing took the initiative to greet him. Captain Tan, could you please help me pass a message to Zhang San in Site 7? I want to exchange supplies with him. Tan Junjie glanced at the backpack Xia Qing was carrying, which was almost as tall as her. Want to exchange now? Xia Qing nodded. I have harvested the green bamboo shoots. If he agrees to exchange, please give him my phone number. Zhang San is a foodie with plenty of supplies and can trade with him for a long time, so Xia Qing wants to exchange phone numbers with him. Xia Qing is sure that although there is no ground base station here, Zhang San must have a satellite phone. I'll ask him. Tan Junjie took out his cell phone and called Zhang San. After the call was connected, Xia Qing, whose hearing had evolved, accurately caught Zhang San's anger. You'd better. Tan Junjie interrupted him calmly. We found green bamboo shoots at Site 3, and we're asking if you want to exchange them. Yes. Zhang San's voice immediately turned from rainstorm to rainbow. Where is my sister Xia Qing?
Dan Hung Hieschader.
Xia Qing endured the nausea and approached the phone to directly propose the terms of exchange. Third brother, I'm Xia Qing. I got some green light bamboo shoots today, but I haven't tasted them yet, so I'm not sure if they're delicious. I want exchange for a dryer, a packaging machine, and 200 sealed bags. How many kilograms of fresh bamboo shoots do you think you'll need? Xia Qing's emphasis on green light and freshness was enough to attract Zhang San.
10 kilograms is enough.
Can we exchange it now? Do you want Tan Junjie to bring it over, or should I send someone to get it? Captain Tan, take it over. Please, third brother, give the exchanged materials to Captain Tan as well. Xia Qing said, taking 2 steps back and handing over 10 kilograms of sealed green bamboo shoots. Hu Zifeng gave her 2 bags of green bamboo shoots, each weighing 10 kilograms, and they didn't even need to be weighed. Tan Junjie patrolled along the isolation belt, passing the north side of Site 3, the iron mesh wall of the wild boar breeding center, and the north side of the 4th, 5th, and 6th territories. Before he entered the northern isolation belt of Site 7, Zhang San, with a scruffy beard, rushed over and shouted, Where are my bamboo shoots? Tan Junjie asked back, Where are the machines and sealed bags? Give it to him. Give it to him quickly. Zhang San urged the two burly bodyguards behind him. The bodyguard handed the machine, still with the packaging box, to Tan Junjie. After Tan Junjie confirmed that it was correct, he signaled Chao Xianyan to hand the bamboo shoots to Zhang San. The light yellow fresh bamboo shoots in the thick sealed bag were so tempting that Zhang San grabbed it without saying hecko and turned around and ran back to his territory. Tan Junjie smiled and led the team to continue patrolling. Su Ming muttered softly, "This guy is really... I advise you not to talk about him. Otherwise you won't know how he died." Chao Xianyan stuffed the big box containing the dryer to Su Ming and strode to catch up with the captain. When passing through territory number 3, Tan Junjie handed the machine to Xia Qing. There's Zhang San's phone number in it. Although he has a bad temper, he's not a bad person. After the great evolution of biology, human living conditions have deteriorated sharply. Every human who has survived to the present day has several lives on his hands. In order to survive, everyone has done things that harm others and benefit themselves. Therefore, it is quite rare to be evaluated as people are not bad in the 10th year of the natural disaster. After watching the investigation team go away, Xia Qing turned around and walked 2 steps into the territory. Sure enough, he heard the familiar muttering again. "Captain, who is Zhang San from?" "Captain, why don't you ask Sister Qing where she dug the bamboo shoots? We can dig them back and give her some." Of course, Tan Junjie would not respond. Chao Xianyan snorted. "She can bring back bamboos in a day. How many places like this are there within a radius of dozens of miles?" 20-year-old Su Ming answered honestly, "I don't know, where is it?" "You can't go anywhere."
Why?
"Yes, why? The place where bamboo grows is not far from the regiment headquarters. Why don't they go there?" Xia Qing didn't think about it anymore and returned home with a light box. After unpacking and confirming that the 2 machines were fine, he entered Zhang San's phone number into the phone book. After a day out, Xia Qing was starving. When she smelled the aroma of rice wafting from the pot, her stomach started to growl. She quickly stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, mixed a dish of basil, and then used basil, Chinese tune sprouts, and rations to make the most abundant meal ever for the sheep boss, and put it on its table. Her own meal was also the most sumptuous meal she had had since she moved into the territory. No, it was the most sumptuous meal she had had in the 5 years since her father passed away. The bamboo shoots tasted so good. After the man and the sheep licked the plate, basin, clean, Xia Qing leaned back in the chair, smelled the fragrance in the air, and chatted with the sheep boss. "Is it right for me to go to the bamboo forest? If I don't go, how can the boss eat such delicious bamboo shoots?" Xia Qing glanced at Boss Young proudly and found that he was squinting at the iron box in the kitchen. "Still want to eat?" Wishful thinking. Xia Qing cleaned up the dishes and took the dryer and vacuum packaging machine into the kitchen. This vacuum packaging machine was the same as the one Guantong Dai had used. Xia Qing knew how to use it, but she had never used a food dryer before, so she had to study it. Zhang San turned out to be a good person. He not only sent a brand new machine but also an instruction manual. Xia Qing opened it and read it carefully. This food dryer is 48 centimeters long, 41 centimeters wide, 51 centimeters high, and weighs 25 catties. It can hold 12 layers of stainless steel mesh plates at a time. The temperature control range is between 30-90 degrees and can be timed from 0 to 24 hours. It can dry fruits, meat, seafood, and vegetables. The ocean is now contaminated by nuclear water, seafood cannot be eaten, and the other 3 are exactly what Xia Qing needs to dry and preserve. She doesn't have any fruit now, but the 2 strawberry trees in the terraced fields in her planting area have already bloomed small white flowers, 6 of them. Xia Qing was delighted. After continuing to read the drying time for each type of food, she fell silent. Although bamboo rats are not mentioned in the drying time reference table, bamboo rats are also called bamboo pigs and bamboo civets, and the drying time can refer to pork slices. Therefore, even if bamboo rat meat is cut into 0.5 centimeters thin slices, it still needs to be baked at 60 degrees for 8 hours. Bamboo shoots refer to the drying time of ginger, which needs to be dried at 60 degrees for 7 hours. Slicing is not a problem, nor is the capacity of the oven. The big problem is that the power generated by the 2 solar panels on her roof is not enough. Xiaqing picked up the phone and contacted Zhong Tao. After confirming that he could come to pick up the goods tomorrow morning, she gave up dealing with the red light bamboo rat and opened the sealed bag of the yellow light bamboo rat. Xiaqing didn't know how big the bamboo rat could grow before the disaster, but this yellow light evolved bamboo rat weighed 22 kilograms, which was definitely bigger than before the disaster. This bamboo rat should be able to produce 16 kilograms of meat, which would be 8 kilograms of dried meat after drying. 8 Jin. Although Xiaqing had never eaten bamboo rat and didn't know what it tasted like, she believed that any meat that could promote her evolution was good meat. 10 years ago, when the creatures on Blue Planet were evolving, the age of 25 was the dividing point for human evolution. The probability of advanced evolution was higher for people under the age of 25, and after people under the age of 25 evolved, their evolutionary level would increase. In the 10th year of the natural disaster, Chinese scientists conducted in-depth research and found that the dividing point of human evolution at this stage is 35 years old. If humans can take in enough energy before the age of 35, it is possible to promote evolution and improve the level of evolution. The energy humans obtain comes from edible food, and the nutritional combination must be balanced and reasonable. Xiaqing is only 25 years old this year, and she can still improve her evolution level. So when she was in the safe zone, she spent almost all the points she earned on food. Now that she has a territory outside the safe zone, she will not wrong herself. After putting the bamboo rat meat into the dryer, adjusting the time and temperature, and pressing the switch, Xiaqing hummed a little tune, turned on the radio, listened to the evening news broadcast, and continued to read the instructions of the dryer and vacuum packaging machine. There was no valuable information in the news broadcasts. The base weather forecast said there would be no heavy rain or large-scale insect infestation in the next 5 days, but today's base farming broadcast was about how to eliminate the evolved rats. Xiaqing raised an eyebrow, closed the manual, and turned on the intercom. The first person to speak today was Zhao Zhe, who was asking Chifu for advice on how to accumulate farm manure. As we all know, inorganic fertilizers are fertilizers made by chemical or physical methods that contain one or more nutrients required for the growth of crops, also known as chemical fertilizers. Organic fertilizers refer to fertilizers made from animal excrement or animal and plant residues and other organic rich byproduct resources as the main raw materials, which are fermented and decomposed. Before the great evolution of the creatures on Blue Star, chemical fertilizers were the main fertilizers for growing crops. But after the great evolution of the creatures, the use of chemical fertilizers that quickly replenish the elements needed by various plants actually became the culprit for the mutation of crops, and the use of organic fertilizers became the only option to promote the growth of evolved crops. Speaking of farming knowledge, Chifu began to talk freely. We don't raise livestock or poultry. With only the few people in the territory, we can't save much manure. The safe zone doesn't sell organic fertilizer. Do you know how many pigs are raised in the wild boar breeding center north of Site 4 and Site 5? I wonder if they sell pig manure. This topic really affected her appetite, so Xiaqing was glad that she had eaten early today. Xiaqing was not the only one who would be affected. Chifu was interrupted by Zhang San. Stop. Don't let me enjoy the wonderful dinner. Chifu immediately shut up, and Kuang Qingwei asked cheerfully, what did third brother eat tonight? Zhang San answered sincerely, of course, it's the extremely delicious green light vegetables. If you can find them again, I'm willing to exchange them for any points. Xiaqing knew that Zhang San was saying this to her. Not only her, but also Hu Zifeng, who is eating bamboo shoots and pork, and Tang Hui, who is eating fried insects, knew about it. But Tang Hui couldn't say that he knew, otherwise he would be guilty. Hu Zifeng gave the choice to Xiaqing because Xiaqing was the first to discover the bamboo forest. Xiaqing did not respond to Zhang San's words. Instead, she waited until the small talk was over before calling Zhang San and introducing herself. Brother San, I'm Xiaqing from Site No. 3. Zhang San's voice was as serious and direct as possible. How many green bamboo shoots does Xia Qing have left? Name your price. Xia Qing was also very frank. I still have 10 kilograms, which I have to keep for myself. I also have 30 kilograms of yellow lantern bamboo shoots to exchange. Do you want them, third brother?
No.
Zhang San refused as expected. If I can't trade the green bamboo shoots, can I trade the location where you found the bamboo shoots? Xia Qing directly put forward the conditions. Okay. That bamboo forest is at least hundreds of acres, and we only searched about 10 acres today, and we found a green light evolution bamboo. I want to exchange the location for 2 solar panels plus matching wires and batteries. Is that okay? The evolution forest does not belong to anyone, and such a large bamboo forest cannot be concealed. Even if Xia Qing does not tell Zhang San now, he can infer the general direction and range, and send people into the evolution forest to find it in 2 days. Therefore, Xia Qing wanted to use this location to exchange for something practical. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not agree, but Zhang San, who loves delicious food and has no shortage of supplies, is not an ordinary person. Xia Qing was ready to bargain with Zhang San, but he didn't expect him to agree immediately. Of course, I'll give you a brand new solar energy equipment. Where is the bamboo? Xia Qing described it accurately. In the evolution forest, north of territory number 1. Walk 15 miles north along the stream in the ravine at the junction of territory number 1 and territory number 3, and you'll see it. Zhang San thanked him sincerely. Thank you very much. I will ask the inspection team to move the things to you tomorrow. When my cat gives birth, I will take pictures to show you. The next day, just as Hu Zi had installed the solar panels for Xia Qing, Zhong Tao arrived. Xia Qing handed him 4 sealed red light rats and exchanged them for 10 kilograms of yellow light bamboo shoots each to Zhong Tao and Zheng Kuei at the market price. Xia Qing exchanged the red light rats for some thickened vacuum food packaging bags with the points obtained from the exchange, and all the remaining points were exchanged for rainproof cloth. Zhong Tao couldn't help but be curious. Why did the girl get so many rainproof sheets? Xia Qing explained, I plan to build a rain shelter for the vegetable garden. Otherwise, there will be only a few seedlings left after a heavy rain. Sister, you are really willing to invest.
But you're also right.
It is heartbreaking to see the seedlings that we have worked so hard to grow destroyed by the rain. Zhong Tao talked to Xia Qing about something new. In our northern district, a territory not far from the safe zone, the night before yesterday, all the seedlings that we had taken care of for more than a month were destroyed by rats. There are also 2 plots in the western district. A lord ran out of seedlings, so he ran to the neighboring territory to steal and was beaten to death. Zhong Tao drove back and forth between the safe zone and the territory and had a lot of information. After listening to him, Xia Qing finally understood why the farming knowledge last night was about extermination of rats. The rats were discovered in the inner territories a month later than in the marginal territories. Xia Qing remembered the time difference and went home with the packaging bag. With sufficient power reserves and food packaging bags, Xia Qing soaked and cleaned the green and yellow bamboo shoots in mountain spring water, then sliced and dried them. The spring water used to wash bamboo shoots should not be wasted. Xia Qing carried the water to the hillside to water the seedlings. She planted apple and jujube trees in the high captive planting area, not far from the Chinese tun trees. A few days ago, the apple trees began to sprout. Xia Qing held a book called Apple Cultivation Technology and carefully compared the buds on the branches to confirm that the 2 trees had 13 buds in total, which meant that she might be able to eat apples this year. But the book says that it is best not to bear fruit in the 2nd year of transplanting seedlings. After a year of growth, the trees can bear fruit in the 3rd year. However, I haven't eaten fresh apples for 10 years, and I am reluctant to cut off the flower buds. The book talks about apple trees before evolution. After evolution, the fruit tree should have become stronger, and there should be no problem bearing fruit the 2nd year. Right? Even if I don't let it bear fruit, I can just keep the flower buds and watch the apple blossoms for a few days before pinching them off, right? Xia Qing's tangled gaze shifted from the apple tree to the bare jujube tree, and her pretty eyebrows were almost twisted into a ball. It's so frustrating. It's been half a month, and the two jujube trees are still the same as when they were planted.
There's no sign of them sprouting.
If the jujube trees die, can she ask Yongjin to compensate her with two more? Is there anything to be gained from being a stingy person? After watering the trees, Xiaqing carried the bucket and walked down to the spring. 5 meters below the spring, in a small terraced field, there were 2 grape twigs and 2 strawberry twigs. The strawberries were already in bloom, and the grape twigs had grown lovely little leaves. When they grew a few more leaves, Xiaqing would pinch a leaf to measure the content of harmful elements. Although the content of harmful elements in the exchange saplings and strawberry seedlings has not been measured, Xiaqing is optimistic. First, Luo Pei is still in her territory, relying on her spring water to recover from his injuries, so the seedlings sent by the Qinglong team must be good. And second, the location she chose to plant these seedlings is very good. The 2 small tune seedlings that Xiaqing transplanted from under the big tune tree to the side of the spring both survived and are still green plants, so the soil conditions nearby are very suitable for planting. The 5 Chinese tune seedlings she transplanted to the edge of the yard? Sorry, they were crushed by the wall that was knocked down during the fight between her and Big Sheep, and none of them survived. While collecting spring water, Xiaqing inspected the vegetable garden and found that most of the transplanted seedlings were alive and well. She couldn't help but imagine a garden full of fruits and vegetables. After tightening the lid of the bucket and putting it into the backpack, Xiaqing walked across the stone bridge, where the water was flowing to water the sweet potato and potato seedlings. After a month of growth, the sweet potato vines were more than half a meter long, with several small branches, and they were growing well, and each one had a green light. The potatoes grew to the height of a palm, but the seedlings were green with red, which made Xiaqing doubt whether what he picked was actually potatoes, because the potato seedlings in the planting center did not look like this. Through communication on the Lord channel, Xiaqing learned that the potato seedlings of other lords also looked like this. He guessed that it was because the base distributed yellow light potatoes to the lords, while the planting center distributed green light potatoes, so there was a difference in color. Although she was not satisfied with the color of the potato seedlings or their growth rate, Xiaqing still watered each potato seedling carefully. If other lords knew about her mentality, they would definitely call her Versailles. Because the potato seedlings of other lords were shorter than Xiaqing's, only as high as a finger. After watering the potatoes and sweet potatoes, Xiaqing went to check on the wheat seedlings, mung beans, and cotton, and found that they all needed watering. Because Luo Pei's water consumption is very large, Xiaqing cannot save up spring water to irrigate the farmland, so whether it is the fields where seeds are soaked with filtered water or the fields where seeds are soaked with spring water, they have to be irrigated with water from the reservoir. Xiaqing was just about to go back and move the water bike out of the tool shed when he received a call from Hu Zifeng. Zhang San invited Hu Zifeng's team to go to the evolution forest to dig bamboo shoots with the team he found. Hu Zifeng called and asked Xiaqing if she wanted to join them. Zhang San is looking for an 8-man team. I will leave 2 people to protect territory number 3 and 1 person to protect territory number 1. If you join, there will be exactly 8 people. This time the harvest will definitely be more than last time. If you join, the supplies will still be divided according to the contribution points of the logistics team members. Of course Xiaqing went, but I'm just an extra logistics staff this time, captain who doesn't need to take special care of me. Understood. Hu Zifeng reminded him again, except for your personal essential supplies, our team will be responsible for preparing everything else. Since he had to go into the mountains to dig bamboo shoots again, Xiaqing postponed watering the fields and went home to do some chores. The dryer was still running normally. Xiaqing took out a large bundle of thick bamboo poles from the tool room and split them in the yard to make the frame of the rainproof awning. The sheep boss lay beside her, squinting his eyes in the sun. Xiaqing turned on the intercom and listened to the other lords chatting. Zhang San is not online at this time, so Zhao Zhe took the opportunity to continue asking Qifu about the method of accumulating fertilizer. Qifu still wanted to take over the wild boar breeding center. Pigs can eat, poop, and dig, especially they can produce manure. I heard there are more than a dozen pigs there, and they don't farm. Huang Qingwei thought it was a small show. The breeding center is under the jurisdiction of the base's safety zone. You can think of good things, but people in the safety zone can't. The pig manure from the breeding center must belong to the planting center. Let's think of other ways. Xia Qing agreed with Kwang Qingwei's point of view and pressed the button. Brother Qi, in addition to animal manure, can leaves and grass be used for composting? I saw this method mentioned in the book. Zhao Zhe immediately followed. Is it possible? Sister Xia Qing knows so much. Ever since the Zhao Chong snooping incident, Zhao Zhe has been trying to please Xia Qing intentionally or unintentionally, but Xia Qing pretended not to hear. Kwang Qingwei took the opportunity to inquire. The green light food that third brother ate yesterday was given to him by you, sister, right? I knew that no one in our group had this ability except you. Xia Qing took over the conversation. Besides the four of us, there are more than a dozen lords around here. They have a lot of good things in their hands. Kwang Qingwei was extremely surprised. Sister Xia Qing was able to contact other lords?
How did she do that? Who were they?
Xia Qing answered vaguely. I just heard someone mention it casually. Zhao Zhe immediately followed. Sister Xia Qing is amazing. Crack. The powerful Xia Qing split a bamboo several meters long without saying anything else. Qi Fu spoke up. In the past, we could use leaves as compost, but now we can't. I heard from the people at the planting center that after the great evolution of organisms, there are many microorganisms and insect eggs on the dead leaves that cannot be killed by normal fermentation temperatures. Therefore, we can only use the feces eaten and excreted by animals as organic fertilizer. However, now that Sister Xia Qing mentioned this, I have an idea. Zhao Zhe immediately asked what method.
Qi Fu replied, earthworm manure.
Let the earthworms eat the dead leaves and grass, which will definitely kill the microorganisms and insect eggs, but I don't know how to make earthworm manure. Xiaoxia, Sunja's father from your team worked in the organic fertilizer factory before the natural disaster. Have you met Old Sun? Xia Qing put down the split bamboo pole and pressed the button. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. Sunja is 1 year younger than Xia Qing, and his family of 3 are all ordinary, evolved people. But fortunately, his family lived in the city where the Huisin Base safety zone is located before the natural disaster, so the Sun family did not experience the desperate escape and life and death separation of the destruction of the world, and was the luckiest group of people in the early years of the natural disaster. After the safe zone was established, the Sun family still lived in their own house until supplies and food became increasingly scarce, and then his father followed the team out of the safe zone to carry out missions and earn points. During one mission, the team encountered an attack by evolved poisonous insects. His father fell down and was bitten by the poisonous insects while escaping. Although he managed to escape back to the safe zone, he lost his left calf and left arm and lost his ability to work. Since then, Sunja, who worked as a laborer in the construction team, has become the main labor force in the family. Qi Fu sighed. When can we get a signal? When there is a signal, I can call Sunja and ask him how to make earthworm manure. Xia Qing didn't say anything else. Kwang Qingwei from Site 6 excitedly shared the news. I just heard a car horn and thought it was a patrol team coming. I ran out to take a look. Guess what? It was people from the Third Brothers territory. There was a whole car full of people wearing camouflage protective clothing and carrying guns. What cool guys. Third brother must be no ordinary person. Zhao Zhe followed immediately. Xia Qing put down the machete and understood why Zhang San did not send anyone into the evolution forest to dig bamboo shoots today. Because he was short of manpower and had to transfer people from the safe zone. After splitting the bamboo, Xia Qing began to tie the bamboo frame. Vegetables grow to a height of 1 person at most, so a 2-meter high awning is enough. If it is higher, it will be easily blown over by the wind. After tying the bamboo frame, Xia Qing heard the sound of the dryer indicating that the drying is complete. She went into the house to put the dried bamboo shoots into a sealed bag for storage, and then gave Yang Laode a piece of fresh bamboo shoots. Because she was afraid that the dryer would break down, Xia Qing decided to let it rest for a few hours and continue working at night. She carried the bamboo frame and headed straight for the hillside behind. The bamboo frame was not heavy, but it was too big to carry. Now that the road had been repaired, she should get a tractor bucket and use the tiller to pull things. If this trip into the evolution forest can yield great results, she will exchange several key parts of the tractor bucket with Zhong Tao. At the agreed time the next day, 2 members of Hu Zifeng's team entered territory number 3 to help Xia Qing look after the house. Xia Qing put on protective clothing, carried a backpack, slingshot, and machete, and went to the Western Isolation Zone to meet up with Hu Zifeng's team. Xia Qing didn't bring a gun this time, not only because her shooting skills were not accurate enough and the gun was not as useful as a slingshot in her hand, but also because Hu Zifeng's team was well-equipped and the risks of going into the mountains to dig bamboo shoots were within controllable range. Why didn't Hu Zifeng take his 2 team members directly into the evolution forest? That's because, naturally, when the risk is controllable, the high-level power evolver can play a greater role than the 2 combat-type players. Through the last operation, Hu Zifeng has confirmed that Xia Qing's load-bearing capacity is no worse than that of the level 5 evolver Guantong. If it is higher than level 5, it will be level 6, a high-level power evolver. Level 5 to level 6 is a gap between ordinary evolutionary people and advanced evolutionary people. The width of this gap is 3 times greater than the gap between level 4 and level 5. In other words, the load-bearing capacity of a level 6 evolutionary person is equivalent to that of 8 ordinary people. When the team size is limited and the risk is controllable, bringing one more high-level power evolution team member can help transport more supplies from the evolution forest than bringing several more offensive team members. When Xia Qing arrived at the gathering place, he found that in addition to the Hu Zifeng team, there was another 8-man team in the isolation zone. Although these people were wearing protective masks, Xia Qing recognized their identities at a glance: the Dongyang team. Moreover, the leader of the team today was actually the captain of the Dongyang team, Chen Dongyang, a level 5 SPE-PED evolutionist. Standing on both sides of Chen Dongyang were Xue Jinchang, a level 5 endurance evolutionist, and Su Wan, a level 3 hearing evolutionist. The others were also core members of the Dongyang team. Just to dig bamboo shoots for Zhang San, the Dongyang team ranked 11th in the Huisin base actually sent out all its elites. What kind of person is Zhang San, or what kind of scarce supplies does he have, that can make the domineering Tang family member Tang Huai and the Qinglong teams Hu Zifeng be polite to him and even command Shindongyang to come and dig bamboo shoots for him? Seeing that everyone was looking over, Xia Qing took off the protective mask and greeted Su Wan, Sister Wan. Su Wan immediately took off her protective mask and ran towards Xia Qing. Her proud figure was fully revealed with her movements, which made Xue Jinchang's eyes widen. Su Wan looked at Xia Qing and exclaimed in amazement, "Xia Qing, I just saw that you looked like you, and you dared to recognize me? It's only been over a month since we last met. How come you're like a completely different person?" Xia Qing, with a dark red face, smiled. "I changed into protective clothing." Her previous protective suit had several obvious patches on it, which made her look poor. The protective suit she wears now is brand new, and the color and style are similar to everyone else's, so it is not as eye-catching as before. Su Wan giggled and pushed Xia Qing's shoulder. "You're still so honest." Her delicate movements and tone made Chen Dongyang look at her lovingly. Xia Qing understood that Su Wan had defeated Yang Shanshan, the 4th-level visual evolutionist in the team, and had taken down Chen Dongyang again. Chen Dongyang has no obvious scars on his face. He looks good and has a decent personality, so he is very popular in the safe zone. During the years of natural disasters, humans worshipped and followed the strong. Capable male and female evolvers were surrounded by many suitors, and many strong men changed their bedmates faster than they changed their equipment. Su Wan once mentioned to Xia Qing in a casual chat that Chen Dongyang was the evolver with the highest level of evolutionary ability and decent character that she could come into contact with, so Su Wan joined the Dongyang team and was with him. After Hu Zifeng and Chen Dongyang discussed the division of labor, Hu Zifeng led the team into the evolution forest first, while Su Wan and Xia Qing returned to their respective teams. After Su Wan returned to the team, Chen Dongyang looked at Xia Qing, who was traveling with Hu Zifeng's team, and inquired about Su Wan beside him with his eyes. Both teams have auditory evolvers, so it is inconvenient to communicate. Su Wan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. When she and Xia Qing were in the safe zone, they could occasionally meet and chat together. Now that Xia Qing is out farming, the communication between them is cut off. Because they were familiar with the route, the two teams quickly reached the bamboo forest. The 90 mu of bamboo forest that had not been dug before was divided into two areas. After the two teams drew lots to determine their respective positions, they began to inspect and dig bamboo shoots. Hu Zifeng divided the 8-man team into two groups and dug through more than 40 mu of bamboo forest in 4 hours, discovering 2 green lantern bamboos. Although they were hit by more than 40 bamboo leaf darts, the harvest was very gratifying. The Dongyang team had bad luck today. Not only did they fail to find any green bamboo shoots, they also ran into a nest of evolved venomous snakes and only harvested 3 bags of yellow bamboo shoots. They had no chance of handing in the task to Zhang San. So, after walking out of the evolution forest, Chen Dongyang proposed to Hu Zifeng an exchange condition that was nearly twice as high as the green light plant points, hoping to exchange 30 kilograms of green light bamboo shoots with Hu Zifeng. After obtaining the consent of the team members and Xia Qing, Hu Zifeng made a deal with Chen Dongyang. After the two teams separated, Hu Zifeng proposed to divide the materials on the spot, and Xia Qing, who had a vacuum packaging machine, of course agreed. This time, Xia Qing played a role that was equally important as Guantong. Without Xia Qing, who was able to carry a load of 700 kilograms and travel at full SPE-PED, Hu Zifeng's team would not have been able to successfully get out of the dangerous evolution forest with a large harvest. Therefore, Xia Qing received the same amount of supplies as Guantong. In addition to the 200 kilograms of yellow bamboo shoots she dug herself, Xia Qing also received 30 kilograms of green bamboo shoots, 2 yellow bamboo rats, and 300 steel orb with a diameter of 8 millimeters. The steel orb were part of the materials that Chen Dongyang exchanged for green bamboo shoots, and Xia Qing took them all because the powerful slingshot was a weapon she was good at using. Not to mention Tang Huai, who was hiding behind the grass wall and eavesdropping. Only the Dongyang team who was carrying supplies to Territory Number 7 to hand in a mission. Chen Dongyang took off his protective mask, his face grumpy. No one in the Beard squad uses slingshots, but he still agreed to exchange steel orb for green lantern shoots, which shows that Xia Qing is not insignificant in his eyes. Before Su Wan could speak, Xue Jinchong spoke first. Xia Qing carried the same weight as the level 5 strength evolvers of the Beard squad today, and it didn't slow her down at all. Her ability has improved compared to before. In fact, Xia Qing doesn't look bad, but she's too thin and poisoned. If she removes the toxins from her skin and eats more, she can be considered a beauty. Chen Dongyang didn't respond, but Su Wan, who had followed him for many years, still noticed that he had taken Xue Jinchong's words to heart. Su Wan frowned and reminded them not to mess around. Xia Qing is now protected by the Lord's law. No one can touch her unless she wants to. Chen Dongyang thought Su Wan was jealous, so he just smiled and said nothing. Xue Jinchong chuckled. Then why don't you just let her be willing? Isn't Sister Wan on good terms with Xia Qing? She used to go on missions with you. You should have her phone number, right? Su Wan never had a good face towards Xue Jinchong. There is no signal in the territory, so I can't use the phone. Xue Jinchong pouted and said, I actually forgot about this. Another team member joked with Xue Jinchong, that's easy. Brother Chong, just give her a satellite phone so they can get in touch, right? A satellite phone is enough for me to sleep with women prettier than her in the safe zone for a year. Xue Jinchong stopped talking about Xia Qing and asked about the exchange. Brother Yang, can 30 kilograms of bamboo shoots be exchanged for 2 bottles of Ye? With the exchange supplies we brought, it's enough to exchange for a bottle. I wonder if he wants these more than 600 kilograms of yellow lantern bamboo shoots? Of course Zhang San didn't want to. He didn't have a good face for the Dongyang team, who had spent a whole day to produce 30 kilograms of green bamboo shoots. He chased them out like flies. Go, go, go. Don't accept the tasks I issue in the future. Chen Dongyang, who always wanted to save face, nodded and bowed in front of Zhang San. Please give us another chance. I will never let you down next time. Xia Qing, who had harvested 2 yellow light bamboo rats and more than 200 kilograms of bamboo shoots in the mountains, returned to the territory and was warmly welcomed by the sheep boss. Seeing the sheep's posture, Xia Qing was convinced that if it wasn't for its heavy tail, it would be able to swing like a gust of wind. She put the heavy backpack on the sheep's back and let it carry it home, and then generously gave it a small, fresh yellow bamboo shoot. Eat it. Follow me in the future, work hard, and I will not treat you unfairly. With delicious food available, Big Sheep no longer had the heart to pay attention to Xia Qing and just focused on chewing bamboo shoots. After Xia Qing put away her supplies, she almost dragged her legs into the bathroom. Although walking 15 miles with a load of 700 kilograms was not her limit, it was not as easy as she showed. After taking off her clothes, Xia Qing stood under the shower head with the support of the wall, letting the warm water wash over her burning shoulders. Thanks to solar energy and her own hard work, she can now finally use the simplest solar water heater and take a hot shower without burning fire. After taking a shower, Xia Qing rewarded herself with a feast of bamboo shoots after a hard day's work and fell asleep in bed before dark. After finishing the concentrated feed, the sheep boss walked to Xia Qing's table and licked all the plates and bowls on the table. Then he lay down on the tatami mat and waited for Xia Qing to clean the table. After waiting for a long time, Xia Qing just lay there snoring without getting up. Yang Laoda squinted his eyes and stared at her for a while, then walked to the table, picked up the bowl with his mouth and took it to the kitchen. The porcelain bowl fell into the stainless steel basin, making a crisp sound.
Bang!
The sound alerted Xia Qing. She jumped up and rushed to the source of the sound, grabbing the knife in her left hand and the gun in her right hand. She looked at the bowl that was broken into 2 pieces, and then at the sheep boss who was standing by the basin and squinting at her. Her tense nerves immediately relaxed. Putting away the knife and gun, Xia Qing raised his hand to rub the short hair on the sheep boss's head and softly praised its work. Boss is great. He even helped to clean the table. It's okay if the bowl falls. We can replace it with a new one. The sheep boss was very happy to be praised and went back to fetch the plate. Xia Qing used a broken bowl to repeatedly show the sheep boss how to put the dishes into the sink, like this. Put it in gently and slowly, and it won't break. The big sheep squinted at the broken bowl in Xia Qing's hand, and without paying attention, it bit the plate in its mouth with a crack. Half of the plate fell into the sink, and the other half was held in its mouth. Xia Qing took the half plate out of Yang Laoda's mouth and sat on the ground laughing. Although Yang Laoda broke her few tableware, Yang Laoda's funny look was so funny that Xia Qing couldn't help laughing. Xia Qing couldn't help but get hit twice by the sheep boss. He grimaced and became obedient, then crawled back to bed and continued to sleep. The next morning, Xia Qing, who had recovered her strength after a good sleep, planned to pickle a jar of sour bamboo shoots. When she was a child, she helped her grandmother make pickled bamboo shoots, and the method was very simple. Xia Qing found a well-preserved pottery jar from the tool room, cleaned it, and then washed a few yellow light bamboo shoots. She was reluctant to pickle the green light bamboo shoots because she was afraid of losing them if they failed to be pickled. After washing them, she cut the bamboo shoots into slices and put them into the pottery jar, filled it with mountain spring water, and sealed the jar. It was done. If all goes well, she will have sour bamboo shoots to eat after a month of standing. Xia Qing moved the pottery jar upstairs and hid it in a place where Boss Yang would never think of it or touch it. Then he took out his cell phone to send a message to Luo Pei, wanting to send him some bamboo shoots. Although Xia Qing knew that Hu Zifeng would definitely give it to Luo Pei, it was his gift, and it was hers, so the meaning was different. It had been more than half a month since Xia Qing last visited Luo Pei, and she also wanted to see how Luo Pei's treatment was progressing. Luo Pei quickly replied and told Xia Qing that she could come over at any time. Xia Qing picked up 2 bamboo shoots, one yellow and one green, and went to visit Luo Pei in the deserted village in the southwest of the territory. This time, it was not Wei Qingdong who greeted her in the dilapidated house, but Luo Pei himself. Although he still needed someone to support him, Luo Pei was able to stand up. His face had flesh on it, and he no longer looked as scary as a skeleton wrapped in human skin. The blood color in his skin and eyes had faded a lot. The progress of the treatment for the poisoning was better than Xia Qing expected. Following Luo Pei into the living room on the first floor below ground, Xiaqing had already calmed down from her shock and handed over the sealed bamboo shoots. This is what Captain Hu and I dug up from Jinhua Forest. Brother Luo, you can cook bamboo shoot rice porridge. It's easy to digest and nutritious. Luo Pei, who couldn't keep his eyes open for long, glanced at the bamboo shoots and then closed them again, smiling gently. Zifeng sent some over last night, and they really taste better than the bamboo shoots before they evolved. I didn't expect that you can cook at your age. Xiaqing was only 15 years old when the natural disaster occurred. In that peaceful and prosperous era, few 15-year-old girls knew how to cook. Food was scarce after the natural disaster, and there was no chance to learn how to cook. Xiaqing did not mention that her family had cooked it when she was a child. She only said, I collected a few recipes and there happened to be this kind of porridge on them. This porridge is indeed included in the recipes that Xiaqing collected, but the porridge above is made with glutinous rice, while Xiaqing used rice. After chatting for a while, Luo Pei talked about teaching Xiaqing how to shoot. Wait until mid-May, you can come here every day to learn shooting, and the time is convenient for you. Let's learn the basic movements and principles here first, and I will take you to Jinhualin for live fire shooting in June. In another 2 months, will Luo Pei's body be able to recover to the point where he can enter the evolution forest and face the danger? Xiaqing advised, Brother Luo should focus on treatment in the next few months. I'm not in a hurry. Luo Pei smiled, raised his hand to signal the 2 people in the room to go out and close the door. After making sure no one could hear, he whispered to Xiaqing, You came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. To be on the safe side, the Azure Dragon team wants to buy the right to use the number 49 mountain in the north of your territory, and then we will sign an agreement privately to transfer the mountain to your name and make it yours. After natural disasters, earthquakes, and biological evolution, the topography of Blue Planet has changed dramatically. The original place names have been abandoned and numbers have been used to mark mountains, rivers, and streams. When Xiaqing heard Luo Pei say that he wanted to buy hill number 49 and then transfer it to himself, he was completely stunned. Luo Pei closed his eyes, his face gentle. Whether the spring water in your territory gushes out from the ground or flows down from the interior of Mount 49, once the spring is exposed, Mount 49, which has no owner yet, will definitely become a key resource fought over by various factions. It is unrealistic to buy it directly in your name because you don't seem to have the motivation and strength to buy the mountain, so I propose that the Qinglong team buy it in the name of building a team training base and then transfer it to you. There is no need to rush this matter. Think about it for a day and reply to me when you have thought it through. Just consider it for 1 day, isn't it too urgent? Although this possibility was extremely low, Xiaqing did worry that the spring water came from the mountain, and there might be springs on the mountain. If the springs on the mountain were discovered and intercepted, it might cause the water output of the springs in her territory to decrease or dry up. Therefore, Xiaqing planned to wait until the evolution forest entered a low-risk period in winter, and then go into Mountain 49 to look for an unpolluted spring. If one really existed, he would find a way to seal the spring completely. As for the idea of buying a mountain, she had never even thought about it. Mountains with dense vegetation were resources before the great evolution of life on Blue Star, but became time bombs after the Great Evolution. It would only take a few hours of red rain to ignite this time bomb. In order to prevent dangerous evolved creatures in the evolved forests from entering the safe zone where humans live, the base introduced the policy of contracting the forests very early on. Whether it is a team or an individual, as long as they pay a certain number of points, they can contract a mountain or a certain area of evolutionary forest within the base. All resources produced within the contracted area belong to the contractor, but at the same time, the contractor is also responsible for clearing out dangerous evolutionary creatures in the mountains and forests. If the cleaning is not done or is incomplete, causing dangerous evolved creatures to spread from the contracted forest to other areas and cause serious harm, the base will hold the contractor accountable. In the past few years, people who contracted forests were either wiped out by evolved creatures in the rain or suffered heavy losses because of the escape of evolved creatures. In recent years, no one has done this stupid thing again. Therefore, the country has continuously improved the original policy and put forward the territory plan. As far as Xiaqing knows, the only one who still owns the right to use a mountain and has hundreds of people stationed to guard the mountain is the female boss Fire Phoenix of Huai Base. People buy mountains because they check whether there are polluted springs on the mountain. Therefore, Xiaqing's sudden move to buy the right to use mountain number 49 is equivalent to actively exposing the important resources on the mountain, drawing everyone's attention to her territory and mountain No. 49. Xiaqing felt that having the Qinglong team buy the mountain and give it to her was more incredible than if she bought the mountain herself. Xiaqing said bluntly, "Brother Luo, I'm a straight-talking person. Please don't mind. Will the base agree to sell the mountain to the Qinglong team?" The Tang family, headed by Tang Jingrong, the second in command of the base, has always regarded the Azure Dragon team as a thorn in their side. Whatever the Azure Dragon team wants to do, the Tang family will definitely find a way to stop it. Luo Pei explained in detail to Xiaqing the area within 300 miles to the north and east of Mountain No. 49 is densely vegetated evolutionary forests. There are countless dangerous evolutionary creatures, and the arable land is very small, so that forest is not within the scope of territory development. Establishing a lord system and allowing the people to grow crops and expand production in the safe zone is a project that the top leaders are pushing hard, so our base will put a lot of effort into promoting this work. But even though a large number of troops were sent to patrol and garrison, the territories close to the evolution forest still suffered huge losses in the rain, and the base is also worried about this. Since the Azure Dragon team bought mountain number 49, which is adjacent to our territory, they have an obligation to guard the mountain and prevent dangerous evolved animals from coming down the mountain to injure people and damage farmland, so Tang Jingrong will not really object. Even if he doubts the Azure Dragon team's motive for buying the mountain, he will only think that the Azure Dragon team wants to arrange a place for me to retire in peace after I have been poisoned and lost my combat power. As for the military, their only concern is that after the Azure Dragon team buys the mountain, it will threaten the garrison stationed at the old regiment headquarters. You also know the origin of the Azure Dragon team, so it is not difficult for us to gain the trust of the military. That being said, it is indeed possible to buy it. Xiaqing continued to talk about his thoughts. It is good for the Qinglong team to build a training base on Mountain 49. After you build the training base, the security of my territory will also be improved by several levels. Brother Luo, after you buy the mountain, just give it to the Qinglong team. There is no need to transfer it to me. If the mountain belongs to Xiaqing, how can she protect it? Is she still the boss of a sheep? Spend points to hire a large number of people to guard the mountain? Who to hire? The Azure Dragon team? The Azure Dragon team bought the mountain and transferred it to her, and she then spent points to hire the Azure Dragon team to guard the mountain. This is not just taking off their clothes and doing that multiple times, which can't help but make Xiaqing doubt their motives. Brother Luo might be able to put himself in Xiaqing's shoes, but the miser Yang Jin wouldn't. Neither would Xiaoyu, whose brain has evolved to the point of being almost incompetent. Maybe they wanted to make her pay for the spring through this deal. Xiaqing is not like Boss Yang. She is not blindly confident that she can gain any advantage by competing with the two big bosses of the Qinglong team. The mountain should be given to the Qinglong team. Let them guard it. She and the Qinglong team have a cooperative relationship. They will not take the initiative to reveal the secret of the spring. They can also help her attract firepower, thinking that the secret is on hill number 49. Xiaqing just pretended to be in the dark and lived in peace. The only loss for Xiaqing by doing this might be that he would not be able to enter mountain number 49 to collect green light plants. If she couldn't enter hill number 49, she could still enter other hills. There were green hills everywhere. Why did she have to hang herself on one hill? Can't dig green light bamboo shoots anymore? She would have something to eat even if she didn't dig them up. She could wait for the Qinglong team to dig out the bamboo shoots and then fill a bucket of spring water to exchange for them. Luo Pei understood Xiaqing's concerns, but still persuaded Xiaqing to accept it. It is most reliable to hold important resources in your own hands. You can trust me now and cooperate with the Azure Dragon team. But when Yang Jin, Xiaoyu, and I are gone, no one can guarantee that the next Azure Dragon team leaders will still be trustworthy. In fact, the 3 leaders of the Qinglong team had different opinions on this matter. Luo Pei and Xiaoyu advocated that the number 49 mountain belonged to the team, but Yang Jin advocated that it be given to Xia Qing. In the end, Yang Jin persuaded Luo Pei and Xiaoyu. After hearing what Luo Pei said, Xia Qing couldn't help but sigh. If the situation deteriorates to the point where the top combat power of Huisen Base and the 3 leaders of Qinglong team are all dead, Huisen Base will be finished. If a rookie like her wants to survive, she can only give up the territory and flee to other bases. When Luo Pei heard Xia Qing's sigh, he opened his red eyes and stared at her, saying very seriously, "Xia Qing, you're only 25 years old this year, and you still have 10 years to improve your 3-element evolution ability. As long as you want, you will definitely be better than the 3 of us in the future, and you will also be stronger than the Fire Phoenix of the Fiery team. The Fire Phoenix can guard a spring, so of course you can too." Yang Jin said that Xia Qing would become a powerful force that no one dared to underestimate, even in Huisan and even the entire Huiqing base. If the Qinglong team sold it to her now, they would definitely not suffer any loss in the future. Yang Jin said that allies and springs were not exclusive options. If they bought the mountain and gave it to Xia Qing, they could have the best of both worlds, alliance, and exchange of springs. At that time, Xiaoyu asked Yang Jin why he was so sure that Xia Qing, who worked hard to make a living, would become a powerful fighter who could rival them in the future. Yang Jin gave a reason that they could not refute. Xia Qing's will to survive was stronger than anyone he knew. A person who is determined to survive on his own would definitely seize any available opportunity to make himself stronger. Xia Qing's eyes widened instantly when her biggest secret was revealed in front of her. The question in her mind was whether to escape immediately or to silence Luo Pei first and then escape.
Haha.
Her reaction made Luo Pei, the level 10 visual evolutionist, laugh. "You don't think, girl, that after so many missions with me, I would be so blind that I don't even know your abilities, do you?" Xia Qing clenched his fists and pretended to be calm. "I thought I hid it well." Luo Pei fumbled to pick up the teacup, raised his head and took a sip of tea, exposing his neck, a fatal part in front of Xia Qing, and then revealed his trump card to her. "You hide it well. Most people may be fooled by you. But I have 10th level visual evolution and 6th level hearing evolution, so it is easy for me to catch details that others overlook." Xia Qing couldn't pretend anymore, and asked with wide eyes, "Brother Luo also has the ability to evolve hearing to level 6? Just like you, no one will easily reveal all their cards." The little girl who always pretended to be wooden was stimulated by himself to have such a lively expression. Luo Pei couldn't help laughing. "I am a dual-element evolved person. Even within the team, few people know that. You have to keep it a secret for me." Xia Qing nodded immediately and asked carefully, "That's for sure. Brother Luo, do many people know that I am a 3-element evolutionary?" Luo Pei told the truth. "I only know about myself, Yang Jin, and Xiaoyu. I don't know about the other people around you. Don't worry, we will keep it a secret for you." She was surrounded by ordinary people or ordinary evolved people. Xia Qing was sure that they had not noticed. She was a little relieved. Did Brother Luo tell Captain Yang and Captain Xia? Luo Pei shook his head. Yang Jin discovered it himself. Xia Qing was shocked again. "How is that possible? I have never been on a mission with Captain Yang, and we have never dealt with each other before."
He didn't say.
Luo Pei really didn't know. Yang Jin valued Xia Qing very much, but Luo Pei didn't know why he valued her, so he chose to say nothing. Xia Qing, who had a head full of questions, calmed down and continued to ask the most concerned question. "Brother Luo, I still don't understand why the mountain is more suitable for me. I think from your point of view, you shouldn't give the mountain to me. Xia Qing has been at the bottom of the base for many years, and the information she has is limited, so it is normal that she can't figure it out." Luo Pei patiently guided her to think. "You know the use of unpolluted spring water, right?" Xia Qing nodded and held up 2 fingers. "For medical use and for growing crops, but I don't know how to use it specifically." Luo Pei nodded. Then, do you know how many springs our base has besides the one in your territory? Xiaqing certainly knew this, but I don't know where the springs are. This is the top secret of the base, so Xiaqing certainly doesn't know about it. Luo Pei corrected. To be precise, 4 springs have been discovered in Huisin base in the past 10 years, but now there are only 2 left. Xiaqing's eyes widened again. What about the other 2? Did they wither? Or were they taken away by other bases? Luo Pei patiently explained to Xiaqing, you have been in the territory for almost 2 months. You should have noticed that the amount of water discharged from the spring is different every day, right? Xiaqing shook his head honestly. No, it seems to be the same every day. This girl is really honest. Luo Pei smiled and tried to round up the words. Maybe you have been here for a short time, so you didn't notice the seasonal changes in the water output of the spring. This change is in line with the natural laws of the blue planet before the natural disaster. So after the spring was discovered, most people in the base advocated exploring the source of the spring, finding out the cause of the spring, and exploring and producing more pollution-free water for the benefit of all mankind. Xiaqing nodded. It makes sense to do so. Luo Pei's tone became heavy. But the current blue planet is very different from before the natural disaster. Many previous technical means have become ineffective. All the unpolluted springs that have been explored and studied by humans so far have become ordinary polluted water sources. Xiaqing felt distressed when she heard this. Can't you find out the reason? There were too many unexplained incidents after natural disasters, and as a result, many people began to doubt existing science and began to believe in all sorts of messy things and theories, making the safe zone a mess. Well, the reason is unknown. Currently, there is only one generally accepted but unconfirmed speculation. All water sources on Blue Planet have been polluted by nuclear-contaminated water, violent movement of the Blue Planet's plates, and cosmic gamma-ray bursts. Only a few mountains, under the combined effect of multiple factors, have formed a huge and complex natural filter or equalizer, filtering out most of the killer elements, radioactive elements, and other harmful substances in the polluted water, forming a pollution-free water source. This complex structure is completely beyond the scope of human knowledge and technology at this stage. Once the internal structure of the mountain is interfered with or destroyed by humans, the structure will change and lose the ability to filter water, and it will be impossible to repair it artificially. Therefore, the deep development and exploration of the spring has been expressly prohibited by the highest level. Luo Pei also emphasized, the impact of the spring deterioration is extremely bad, so the top leaders ordered a strict seal on the news. You just need to listen to it, don't spread it. Xiaqing tried hard to remember and digest what Luo Pei meant. I understand. What Luo Ge meant is that there is currently no way to artificially create pollution-free water. Even research on pollution-free water is prohibited because it will damage the water source. That's right. Although we can now distill pure water, we can't stably dissolve the element into pure water, so distilled water cannot replace unpolluted water rich in elements. Luo Pei continued, so unpolluted spring water is a very important type of high-value resources. It makes the owners of the water source powerful, but also causes organizations that cannot benefit from the water source to do everything they can to destroy the water source and weaken the owner's strength. The spring with the largest water output in our base was destroyed in this way. Xiaqing immediately became angry, eyes widening. Who is it? Luo Pei shook his head. It will do no good to know more.
Oh.
Xiaqing said oh, and didn't ask any more questions. Luo Pei went on to say, the spring is yours within your territory. If I ask you to hand over the spring, you will definitely not agree. If the mountain in the north belongs to the Qinglong team, there will always be voices within the team advocating to open the mountain to find the spring. Once the successor of the Qinglong team opens the mountain to find the spring, the internal structure of the number 49 mountain will definitely be destroyed, and the spring in your territory will be 99% destroyed and turned into an ordinary polluted water source. The end result is that you will lose the unpolluted spring water, and the Qinglong team will not get it either. Therefore, you, who already own the spring, are the only one who will not destroy the internal structure of number 49. There were some things that Luo Pei didn't say. In fact, there was another option, which was for Xia Qing to join the Qinglong team with the spring. But this didn't even need to be mentioned, because Xia Qing had chosen to conceal her strength and join the construction team before. Now that she had the territory and the spring, it was even more impossible for her to join the team. Like most people who have been struggling with natural disasters for 10 years, Xia Qing only trusts herself and is very wary of others. Yang Jin said that if Xia Qing was pushed into a corner, she would choose to fight to the death destroy the spring. Xia Qing understood it completely this time. So, Brother Luo, you've already searched the 49th mountain, but didn't find any new springs? Luo Pei laughed out loud and answered calmly, in order to find unpolluted water sources, in the past 10 years, all areas within China that humans can reach have been screened countless times. After you took out the spring water to save me, Yang Jin mobilized the most elite combat power and the most advanced detection methods of the Qinglong team and used half a month to screen the No. 49 mountain twice, but still failed to find an unpolluted spring. After saying this, Luo Pei couldn't help but sigh at Xia Qing's luck. Finding a spring is a matter of luck. Just because we haven't found one doesn't mean there isn't one. I personally led a team to clean up territory number 3 bit by bit last winter, but we didn't find a spring either. After Xia Qing understood why the Qinglong team bought the mountain, she felt relieved. Since the internal structure of the mountain was destroyed, the water quality of the springs in her territory might be destroyed or completely dried up. In order to protect the springs, of course, she had to protect the mountain. I followed Brother Luo to clean up the evolution forest. I happened to see a little squirrel running out from a crack in the rock. I thought there was fruit in the crack, so I dug up several rocks before I found the spring. The spring is very small, and there is almost no sound of running water. If it weren't for the squirrel, I wouldn't have found it. Xia Qing told Luo Pei the truth about the discovery of the spring, and then asked curiously, Brother Luo, is there any place on Blue Star that humans can't reach now? Luo Pei answered simply, not to mention other areas. There are several in China. Those places either have too high a level of harmful elements or too many dangerous evolved creatures. In fact, humans can get in if they bring enough equipment and force their way in, but it's unnecessary, and we're also worried that excessive use of thermal weapons may cause adverse chain reactions. After the great evolution of life on Blue Planet, humans have become more cautious in order to survive. Xia Qing continued to inquire. When Captain Yang pretended to take Brother Luo away by helicopter, he went to the west. Was it because the base in the west had a large amount of unpolluted spring water? Luo Pei answered patiently, the unpolluted springs found in several bases in Lancheng in the west are indeed more numerous than here. Another reason is that there is a large area of evolutionary forest between Lancheng and us, so there is less traffic. If the plane flies west, it can better confuse the enemy. By the way, what level of evolution are your hearing and vision? Xia Qing answered truthfully, I haven't taken the test, but my 3 abilities should all be above level 5. Luo Pei opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Xia Qing and warned him seriously. Although you are a lord now, ordinary people dare not do anything to you, but you'd better not reveal the fact that you are a 3-series evolved person, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. A 25-year-old fertile third-line advanced evolved woman would not only arouse the interest of the research institute, but would also cause competition among the major forces and families in China. Xia Qing certainly understood this. Everyone around me thinks that I am at the 4th level of power evolution. I haven't noticed anyone doubting my ability yet. But I am only 25 years old this year, and my ability can still be improved, so I want to gradually improve my power evolution to the 6th level. This way, I will neither be looked down upon nor be taken seriously. Because even if my power evolution is improved to the 6th level, it is not very useful. It is best for me to stay in the territory and farm honestly. Besides, I can't do anything else but farm. As a person who had advanced evolution of 3 systems and was most likely to become the top master of Huisin base, or even the entire Huiqing base in the future, she actually sat in front of her very sincerely and said that she could only farm. Even though Luo Pei had been tempered by 10 years of natural disasters and had become as calm as an old dog, he could not help but twitch his lips, not knowing how to respond to the words of this extraordinary lord. Luo Pei even began to doubt Yang Jin's judgment. Will Xiaqing, who had no fighting spirit and only wanted to farm, really become a powerful existence that is not weaker than the Fire Phoenix and no one in Huiqing Base dares to underestimate in the future? After Xiaqing learned about the plan of the Azure Dragon team, he began to consider the most realistic problem. Since the mountain is going to belong to me, then I should pay for the points to buy the mountain, but I don't have that many points now, so the points to buy the mountain are considered to be borrowed from the Azure Dragon team. Brother Luo, do you think this is okay? Luo Pei couldn't help laughing. He held the wound on his body and took a break before answering, yes, that's what Yang Jin is planning. We will buy the right to use the mountain for you for at least 100 years, and then you rent the mountain to us as a training base, and we will send people to look after the mountain for you to pay the rent. You can use spring water and crops to pay back the points for buying the mountain. We won't count the interest, and there's no limit on the number of years. I'll show it to you after Xiaoyu drafts the contract. No, Brother Luo. Xiaqing was a little dizzy. Is it necessary to buy the right to use it for 100 years? Now is the year of natural disasters after the great evolution of the creatures on Blue Star. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. In this case, is it necessary to buy the right to use a mountain for 100 years? Luo Pei nodded firmly, of course. The higher the level of evolution, the better the body function, and the longer the lifespan. You are a high-level evolutionary, and it is definitely no problem to live to 140 years old, so buying 100 years is not too much. If you buy too short, when the matter of the spring water is exposed, the price you pay to extend the right of use will be much higher than now. The Fire Phoenix of Huiqing Base was bought for 200 years. Xiaqing climbed up the steps and walked out of the dilapidated house with an empty basket in her hand, feeling dizzy. She picked up a basket of grass and carried it back to the village, her head still dizzy. When the eldest sheep saw Xiaqing coming back, he ran over and smelled the grass in the basket, showed a look of disgust, and turned away. Xiaqing followed behind Boss Yang with a basket in her hand and dazedly repeated what had just happened. Boss, you have a good brain, help me analyze this. Did I make a profit or a loss on this big deal? Why do I feel like I made a profit, but also feel like I lost money? The smart sheep squinted his eyes and stared at the iron box in the kitchen. I don't want to think about it anymore. Come on, pedal the water wheel to fetch water for me. Xiaqing was not the type of person who liked to dwell on trivial matters. If he couldn't figure it out, he would just give up thinking about it. She opened the metal box in the kitchen, took out a piece of compressed food and stuffed it into her pocket, then carried out a modified water bicycle from the tool room. This bicycle had been modified by her, with a large straw seat suitable for the sheep boss and comfortable pedals suitable for sheep hooves. Carrying food and a bicycle on his shoulder, Xiaqing successfully brought the sheep boss to the reservoir. After installing the water bicycle, Xiaqing did not let the novice sheep get on directly, but demonstrated it to the sheep boss first. The bicycle was modified to fit the long legs of sheep, which made Xiaqing, whose legs were almost twice as long as the sheep's, feel very uncomfortable. However, she still pretended to pedal for a while, watching the water flowing into the canal through the three-way outlet and flowing to the farmland, and then she stopped and pretended to wipe her sweat with an exaggerated expression. It's so tiring to pedal the water wheel. Why is it so tiring? I'll eat some food to replenish my energy, and then continue pedaling. Seeing Xiaqing taking out the rations, the big sheep standing aside rushed over and looked at her eagerly with his eyes blinking. After Xiaqing took a small bite of the compressed ration, Big Sheep was already eager to try. So, Xiaqing got off the bike and stood aside. He lifted the rations onto the bicycle and tricked Yang Lauda into getting on the bike. Boss, you're stronger than me and smarter than me. You must know how to ride a water wheel, right? You can get rations by riding a water wheel. The sheep boss climbed onto the bicycle, his eyes following the rations. The bicycle had been modified according to the sheep boss's body structure. After he sat on it, his two front hooves imitated Xiaqing's movements to press the handlebars, and his hind hooves stepped into the pedal covers, which was just right. Xia Qing immediately started to speak frantically. The boss is the best. He can even pedal the water wheel. Come, have some rations. After stuffing some food into the sheep to study it, Xia Qing squatted down, held its two hind legs, and taught it how to use its strength to step on the stirrups. Push down with this hoof, and this hoof will come up. Push down again, and this one will come up again. It looks simple, but only the smartest sheep can learn it. Big Sheep quickly mastered the tricks and pedaled the bicycle to high speed. The pedals drove the rear wheel and the small wheel in the water to rotate at high speed, and the paddle hanging on the rope drew water into the pipe, and then it flowed out from the three-way outlet. Xia Qing didn't expect a sheep to learn to ride a bicycle so quickly.
He was really impressed.
Boss is really the smartest sheep on Blue Planet. He is the sheep standing at the top of the pyramid, and the sheep who pioneered the history of sheep evolution. The Big Sheep was flattered by the praise. He squinted at Xia Qing while riding his bicycle, indicating that she should say more because he wanted to listen. Xia Qing talked incessantly, praising Boss Yang to the sky. The sheep boss was full of energy. After watering more than 3 mu of land, he still pedaled hard. After Xia Qing sealed the canal, he stuffed the last bit of food into its mouth. Boss, you're awesome. You watered the land so quickly. Let's go home? The eldest sheep didn't listen and continued to pedal. Xia Qing tried to persuade him again, but he still flew up. Only then did Xia Qing understand that this creature was not doing it for the food, it just really liked kicking this thing. The water pumped up was about to overflow the canal. Xia Qing could not dampen Yang Lao's enthusiasm, so he simply picked up a shovel and quickly built a new canal that turned under the three-way water outlet and led to the reservoir, allowing the water pumped up by Yang Lao to flow through the newly opened canal and then flow back to the reservoir. Boss Sheep narrowed his eyes, happily doing useless work. Xia Qing, who didn't need to flatter, squatted by the canal to rest and found that there were small fish fry 1 centimeter long swimming quickly in the water. She pumped up. This was the second time she found fish in the reservoir since she shot the catfish to death. No wonder egrets hang around the river every day. It turns out there are fish. Can she eat this fish? Xia Qing began to test the harmful elements in the fish fry, catching one and testing it, then throwing it away. She threw one, and the egret standing nearby picked it up, and they cooperated in perfect harmony. After testing 100 fish in a row, Xia Qing found 5 small yellow light fish fry. This ratio was quite high, and Xia Qing immediately had a good idea. She wanted to dig a pond to raise fish. After bringing the kitten back, the kitten ate red tetras, she ate yellow tetras, and the eldest sheep pedaled the water wheel to replenish the fish pond with water. Xia Qing drove the tiller, and the eldest sheep immediately stopped pedaling the water wheel, jumped on the tiller, lay on its exclusive seat, and watched Xia Qing dig. It took Xia Qing a day and a half to dig a small fish pond 2 meters deep and more than 2 acres in size, 100 meters away from the reservoir. After the fish pond was dug and filled with water, Xia Qing took away the double-layered dense mesh fishing net that was blocking the narrowest part of the river. In the past 2 days, the fishing net had caught a lot of small fish fry, which Xia Qing stuffed into the fish pond. Then Xia Qing happily turned on the intercom, intending to ask Chi Fu how to raise fish. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, Xia Qing heard Chi Fu complaining, "A few days ago, I found fish fry growing in the river, so I spent a lot of effort digging a fish pond." Who knew that after the fish pond was dug, the fish fry were gone? Xia Qing. Zhao Zhe replied, "Brother Qi is really amazing. I haven't found any fish yet, but your fish pond has already been dug. Could it be that the last batch of fry has already passed? Just wait a few more days, there will definitely be another batch." Huang Qingwei from site number 6 replied with resentment, "I was wondering why the water level in the river dropped today. It turns out you were irrigating the fish pond. I thought the river was going to dry up, so I urged the workers to work hard to fetch water to irrigate the wheat." Xia Qing just filled the fish pond.
Zhao was puzzled.
"The water level has dropped? I have been by the river today, but I didn't notice anything." Huang Qingwei asked back, "What kind of work is there by the river?" Zhao Zhe smiled and said, I picked up some stones with beautiful patterns and brought them home to pave the yard. I used to be a gardener, but now that I'm not busy with work in the territory, I feel like paving the way. What's the point of paving with stones? A heavy rain will destroy everything. Kwang Chingwei sneered. Do you know why I care about the water level? Because several territories have fought over water for irrigation, and people have died. This topic immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Chaos was thankful. Fortunately, he was lucky.
I was able to pick a piece of land that would not lack water. You're really lucky. Kwang Chingwei complained. I had my eyes on site number 3 with a reservoir, but it was unfortunately chosen by Xia Qing. Zhao Zhe mentioned the site selection. When I was occupying the territory, I was ranked behind Xia Qing. I thought that since she was an evolved person, she must be well informed, so I chose a site next to her. Fortunately, I chose number 4. If I had chosen number 1, I would have been poisoned to death during the last rainstorm. Xia Qing pressed the button. Like Brother Qing, I've chosen the reservoir at site 3. Brother Qi, what do you feed the fish? Qi Fu likes it most when people ask him about agricultural knowledge, so he immediately gives a detailed introduction. There are people in my hometown village who raise fish. There are 2 types of fish feed, animal and plant. It is most convenient to buy ready-made synthetic feed. After the natural disaster, there is no need to think about ready-made feed, and you have to make it yourself. Animal feed mainly includes water vortex, rotifers, water fleas, water earthworms, and maggots. Plant feed is aquatic plants and algae. Vegetables can also be fed, but they must be boiled and chopped before feeding. I just don't know what the fish fry in our river will like to eat after evolution, and I don't know if the animals that originally fed fish can still feed fish after evolution. Kwang Chingwei interrupted. It is said that if there are small fish, there should be big fish. Have you ever caught a big fish? How come I haven't seen any big fish? I only caught a dozen evolved giant leeches. Zhao Zhe, could it be that you have caught all the fish? I wanted to, but I couldn't catch any. I dug up some earthworms to fish, but something bit my line, and it broke. I never dared to fish again. There were many people in Zhao Zhe's territory, and they were all free to go fishing and picking up stones. Xia Qing, who was alone, was busy farming and cleaning the house for painting, and he was almost like a spinning top. She turned off the intercom and decided to feed the fish with grass. After deciding on the fish feed, it was time to consider applying fertilizer to the farmland. It was lunchtime for the safe zone construction team, so Xia Qing called Sunja. Sunja and Xia Qing have worked in the same construction team for 5 years. They are not very close, but they can chat with each other from time to time. Sunja has some brains, so he will definitely be interested in this matter. Hecko. Sunja's voice was obviously tired. The construction team did hard and dirty work, so his state was normal. Xia Qing replied calmly, Sunja, I am Xia Qing. Sister Qing. Sunja's voice immediately regained its vitality, and he shouted before lowering his voice. Sister Qing, you're back too? No. I'm still in the territory. Xia Qing didn't ask why he used the word also, and continued. Are you free now? I have something to tell you. Yes, of course I am free. Xia Qing heard Sunja quickly leave the original place, and the noisy background sound on the phone became quieter. Sister Qing, you said that no one can hear you here. You can make calls in the territory. Did you change to a satellite phone? Well, for the convenience of contact, I went on several missions with the team and exchanged my points for one. This is why I came to you. Xia Qing told Sunja that the territory needed organic fertilizer for farming. Qi Fu said that your father knows how to make earthworm manure, so I told you. Of course, whether to do it or not depends on your own plan. Sunja's breathing was so excited that it hit the receiver. Xia Qing heard it clearly. Sister Qing, is there really anyone who would buy earthworm manure? There are only 3 lords I can contact, and they all have demand for organic fertilizer, including Qi Fu. I can't guarantee for others, but at least I need to buy at least 1,000 kilograms myself. Xia Qing only mentioned the 3 lords who actually farm nearby, and she directly excluded numbers 1, 2, and 7. Sunja controlled his excitement and answered neatly, Thank you, sister. I will go back and tell my dad. The The planting center in our safe zone raises earthworms and makes manure. My dad applied for the job, but was rejected because he is disabled. Sister, do you think it is better for us to make earthworm manure in the safe zone or outside the territory? Xia Qing was surprised. Hasn't all the land been claimed? Has our base cleared out new territory? Sunja then realized that Xia Qing was not well informed in the territory, and hurriedly explained, no new territory has been developed, and the 200 plots are still there at the beginning of the year. However, some lords have died, and some have returned. Now there are more than 30 plots of land left vacant, and no one dares to claim them. My father wants to claim them, but my mother disagrees. Xia Qing answered seriously, if you raise too many earthworms, the smell will be strong, which will definitely attract carnivorous evolved animals. So raising them in a safe zone is less dangerous than raising them in a territory, but relatively speaking, more earthworms can be raised in a territory, and the yield is higher than in a safe zone. This is up to you to decide. If you go out to a territory, it's best to choose one that's close to a safe zone. The closer, the safer it is. Sunja's family are all ordinary people. It is very risky to leave the safe zone, but raising earthworms and making manure may be the only way for their family to make a living. Sunja thanked her sincerely. I understand. Thank you, sister. If you need work over there, just call me. I'm always here. Everyone misses you. If you can get the earthworm manure out, you will be helping me a lot. Xia Qing told Sunja, I am still busy at the moment. Don't tell anyone that I contacted you. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qing took a deep breath of the air that smelled of grass and soil, then lay on the grass and looked at the blue sky. The familiar and noisy background sound on the other end of the phone instantly pulled Xia Qing back to the suffocatingly crowded safe zone. Xia Qing didn't care what others thought of her, because she would never give up her territory and go back.
Me boom boom boom.
Xia Qing heard the sheep boss's anxious cries and running sounds, turned around and saw it running towards him, and quickly jumped up to prove that he was fine. Boss, don't panic. I'm not poisoned or injured. I'm fine. I just need to lie down and rest for a while. Look, I'm up. I can still jump. When the sheep boss found out that Xia Qing was fine, he got angry. He stepped back, showed his spiral horns, and yelled in a smoky voice, moo. Xia Qing sighed. Boss, you've been pedaling the water wheel for so long. Aren't you tired? Boss Yang rushed forward regardless, and Xia Qing turned and ran. Come on, let's go to the open space. I'll fight you to your heart's content. One man and one sheep ran to an empty field where nothing was planted. Xia Qing did not use any tricks, but just competed head-on with the sheep boss. Then, of course, he was knocked over by the sheep boss. An hour later, Xia Qing collapsed on the ground exhausted, panting and asking, Boss, I suspect you are a dual-element evolution sheep of strength and endurance. Endurance evolution is an evolution that allows one to have endurance several times higher than that of an ordinary person sheep. For example, an ordinary person will get tired after running at full SP/PED for 5 minutes, while a level 2 endurance evolver will get tired after 10 minutes, and a level 5 endurance evolver will get tired after 35 minutes. If a person with strong physical fitness is given the blessing of endurance evolution, it will be difficult to deal with him. Xue Jinchang, a core member of the Dongyang team, is a level 5 endurance evolver, and his strength is really strong. The sheep boss has great endurance. After teaching Xia Qing a lesson, the sheep boss got hungry, shook off the dirt on his body, and went to eat grass. Xia Qing also patted the dirt and stood up, following the sheep boss. Boss, how did you live as a sheep in the evolution forest? The longer they spent together, the more Xia Qing realized that the sheep boss was afraid of being alone, so it must have had companions before meeting him. Are your companions still here? Bring them back to the territory. We have water and grass and it's safe. You can't forget your brothers just because you enjoy yourself. Thinking of the scene of having a flock of sheep, Xia Qing drooled. No, she had to quickly prepare the cumin to welcome the sheep. In territory number 3, in addition to the evolution perilla on the high captive and a patch of green and yellow grass near the spring, there were 3 patches of yellow and green grass. Xiaqing tasted each type of grass and found that they all tasted bad, so these 3 patches of grass became the exclusive pasture for the sheep boss. But now it is not the case, because Xiaqing raises fish. She will cut grass, blanch and chop it, and feed it to the fish. As for whether the fish likes to eat or not, it is not within her consideration at all. If they like to eat, they will eat. If they don't like to eat, they will starve, and they will eat after being hungry for a long time. 5 days later, Xiaqing's cucumbers bloomed their first flower, and she could no longer spray camphor tree juice to repel insects. Xiaqing set up a dense and sturdy insect-proof net in the vegetable garden in the planting area on the hillside. The protective net can keep out some evolved pests with poor biting ability, such as cabbage worms, cabbage borers, cabbage moths, aphids, leaf miners, etc. By cutting off the pests' breeding routes in plants and shallow soil in this way, there is no need to spray crops frequently. Instead, you only need to spray the insect-proof nets regularly to drive away rodents and evolved insects. To cover the greenhouse with insect nets, you first build a greenhouse support, then cover the insect nets on the support and tighten them. Xiaqing had never seen this planting technique in the safe zone. If Chief Fu hadn't taken the initiative to tell her, she would never have thought of it. As for why such a useful thing is not used in the planting center in the safe zone, Xiaqing thinks it is because there are fewer pests in the safe zone. The pests in her territory are more than 1 or 2 times more than those in the planting center. After putting up the protective nets for vegetables, Xiaqing only needs to patrol regularly every day to kill rodents that get close to the nets and prevent them from biting through them. Fortunately, most rodents are active during the day, so Xiaqing is not the only one who patrols and cleans the insects. The birds in her territory also like to squat on the trees and rocks next to the vegetable insect nets, waiting to catch insects to eat. Because they are attracted by vegetables, the density of various insects outside the insect-proof net is higher than elsewhere. Since setting up the insect-proof net, Xiaqing found that there were more birds in his territory. In addition to the original 4 black and white evolved magpies and a few crows, there was a group of sparrows, a few very beautiful long-tailed red-billed blue magpies, and a few small birds of various colors and beautiful calls that Xiaqing couldn't name. With them, Xiaqing truly experienced what it meant to hear birds chirping and flowers blooming. Unfortunately, except for the 4 black and white evolved magpies, other birds did not build nests in territory number 3, otherwise Xiaqing would have eaten the bird eggs long ago. When Xiaqing was wandering around the hillside killing insects, Luo Pei sent her a message saying that the purchase and sale agreement and lease contract for the mountain had been drafted, and asked Xiaqing to go over and see if there were any changes that needed to be made. Xiaqing had been thinking about buying, renting, and hiring people to guard the mountain over and over again these days, and now she had figured it out. She also felt that it would be more beneficial for her to hold mountain number 49 in her own hands rather than letting the Azure Dragon team hold it. After going to the basement to retrieve the agreement and contract, Xiaqing proposed 3 items that needed to be modified after repeated deliberation. First, the lease period of the mountain is changed from 5 years to 2 years. After the 2-year lease expires, if both parties are still willing, they can negotiate to renew the lease. If the 2 parties cannot reach an agreement, they can choose not to renew the lease contract. The second is an additional clause. During the period when the Qinglong team rents the mountain as a training base, the materials harvested from the mountain belong to the Qinglong team. However, if the harvested materials are green light food, Xiaqing has the right to know and the right of first purchase. Third, the leased area was further clarified. The area leased to the Qinglong station team was the area belonging to the number 49 mountain indicated on the use right certificate, except for the area 1.5 kilometers north of the number 1, 3, and 4 territories. The responsibility and consequences of clearing dangerous evolved creatures in the unleased area would be borne by Xiaqing himself. Xiaqing's reason was to ensure that her territory was not monitored by the people in the mountains and threatened by sniper rifles. In addition to being free from monitoring and threats, Xiaqing had 2 other reasons that she didn't say. One was that this area might be where unpolluted spring water flowed, and there might be planting areas. The other was that she needed an evolutionary forest as her own training base. She needs to become stronger. 25 days later, while Xia Qing was chewing on freshly picked cucumbers, admiring the jujube tree buds and the furry green apples that were no bigger than a thumb, she received a message from Luo Pei. The mountain has been bought. Yang Jin wants to come over tonight at 8 o'clock to sign the contract with you. Is that okay? It was bought so soon? Xia Qing thought that the mountain had just been bought, and it was a sensitive time that attracted much attention. Isn't Yang Jin, a golden Buddha, afraid of being discovered when he came to site number 3? But then Xia Qing remembered that they had dug a tunnel from territory number 1 to territory number 3 to transport supplies, so he replied with a cucumber in his mouth. Okay, the cucumbers in my field are edible. I'll bring them to Brother Luo and Captain Yang to try in the evening. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qing picked up a slingshot and smashed the head of an evolved locust that was flapping its wings and rushing towards the peanut seedlings in the terraced fields in the planting area. The evolved locust's bite ability was also enhanced. If left unattended, it would break through the insect-proof net she had set up and get in a few minutes. After Xia Qing knocked down the locust, the big sheep ran faster than the birds that were trying to grab food and stepped on the locust's body with his hooves. Boss, good job. Xia Qing jumped down 2 steps of the terraced field with a cucumber in his mouth and walked over. He stuffed the remaining cucumber head into the sheep boss's mouth as a reward and picked up the headless, evolved giant locust from under its hoof and stuffed it into the grass bag hanging around its neck. You didn't crush the bugs into mud this time, so there's a reward. Boss, eat the cucumber and feed the locust to the fish. Boss Sheep squinted his eyes, munched on cucumbers amid the chirping of birds, and slowly walked down the hillside to feed the fish in the fish pond. Xia Qing picked up the steel orb that had just been shot, wiped them clean, and stuffed them into the bullet bag. When the steel orb were used up, they had to be exchanged for points, and every ball that could be picked up could not be thrown away. It is very difficult and time-consuming to pick up a steel ball that is shot out at high SPE PED unless you are an advanced visual evolver or olfactory evolver. The eyes of a visual evolver can capture fast-moving objects, and the nose of an olfactory evolver can capture various smells. Xia Qing is not only an advanced visual evolver, but also an auditory evolver who can capture sounds. So this matter is nothing to her. At the appointed time, Xia Qing carried 5 cucumbers and went to sign the first and second contracts in her life with great confidence. What was it like to see the 2 leaders of the Qinglong team at Huisin Base in the same room at the same time? Luo Pei was able to move freely, and Xia Qing was happy. Yang Jin actually became more handsome, making Xia Qing want to stuff all the delicious food into him. Xia Qing controlled her emotions and handed over the basket. Captain Yang, Brother Luo. Yang Jin took the basket calmly, and Luo Pei blushed with a smile. Don't think too much. Luo Pei's blushing was not because of shyness or excitement, but because the poison had not yet completely subsided. Xia Qing's face was always dark red, so she would blush in any situation or with any person. Luo Pei looked at the juicy cucumbers in the basket and asked, "Why did you bring so many?" "I grew 19 cucumbers. After the vines grew, each leaf would produce a cucumber. But there were fewer green ones, so only these few can be eaten today." Xia Qing was so proud when he mentioned his vegetable garden. Seeing Xia Qing, whose face, eyes, and heart were full of smiles because of the harvest from farming, Yang Jin also smiled and explained to Xia Qing why Xiaoyu didn't come over. "Xiaoyu wanted to come over to thank you in person a long time ago, but one of the 3 of us needed to be stationed in the safe zone, so he couldn't come this time. This is a small gift he asked me to prepare for you." If Yang Jin and Luo Pei are the magic soldiers of the Qinglong team, then Xiaoyu is the brain of the Qinglong team. Without any of the 3 of them, the Qinglong team would not be able to reach its current size. Although the spring water is very important, Xia Qing really didn't think that she needed to ask the 3 leaders of the Qinglong team to come together to sign a contract with her. Xia Qing took the small gift weighing more than 10 kilograms from the second in command of the Qinglong team with both hands. "Thank you, Captain. You are so polite." Luo Pei saw Xia Qing took it, then he explained what was in the box. "There are 200 rounds of bullets in here. You will need them when you practice shooting. It's so useful. This little gift is so thoughtful and precious." Xia Qingben couldn't even bring herself to ask Yang Jin to take 2 cucumbers back to Xiaoyu as a thank you gift. Fortunately, she was well prepared for tonight. Xia Qing took out a small bucket of mountain spring water and 2 bags of tea from her backpack. Captain Yang, please take this bag of tea and water back to Captain Xia for me. Brother Luo, can you make tea here? This tea tastes pretty good. I'll make some for you and Captain Yang to try. Of course, you and Yang Jin sit down. I'll make the tea. Luo Pei took the job of making tea, looking forward to it. I haven't had tea made with mountain spring water for a long time. After the spring water boiled, the scent of tea soon spread. This was a scent of tea that Yang Jin had never smelled before. He asked Xia Qing, "Did you find tea trees in your territory?" Xia Qing shook her head. "I exchanged this with another lord. He said it was a rare and good tea. I don't know how to taste tea, but I think it smells nice and tastes good. It should be Zhang San who exchanged it for her. No wonder the fragrance is so pure." Seeing that Xia Qing was living a good life, Yang Jin's eyebrows softened a little. "What did you exchange it for? The green light cucumber?" This was an open exchange in the Lord's channel, and Xia Qing did not hide it. Green light cucumber, spinach leaves, and leeks. Yang Jin reminded Xia Qing cryptically, "Zhang San from site number 7 is a person who is very particular about the taste of food. He is willing to exchange such good tea with you because he thinks your green light vegetables are worth the price. Are your vegetables directly irrigated with spring water?" Xia Qing shook her head. "It is used during the seed soaking and seedling stage. After it grows up, it is changed to normal water. Captain Yang, is there any risk if I use green light vegetables to exchange with other lords?" The smile in Yang Jin's eyes became more obvious. "If the content of harmful elements in all varieties of green light vegetables you grow is lower than that of other lords, there will be a risk of being exposed. However, you can trade with the Qinglong team without worry. What is a miser who can negotiate? This is it." Xia Qing nodded expressionlessly. "I understand." Luo Pei couldn't help but laugh. "Ah Jin, take out the land use right certificate and the 2 contracts. Dear book friends, tomorrow, November 1st, this book will be on the V list. It will reach 10,000 copies tomorrow. I hope to see you all continue to read it. It's finally going to be put on the shelves and the results will be announced. I'm looking forward to it anxiously." Xia Qing secretly rubbed his palms on his legs hidden under the table, then solemnly took the certificate for the use of Hill No. 49 and the 2 contracts with both hands. The material, size, and seal of the certificate were exactly the same as her Lord's certificate, and it was obvious at first glance that it was real. The certificates were marked with the precise latitude and longitude and area. The difference was that her number 3 territory land use right certificate and Galpa land use right certificate had no expiration date, while the number 49 mountain land use right period was 100 years. Her territory area was 7,500 mu. And the number 49 mountain land area was 180,000 mu. The name on the 2 territory use right certificates was her and No. 49 mountain was the Azure Dragon team. According to the precise longitude and latitude, the 49th mountain is 12 kilometers long from east to west and 10 kilometers wide from north to south, with a flat area of 120 square kilometers, or 180,000 mu. The main peak of the 49th mountain is nearly 2,000 meters high, and the surface area of the mountain is many times larger than the flat area. She was about to become the owner of this mountain for 100 years. Before she turned 125, the mountain would belong to her? Although she had the certificate, Xia Qing still couldn't feel the reality at all. She handed the certificate of use rights back to Yang Jin and asked, "Captain Yang, it must have taken a lot of effort for you to buy this mountain. How many points did you use?" Yang Jin smiled. "We traded in exchange for supplies, which translates to 1.1 million points. How much more?" Xia Qing's eyes widened instantly. Yang Jin raised his hand to pour tea for Xia Qing, who was sitting across from him. After the sound of running water woke up the cute girl, Yang Jin continued to speak calmly. 300,000 of these points are for the Qinglong team and have nothing to do with you. So the actual price of hill number 49 is 800,000. 800,000. is not a small amount. At this moment, Xiaqing finally felt the heavy reality that she was about to own a mountain. She was just about to become well off, but now she was about to be in debt of 800,000 yuan. Yang Jin understood her expression and helped her analyze 800,000 for 100 years, which is 8,000 points a year, which is already very cheap. Is it cheap? Xiaqing, who used to earn only 5 points a day in the construction team, nodded numbly. Thank you, Captain Yang, for reminding me. Shall we sign the contract now? Yang Jin smiled and said, Brother Luo, please use your phone to record the video. It was also Xiaqing's request that the contract signing be videotaped. Because she was the weaker party in this transaction, she had to have video evidence of the Azure Dragon team selling the mountain to her in addition to the contract. Otherwise, if the Azure Dragon team later changed their minds and refused to admit it, even if she sued with a sales contract, everyone in the base would think that the contract was forged by her. It would be different with the video evidence. When the time comes, she would just need to release the video to ruin the reputation of the 3 leaders of the Qinglong team. As recorded on the video, Xiaqing signed 2 copies of a sales contract and sublease contract, then exchanged the contracts with Yang Jin, signed them separately, and then held the contracts in his hands and showed them in front of the camera of his mobile phone. She signed and stamped her fingerprints, while Yang Jin, Xia Yu, and Luo Pei signed and stamped the contract with the official seal. After the contract was signed, Luo Pei recorded the video into a USB drive and gave it to Xiaqing. After the contract was signed, Xiaqing began to continue negotiating business with Yang Jin in order to earn points. Captain Yang, can we set the price of edible food purchased from my territory according to the market price in the safe zone?
Yang Jin agreed. Okay.
If you need spring water, how much will it cost? Spring water is in great demand, and there is no public trading price on the market. Xiaqing knew that Yang Jin had exchanged 2 boxes of unpolluted spring water from the Fire Phoenix at Huai base in order to treat Luo Pei. Since it can be traded, there is a price, which can be used as a reference. You can refer to the public selling price of the fountain water of the fiery team at Huai base. What do you think? Yang Jin's answer was exactly what Xiaqing expected. She nodded and continued to ask, Captain Yang, is my spring water of better quality or is the quality of the fiery teams?
Yang Jin answered directly, yours.
The quality of spring water is mainly determined by 2 factors. One is the content of harmful elements and radioactive elements in the spring water, and the other is the content of hyaluronic elements and other elements beneficial to the human body. The lower the former and the higher the latter, the better the spring water is in cultivating plants and treating harmful and toxic substances. Xiaqing offered a price that he could accept. My spring water is of good quality, so it should be more expensive than the Liahua team's. But I don't have the strength of the Liahua team, and I need the help of the Azure Dragon team to keep the secret of the spring water. Therefore, the price of my spring water is 20% lower than that of the Liahua team, and at this stage, I will only trade it to the Azure Dragon team. Is that okay? Seeing Yang Jin staring at her with his beautiful eyes, Xiaqing tightened her face and resolutely resisted the temptation. This is the price. It can't be any lower. If it were any lower, it would take her forever to pay off the 800,000 points she owed to the Qinglong team. Beauty is indeed attractive, but beauty cannot bring her a single point or a single grain of food. Between beauty and points, Xiaqing of course chose the latter, without hesitation. Yang Jin, who had been planning to trade with Xiaqing at the price of the fiery team, smiled and said, the current price of the fiery team's spring water is 180 points per liter. Your price is 144? Okay. Xiaqing lowered her eyelids, and with her head a little dizzy from the beauty, she couldn't figure out what 800,000 divided by 144 was. Yang Jin helped her figure it out. If the 800,000 is all calculated using spring water, then at the current price it would be 5,555 liters of spring water. 5,555 liters? Xiaqing quickly calculated in his head. 5,555 liters is the amount of water her spring produces in about 28 days, 1/3 of the amount of water produced by Luo Pei Spring and a mountain. Therefore, The poison in Luo Pei's body needs 3 number 49 mountains to be cured. Therefore, the 3 guns, 900 rounds of bullets, 8 green light seedlings, and 10 security guards that Yang Jin traded to her last time are worth 3 mountains. With this comparison, Xia Qing suddenly felt that the mountain was actually not worth much. 800,000 was not a huge debt. Her back straightened again, her shoulders relaxed, and a relaxed expression appeared on her face. The smile in Yang Jin's eyes grew thicker and thicker, and he continued to discuss the deal. After Brother Luo leaves territory number 3, can the Azure Dragon team exchange 300 liters of spring water with you on the 1st of every month? If anyone in the team is killed or poisoned again, we can discuss the water consumption then. Xia Qing's spring can produce 300 liters of water a day. Yang Jin can exchange 300 liters a month. Xia Qing can accept this amount. Okay. If it is for detoxification, the maximum amount of water cannot exceed what Brother Luo used this time. Not everyone is worthy of such a heavy blow from the opponent at all costs. Yang Jin nodded. Of course, it will not exceed Luo Ge's water consumption. If you use the vegetables, grains, vegetable seeds, and grains grown in your territory for exchange, I hope you can include the Qinglong team as a trading partner. Okay. Xia Qing agreed. At the moment, she wanted to keep her reputation safe, and trading with the Qinglong team was the best option. It's on the shelves now. Sister Qing, who owes 800,000 yuan, needs to pay it back and needs everyone to subscribe and support her. After finishing the business, Xia Qing felt more relaxed. He drank a sip of tea to moisten his dry lips and asked Luo Pei, Brother Luo, I will come over in 5 days to learn how to use a gun from you? Okay. Luo Pei discussed with Xia Qing with a smile. Can I buy the vegetables you can't finish eating from your farm? This way, Hu Zifeng won't have to take the risk of delivering the vegetables here. The points for the transaction can be paid in cash or recorded in the account book of the Qinglong team. Xia Qing smiled and nodded, of course. Yang Jin raised his wrist to check the time. Do you think there is anything else that needs to be discussed? Xia Qing wanted to ask him how he found out that he had evolved 3 abilities, but then he thought it was unnecessary. Luo Pei, the 3rd strongest player of the Qinglong team, had evolved 2 abilities, so how could Yang Jin, the number 1 player, have evolved only 1 ability? So, Xia Qing looked at Yang Jin seriously and asked a very realistic question. Captain Yang, are there any edible evolved chickens, ducks, geese, etc. on Mountain 49? You led the team to search the mountains for half a month, so you should be very clear about what kind of animals there are, right?
Yang Jin.
Luo Pei laughed out loud. Yang Jin also laughed. When I led the team to the mountain to test the water source, I didn't pay attention to the animal species. But it seems that there are evolved pheasants, ducks, and geese. I didn't find them. It's okay to evolve into a pheasant. A pheasant is also a chicken, and a chicken can lay eggs. Just as Xia Qing was about to ask where on the mountain they were found and how many there was a knock on the closed door. Wei Qingdong walked in. Brother Yang, Su Pin, Tang Lu, and Tang Jing took a helicopter into territory number 2. As expected, wherever Yang Jin went, Tang Lu followed him. Xia Qing knew what to do and didn't ask any questions, just putting on an expression of bystander. Yang Jin glanced at her and stood up. If there is nothing else, I will go back first.
No.
Xia Qing finally thanked sincerely. Thank you, Captain Yang. After Yang Jin left territory number 3 through the tunnel, Xia Qing sincerely thanked Luo Pei, Brother Luo. With the Azure Dragon team sending people to guard mountain number 49, the security of my territory has been greatly improved. Thank you, Brother Luo. Luo Pei reminded Xia Qing, the Azure Dragon team only promised to stop large, high-risk evolved beasts from entering the territory from Hill 49. You are also responsible for the unrented areas that you marked out yourself. That's enough. Xia Qing never thought of asking others to help her block all the risks. If she couldn't bear or resist any danger, she wouldn't leave the safe zone. It's getting late, Luo Ge, go to bed early. I'm going back first.
Xia Qing.
Xia Qing, who had already stepped out of the door, turned around and found Luo Pei standing straight at the table, looking at her with a serious face. Xia Qing couldn't help but stand up straight and listen carefully. I will teach you everything I know. In addition to marksmanship, I can also teach you reconnaissance, hunting, and blasting techniques as long as you want to learn them. I will definitely study hard. Thank you, Brother Luo. Xiaqing knew how rare such an opportunity was. She bowed to Luo Pei and emphasized, even if my spring water is not available, Captain Yang and Captain Xia will find a way to get spring water from other places to save you. Luo Pei replied calmly, I know, but that would seriously hinder the Qinglong team. I will choose to commit suicide. When Xiaqing walked out of the basement, he was still thinking about what Luo Pei said about him committing suicide. Xiaqing believed that he was telling the truth. While being shocked, Xiaqing also envied the comradeship between the three leaders of the Qinglong team. Fortunately, she is Boss Yang now, otherwise she would be even more envious.
Xiaqing.
Wei Qingdong, who had sent her to the door of the dilapidated house, reminded her, Brother Luo is the most comprehensive and outstanding special forces instructor in the top-ranked military academy in China. You should learn from him well, and don't be afraid of hard work. It's always good to have many skills. Even if you don't want to join the team, it's good to learn more skills to protect yourself. It's still a long way to go before the world can return to peace and order. Xiaqing nodded seriously. Of course, she had to study hard, not just to protect herself, but also to kill Tang Jingsu to avenge her father. Putting on night vision goggles, Xiaqing looked around and found two dazzling white lights in the direction of territory number 2. How fearless of attracting insects this is. The eldest daughter of the Tang family, Tang Lufei, came here to pursue Yang Jin, but why did the second daughter of the Tang family, Tang Zheng, come here? Xiaqing strolled back to her home, closing the doors and windows tightly. The next morning, when patrolling the mountain, Xiaqing knew why Tang Zheng came. She was heading for mountain number 49. Leading a team of well-equipped core members of the Sufeng team, Tang Zheng, wearing a light pink protective suit, looked up with a fair and delicate face, and humbly discussed with Hu Zifeng, who was blocking the way, I heard from Qin Dongyang that there are green bamboo shoots in this mountain. My grandmother is sick and has no appetite, so I want to go into the mountain to dig some. Captain, please be flexible. Hu Zifeng's face was dark and gloomy. I emphasize again. This mountain has been bought by our Qinglong team as a training base. Non-Qinglong team members are not allowed to enter. Unexpectedly, Hu Zifeng would not give her face like this. Tang Zheng frowned, raised her delicately made-up eyebrows, and a fierce and oppressive feeling suddenly rose. What if I must go in? It's not impossible for Miss Tang to go in. Yang Jin, wearing camouflage protective clothing, walked into the isolation zone and stood in front of Hu Zifeng. He looked solemn, as if he was not in front of a group of people, but a group of disgusting, ungrowth animals. The Azure Dragon team bought the mountain not only to train team members, but also to do business. It's just that we haven't had time to explain to the brothers guarding the mountain. To enter the number 49 mountain as a guest, each person needs to pay 2,000 points for the entrance ticket. Any supplies harvested from the mountain need to be paid to the Azure Dragon team at the market price. In front of Yang Jin, the strong woman Tang Zheng turned into a little woman, her voice filled with irrepressible tenderness. Captain Yang, isn't this a bit too much? Yang Jin was fair and just. I can't help it. I gave Deputy Base Commander Tang 1.1 million points to buy the mountain. The team's assets have been emptied. In the safe zone, everyone respected her father as Mayor Tang. Now Yang Jin called his father Deputy Base Commander, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied. Tang Zheng could not influence the decision of her father and second uncle, so she gritted her teeth and nodded, I will pay. Yang Jin glanced at the team behind Tang Zheng seriously. Thank you, Miss Tang, for taking care of the Qinglong team's business. There are 20 of you, and the entrance tickets to the mountain cost a total of 40,000. After the Tang family transferred points to Hu Zifeng, Yang Jin kindly reminded, there are 2 things to note when entering the mountain. I want to inform Miss Tang in advance. First, this mountain is a training ground. There are a large number of highly dangerous evolved creatures in the mountain. If Miss Tang and your people are injured or killed, the Azure Dragon team will not be responsible. Second, all resources in the mountain belong to the Azure Dragon team. Please do not damage them intentionally, otherwise you will be compensated at the price. If any of the 3 green lantern bamboos in the bamboo forest is damaged, Miss Tang will need to pay 5,000 points in compensation to the Azure Dragon team. He volunteered to come and investigate why the Azure Dragon team wanted to buy Tangzheng from the 49th mountain. He gritted his teeth and took the loss. Captain Yang really knows how to do business. Yang Jin nodded, accepting her praise well-deservedly, and then instructed Hu Zifeng, Miss Tang is the first batch of guests to our training base. You lead the guests. Liangzi, go get assigned to write down the rules of our number 49 mountain opening for business, so that when guests come, they don't know how many points they should pay. Yes. Hu Zifeng and Wang Liang, the 4th level SPE Ped Evolution team leader of the Qinglong team, responded loudly. He is worthy of being the number 1 miser in the Qinglong team. In one word, absolutely amazing. Xia Qing, standing in the number 3 buffer forest, raised her thumb and felt the pain for a few seconds. When she signed the mountain lease contract with Yang Jin, she never thought that the Qinglong team would open to the public. The income from this business is considerable. Can she get a share of this income? Is it too late to sign a supplementary contract now? The mountain has been rented out to others, so how could she get a share of the profits?
Xia Qing sighed.
Besides, if the purpose was not to explore the mountain, which fool would leave the Green Mountains full of free points and pay thousands of points to enter the 49th mountain? This business is only to cheat people with ulterior motives. It won't last long, and you won't earn many points. Xia Qing comforted herself while continuing to patrol the buffer forest. After Tangzheng and others entered the evolution forest of mountain number 49, Yang Jin glanced in the direction of Xia Qing, turned around and returned to the buffer forest number 1 without haste. Brother Jin, hearing the sound of Tang Lu's tongs so coquettishly that it could squeeze out water, Xia Qing, who had not walked far away, felt numb. This melon was too greasy, and she really couldn't eat it. She had to run away quickly, otherwise her ears would be polluted again. They both sound like a clip, but Boss Yang's sound is the most pleasing to the ear. Brother Jin Tang Lu, wearing a pink tight dress, stood in territory number 2, looking slim and pretty. She greeted Yang Jin, who was walking down from the buffer forest in the north of territory number 1 from afar. Brother Jin, I'm here. Yang Jin's face was even more sullen than when he was facing Tangzheng just now. Miss Tang, do you have something to ask me? It was too far away, so Tang Lu had to shout. It was not easy to be gentle. I finally bought 50 liters of unpolluted spring water and sent it over overnight. Brother Jin, take it to Instructor Luo for treatment. No need. I heard from Miss Tang that the old lady of the Tang family is ill. Miss Tang, you should take the spring water back and honor your elders. Yang Jin walked down the hillside, his figure completely blocked by the tall weeds. Tang Lu stamped her feet in anger and turned to scold Tang Huai. What are you guys doing? Can't you see the grass is so tall? Clean it up immediately. Even if the weeds in territory number 2 are cleared, the weeds in territory number 1 will still grow as they are, and you still won't be able to see Yang Jin. Tang Huai was too lazy to explain, and directly accepted the task of clearing the weeds, not arguing with this brainless woman. After scolding Tang Huai away, Tang Lu started scolding Tangzheng again. Why did she mention Grandma's illness in front of Brother Jin? Is she pretending to be filial? Humph. I knew she had no good intentions. Where the heck is Su Pin? Why hasn't he been seen for such a long time? Miss, Deputy Captain Su has taken his men out. Tang Lu's bodyguard said, and shot and killed a palm-sized spider that flew towards Tang Lu. What the heck is this place? Tang Lu screamed and turned to flee to the village. If it wasn't for Brother Jin, she really didn't want to stay for a second. On the other side, Tang Huai's younger brother Tang Hung led Su Pin, the deputy captain of the Sufing team, to the sign of the No. 7 territory. Captain Su, Zhang San is in this territory. In front of him, there was still a dense grass wall more than 1 person high. Even so, Su Pin still accurately captured the positions of the 2 secret sentries inside the grass wall, stood obediently under the road sign, and called Zhang San. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. This was expected. Tang Hung took out the walkie-talkie. Captain Su, the people in these territories often use walkie-talkies to communicate with each other. I want to ask if Zhang San is here? After Su Pin nodded, Tang Hung turned on the intercom and asked loudly, I am Tang Hung from Site 2. Is the third brother from Site 7 here? Soon, Kwang Chingwei's voice was heard in the channel. Third brother must not be here in the morning. If you want to find him, you'd better come back at 7:45 in the evening. Tang Hung looked at Su Pin while holding the intercom. Captain Su, Zhang San has a bad temper. If we force our way in and he finds out, it will be difficult to exchange supplies from him. Just because of a piece of spoiled mutton, Zhang San still refuses to trade with the number 2 site. Such a petty man must be a bald man with a disfigured face. Let's go back. Su Pin turned around and walked back. Since he couldn't see Zhang San, he would go to the number 49 mountain to have a look. He didn't believe that Yang Jin would buy a mountain for no reason. There must be important resources on the number 49 mountain. Tang Zheng, an inexperienced woman, couldn't find out anything at all. Not long after they walked, Su Pin and his group encountered a patrol team along the isolation zone. Su Pin stood at attention and saluted Tan Junjie, Teacher Tan. Tan Junjie returned the salute without taking off his protective mask and led the team forward. Su Pin stood there and shouted, Teacher Tan, you may not know yet, but the Azure Dragon team has bought Mountain 49. The evolution forest to the north of this territory is now under the responsibility of the Azure Dragon team, so there is no need for you to patrol here anymore. Tan Junjie walked past him calmly and said, I am leading the team to carry out orders. Whoever owns the mountain has nothing to do with me. Watching Tan Junjie's team walk away, the Su Feng team member behind Su Pin pouted. He's just a team leader in charge of 5 or 6 people, and he dares to put on airs in front of you. Do you really think he's still the military academy instructor who is so arrogant before the natural disaster? Shut up. Su Pin said to shut up, but his face did not show any sign of blaming his subordinates for talking too much. Even if biological evolution occurs and humans are reclassified according to their abilities, I still have a lot to learn from my teacher. What a weird captive. Chao Xianyun, the auditory evolved man, cursed. How could such a scum come out of a military academy? I'll take care of him sooner or later. Continue patrolling and stay alert.
Yes.
All the excitement outside had nothing to do with Xia Qing. After taking the sheep boss to inspect the territory, she squatted beside the potato and sweet potato fields and listened carefully. The whistling wind, the chirping of birds, the rustling of slender earthworms in the soil, and the rustling of cutworms. Xia Qing opened her eyes and walked over, shoveled out a cutworm larva that had evolved into a noxioid moth 5 meters away from the potato field, and threw it to the magpies that flew over. The 2 magpies that didn't catch any insects stayed and stood beside Xia Qing waiting to be fed. After clearing the evolved grubs and cutworms in the soil around the 2 fields, Xia Qing looked lovingly at the light red potato vines that had grown a lot taller. The vines were so tall, so potatoes should be growing on the roots, right? She was so greedy that she decided to dig 2 small potatoes to satisfy her craving. Xia Qing took out her cell phone and flipped through the Encyclopedia of Planting and was disappointed to find that potatoes would not grow until the potato vines bloomed. Potatoes, they won't bloom until next month. There was no need to worry about potatoes anymore. Xia Qing turned his attention to the sweet potato vines. Sweet potatoes can grow even without flowering. The sweet potato vines are so long. They must have grown, right? After squatting by the field for 10 minutes, Xia Qing finally couldn't help but stretch out his evil claws and carefully dug the soil at the roots of the sweet potatoes. Then he found that although the roots of the sweet potatoes began to swell, they were not as thick as a little finger and could not be considered sweet potatoes at all. After filling the soil back, Xia Qing moved to the cotton fields. The cotton plant has grown to her knee height, and the main branch has 3 to 5 branches. Yesterday, the base broadcast that cotton that has grown to this extent should be pruned and trimmed. Pruning means keeping the fruit branches with flower buds on the main branches of cotton and breaking off the leaf branches that do not directly grow flower buds. Because leaf branches grow faster than fruit branches and consume more nutrients, Breaking off leaf branches in time can promote the growth of fruit branches and increase cotton yields. Xiaqing became very interested in this farm work while listening to the radio last night because pruning means breaking off the leaves and branches. She can use the broken leaves and branches to squeeze out juice and test the harmful element content of each cotton plant. After the natural disaster, all crops were precious. Xiaqing compared the pictures of leaf branches and fruit branches in the planting encyclopedia with the cotton plants in front of him. The more he looked, the more difficult it was for him to distinguish the leaf branches from the fruit branches, so he did not dare to pick them apart. She turned on the intercom and heard Lords 4, 5, and 6 discussing pruning and cutting. Zhao Zhe was worried. These branches all look the same. I don't know which one to break off. I don't dare to start. Chi Fu patiently taught. Count from the bottom up. The first fruit branch usually grows in the crevices of the 5th to 7th leaves on the main branch. After finding the fruit branch, just remove all the branches below. Zhao Zhe was even more worried. Brother Qi, many of my cotton plants haven't even grown to the 5th leaf yet. How many leaves have yours grown to? To answer this question would be to expose the growth of one's crops to others, so no one answered. Xiaqing counted the leaves on the cotton plant in front of him, and there were already 7 leaves. Kuang Qingwei asked, Lao Qi, there is a main branch of a cotton plant in my field. It's split into 2 main branches after the 4th leaf. What should I do? Xiaqing immediately pricked up her ears, because she also had several of these unique and wildly growing cotton plants in her field. Chi Fu continued to impart his experience. Then keep both branches, break off the crazy branches below and above the 2 branches, and only keep the fruit branches. Xiaqing felt that the name Feng Cha was very appropriate. A branch that does not grow flower buds but grows leaves wildly, isn't it a crazy branch? Kuang Qingwei was even more worried. No matter how I look at it, I feel like both branches are full of crazy branches. Chi Fu smiled and said, then break off the lower ones first, and let the small branches on the top grow first. Don't worry, as long as the cotton is healthy, it will grow fruit branches sooner or later. Don't be afraid of breaking off the wrong ones. Just leave 6 to 7 fruit branches on the whole cotton plant. If there are more, you have to cut off the tips, otherwise the cotton bolls won't be able to grow. After hearing what Chi Fu said, Xiaqing immediately felt relieved and cleaned the cotton plant that he had been staring at for more than 10 minutes. Why does it feel so comfortable to break off the crazy branches from the main branch and turn a cotton plant into a bare one? Xiaqing smiled as she squeezed the juice from the broken branches of the licorice tree to test the content of harmful elements. Red light. Still smiling. It's okay. The red light means the cotton seeds are inedible. As long as they grow cotton, keep them. Yellow light. Still smiling. The yellow light is good. It means the cotton seeds can be used to make oil, which can be sold for more points, so tie a straw rope to mark it out. Green light? After testing more than 100 trees, she finally found one. Of course, she had to tie a conspicuous red rope to protect it. She wanted to use this tree to save seeds. Hearing the cackling sound of the evolved locusts flapping their wings, Xiaqing straightened up. As soon as her hand reached for the bag of steel orb, she saw 2 evolved crows rushing over and swallowing the locusts without her having to do anything. Xiaqing gave a thumbs up. Great.
Meh.
The eldest sheep, who was chewing the cud under the shade of a tree more than 10 meters away, thought Xiaqing was praising him, so he responded with a polite response. Xiaqing was happy and continued to bend down to break off the crazy branches. Pruning and trimming more than 8,200 cotton plants on 2 mu of land is a repetitive and boring farm work, but Xiaqing, who has experienced 10 years of natural disasters, enjoys it. She simply loves the feeling of being immersed in the cotton, and even the sound of 2 evolved crickets fighting in the distance has become pleasant to the ears. It took Xiaqing 2 days to pick the crazy branches. On the first morning, she stood and bent over to pick them, and then sat down for a few days. Xiaqing made a small stool of suitable height and tied it to her body, sitting between 2 rows of cotton. After picking a few branches beside her, she moved forward 2 steps and continued to pick them while sitting. Xiaqing, wearing a big straw hat made of mosquito-repellent grass, enjoyed it. The only flaw was the noise from Tang Lu in territory number 2 that drifted in with the wind, which was a bit irritating to the ears. Yang Jin stayed in territory number 1 to oversee the development of the number 49 mountain training base. Tang Jing stayed in number 49 mountain for 2 days without gaining anything, so she flew away. Tang Lu naturally stayed in her own territory. Wherever Yang Jin is, there she is. Not only Xia Qing thought Tang Lu was making a fuss, but the investigation team did too. Tang Lu couldn't rush into territory number 1, and the members of the Qinglong team on guard wouldn't help her pass the message to Yang Jin, so she tried every possible means to make trouble for the inspection team that could directly contact territory number 1. One moment, she said her pet white rabbit had run away and asked the investigation team to negotiate with Site 1, and she wanted to go find the rabbit. The next moment, she said the investigation team was not doing their job properly, and Site 2 was full of large, dangerous evolved insects, and she wanted to complain. Su Ming wanted to shut up this woman whose noise was giving him a headache. It's because her father is Tang Jingsu. If it weren't for Tang Jingsu, Tianzai, a woman who had no ability but dared to act like a spoiled child, would have died countless times. Huzi complained, the more she makes trouble, the less likely Brother Jean will like her. What is she trying to achieve? It would be better to find someone else. Hasn't Su Pin always liked her? Su Ming smiled and said, have you never heard that saying? What you can't get will always make you restless. Yuan Rui, a member of the olfactory evolution team who rarely participated in large discussions, suddenly spoke up, Tang Lu is actually quite smart.
Huh.
Hu Zi and Su Ming both widened their eyes. Brother Rui has a unique vision. Yuan Rui was a few years older than them, had seen a lot, and had thought a lot. Tang Lu is just an ordinary person who has no ability to evolve. If she wants to continue to live a decent life without worries about food and clothing, she must either help the Tang family conquer their number 1 competitor, the Azure Dragon team, or give birth to an excellent next generation of evolvers. No matter which one she chooses, Yang Jin is her first choice. After walking quite a distance, Su Ming finally broke the silence. No matter how right her goal is, it's useless if she can't catch up. Yuan Rui asked back, how do you know you can't catch her if you don't try? Anyway, she's not that old, and Yang Jin doesn't have a girlfriend. If she succeeds, she won't have to worry about the next 100 years. How do you know you can't catch her if you don't try? Hu Zi thought to himself. Su Ming glanced at Captain Tan at the front and said to everyone in a low voice, I heard it, just heard it. Don't tell anyone about it. I heard that Brother Jean doesn't like women. Everyone. Without even turning his head, Tan Junjia said, Su Ming. Exist, go back and carry the weight for 50 laps. Sizzle before Su Ming could answer, the howling of wild boars, which were as loud as if they had lost all hope in life, suddenly came from the wild boar breeding center. The inspection team that had just passed by the breeding center immediately turned around and ran towards the breeding center with guns in hand. The wild boar's cry also startled Xia Qing, who was listening to gossip on the high captive in territory number 3. The cry was too unusual, so Xia Qing immediately rushed north and climbed a big tree near the breeding center in the territory to look at the valley where the wild boars were raised. Soon after the breeding center was built, a dozen researchers wearing pure white fully enclosed airtight protective suits entered, and there was no movement since then. It was so quiet that Xia Qing ignored the existence of these people and the pigs. The howl just now was really unusual. With his excellent eyesight, Xia Qing saw 2 people wearing camouflage protective gear carrying an adult wild boar and rushing towards a row of white houses. 2 technicians wearing pure white fully enclosed airtight protective suits rushed out of the house to meet them. Xia Qing couldn't hear the technicians' words clearly, but she could hear the people in camouflage protective clothing shouting, the neck was bitten. It was an evolved wolf, and it was very fast. Researchers, please return to the safe house. Wolves. Xia Qing also became nervous. The horror of the evolved wolves left a deep impression on her. Didn't they say that they had cleared out all the large, high-risk evolved animals around the territory? Where did the wolves that attacked the wild boar come from?
Meh.
Hearing the sheep boss's call, Xia Qing immediately got down from the tree and rushed down the hillside to greet him. Boss, Did you hear the pigs squealing too? The sheep rubbed Xia Qing with its head and pushed her down the mountain, looking very anxious. Xia Qing was almost pushed down the mountain by it, and immediately ran down the mountain with the sheep. The evolved wolves will even hunt wild boars with thick skin and flesh, let alone the fat sheep. Not wanting to alarm the sheep boss with any noise, Xia Qing crawled into the fine mesh protective net covering the vegetable garden, picked a yellow cucumber, washed it with spring water, and gave it to the sheep boss, letting it chew the cucumber on the hillside to calm down. Xia Qing used all his abilities and held a gun to guard the territory. Soon, Xia Qing received a call from Hu Zifeng. Miss Xia, did you hear the wild boars cry? Are there any evolved animals invading your territory? Xia Qing replied, I heard the creepy cries of wild boars at the wild boar breeding center. No intruders have been found in the number 3 territory for the time being. Does Captain Hu know what happened? On the surface, Xia Qing was just a power evolver, so she certainly couldn't tell Hu Zifeng what she heard and saw inside the wild boar breeding center when she climbed up the tree. Hu Zifeng replied, It's not clear yet. Miss Xia, please try not to leave the territory. We already have 6 people in the northern area of territory number 1. If there are wild boars running into territory number 3 or other dangerous situations, please contact us immediately. We will be there within 2 minutes. Xia Qing thanked him and hung up the phone. Seeing that Boss Sheep had finished eating his cucumber and put his head towards her, she picked another cucumber and broke it in half. She ate half herself and used the other half to lead Boss Sheep down the hill. A wolf appeared in the breeding center next door, so the sheep boss had better not move around in the buffer forest. Xia Qing used a cucumber to stabilize the sheep boss, lifted the water bicycle, and asked it to add water to the fish pond. She herself took a submachine gun, a slingshot, and a machete, and patrolled the territory with murderous intent. Although she had weapons, Xia Qing did not dare to underestimate the wolves that attacked the wild boar breeding center. After the great evolution of the creatures on Blue Star, not only did humans have brain evolution with higher IQ, but animals also had brain evolution. This is also one of the main reasons why most people can only hide in the safe zone after nearly 10 years of fighting against evolved creatures. In the past 10 years, the most powerful brain evolved animal Xia Qing has ever seen is the wolf. The process of clearing the evolutionary forest around the safe zone and expanding the scope of human activities at Huisin Base is a process of competing with evolutionary creatures for territory. In this process, humans encounter many dangers from evolutionary fungi, highly toxic evolutionary insects, and aggressive plants and animals, but the most fierce confrontation comes from the evolutionary wolf pack. In the 9th year of the natural disaster, during a mission to clear an evolutionary forest 50 kilometers north of the safe zone, the team Xia Qing followed encountered more than 20 wolves head-on. The team leader mistook the wolves' retreat as a sign that they were afraid of humans, and despite Xia Qing's strenuous efforts to stop him, he took the evolutionary wolves as his hunting targets, angering the wolves. In the next 6 hours, Xia Qing witnessed with her own eyes how the wolf pack, under the command of the Wolf King, dispersed the human team and killed them one by one, leaving only her and a main member of the team. As an extra staff logistics staff member, Xia Qing certainly would not participate in the task of hunting wolves. When the conflict between the two sides occurred, she climbed a big tree to hide. Although the evolved wolves could not climb trees, the bite force and strength evolvers in the wolf pack knocked down the tree with a diameter of more than 1 meter that the main team member climbed in less than 10 minutes. The tree fell towards the tree where Xia Qing was hiding. The main team member fled to the tree where Xia Qing was, wanting to throw Xia Qing down to feed the wolves and by a chance for her own survival. The result, of course, was that the man was thrown off the tree by Xia Qing. After the wolf pack killed the last team member, the leader stood on a large rock not far away and stared at Xia Qing. The wolves stood under the tree, quietly waiting for the leader to give the order to attack. Xia Qing clenched her weapon and stared at the wolf leader, quickly thinking of 4 ways to escape and a dozen ways to die. To her surprise, the wolf leader did not order the wolves to continue attacking her. After completely destroying the weapons carried by the human corpse, the wolf pack withdrew. Based on the leader's gaze and command ability, Xiaqing confirmed that it was a brain evolver. Xiaqing stayed on the tree for nearly 10 hours before the search and rescue team sent from the safe zone arrived. After that, Xiaqing never went on a mission with a team other than the Azure Dragon team again, just to avoid fighting with the evolved wolves. Because she didn't want to be bitten to death by the wolves and then be humiliated by them stepping on her head and urinating on her. Xiaqing was indeed afraid of the fighting power of the wolf pack, but she did not give up the fight last time she faced a pack of wolves alone, and she would not give up the fight this time either, because this was her territory. After patrolling for more than an hour without finding anything unusual, Xiaqing did not relax at all, because wolves are best at psychological warfare and ambushes, and they will launch deadly attacks when the enemy is relaxed. At this moment, Xiaqing heard another howl of despair from a wild boar at the wild boar breeding center, and a few seconds later, another one. As she rushed up the high captive of the northern buffer forest with her gun in hand, she heard a long wolf howl. Ouch! Woo this sound. Xiaqing, the auditory evolver, was very familiar with this wolf howl. This was the howl of the leader of the pack of wolves that had killed a team of more than 20 people in front of her in the 9th year of the natural disaster. This pack of wolves was not something she could deal with alone. Xiaqing was about to call Hu Zifeng when she heard the urgent call from the sheep boss. Me, the sheep boss, who was pedaling the water wheel at the bottom of the hill, rushed up at a speed Xiaqing had never seen before. Xiaqing rushed down immediately, wishing he could tie up the sheep boss's mouth right away. The wolf is coming, and you are still yelling loudly. Aren't you looking for death? Don't be afraid, boss. I will protect you. Xiaqing went to meet the sheep boss, but she couldn't even touch the sheep's wool, let alone cover its mouth, because the sheep boss actually bypassed her and rushed towards the wild boar breeding center with a bleeding sound. Boss, stop now. Xiaqing desperately chased after it, and finally caught its spiral horn just before it crashed into the iron mesh wall of the breeding center, and cursed in a low voice, "Stop right there." The sheep boss shook his head to try to break free from Xiaqing's restraints, but Xiaqing had already figured out the sheep boss's tricks and did not give him any chance. He took out a rope, tied him up tightly, then carried him on his back and ran back. Rushing back home, Xiaqing threw the struggling sheep boss to the ground and sat beside him, catching his breath. Afraid that the sheep would be suffocating, Xiaqing had just loosened the rope that bound its mouth when it started to howl again. Xiaqing covered the sheep's mouth with one hand and slapped it with the other hand, cursing, "Are you f***ing dying? Are you going to invite the wolves to tear you apart? Do you know who that is? It's the Wolf King. One person can beat a whole group of us." The sheep boss didn't listen at all and struggled desperately. Xiaqing could only use his ultimate move. He took out a pack of compressed rations from the pocket of his protective suit, tore open the sealed package, broke off a small piece, and stuffed it into the sheep boss's mouth, coaxing him softly, "It's true that you are the boss of our territory, but you can't run to fight wolves. No matter how powerful you are still a herbivore and wolves eat meat. You have flat teeth and they have fangs. You have flat hooves and they have sharp claws. They are specifically designed to defeat you. Aren't wild boars stronger than you? 3 of them have been bitten to death in such a short time. Boss, don't make a fuss. If you don't make a fuss, there will be something delicious. I will make you something delicious tonight." The eldest sheep quickly swallowed the compressed ration in his mouth, stretched his neck, and opened his mouth to howl again. Xiaqing stuffed the rations into its mouth and slapped it. "Come on, try to scream again. If you scream again, I'll throw you out to feed the Wolf King." Buzz, the phone vibrated. Xiaqing pinched the sheep's mouth and answered it. "Captain Hu." The evolved wolves attacked the wild boars at the breeding center and fled into the evolution forest. Team Yang has led people to hunt them down. I will lead my team to guard the outskirts of the wild boar breeding center with Team Tan and others. Miss Xia, if there is any situation in your territory, please feel free to contact me. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Hu. Xia asked about the wolf pack situation. How many wolves came this time? Hu Zifeng replied, "It is not clear how many are hiding in the evolution forest. We can only confirm that only one has entered the breeding center. There couldn't be only one." Xiaqing offered a very valuable clue. I heard the wolves howl, and it sounded very much like the leader of the pack of wolves that wiped out the main force of the Fengyan team last May. It's a brain-evolved wolf, and it's very difficult to deal with. Of course, Hu Zifeng knew that the Fengyan team, ranked 25th in Huisin base, was wiped out by a group of wolves. Thank you, Miss Xia, for reminding me. I will report it to the boss immediately. After hanging up Hu Zifeng's call, Xia Qing answered Tan Junji's call and then released the sheep boss's mouth and stuffed some more food into it. Did you hear that? If you want to fight a wolf, you need to have the ability of Boss Yang. You can't do it. Today it is on sale, 10,000 a day. Thank you for your support to Sister Qing and Boss Yang. Good morning. Afraid that the sheep would choke, Xia Qing poured it half a basin of spring water and soaked a few slices of dried yellow bamboo shoots in the spring water. The big sheep drank a few sips of water and then started to tear the dried bamboo shoots in the water. After Xia Qing made sure that it would not make trouble again, he untied the rope on it and gave it a massage while thinking about the wolf pack's attack on the wild boar breeding center. The wolves ran to the edge of the evolutionary forest and jumped into the iron mesh walls surrounded by humans to hunt wild boars. This behavior did not seem to be for food, but more like revenge. Wolves are very vengeful. Otherwise, after hunting down the Fengyan team, the evolved wolves would not only destroy the Fengyan team's weapons, but also urinate on the bodies of the team members who killed the wolves. If it was revenge, it would be a big trouble. Xia Qing turned on the intercom to hear what the other lords had to say. The wild boar breeding center was located north of plots 4 and 5, and the lords of plots 4, 5, and 6 also heard the wild boar screams and wolves' howls. Perhaps because they were afraid of being heard by the wolves, everyone spoke in lower voices than usual on the intercom. Zhao Zhe was worried. 2 of my people are clamoring to return to the safe zone. I'm afraid they'll be killed by wolves if we're too late. Huang Qingwei pouted. I have some too. If they want to leave, let them go. We are more than 200 miles away from the safe zone. I don't believe they dare to leave the territory without a car to pick me up. Zhao Zhe immediately followed. I say the same thing. Going out now is courting death. Huang Qingwei cursed. I won't keep any of these 3 people. I'll drive them all away. Darn it, they usually eat and drink for me, but when there's danger, they don't protect the territory with me, but just want to run away. Why should I keep them? Chief Fu calmed everyone's anxious mood. Captain Tan said that he has sent out a high-level evolutionary team to kill the wolves. As long as we stay in the territory honestly, we will not be attacked. Zhao Zhe was still not optimistic. High-level evolved humans are not necessarily a match for evolved wolves. Wasn't there a team with 6 high-level evolved members that was wiped out by wolves last year? Tang Huai from Site 2 spoke slowly. The one who went after the evolved wolf was Yang Jin, the captain of the Azure Dragon team. When Zhao Zhe heard that it was Yang Jin, he immediately felt relieved. That's all right, all right. Huang Qingwei's voice rose several dozen decibels in excitement. Why did Captain Yang come to our side? This is such a coincidence. You don't know yet? Tang Huai said slowly, the Azure Dragon team has bought the entire No. 49 mountain to the north of you and is going to build a training base for the Azure Dragon team here. After the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 3rd lords confirmed that the Qinglong team did not buy the mountain and Tang Huai was not lying to them, they immediately became excited. That's great. With the Azure Dragon team guarding the northern mountain, we don't have to be afraid anymore. Okay. This area will definitely get better and better. We chose the right place. Tang Huai chuckled. Do you know why Yang Jin is so active in hunting down wolves? Because he bought mountain number 49. He has the responsibility to guard the mountain and prevent large beasts from entering the territory through Mountain No. 49. Just wait and see. The people at the breeding center will not let the Azure Dragon team go. The responsibility for the edible breeding pigs being bitten to death must be borne by the Azure Dragon team. If a large beast enters your territory from mountain number 49 in the future, you must contact me immediately. Then I will ask the Azure Dragon team to pay you at least 3 times the compensation. The compensation of more than 3 times was indeed tempting, but none of the lords number 4, 5, and 6 said anything. Because they were all ordinary people, They could not afford to offend the Tang family or the Qinglong team, and they did not dare to make such money. Xia Qing, the real owner of Mountain Number 49, was about to retort Tang Huai when Hu Zifeng from Site Number 1 spoke up. Mr. Tang, are you in cahoots with the wolves? Otherwise, how would you know that the wolves came down from Mountain Number 49? Hill Number 49 is located directly north of Territory Number 1 to Territory Number 10, stretching for 12 miles, and further east is Hill Number 50. The breeding center is north of Territory Number 45, so it is possible that the wolf ran over from Hill Number 50 for miles away. But Tang Huai insisted that the wolves came down from Mountain 49. It's easy to figure out. Mountain 49 is high and densely forested, so there must be wolves. We can just send someone with evolved sense of smell to investigate, and we'll know everything. The Azure Dragon team won't be able to deny it even if they want to. Hu Zifeng snorted coldly. The Qinglong team is not Su Feng, who never defaults on his debts. When will you pay back the points you owe our team? Please be reasonable and put things into context. The discussion about the wolf turned into a quarrel between the two men, which became more and more heated. The other lords could not get a word in and could only listen in silence. Zhang San, who had come online at some unknown time, impatiently interrupted Hu Zifeng and Tang Huai. Hu Zifeng, after the 49th mountain is returned to the Qinglong team, can outsiders still enter the mountain to hunt and gather supplies? Hu Zifeng replied immediately, sure. But you need to pay an entrance fee, and you also need to pay for the hunting and gathering supplies before you can take them away. If you want something in the mountains, you don't need to find outsiders. Just call us and we will dig it out and send it to you when we go into the mountains for training. Zhang San was relieved when he heard this. Okay. Next time I go into the mountains, I'll take a look to see if the green lantern bamboo shoots have grown. I'll take as many as they grow. Green lantern bamboo shoots? The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 3rd lords were all excited. Chi Fu asked first. I'm Chi Fu from the 5th plot. Brother Feng, can you bring me a piece of bamboo root? I'll exchange it with green leeks and spring onions, or you can buy it with points. Zhao Zhe and Kuang Qingwei also proposed exchange conditions. They also wanted bamboo roots. After growing bamboo with bamboo roots, are you still worried about not having bamboo shoots to eat? Even if the green light is reduced to yellow, it's fine. Their ideas are beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Hu Zifeng replied, Green lantern bamboo is a highly dangerous and aggressive plant. It can fire bamboo leaf darts that are as hard as iron nails. It is not suitable for planting in the territory. After this was said, the 3 ordinary lords did not dare to take it. Bamboo is very useful and bamboo shoots are delicious, but you have to have a life to use and eat it. Kuang Qingwei sighed. The green lantern trees are very powerful and can easily kill people. Zhao Zhe also sighed. The weak ones have been plucked out long ago. The ones that survived are the strong ones. Only the strong, evolved humans can deal with them. Not necessarily. Xia Qing thought of the big green light Chinese tune tree on the high captive and once again sighed at the good luck of the sheep boss. A stubborn and stupid sheep could actually occupy a territory with unpolluted spring water, green light grass, and green light trees. No wonder the sheep boss has to fight the wolf desperately to protect the territory. Xia Qing was just thinking about it when Chi Fu changed the subject to her. Xia Qing, are your spinach seeds ripe? You have to keep a close eye on them these few days to make sure the birds and insects don't eat all the seeds. Xia Qing pressed the button. Brother Qi, don't worry, I have already covered the vegetable garden with an insect-proof net. Zhang San, who rarely participated in the topic of farming, suddenly became concerned about the spinach seeds. Xia Qing, I'm your 3rd brother. When the green light spinach matures, the plant will be stimulated to launch seeds outwards. The launch radius can reach more than 10 meters, which has strong destructive power. The introduction to spinach cultivation in the Planting Encyclopedia does not mention that spinach seeds will burst when they are ripe. Xia Qing listened carefully as Zhang San continued to impart his experience. So, when the seeds are about to mature, you have to prepare a protective cover with high elasticity and toughness in advance. Use 4 layers of rainproof cloth to make a cover that can withstand the explosion of spinach seeds. Xia Qing quickly asked for advice. Thank you for the reminder, 3rd brother. How do I tell if spinach seeds are ripe? By color, shape, or taste? None of these are accurate. Zhang San laughed. Pick a piece of spinach leaf and try. If it's ripe, it will emit seeds. Don't waste the leaves you picked. Bring them all to me. When the spinach is almost ripe, the leaves are not very useful. It's okay to pick a few more leaves.
Xia Qing.
Sure enough, every time Zhang Sen opened his mouth, it was for food. Before Xia Qing could reply, Tang Huai spoke first. Third brother, I'm Tang Huai from the number 2 site. I couldn't get through to you these past few days. We found wild green chrysanthemum and horse ear vegetables in our territory and wanted to send them to you to try. The mutton we exchanged last time went bad. It was my fault. Please forgive me and give me another chance. If you agree, Su Pin, the deputy captain of our Sufing team, will send the vegetables to you right away. Xia Qing raised an eyebrow. Has the Sufing team been idle recently? Su Pin hasn't returned to the safe zone yet. What is Zhang San's identity? Even the Sufing team, which ranks first in Huisin base, has to send the deputy captain to send him food as an apology. Everyone knows how greedy Zhang San is. 2 months have passed since the last incident, and Zhang San's anger should have subsided. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang San clearly refused again. I also have these 2 things in my territory. I won't trade. Also, I don't see people I hate. Xia Qing nodded immediately. Su Pin from the Sufing team was the kind of person that people hated at first sight. It's not that he's ugly, but the way he thinks he's the most handsome and coolest guy in the world, and that you're all trash and not even worthy of carrying his shoes, makes people want to kick him a few times and spit at him. Darn it, Yang Jin, who is more capable and handsome than you, is not as awesome as you. Tang Huai was like a grandson in front of Zhang San, and he didn't dare to get angry when he was rejected. Okay, third brother, I'll remember it. If I find other green light food, I'll trade with you again. Zhang San ignored him and talked about the purpose of his coming online. Kuang Qingwei, I remember you said that the wild boars in the breeding center were found in that valley? Kuang Qingwei immediately replied, yes, 3 big wild boars and a group of small wild boars were found in the valley. However, after the breeding center was built, another batch of wild boars were transported here from the safe zone. I don't know exactly how many there are. What's wrong, third brother? Is there anything wrong? The others also pricked up their ears and listened. Zhang San replied lazily, the wild boars in the valley are probably the food raised by the wolves. The wolves came back from the mountains after wintering and found that their territory had been cleared by humans and their food had been caught by humans, so they got angry and hunted the wild boars. You should all behave yourself these few days. It's best not to move around the edge of the territory. Wear protective clothing as much as possible inside the territory and don't laugh or talk loudly, so as not to be considered provocative by the wolves. This is the longest sentence Zhang San has ever said in the Lord channel, and it once again confirms Tan Junji's evaluation of Zhang San. He is really not a bad person. When Xia Qing was feeling emotional, she received a call from Zhang San. Zhang San reminded Xia Qing with a smile, Xia Qing, your sheep is most likely food raised by the wolves. If Yang Jin cannot kill the wolves, they will come back to look for the sheep sooner or later, or they are already lying in ambush in the nearby evolutionary forest. To prevent the sheep from being killed, you can spray a high-efficiency deodorant in your territory. I have a 30-gene bucket of deodorant concentrate. If you add water according to the standard, it is enough to spray your territory 3 times. It is guaranteed to be 10 times more effective than the one you bought from the safe zone. I will also give you a bottle of spray for spraying on sheep. Except for the olfactory evolutionary wolves, other wolves will not be able to smell the scent of sheep in your territory. This is something that can save the sheep's life. Xia Qing said very gratefully, thank you, third brother. I will go pick spinach leaves and cut basil right now and send them to you later. But the quantity is not large. Will 2 kilograms be enough? After so many transactions, Xia Qing has confirmed that what Zhang San sells are indeed good things, so it is no wonder that Tang Huai is so humble and wants to trade with him. There are delicious foods. Zhang San's voice is so kind that it can squeeze water out of it. 2 kilograms is not enough to pay for the materials. We need at least 4 kilograms. Have you finished eating the green cucumbers? I'm done. The 2 green light cucumbers have always been watered with mountain spring water, and they taste very good. Because he didn't know the content of harmful elements in the green light plants in other territories, Xiaqing was worried that the content of harmful elements in his green light cucumbers was lower than that of the green light plants in other territories. So, before measuring the content of harmful elements in the green light plants in other territories, for the sake of caution, Xiaqing decided not to trade the green light plants watered with spring water. Spinach and basil are watered with river water and can be traded. Zhang Xin felt very sorry. Then wait until your next batch of green light vegetables grows, and then supply them to me. It's dangerous outside, and the investigation team probably doesn't have time. Can I send someone with the deodorizing solution to the edge of your territory to exchange? Of course. Thank you, third brother. Xiaqing thanked him sincerely and took the opportunity to ask, Third brother just said that my sheep might also be food raised by the wolves. Logically, there should be more than one raised in captivity. Do you think there is a way to find other sheep? Xiaqing guessed that the sheep that Tang Hui hunted and traded with Zhang San for mutton when he first came to the territory might belong to the same flock as the sheep boss. Zhang San replied, What ability did that sheep evolve into? Show me the photo. Power evolution. Xiaqing immediately took a full-body photo of Boss Yang and sent it to Zhang San. Yours is a small-tailed Han sheep. This kind of sheep is tender, delicious, and has a high meat yield. It should have been raised by nearby farmers before the natural disaster. Zhang San couldn't help swallowing his saliva when talking about delicious food. Last spring, there was indeed a group of sheep of this breed in our territory. There were 8 of them, 7 of which were captured by the team, and 1 escaped. But the one that escaped was a ewe, and you are a ram. Open the sheep's mouth, so I can see its teeth. Okay. Xiaqing pried open the sheep's mouth again, took a close-up photo of its teeth, and sent it to Zhang San. Zhang San gave an affirmative answer. Your sheep still has milk teeth, so it should be the lamb born by the ewe that escaped last spring. Don't worry about the other sheep. That you and the other lambs were caught by wolves even if they were not caught by humans. You don't have to worry about them. Xiaqing stared at the arrogant sheep boss, unable to believe it. Third brother, are you sure this sheep was born last year? It weighs more than 200 kilograms now. Xiaqing clearly heard the sound of Zhang San swallowing his saliva. Before the natural disaster, the small-tailed Han sheep could grow to more than 100 kilograms in 7 months. After evolution, it is normal for them to grow to 200 kilograms in 1 year old. After the great biological evolution, the lifespan of many advanced evolved creatures on Blue Star has been extended, so judging age based on experience before the natural disaster will also be inaccurate. Perhaps the milk teeth of the evolved sheep born 2 years ago have not fallen out yet. After hanging up the phone, Xiaqing stared at Boss Yang in a daze. This greedy sheep with spiral horns on its head and weighing more than 200 pounds is actually only 1 or 2 years old. No, Xiaqing decided to change its name. Second brother, you wait at home. I will pick some vegetables to exchange for your life-saving medicine. Seeing Xiaqing was about to leave, Yang Lauda immediately stood up. Xiaqing stuffed a few more yellow bamboo shoots into his hands and said, Be obedient. You stay here to look after the house. I'll make you some delicious food in the evening. Xiaqing carried a bundle of rainproof cloth to the planting area on the northern hillside and carefully surrounded the spinach that had already sprouted and produced seeds. He pinched a leaf of spinach, which had not yet produced seeds and was not yet mature. Xiaqing pinched more than 30 leaves with stems and leaves and put them into the basket. She had more than 50 spinach plants, but she said in the Lord channel that there were only a dozen, so she couldn't pinch too many leaves. Otherwise, the secret would be exposed. Although everyone communicated in the Lord channel every day, they were actually strangers who had never met each other, so they had to be on guard against others, and no one would reveal their family background. After cutting the basil, Xiaqing was about to go to the road sign in the south of the territory to trade supplies with the people sent by Zhang San, when she suddenly heard a familiar sound of hooves. She rushed into the buffer forest and saw the sheep boss running towards her with a mouthful of dried bamboo shoots in his mouth, and she was very happy. What was going on? Did he have to bring food with him when he was fighting with the wolf? It was not enough for him to throw himself into the wolf's mouth, but he also had to bring a combination of meat and vegetables for the wolves after meal snacks. Xia Qing rushed forward, and this time the big sheep did not run away or hide. Instead, he stopped his hooves in front of Xia Qing, raised his head, and signaled Xia Qing to put down the basket. He wanted to put the dried bamboo shoots in the basket. Thank you for your subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets, and thank you for your reward. Today's 2 updates are here, and I wish all book friends a good mood all day long. Xia Qing was a little confused by Boss Yang's behavior. He turned over the lid of the basket and caught the bamboo shoots that Boss Yang brought over. Second brother, do you want to exchange this with third brother?
Meh.
The eldest sheep cried out anxiously, picked up the basket, and walked north. Xia Qing quickly followed. Don't yell. It will attract wolves. We agreed to trade under the road sign in the south of the territory. We are going in the wrong direction. It's dangerous over there. The eldest sheep was heading north very clearly. Xia Qing frowned and said in a low voice, Second brother, what do you want to do? Hearing that Xia Qing was unhappy, Yang Laoda turned around and rubbed her, signaling her with his eyes to follow him. Xia Qing looked at the abnormal sheep boss, and suddenly a terrible guess popped up in his mind. You brought food to find the wolf. Aren't you going to fight? What is your relationship with the wolf? The sheep boss continued to walk up the hillside, and Xia Qing followed behind him, with Alpaca running wildly in his head. Is it possible that sheep and wolves have other relationships besides hunting and being hunted? Is it possible? Based on the sheep boss's clingy habits, Xia Qing speculated that it had a companion before meeting him. Looking at the sheep boss's behavior, could it be that it and the wolf are companions? If wolves and sheep can become companions, then it can only be said that the evolved blue star is too crazy. If the alpha wolf and the sheep boss were companions, and she was the sheep boss companion, does that mean she could live in peace with the wolves, or even exchange supplies with them? She really wanted to get some green lantern chickens, ducks, and geese, and raise them for eggs and meat. The more Xia Qing thought about it, the more she felt it was impossible, but she couldn't help but hope that this low-probability event was true. She whispered to the sheep boss, Boss is friends with the wolf? That's amazing. If I give a gift, wouldn't the yellow bamboo shoots seem insincere enough? We still have green bamboo shoots and bamboo rat meat at home. How about I go back and get some? Wolves should eat meat, right? The sheep boss ignored Xia Qing and continued to climb the hill, heading towards the isolation zone between Territory Number 3 and the Wild Boar Breeding Center. Isn't this the sheep boss? Why is he here? What is he holding? Xia Qing heard Hu Zifeng's voice and walked quickly into the isolation zone. Captain Hu? Boss Yang heard the wild boar screaming and insisted on coming over to take a look. Hu Zifeng was glad that he was wearing a protective mask so that Xia Qing didn't see his mouth open in shock. Boss sheep and the wild boars in the valley have a good relationship. You can't say that it might have a good relationship with the wolf that killed the wild boar? Xia Qing said vaguely. I just found out about it too. I'm sorry to have caused trouble for Captain Hu. No trouble. Hu Zifeng stared at the soaked bamboo shoots on the lid of the basket, his face full of question marks. The sheep visited the pig and brought gifts. Are ordinary evolved sheep so smart? Did the sheep boss not only evolve in strength, but also in brain area? Are those wild boars also brain-evolved animals? Watching boss sheep crossing the isolation zone and walking to the edge of the isolation net of the wild boar breeding center, Xia Qing's heart was in his throat. The eldest sheep put down the basket and began to call, ba 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 ba. After hearing the enthusiastic call, Xia Qing wanted to knock Yang Laoda unconscious and take him back. The area had already been checked and confirmed to be free of wolves, so Hu Zifeng was not nervous about the sheep boss's call. Instead, he became more curious about its behavior. It was the first time he had seen such a smart evolved sheep. Is it calling for a wild boar? Xia Qing couldn't bear to watch, maybe. The breeding center was attacked by wolves, and the wild boars were locked up. Hu Zifeng looked at the persistent sheep boss and showed his enthusiasm for once. I'll find someone to take it in for him, but there's no guarantee that it can be fed to the wild boars. Xia Qing said nonsense in a serious tone. Thank you, Captain Hu, But the wild boar breeding center must be in a mess right now, so we won't cause any trouble for them. Boss Sheep came here just to show his kindness, and it doesn't matter if the wild boar can receive it or not, as long as his kindness is there. That's enough. Hu Zifeng paused and discussed with Xia Qing. Since the intention has been sent, Miss Xia, you can take it back. Although there are no wolves around here, it is not a good thing for the sheep boss to attract too much attention. Xia Qing didn't want Boss Yang to steal the spotlight, so he walked over and placed the bamboo shoots on the lid of the bamboo basket on the ground, and discussed with Boss Yang in a serious manner, "Put the bamboo shoots here, so your friend can get them when he comes. Shall we go back?" The stubborn sheep boss certainly couldn't go back and continued to bleat to call his friends. Xia Qing simply carried the basket in one hand and the sheep in the other arm, said heko to Hu Zifeng, and returned to the territory. Maybe the gift was delivered, or maybe there was no response after calling for a long time. The sheep boss stopped making a fuss after going down the mountain and ran to eat grass. Xia Qing carried 2 kilograms of green light vegetables and went to exchange 30 kilograms of deodorizing liquid and a bottle of spray with a strong man sent by Zhang San. Xia Qing would not stop guarding against wolves just because she guessed that the sheep boss had a good relationship with the wolf. After 10 years of natural disasters, she had already learned to plan for the worst-case scenario. Even if the alpha wolf and the sheep boss really had a good relationship, it did not mean that the wolf would not hurt her and other wolves would not treat the sheep boss as food. Xia Qing took out the sprayer and diluted the deodorizing liquid with water according to the proportions on the handwritten instructions given by Zhang San. This deodorizing liquid was actually odorless, which alone made it better than the deodorizing liquid sold in the safe zone. The product produced by Zhang San is indeed a masterpiece. The manual said that this deodorant was harmless to humans and evolved sheep, so after mixing it with water, Xia Qing started spraying it from inside the house. Although the sheep boss didn't go to the bathroom and took a bath every now and then, Xia Qing couldn't smell the sheep smell in the house, but she was not an evolved olfactory person, so just because she couldn't smell it didn't mean the wolf couldn't smell it. Xia Qing sprayed the entire territory until dark, then she returned home, ate a piece of compressed food, and collapsed on the bed, not wanting to move. However, she still kept her promise to the sheep boss and made the concentrated feed that he loved. Then, Xia Qing was completely immersed in the crazy idea that Boss Sheep's friend might be a wolf. He didn't even listen to the broadcast, let alone open the Lord channel. Early the next morning, seeing that Boss Sheep had brought the basket to her again, Xia Qing filled it with a small bag of dried green bamboo shoots and a small bag of dried green bamboo rat meat and personally delivered it to the outside of the iron mesh wall of the wild boar breeding center. She asked Hu Zifeng's team to help look after it, and she returned to the territory to patrol and remove snakes, insects, rats, and ants. During this inspection, Xia Qing was pleasantly surprised to find that the number of insects originally surrounding the vegetable garden net was more than half less than yesterday. She didn't expect that Zhang San's deodorizer would have such an effect. It seems that she needs to exchange a few more barrels for future use. Darn, isn't that Sister Qing's sheep? How did it run out? When the inspection team passed by the wild boar breeding center, they actually saw the sheep boss standing outside the iron mesh wall, with Su Ming's mouth open so wide that an egg could fit in it. When the sheep boss heard the humans coming over and shouting, he pushed the basket towards him a few times, narrowed his eyes, and prepared for a fight. Su Ming found the things in the basket, and his mouth opened even wider. "Duck, what is Boss Yang going to do?" "Brother Jiang, what's going on?" Da Jiang from Hu Zifeng's team saluted Tan Junjie before answering Su Ming. This sheep came to visit its wild boar friend, who is imprisoned in the wild boar breeding center. It will return to territory number 3 in a while. Not to mention others. Even the usually calm Tan Junjie was stunned. Su Ming stared and asked, "Are you serious?" Da Jiang shrugged. "You don't have to believe it and neither do I. But the fact is right in front of us. This is not the first time he has come here." Tan Junjie asked Da Jiang, "Has your Captain Yang returned?" "Not yet." Tan Junjie nodded and led the team to continue patrolling. Behind him, Su Ming, who was already dreamy, walked with 1 foot high and 1 foot low. After inspecting the territory, Xia Qing went outside the wall of the wild boar breeding center to say heko to Da Jiang, took the sheep boss home, and then went to the second floor of the basement in the deserted village on the southwest side of Territory Number 3 to learn how to use a gun. Today is Xiaqing's first day formally studying with Luo Pei. Xiaqing formally brought 2 cucumbers and 2 strawberries as a gift to his teacher. Thank God, 2 of her strawberries finally turned red. This was the best food she had available. Giving away her best food after a natural disaster was the greatest sincerity. Time flies when I concentrate on studying. After 2 hours of disassembling the sniper rifle and getting familiar with its structure, today's teaching is over. Luo Pei washes the oil off his hands with anticipation. I haven't eaten fresh strawberries this year. The strawberries you grow will definitely taste better than those grown in the Safe Zone Planting Center. It's not that she has good skills, but that she has a cheating tool for planting. Xiaqing was very happy in her heart, but she said modestly, I haven't tasted it yet, so I can't guarantee that it tastes good, but the harmful element content of strawberry vines is as low as 0.3 parts per thousand, so the taste shouldn't be too bad. The lower the harmful element content of the fruit, the better the taste. Luo Pei did not expect that the harmful element content of strawberries is so low. It is not a should, it is a certainty. The two returned to the basement and found Yang Jin already sitting in the living room drinking tea. On the plate on the table were 2 green cucumbers and 2 bright red strawberries. The combination of red and green is very eye-catching in this house dominated by white. Seeing Luo Pei's unsurprised look, Xiaqing felt a little scared. She had been practicing so hard in the soundproof room just now that she didn't pay any attention to the noise outside. If it was an enemy, she would be dead by now. After greeting each other, the 3 of them sat around the table drinking tea. Luo Pei asked Yang Jin didn't catch him. Xiaqing was not surprised at all that Yang Jin failed, because he was the leader of the wolves. Yang Jin explained, it was a wolf that had evolved both in brain power and SP-PED. It ran into Hill 55 and I didn't chase it. To the north of Territory Number 3 is Mountain Number 49. To the north of Mountain Number 49 is Mountain Number 52, and to the northeast of Mountain Number 52 is Mountain Number 55, which has evolved into the depths of the forest. It was a very wise choice for Yang Jin to give up chasing the alpha wolf. Luo Pei asked, is that wolf very fast? It's about the same SP-PED as me. It has a lot of combat experience, can dodge bullets, and is very familiar with the evolution forest. Yang Jin looked at Xiaqing. It's gray-brown, and there's a notch on the outside of its left ear. Xiaqing immediately replied, the leader wolf that destroyed the Fengyan team last year was brown, but it also had a notch on the outside of its left ear and was very fast. It should be the same one. Wolves shed their fur, so it's normal for the colors to be different. Luo Pei asked Yang Jin again, is there only one wolf? Yang Jin confirmed, there is only one. Zhang San's guess is very credible. The wild boar in the valley is probably its captive food. Xiaqing asked, Captain Yang, will the wolf come back? Yang Jin shook his head. It's hard to judge, but even if it comes again, it won't pose a major threat to the territory. Xiaqing confirmed with Yang Jin, you mean it has already taken revenge, so it won't come to provoke again? After several years of fighting, a certain tacit understanding has been formed between humans and the evolved wolves. As long as one side does not take the initiative to provoke, the other side will not launch a real attack. This field has been cleared, and there are no large herbivores, so there is no need for the wolves to fight for it. That's what you understand. Yang Jin, who hadn't slept for a day and a night, had bloodshot eyes, but he was still so handsome when he smiled. Xiaqing turned her eyes away and stared at Strawberry, but Yang Jin's smile became more obvious. Luo Pei looked at them with a smile without saying anything. Xiaqing expressed his biggest concern, I don't know if the spring in my territory is important in the eyes of the wolves. Luo Pei reminded Xiaqing, the evolved wolf may not know the existence of the spring. Xiaqing shook her head. My sheep may know the wolf that hunted the wild boar, and they may even be on good terms. So, I suspect that the wolf knows about the existence of the spring. Yang Jin divided the strawberries and cucumbers into 3 equal portions, placed them on 3 small white porcelain plates, and handed them to Xiaqing and Luo Pei. So, your sheep brought food, not to visit the wild boar. but to the wolf? Luo Pei was surprised. Xia Qing, your sheep is a brain-evolved animal? As if in tacit agreement, Luo Pei and Xia Qing did not mention Boss Yang's name in front of Yang Jin, although Yang Jin must have known it. Xia Qing didn't understand why Luo Pei asked that, so she shook her head and replied, I haven't seen other evolved sheep, but I don't think mine is very smart. After the evolution of the creatures on Blue Star, many animals became smarter. For example, some could speak human language, such as the myna birds and parrots that were taken away from their homes, monkeys that could use machine guns and crossbows, and wolves that could form teams to fight in group battles. Boss sheep is simply not on the same level as these kinds of intelligent evolved animals. Luo Pei ate a piece of refreshing cucumber before explaining to Xia Qing, brain evolution is also divided into many categories. Take humans, for example. The types of brain evolution discovered so far include intelligence, observation, memory, thinking, and emotion capture. So, just because your sheep is not smart doesn't mean it is not a brain evolver. Brain evolutionists were considered special talents and were recruited by the Research Institute. Therefore, Xia Qing rarely came into contact with brain evolutionists and didn't know that brain evolution was divided into many categories. After listening to Luo Pei's explanation, Xia Qing came to a new conclusion. No matter where I hide something, it can remember it. It can learn simple things after I do them a few times. So it is possible that its memory and observation have evolved. However, why did Brother Luo think that it was an animal with evolved brains when he heard that my sheep might know wolves? Luo Pei smiled and gestured for her to taste the strawberries, eat and talk. The fragrance is so tempting. Xia Qing picked up the thumb-sized strawberry and took a bite. Her taste buds were instantly awakened by the slightly sour and sweet taste of the strawberry. She felt so happy that she wanted to cry. It's delicious. Captain Yang, Brother Luo, you guys should try it. Just by looking at her expression, you can tell that it is delicious. Luo Pei took a bite of the strawberry with mental preparation and was still amazed by the pure taste of the strawberry. It is indeed delicious, and the taste is much better than what I have eaten before. Jean, where did you get this strawberry seedling? After tasting the strawberries, Yang Jin explained calmly, I exchanged them from the planting center. The points are not high. I was just lucky to get them. How can you get a top-quality green light strawberry just by luck? I don't believe you. Luo Pei looked at Yang Jin, who was concentrating on tasting the strawberries with a deep meaning, and then turned to praise Xia Qing, who was completely immersed in the happiness brought by the strawberries. You must have put a lot of thought into growing such good strawberries. Xia Qing excitedly shared her experience of growing strawberries with Luo Pei. At first, I planted strawberries in terraced fields, but the smell of strawberries after flowering attracted insects, so I transplanted them into pots and brought them home. I raised them indoors and moved them to the yard to dry in the sun when the sun was good. Don't keep it indoors. Such fragrant fruits will definitely be eaten by evolved insects. Luo Pei reminded Xia Qing, close the doors and windows. Be careful that evolved poisonous insects will be attracted by the smell of strawberries and get into the house. Xia Qing nodded. I've been careful. Yesterday, I exchanged a bucket of deodorant with the Lord of Site 7, and it worked very well. The danger in this regard has been reduced a lot. Of course, what comes out of Zhang San's hands in the number 7 site is good stuff. Luo Pei smiled gently. That's good. The two chatted for a while before Luo Pei got back to the point. After the great biological evolution, the brain-evolved animals at the top of the food chain, such as elephants, wolves, lions, tigers, gorillas, and monkeys, not only stopped hunting herbivorous brain-evolved animals, they even formed alliances with them in exchange for greater benefits. You and Jean are both sure that the wolf is a very smart brain-evolved one, so the only possibility for it to get along well with your evolved sheep is that your sheep are also brain-evolved ones. Brain-evolved animals will take the lead in their population. If different types of brain-evolved animals form an alliance, it will be a powerful alliance, which is a disaster for humans. To what extent will natural disasters make humans despair and collapse? The happiness brought by strawberries faded away, and Xia Qing looked solemn. Brother Luo, this is too scary. Luo Pei nodded. That's why this matter has not been made public. Xia Qing, what is your relationship with your sheep? Xia Qing knew why Luo Pei asked this. Although she had only been with Sheep Boss for more than 2 months, Xia Qing trusted Sheep Boss very much. And I share the territory and the edible plants in the territory. We already regard each other as companions. Of course, if the wolf comes and it stands on the side of the wolf and opposes me, then it will no longer be my companion. Yang Jin, who had been eating cucumber slices, spoke up. You allowed the evolved sheep to take food outside the territory to wait for the wolves. Are you trying to test the relationship between them?
Yes.
Xia Qing did not hide his plan in front of the 2 big guys. If my sheep is the food raised by the wolf, it will be a good opportunity to lure it out and eliminate the hidden danger. If my sheep and the wolf are companions, maybe I can also benefit from it. Luo Pei was surprised. You want to form a partnership with wolves? Evolved wolves are very smart and have even stronger combat capabilities. Humans have been trying to tame wolves or form a partnership with them over the years, but now we can't even live in peace with wolves. It's a bit risky for you to do this. Xia Qing shook his head. That is the most ideal but also the most unlikely scenario. I was thinking that if I could get in touch with the wolf pack through the sheep boss, maybe I could have another channel to trade supplies. That alpha wolf is very smart, and it lives in the evolution forest, so it must have a lot of good stuff. After Xia Qing left, Luo Pei couldn't help but sigh. She actually wanted to trade supplies with the wolves, really. No wonder you like her. It's been 10 years since the natural disaster, and there are fewer and fewer people who still have light in their eyes. Nowadays, most people, except for those children protected by big families, live numb, desperate, indulgent, and crazy lives. But Luo Pei does not see any pessimism or indulgence in the helpless Xia Qing. She is low-key, sober, independent, principled, and full of hope for the future. When he saw Xia Qing, Luo Pei felt that humanity still had a future. Yang Jin ate the cucumber without responding. He liked Xia Qing. There was no need to say it and no way to say it. Because Xia Qing has no intention of having a boyfriend. She just wants to live her own life. In the past, she focused on learning various skills to live independently, but now that she has learned the skills and left the safe zone, she focuses on farming to improve her life. She has been alone all these years, and it is foreseeable that she will remain so for a long time to come. Strictly speaking, she is no longer alone now. She has a companion, a silly sheep. In her eyes, I am at best just a trading partner who is not bad-looking. In Xia Qing's eyes, he was not even as good as a stupid sheep. How could Yang Jin, who was always proud, say this? Seeing that Yang Jin remained silent, Luo Pei smiled and said, Don't tell me you don't like her. If territory number 3 didn't belong to Xia Qing, you would have taken it long ago. Yang Jin finished eating the cucumbers on Luo Pei's fruit plate, then leaned back in his chair and asked, How much has Brother Luo recovered now? Neither answering nor denying, it seems that he really likes Xia Qing. When did he fall in love with her? Luo Pei knew that this guy didn't want to say anything, and he couldn't get it out even if he knocked out his teeth. He didn't waste his time and answered directly, 70%. It should be able to recover to 90% in a month. What are your plans? When you recover to 90%, I will go track down the wolf. Yang Jin calculated. The wolf may know that there is an unpolluted water source in the number 3 territory, but it did not occupy the number 3 territory firmly. There is only one possibility. There is another unpolluted water source in its core territory. Luo Pei's eyes lit up as well. You should bring more supplies that the wolves are interested in.
Xia Qing is right.
If you can trade supplies with the wolves, don't fight them. Trade?
He wanted to.
Yang Jin lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and said slowly, If we were not evenly matched, one of us would have died yesterday. Luo Pei was feeling much better now, and he was in the mood to joke around, male wolf. Yang Jin was speechless for a few seconds, darn it. Luo Pei laughed twice before getting down to business. The safe zone will definitely cause trouble for us because of the evolved wolves injuring the wild boars. Can Xiaoyu handle it alone? How could Yang Jin, a miser, leave such a loophole when doing business with others?
No need to deal with it.
I signed the written document. I will send people to guard the mountain from the 3rd month after I buy it. Before that, any dangerous evolved creatures coming down the mountain have nothing to do with us. Luo Pei was convinced. It's a pity that such a smart brain of yours hasn't evolved. Otherwise, the entire blue planet would have been taken over by you. Xia Qing went home and ate 3 hot scallion pancakes for lunch. She took a nap before putting on a big straw hat, carrying her water bicycle, and taking Sheep Boss to work in the fields. After being fed with grass and evolved insects for more than a month, the largest fry in the pond have grown to 3 centimeters in length and can be fried and eaten. As long as she feeds them well, the fry will surely grow to the length of a palm by the end of July. The dried fish are ready, so how far can her cat be? The more Xia Qing thinks about it, the happier she becomes. After praising the sheep boss who pedaled the water wheel so hard that it flew into the air, she goes to inspect the farmland. Xia Qing first went to the planting area on the low captive north of the reservoir, carefully pinched a spinach leaf, and continued to walk upward after confirming that the spinach seeds were not yet ripe. Beans, eggplants, tomatoes, and peppers have all bloomed and borne fruit, and her table will be more abundant in more than half a month. Xia Qing passes by each vegetable seedling and cucumber and bean rack, shaking the plants or bamboo racks to achieve artificial pollination. In fact, if the wind is strong, there is no need to shake the plants for pollination, but Xia Qing still shakes all the vegetable plants in the insect-proof net to feel at ease. When passing by the cucumber vines, Xia Qing picked the blooming male flowers and put them on the female flowers to pollinate them. Then, she picked the extra male flowers and stuck them on her straw hat. When she walked out of the insect-proof net in the planting area under the spring, Xia Qing's straw hat was already covered with more than a dozen fresh cucumber flowers. She put on her straw hat and continued walking upwards. Xia Qing killed all the insects attracted by the scent of cucumber flowers and stuffed them into a small basket. When passing the spring, Xia Qing washed the spinach leaves and stuffed them into his mouth, then continued to walk upwards. Zhang San is a picky eater, and his favorite food is spinach leaves. Although Xia Qing doesn't think spinach leaves are very delicious, she won't waste any green light vegetables. After crossing the original northern isolation zone of Territory Number 3, Xia Qing entered the High Captive. After the Galpa area was incorporated into Xia Qing's territory, the inspection team patrolled the periphery of the territory and no longer passed through the old isolation zone that had been incorporated into Xia Qing's territory. If Xia Qing hadn't sprayed the isolation zone with insect repellent and weeded it regularly, this 50-meter-wide isolation zone would have disappeared long ago. Xia Qing kept it to prevent insect plagues. The isolation belt can block the pests coming down from number 49 and serve as a half-protective wall for the territory. The other half of the wall, of course, was Xia Qing herself. Even if an army of evolved locusts attacked, they would never be able to get through the protective wall she had built. After passing through the old isolation zone, Xia Qing entered the high captive planting area. First, he evolved the perilla, but in order to let the sheep boss eat it, Xia Qing did not put the evolved perilla into the insect-proof net. After strangling an evolved mantis that was holding a sickle to attack her on the evolved perilla, Xia Qing entered the vegetable garden covered by the insect-proof net. The first terrace inside the insect-proof net was planted with green lantern alfalfa. Only 2 of the 20 alfalfa plants Zhao Zhe compensated her with died, and the rest were doing well. Xia Qing pinched the young sprouts and ate them once, and they tasted better than perilla. Of course, this may be because she has eaten evolved perilla too many times and is really sick of it. The pumpkins planted in the terraced field above gave Xia Qing a headache. If she hadn't tested it repeatedly, she would have suspected that the pumpkin vines that grew wildly but didn't bloom had evolved. The 5 green lantern pumpkin vines had grown all over the 50-meter terrace, and they also took up half of the terrace with green lantern alfalfa below. The 15 yellow lantern pumpkins planted next to the sweet potato field on the hillside were equally worrying. If the pumpkin vines don't bloom next month, Xia Qing will cut the vines to feed the sheep. Further up are the fields of onions, ginger, garlic, and leeks. For easier management, Xia Qing transplanted all the seedlings found in Gaepohang's yard here. Further up were 3 peanut terraces, and then an empty terrace ready for sweet potato planting. Xia Qing crawled out of the insect-proof net and walked up to 2 apple trees whose fruits had been pruned and 2 jujube trees that had not only sprouted, but also blossomed. The small yellow-green flowers of the jujube tree are both fragrant and beautiful. Xia Qing was not worried at all about the jujube flowers being bitten by insects, because these 2 green jujube trees could actually kill insects. The branches and backs of the leaves of the evolved jujube tree are covered with dense thorns. Insects that dare to provoke the jujube tree will be pierced by the thorns and slowly turn into insects. This made Xia Qing suspect that the jujubes she would harvest in the future might all taste like meat. Finally, Xia Qing came to the flat area on the high captive and broke off a lot of Chinese tune leaves from the big tune tree. For Yang Lao, to humans can't eat Chinese tune buds in summer, but Chinese tune leaves are still food for Yang Lao. Returning to the reservoir, Xia Qing called the sheep boss who was pedaling the water wheel to come down for dinner, while she squatted by the fish pond to feed the fish. Dozens of freshly killed insects of all sizes were thrown into the pond, and the pond immediately went into an uproar. When the water surface returned to calm, even the wings of the insects could not be seen. This is the new world of Blue Star, where the strong prey on the weak. Any creature that is not strong and cannot survive will die without leaving any trace. Xia Qing, who was strong and able to survive, stood up and clapped his hands, said hecko to Boss Yang, and went to check his sweet potato vines and weed them at the same time. Sweet potato vines grow just as fast, but not as frighteningly as pumpkin vines. While weeding, Xia Qing looked at the sweet potato vines and found that the vines had small red bumps. In a few days, these bumps will grow roots and penetrate into the soil, and the sweet potato vines can be cut off for cuttings. To graft sweet potato vines, it is necessary to add fertilizer to the prepared terraced fields. Xia Qing took out his cell phone and called Sunja. The call was quickly connected, and Sunja's voice was full of energy. Sister Qing. Not only was there no background noise from the construction team, but birds could be heard on the other end of the line. Xia Qing determined that Sunja was not in the construction team, so she asked directly, "Have you made earthworm manure? If so, I plan to buy a few bags." Sunja's voice was full of joy. "It's done. My family has partnered with someone and acquired territory number 48 to raise earthworms and make manure. How many kilograms does Sister Qing want?" Xia Qing's voice also had a smile on it. "How many pounds do you have to trade now?" Sunja directly reported the number, 400 kilograms at most, 2 kilograms per point. "Can you accept that, Sister Qing? If it's any cheaper, we won't even be able to make back the labor costs." Unexpectedly, Sunja had already produced so much earthworm manure. Xia Qing said straightforwardly, "Sure. Can you sell it all to me? Do you want exchange for supplies or for points?" Because they came out late, they missed the best planting season. And because territory number 48 is close to the safe zone, it has been searched countless times by humans and no edible plants were found in the territory. So Sunja wanted to exchange edible vegetables or seeds. "Sister Qing, do you have edible plants? It would be even better if you have edible plant seeds that can be exchanged." Xia Qing directly quoted the price. "I have 150 yellow lantern shallot seeds. 1 point is worth 2 seeds, and 20 kilograms of dried yellow lantern bamboo shoots in sealed packages, 20 points per kilogram." After Sunja finalized the number of shallot seeds and yellow bamboo shoots to be exchanged, he happily told Xia Qing, "Let Captain Zhong Tao deliver them to me tomorrow. Our family and Captain Zhong's cousin Zhong, he jointly own the land. This place is close to the safe zone, so it's much safer." The location closest to the safe zone in the territory is still within the signal coverage area, so you can use a regular phone. Xia Qing hung up the phone, and while leveling the land next to the sweet potato field, she lamented that Sunja was good at choosing people. Although Zhong Tao is an ordinary person, he is very sociable and is also the team leader responsible for the transportation of materials in the 50 territories north of the safe zone. He is very familiar with the conditions in these territories. With his help, the earthworm manure produced by Sunja and Zhong, he can be traded with the lords who need earthworm manure without any publicity, which greatly improves the safety. On the 3rd day, Zhong Tao brought 4 large bags of earthworm manure to Xia Qing. Xia Qing gave him the dried bamboo shoots and shallot seeds and exchanged 50 kilograms of dried white-haired chicken shoot vine for soy sauce, salt, and vinegar, and gave Zhong Tao and Zheng Kuei 50 shallot seeds and 2 kilograms of sour bamboo shoots. Onions and leeks look very similar when they are young, but they are different when they grow up. Xia Qing has 60 onions, 8 of which have bloomed and produced onion seeds. Xia Qing used more than half of the onion seeds to exchange for supplies. In addition to Zhong Tao, Zheng Kuei, Sun Zhe, and the 5 or 6 lords, the one who surprised her the most was Tang Huai from the second plot. This month, Tang Huai's interest in farming suddenly increased. He would occasionally participate in discussions on pest control in the Lord's channel, so it wasn't so much that he had wasted plot number 2. If there was no spring in site number 3, Xia Qing's first choice would have been site number 2, which was flatter and had thicker soil. The sour bamboo shoots that Xia Qing pickled last month did not go bad. Although the taste was not great, it was still edible, so she added stir-fried bamboo shoots with bamboo rat meat and sour bamboo shoot soup to her menu. After seeing Zhong Tao off, Xia Qing and Yang Lao De carried the earthworm manure directly to the terraced fields reserved in the planting area. Xia Qing likes to eat sweet potatoes very much, so the plots of land reserved for sweet potato cuttings are terraces with thicker soil layers, one in the high captive planting area and the other in the low captive planting area. Following the instructions given to her by Tan Junjie, Xia Qing first fertilized the terraced fields, then plowed the fields and piled up strips of soil. After the land was prepared, Xia Qing cut the long vines of the green light sweet potato into small pieces 20 centimeters long and planted 200 plants by cuttings. After the cuttings were completed, Xia Qing was both happy and worried. Of course, she was happy that she had 200 more sweet potatoes, but she was worried that not only would the plants not survive, but it would also disrupt the balance of elements in the 16 sweet potato plants that were pruned and only had 2 or 3 vines left, causing them to turn from green to yellow. If that happens, you will lose a lot. Xia Qing had also indirectly confirmed this method of cutting propagation with Qi Fu. Since the method was fine and she had the spring water, even if only half of the 200 plants survived and each of the remaining plants only produced 3 sweet potatoes, she could still harvest 300 sweet potatoes. 300. Xia Qing happily watered the grafted sweet potato vines with filtered water mixed with spring water because there were too many seedlings and she didn't have enough spring water to irrigate them. Then, Xia Qing used the remaining earthworm manure as top dressing fertilizer for other plots of land. Vegetables that are blooming and bearing fruit need top dressing. Wheat, mung beans, and cotton are about to bloom and need top dressing. Jujube trees are blooming and need top dressing. The original green light sweet potato and yellow light potato fields have already been fertilized with a lot of fermented sheep manure, so no top dressing is needed, and the pumpkin fields that only grow vines but do not bloom do not need top dressing. I thought 400 kilograms of earthworm manure was a lot, but when I started to apply top dressing, I found that it was not enough for one application. So Xia Qing sent a message to Sun Zhe to order another 800 kilograms, with the delivery date to be 20 days later. In this transaction, Xia Qing used spinach seeds that were about to mature. When Zhong Tao delivered the earthworm manure, the spinach seeds should have matured. That is to say, Sun Zhe can produce at least 800 kilograms of earthworm manure in 20 days, which can be exchanged for 400 points. Raising earthworms and making manure is more suitable than working in a construction team. Of course, the risk is also greater. Since he has come out of the territory, he is ready for adventure. Xia Qing took the few pounds of earthworm manure back home and mixed it into 4 large soil pots. These soil pots were prepared for strawberries. The planting encyclopedia said that strawberry plants would grow runners and new strawberry seedlings would grow on the runners. Looking at the pictures in the planting encyclopedia, Xia Qing felt that they looked fake. But her 2 strawberry plants really grew 2 runners, although the stems were too short to grow new strawberry seedlings. But if there are stems, how far can the strawberry seedlings be? Xia Qing has already prepared the pots and soil, ready to welcome the new seedlings. Like the newly transplanted seedlings, the grafted sweet potato vines wilted in the sun the next day. But it was the leaves that wilted, and the sweet potato vines were still upright. Xia Qing had experience, and did not show the panic she had shown the last time she transplanted the seedlings. Let it wilt if it is wilting. When it has wilted enough, it will stand up again and do whatever it should do. She went to learn from Luo Pei twice again in the past few days and practiced disassembling and assembling guns seriously every night. Now, even with her eyes closed, Xia Qing can quickly complete the disassembly and assembly of the gun. Today, she is going to practice the basic movements of shooting. Xia Qing, wearing protective clothing, crawled in the grass. Following Luo Pei's instruction, he pressed the butt of the gun against his shoulder, slowly moved his eyes behind the scope to find the most suitable pupil distance, controlled his breathing, and lightly pulled the trigger with his finger. The shooting skills must be accurate, and the gun must be steady. The gun must be steady, and the person must be steady. The person must be steady, and the mentality, strength, and breathing must be stable. Xia Qing's mentality and strength are all fine. Now, he needs to practice breathing control and each pull of the trigger and the subsequent follow-up actions. He cannot spend time to find the pupil distance again after each shot. This time is enough for the opponent to kill you 10 times. After holding the gun steadily for 30 minutes, Xia Qing fired the first bullet after getting the gun when she heard a loud eagle cry. Under the cover of the eagle cry and the silencer, the gunshot did not alarm anyone in the nearby territory. Zhao Zhe from Plot 4 was still leading people to carry water to irrigate the wheat, while Tang Hui from Plot 2 was still sitting in the field digging for worms. Hu Zifeng from Plot 1 was still leading people to patrol the isolation zone between Mountain 49 and the territory. After confirming through the scope that he had accurately hit a fist-sized clod of earth placed at 1,000 meters, Xia Qing walked over, placed another clod of the same size at the same location, and returned to the original spot to continue aiming. After aiming for half an hour, Xia Qing removed the scope on the sniper rifle, maintained the previous aiming action, and continued to aim at the clod of earth. The purpose of using a scope is to find the accurate aiming action and let the body form muscle memory. Xia Qing is a level 9 visual evolution person and has the ability to aim at a chicken-sized target at a distance of 1,500 meters with her naked eyes. Any target larger than a mung bean within 100 meters cannot escape the pursuit of her naked eyes. This is the ability second only to Luo Pei, who is a level 10 visual evolutionist. In Luo Pei's underground testing room on the second floor, when Luo Pei used standard testing instruments to detect that Xia Qing's visual evolution level was level 9, not only was he surprised, but Xia Qing was also surprised. She knew that her vision was highly evolved, but she didn't expect it to have reached level 9. Not only her vision, her hearing has also reached the amazing 7th level of evolution, one level higher than Luo Pei. After the test, Luo Pei, who is already 34 years old and considers himself mature and steady, was so excited that he couldn't speak. He patted Xia Qing's shoulders vigorously and then solemnly told Xia Qing, "With your physical fitness, as long as you are willing to work hard, you can definitely kick Nia Hong down." No wonder Yang Jin had high hopes for Xia Qing.
No wonder.
Snap, snap, snap. Luo Pei became more and more excited and couldn't help but slap Xia Qing again and again. After learning about his true evolution level, Xia Qing was floating in the air. Luo Pei slapped him back to the ground and asked humbly, "Brother Luo, who is Nia Hong?" Luo Pei was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. "We are China's best marksmen." Xia Qing had no interest in kicking the top sharpshooter of China off the throne and taking his place. She just wanted to be an ordinary power evolutionist and farm in the territory. After the wolf broke into the wild boar breeding ground, it never appeared again, and there was no major movement in the breeding center. Xia Qing still patrolled the territory carefully every day and used deodorizer to remove the sheep smell in the territory. After a few days, the sheep boss gave up and stopped looking outside the iron fence and calling. Every day, except eating grass, he followed Xia Qing. While Xia Qing was busy, Boss Yang watched from a distance, or helped out while being flattered by Xia Qing. Xia Qing was taking a rest, and Yang Lauda came over to rest with him. At this moment, Xia Qing was lying on the ground practicing shooting, while Yang Laoda was lying beside her chewing the cud. When the loud eagle cry was heard from the sky again, Xia Qing fired the second shot. This time the bullet missed the target by more than 10 meters and hit the tree trunk next to it. The tree shook and a few yellow leaves fell. There is a difference between aiming with the naked eye and aiming with a scope. It is reasonable to miss the target. Xia Qing put the shek into his pocket, climbed up, picked up the bullet that was deeply embedded in the tree trunk, put it in his pocket, and returned to the original place to continue aiming. The sun was scorching, but Xia Qing didn't move. After chewing the cud, Yang Laoda's half-closed eyes gradually closed, and his head slowly sank and pressed on Xia Qing's back. This heavy burden made Xia Qing's mouth curl up high, but the posture of holding the gun did not change at all. In 3 hours, Xia Qing fired a total of 10 bullets, 2 of which hit the target. She was very satisfied with the result and went home to eat. China's news broadcasts are still the same old 3 things. The situation abroad is dire, and except for the coastal bases, the situation in other bases at home is worrying, and there are constant good news. Xia Qing finished listening to the news broadcast from China while washing dishes, then returned to the living room to continue listening to the news broadcast from Huiqing Base and the news facts from Huisen Base. Then it was time for the most critical part, the weather forecast. Farmers can be said to rely on the weather for their livelihood, so all lords are very concerned about the weather conditions. According to the joint forecast of the meteorological station of Hui No. 1 Base and the meteorological station of Hui No. 3 Base, most areas of Huiqing Base will experience the second large-scale destructive rain this year the day after tomorrow. Xia Qing's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He stopped immediately and listened attentively. On May 21st, there will be destructive rain in the safe zone and the territory outside the Hui No. 3 Base. The highest level is orange, which will last for 2 days, and the total rainfall will be about 90 millimeters. The following broadcast of farming knowledge was also targeted at this rainstorm, specifically introducing to the lords how to protect the crops that had been growing for 2 months during the upcoming rainstorm. Just like Xia Qing treated Boss Yang, the announcer at Huisen Base first fed the lords with a message. The level, duration, and precipitation of this rainstorm are not only lower than the previous one, but it is also the second rainstorm with the lowest threat in the past 5 years. As long as the lords make adequate preparations and help the spring-sown crops to survive this rainstorm smoothly, they will surely have a good harvest. Now, let's learn about the main ways for crops to deal with rainstorms. After writing down the coping methods introduced on the broadcast in detail in a small notebook, Xia Qing turned off the radio and turned on the intercom. In the Lord's channel, the upcoming rainstorm is being hotly discussed. Chi Fu spoke eloquently. What the radio said was right. The rain came at the right time. Our grain and vegetable seedlings, except for cotton, have passed the juvenile stage, so the probability of them being killed is much smaller. If the killing rain came half a month later, it would have coincided with the flowering period of wheat and mung beans, and the yield would have been reduced by half. Zhao Zhe immediately followed up, Brother Qi is right, but do we really have to cover all the farmland with tarpaulins? Not to mention whether there are enough tarpaulins, it would take 2 days to do it. Huang Qingwei retorted to Zhao Zhe, you have the time to pick up stones to create landscapes. How come you don't have time to build a rain shelter? Zhao Zhe explained in a low voice, I didn't do any landscaping. I just picked up some rocks when I was tired from work. Brother Qi, Brother Wei, can you cover up all the fields? It's several acres. How is that possible? Huang Qingwei ignored Zhao Zhe and asked Chi Fu for advice. Old Qi, what are you going to do with the pumpkin seedlings? Chi Fu replied, I don't have enough rainproof cloth, so I plan to gather the seedlings together and cover as much as I can. If there is really no way to cover it, there is nothing I can do. Does anyone have extra bamboo poles? I would like to exchange some. With Chi Fu's cautious temperament, it is impossible that he did not even prepare the rainproof cloth, bamboo poles, and wood to deal with the rain. Xia Qing thought that he said this to shut up the other lords and stop them from asking him to borrow supplies. The channel was quiet for a while, and it was Tang Hui who took over the conversation. You have a forest territory, but you don't have enough bamboo poles and wood to build a rain shelter. I don't have many trees here. Is Brother Feng from the #1 territory here? Can you give me some bamboo poles? Puff Xiaqing, who was drinking water, couldn't help but spray it out. For a few bamboo poles, Tang Huai actually called his mortal enemy his brother. Are you still the Tang Huai who quarreled with Hu Zifeng every day because of the wolf? Are you willing to sacrifice your face to protect the farmland? Hu Zifeng said slowly no. Tang Huai, who was holding his nose and speaking in a low voice, didn't believe it. He raised his voice by 28 degrees. Isn't there a bamboo forest on your #49 mountain? How could there be no bamboo? Hu Zifeng yawned. You want the bamboo poles from the #49 mountain? Fine, pay the entrance fee and go cut them yourself. Tang Huai exploded, cursing, just wait for me, you lunatic. One day you will beg me for mercy. Okay, I'll wait. Hu Zifeng yawned indifferently. The conversation between the lords ended with curses. Xiaqing turned off the intercom and soon received a message from Hu Zifeng. Miss Xia, do you need a bamboo pole? Xiaqing replied that she was fully prepared, put away her phone, and started putting on protective clothing.
Chifu was right.
It was better for the second rain to fall now than half a month later, but she hoped it would fall 5 days later. Because her territory not only had young cotton plants, but also young sweet potato vines and 16 green sweet potato vines that had been cut halfway and had not recovered. Darn it, yesterday's weather forecast said there would be no rain within the next 5 days. Otherwise, why would she choose this critical moment to plant sweet potatoes? Where the heck did this evil wind with rain come from? It was just to pick on her. Xiaqing cursed, put on her protective clothing, and started working immediately. It was going to rain heavily and she had enough materials, so of course she had to protect all the crops in the fields. The 2 planting areas on the hillside are the easiest to deal with. Just cover the insect-proof net with a layer of rainproof cloth. The wheat fields, mung beans, cotton, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins in the farmland all need rainproof sheds. There are enough materials to build the rain shelter, and the rain shelter will be built tomorrow. Xiaqing can definitely finish this job in 1 day. What worries Xiaqing the most now is the sweet potato vines that have just been grafted and the sheep boss who may get out of control again in the heavy rain. The field for grafting sweet potatoes must be well protected, and so must the sheep. Xiaqing moved the rainproof cloth, bamboo strips, wooden sticks, and steel bars to the yard, sprayed them with camphor tree juice and aconitum juice to repel insects, and then sprayed Zhongsan's deodorant to remove the odor. Boss Yang hated the pungent smell of camphor tree juice and hid in the house without coming out. Xiaqing was busy alone for most of the night. Not only her, but all the lords at Huisin Base who heard the broadcast did not sleep all night. At about 5 o'clock the next morning, Xiaqing drove the tiller out and attached her homemade tractor bucket. The wheels of the tractor bucket were welded with steel bars taken from abandoned village buildings, and the bucket was made of steel bars as the frame and wooden boards as the baffles. It was indeed simple, but the capacity was large enough. Xiaqing only used 2 trips to pull all the materials for the rain shelter to the edge of the field. Then, Xiaqing removed the tractor bucket and hung a single-piece plowshare to plow the open spaces between the plots. Xiaqing followed the method introduced on the radio and made the farmland into long strips, leaving enough space between the plots to facilitate the construction of rain shelters and the digging of drainage ditches. Xiaqing inserted the thick bamboo strips deeply into the soft plowed soil and then tamped it down. He also inserted bamboo strips at the corresponding positions on the other side of the farmland that was more than 4 meters wide and tamped them down. He then tied the upper ends of the 2 corresponding thick bamboo strips together with ropes, and an arched outer support for the rainproof shed was built. One end of these long, thick bamboo strips is buried at the edge of the field and fixed, and the other end is tied to the upper end of the long bamboo strips fixed on the other side of the field, forming an arched frame of the rainproof awning. After the arch frames are erected with an interval of 1.3 meters, they are fixed with the top crossbeam and the auxiliary beams on both sides, and then the door head and front support are installed. A standard rainproof awning frame that is 150 meters long, more than 4 meters wide and 3 meters high is built. Although the height of the crops in the shed is less than 1 meter, the height of the rain shelter must not be less than 3 meters. If it is less than 3 meters, it will be inconvenient for people to move around inside, and the crops will grow at least twice in a short period of time, destroying the rain shelter. After the frame is set up, cover it with rainproof cloth. Use iron wire, nylon rope, cloth strips, and any other usable fixed lines as film pressing lines. Stretch the rainproof cloth tightly on the frame, press both sides firmly, and the rainproof shed is completed. The rainproof shed she built was so professional that even the planting experts from the safe zone would have to praise it. Xiaqing worked in the construction team for 5 years, and she participated in the construction of more than half of the professional greenhouses in the Safe Zone Planting Center. So the greenhouses in her territory were of course professional enough, but the materials used could not be compared with those in the planting center. However, the greenhouses built with bamboo boards could definitely withstand 2 days of 90 millimeters of rain. The northwest direction of number 3 territory is surrounded by high mountains, so it is unlikely to be attacked by strong winds. However, Xiaqing, who's used to being cautious, still took every step very carefully. The height of the shed for sweet potatoes and pumpkins, which only climb but do not grow tall, can be lower. But Xiaqing has no shortage of bamboo and rainproof cloth, and sweet potatoes and pumpkins are next to potatoes, so Xiaqing plans to put the 3 crops together and build a standard shed. Although there were enough materials, Xiaqing didn't want to let the pumpkin vines crawl everywhere. She straightened out the more than 10-meter-long evolution pumpkin vines one by one, stuffed them into the rain shelter, and looked at the neat green orb. Xiaqing felt very comfortable. After the greenhouse was built, Xiaqing also built rainproof sheds to protect the 2 red peanut fields, the sheep boss's pasture, and a large area of evolved white-haired chicken shoot vines. When he was done, it was already dark. Xiaqing still had enough materials left to build a standard shed, but she had no intention of sharing them with Zhao Zhe and Tang Hui. Instead, she placed the materials separately in various rainproof sheds as a reserve. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the sky turned cloudy and the southeast wind blew over with moisture. Xiaqing immediately put on protective clothing and rushed to the hut beside the farmland with Yang Laoda. Xiaqing had taken some time to build this house with the building materials she found in the deserted village. The house has a pointed roof, 1 door and 1 window, and is 12 square meters in size. It is a place for her and Yang Laoda to rest. If crop weeds are not removed as soon as possible, they will affect the surrounding crops. If they are dangerous, the consequences of not removing them in time will be even more serious. However, Xiaqing was not too worried about the occurrence of medium to high-risk evolution of crops. This was because most of the seeds of crops in her territory were taken from the safe zone. These seeds had been cultivated for several generations, and as long as the red rainfall did not exceed the standard, the possibility of dangerous evolution was very low. Dangerous evolution refers to the fact that after evolution, the new skills gained by the organisms will pose a threat to humans. This threat includes the release of toxins by the evolving organisms or the evolution of active attack skills. According to the danger level, dangerous evolution is divided into 3 levels: high, medium, and low. Tan Junjie said that the dangerous evolution tree that appeared in Xiaqing's territory during the first rain was a medium-level dangerous evolution. Intermediate danger. Most evolved people may not be able to withstand it. For the next 2 days and 48 hours, Xiaqing inspected the farmland every hour, removing harmful plants in a timely manner and preventing and killing dangerous harmful animals. Xiaqing has already told Hu Zifeng that if she is too busy, she will ask Hu Zifeng's team to come for reinforcement. The sheep that lost control in the first killing rain of the year may also lose control again in this killing rain. If it loses control again, it may destroy the house at the least, or completely lose its mind and become a violent and aggressive killing evolved animal. Therefore, Xiaqing had another important task in the second killing rain, to protect the sheep boss and never let it go crazy again. Xiaqing had 2 choices. One was to give Yang Laoda soothing capsules in advance, and the other was to keep Yang Laoda with him at all times. The soothing capsules had too many side effects, so Xiaqing chose to take Yang Laoda to stay by the farmland to take care of both. After the heavy rain continued for half an hour, Big Sheep did not lose control after being comforted by Xia Qing's stroking of his fur. She felt relieved, and it was time to inspect the rain shelter. Xia Qing took a small bundle of fresh grass from the shelf and put it in the trough. Big brother, eat the grass first. I'll go around the shed and come back. The eldest sheep stood up and ate grass. Xia Qing left the hut wearing protective clothing, walked on the road, and inspected according to the designed order. After one round, not a single crop in the territory was destroyed. This is because Xia Qing's rain shelter is professionally built and does not leak, and the drainage function is good around the shelter. Under the protection of the rain shelter and drainage ditch, the crops in the shelter have not been exposed to the harmful rain, and the content of harmful elements in the air has not risen to a certain concentration, which is not enough to cause the harmful evolution of crops. But as levels of harmful elements in the air and soil rise, the risk of crop damage will also increase. Xia Qing hurried back to the cabin, and seeing that Boss Yang was in a normal mood, he took off his protective mask, threw a few sticks of firewood into the small stove made of broken bricks in the middle of the room, used the smoke and heat to drive away the evolving insects, then turned on the Lord channel to keep an eye on the latest developments in the surrounding territories. If any dangerous evolving creatures appear in the surrounding territories, she must immediately come up with a response plan to prevent the danger from other territories from spreading to territory number 3. The rain had not even lasted for a full second hour when the first person to report the destruction of crops in the territory was Zhao Zhe from site number 4. None of the lords were surprised, because Zhao Zhe didn't even build a sufficient rain shelter, and some farmlands were directly exposed to the rain. It would be strange if the crops did not evolve. At this time, Xia Qing felt a little impatient. He took out the detector to check the rain and found that the level of rainstorm had reached orange and the danger had escalated. Xia Qing went to the farmland again and found that the crops were still in good condition. In the third hour of the rain, Quang Qingwei reported that the cotton had been damaged. Brother Qi, I see that the cotton has grown a lot of buds after being damaged. Do we have to pull them out? Isn't it said that cotton may grow after being damaged? Qi Fu replied, it must be pulled out. Otherwise the cotton nearby will also be affected and killed. With so many flower buds, how many cotton bolls will grow? Quang Qingwei was reluctant. It doesn't matter if the cotton is destroyed, as long as cotton grows. No one paid any attention to him. Quang Qingwei muttered a few words before falling silent. Everyone understood that the harmful plants must be removed, because large areas of harmful plants of the same type might give rise to dangerous harmful plants. Then it would not be a question of how many cotton bolls could be grown, but whether one could save his life. Half an hour after Quang Qingwei finished talking, Xia Qing felt his dilemma. Because the 2 cotton plants in her cotton field had also undergone a transformation. The plants grew from thigh-high to 1 meter high, and all the new branches were fruit branches. There were more than 50 flower buds on them. Xia Qing skillfully used a shovel to dig out the damaged plants along with their roots and soil, and planted them far away in the farmland outside the rain shelter, allowing them to continue growing. A cotton plant that is not very tall can be completely eradicated with Xia Qing's ability even if it is in danger of becoming a pest. 4.5 hours later, the rain stopped. Xia Qing had 18 cotton plants, 13 mung bean plants, and 26 wheat plants that had died. All of them were from the fields that had been soaked with filtered water. In addition, 6 of her red light peanut seedlings had died, and 2 of her yellow light soybean seedlings had died. The second rainstorm was predicted to last for 48 hours. So many crops had been destroyed in just over 4 hours. How much would be lost in 48 hours? Xia Qing felt irritated and immediately returned to the cabin, took off his protective mask and drank a few gulps of spring water. The sheep boss's mood also fluctuated significantly. Xia Qing stroked its fur, fed it some spring water, and took out some green bamboo shoots for it to chew. The fact that she and the sheep boss felt obviously irritated at the same time indicated that the content of the harmful elements in the air had increased again, and the next rain might be red level. At the red level, there will be more dangers. The second deadly rain was indeed at red level. Quang Qingwei was cursing in the Lord channel because a worker in his territory suddenly lost control of his emotions and went crazy, destroying a large area of mung beans and damaging the rain shelter. Red-level rain carries excessive amounts of harmful elements, and ordinary people with low resistance can easily lose control of their emotions. The manifestations of human loss of control vary. Some may self-harm, and some may burst into powerful destructive and aggressive behavior. The reason why it is so destructive is that out-of-control humans cannot feel pain or fear. The out-of-control people in Territory Number 6 belong to this category. Xia Qing discovered that the risk to Territory Number 6 did not only come from this out-of-control worker, but also from the Lord Kuang Qingwei's emotions, which were also showing signs of being out of control. Just when Xia Qing wanted to remind Kuang Qingwei, the calm voice of Tan Junjie, the captain of the Danger Investigation Team, was heard in the Lord channel for the first time. Lord Kuang Qingwei of Territory No. 6. Control your emotions immediately. Otherwise, everyone in your territory will be out of control one after another. All the farmland will be destroyed, and your 3 months of hard work will be wasted. Kuang Qingwei stopped cursing immediately, calmed down after a few heavy breaths, and thanked Tan Junjie. Thank you, Captain Tan, for the reminder. Seeing that Kuang Qingwei had calmed down, Tan Junjie continued. Please note, Lords, the current level of rainstorm is red. If any creatures in the territory show dangerous rainstorm evolution, please contact the investigation team in time. The investigation team will arrive within 10 minutes of receiving the notification. Before that, the Lord should first ensure personal safety. The First Lord of Site Number 1 and his workers were wiped out by dangerous evolved caterpillars in the first red rain. Xia Qing pulled the sheep's wool for a while, and when she saw that the sheep boss had calmed down, she discussed with him, I'll go around the shed and come back soon. The boss will take care of our house. Xia Qing originally planned to change the name of this 1 or 2-year-old foodie Tiang Lao Air, but it had already accepted the name Lauda and would not pay any attention to Xia Qing if she called it Lao Air. Xia Qing could only acknowledge this little Lauda. Someone can be the boss even if he is young. Among the 3 leaders of the Qinglong team, Yang Jin, the youngest, is the boss. Boss Yang also stood up, obviously wanting to go with Xia Qing. Xia Qing saw obvious uneasiness in the big sheep's rectangular pupils and guessed that it might have heard Kuang Qingwei's voice and remembered the last time it lost control in the rain. Xia Qing patiently stroked its wool for a while until she had to go inspect the farmland. But the sheep boss still has to follow. This dog has a stubborn temper. If you don't let it follow, it will immediately go crazy and destroy the house and the rain shelter. Xia Qing had to compromise and put on the dog's protective clothing and protective mask. Big brother, you can go with us, but you can't step on the seedlings, otherwise I will boil water and rinse you immediately. The sheep boss's protective mask also has a breathing filter device. His mouth is sealed so he cannot chew the seedlings, but his hooves and horns, which have powerful attack power, are exposed. Xia Qing has been thinking about the 18 ways to eat mutton for more than a day or 2. She patiently praised the sheep boss for his coolness in the protective suit and took him to inspect the farmland. After entering the cotton rain shelter, Xia Qing did not forget to remind the sheep boss loudly, don't step on the seedlings.
Moo.
Old sheep roared. Xia Qing's ears were buzzing, and then she realized that Boss Yang's mask and her mask were connected by an earphone-type intercom, so they didn't need to shout to talk. Boss Yang has tolerated her all the way, which is very friendly of him. Xia Qing softened her voice and apologized softly. I'm sorry, boss. I'll be more careful next time. Don't shake your head and knock the mask off. Plant evolution may produce poisonous gas. If you are poisoned, you won't be able to eat the delicious compressed rations and alfalfa. After that, Xia Qing stuffed a small piece of compressed rations into the pocket of Yang Laoda's protective suit and gently reminded him, stay here, I'm going to work. There were already 2 fast-growing cotton plants in the cotton shed. If Xia Qing had arrived half an hour later, the rainproof shed would have been bulged up by them. Dig out the destroyed cotton and put it into a frame, and then 1 man and 1 sheep go to inspect the wheat shed and mung bean shed. These 2 plants were useless after being killed, so they were simply pulled out and stuffed into a backpack to be taken out for destruction. After comparison, Xiaqing found that the kill rate of farmland soaked in spring water was lower than that of farmland soaked in filtered water. Next time Xiaqing saws, except for a small amount of crops for external trade, all other seeds must be soaked in spring water. If he can't finish eating them himself, he can trade them with the Qinglong team. The lower the content of harmful elements in crops, the higher the price. She still owes the Qinglong team 800,000 yuan. In the sweet potato, and pumpkin shed, 3 yellow light potato plants evolved and blossomed with potato flowers. Without testing, Xiaqing confirmed that these 3 slightly trembling potato vines had evolved animal characteristics. There is something wrong with the potato seeds we got from the safe zone showing signs of animal-like evolution so quickly. These 3 evolution-killing potatoes could not be handled like the previous evolution-killing plants. Xiaqing took out a large thickened sealed bag from his backpack, covered the shivering potato vines, put them into the sealed bag with roots and soil, then used a vacuum packaging machine to drain the air out of the sealed bag, sealed it, and stuffed it into his backpack to prevent it from evolving further. Xiaqing suspected that the potato flowers were poisonous, so he took out the air toxin detector he had exchanged with Zhang San and tested it. Sure enough, it showed that the air now contained a Class C toxic gas that was irritating to the eyes and respiratory mucosa of animals. The danger level of toxic gas is divided into 4 categories from high to low: A, B, C, and D. Category C poison is not very serious, but it should not be underestimated. But seeing this result, Xiaqing still breathed a sigh of relief, because the irritating gas that only irritated the eyes and respiratory mucosa was much easier to deal with than the suffocating gas that could cause oxygen deprivation in animals and plants. Although the poison gas could not attack her and Yang Laoda, who were wearing protective clothing, nor would it harm crops, Xiaqing still took out a palm-sized box from her backpack, opened the sealing film, and hung it on the bracket supporting the rain shelter. This is the C and D grade poison gas adsorbent she exchanged from Zhang San. The substance in the box can quickly absorb the poison gas in the air to achieve the purpose of purifying the air. The reason why we need to purify the air is that plants that evolve normally are very fragile, and changes in air composition may also stimulate their evolution. Walking further, Xiaqing found 2 more vines of sweet potato seedlings that had grown twice as long as the green light. Xiaqing was so distressed as he removed the sweet potato seedlings. If the originally balanced elemental state of the sweet potato seedlings had not been destroyed by pruning, even if these 2 sweet potatoes faced a red-level killing rain, the increase in killing elements in their bodies would only be reduced to a yellow light, and killing evolution would not occur directly. Maybe the remaining 14 sweet potatoes have also been downgraded to yellow lights. The loss is too great. Xiaqing took a few deep breaths to suppress his temper and continued to move forward to check the yellow pumpkins. If Xiaqing had not straightened the pumpkin vines in advance and inserted wooden sticks to mark the positions of the bud tips of the pumpkin vines, it would have been impossible to tell that 2 pumpkins had evolved. When she wanted to touch the pumpkin vine with a shovel to confirm its evolution, the sheep boss pushed her away with his head and sat down on the open space next to her.
Meh.
The voice of Sheep Boss on the intercom carried an obvious warning. Xiaqing, who was sitting on the ground, whispered to the irritable Sheep Boss who was standing between her and the pumpkin vine and constantly digging his front hooves. "Boss, we can't touch this pumpkin vine, right?"
Meh.
The Sheep Boss shouted and tried to push Xiaqing back again. He was very afraid of this evolved pumpkin vine which seemed to have no attack power at all to Xiaqing. Xiaqing stood up and took 2 steps back along with the sheep boss's powerful momentum. He touched the sheep boss's spiral horns and praised him. "Boss is really amazing." He saw at a glance that there was something wrong with the pumpkin vine. If it weren't for the boss, I would have been in trouble today. Without the boss, our family would have collapsed. The sheep boss was praised and his mood improved significantly. His eyes narrowed. He stood by with his head held high and chest puffed out, motioning Xiaqing to continue praising him. While praising the sheep, Xiaqing followed the leaves of the pumpkin vine that were growing out one by one and locked onto the root of the vine. She picked up the shovel and gestured to shovel the soil. After seeing that the sheep boss did not object, she started to act. When she shoveled to the root, Xia Qing discovered the ability that this pumpkin vine had evolved. This pumpkin vine had evolved stickiness, and the root stuck to the shovel and could not be shaken off. No wonder Boss Yang didn't let her touch it with her hands. If this thing stuck to her protective clothing, regardless of whether it was corrosive or not, she would definitely turn green. Fortunately, she bunched up the pumpkin vines one by one. Otherwise, the normal pumpkin vines would have been stuck and ruined. Xia Qing used a shovel to roll up the pumpkin vines with their roots and forked them out of the rain shelter, then stuck them into the ground with the roots facing upwards to prevent them from having a chance to touch the soil and continue growing. Xia Qing did the same thing to kill another evolved pumpkin. Then, Xia Qing pressed the intercom button to share the news with other lords. 3 potato plants have evolved in territory number 3, and they release sea-level poison gas after blooming. 2 pumpkin plants have evolved to be highly sticky and can stick to shovels and sticks. Please be careful. Chief Fu replied immediately received. There are evolved eggplants in territory number 5. The thorns they grow can pierce through protective clothing. Please be careful. Zhao Zhe cried as he spoke. 2 of my workers are injured. Now I don't have enough manpower. I can only guard the fields under the rain shelter. Can you send someone to help me? No one responded to his call. Everyone was busy with their own business in the heavy rain, so how could they care about helping others? Zhang San's voice rang out in the Lord channel. Leave all the sticky pumpkin vines to me. I'll exchange them for supplies. Xia Qing pressed the button. Received. It has been rolled into a ball and stuck in the cultivated land with a stick, and it is still alive. Huang Qingwei asked the price. Third brother, how do you exchange for the evolved pumpkin vine? Zhang San replied, 50 points per tree. 2 trees equal 100 points, enough to buy 5 new shovels, and finally recovered some of the losses. Xia Qing felt a little better. After leaving the sweet potato rain shelter, she opened an umbrella to cover herself and Yang Laoda and carefully observed the buffer forest. After confirming that no large trees had been damaged, Xia Qing led the sheep boss along the grass-covered path that had not been cleared in time and walked towards the hillside. It has been more than an hour since the last inspection, and the seedlings in the vegetable garden are more important than weeding. Between the hillside and the farmland of Territory No. 3, there was a river flowing east-west. The wide part of the river was transformed and expanded into a narrow reservoir. The narrowest part of the river was only more than 3 meters wide. Xia Qing built a stone bridge 1 meter above the water surface in this section. Crossing the river in heavy rain is very dangerous, and the stone bridge must be higher than the water surface so that Xia Qing can take the initiative when aquatic creatures jump out of the water to attack. After more than 4 hours of rain, the river level rose a little, but the water level was still 80 centimeters above the stone bridge surface, so it was possible to cross the river. The cautious Xia Qing picked up a fist-sized stone and threw it to the other side. After making sure that no aquatic creatures jumped up to attack, he took Sheep Boss onto the stone bridge. Unexpectedly, when the man and the sheep reached the middle of the bridge, 2 red shadows suddenly jumped out of the water and attacked the Sheep Boss. No matter how fast the aquatic creatures attack, they cannot escape the sight of Xia Qing, a level 9 visual evolutionist. Boss, run over there. While issuing the order, Xia Qing used an umbrella to block the 2 red shadows. With 2 bangs, the attacking aquatic creatures hit the umbrella made of iron sheets and were knocked to the shore by Xia Qing with a machete. Boss, get it! The sheep boss rushed forward and smacked his hooves twice, kicking the 2 creatures that tried to jump back into the water further away from the water surface. Xia Qing rushed forward and smacked the 2 guys' heads twice, flattening them, and quickly put them into a bag and sealed them. They were actually 2 30-centimeter long fish. Darn it! No matter how such big fish appeared in the river, she was rich. After putting the fish bag into her backpack, Xia Qing patted the sheep boss's spiral horn hard and praised him softly. Boss, you are the sheep standing at the top of the Blue Star Pyramid, the sheep who created a new era in the history of evolutionary sheep. We have fish to eat. The sheep boss, who doesn't eat fish, has a blank expression on his face. The forest in heavy rain is several times more dangerous than usual. Entering the buffer forest in red level heavy rain is tantamount to seeking death. But Xiaqing had already cleared all the trees within 20 meters around the planting area, so although these two planting areas are on the hillside, they are no longer considered forests, and there are not many dangerous, aggressive, and evolvable animals hidden there. The rain shelter on the high captive, from the big cypress tree to the perilla, is about 5 meters wide and 120 meters long, with a total of 12 terraces, and the captive is steep. The rain shelter on the low captive, from the spring to the spinach field, is also about 5 meters wide and 130 meters long, with a total of 13 terraces, and the captive is gentle. In order to save materials and improve the drainage capacity of the drainage ditch, Xiaqing did not build a rain shelter for each terrace. Instead, he built an entire rain shelter for each planting area, covering more than a dozen terraces from high to low. Because the planting area is not straight up and down, the construction quality requirements are higher. Fortunately, Xiaqing is an expert in building rain shelters, so this is not difficult for her at all. Standing at the foot of the hillside and looking up, the two rain shelters look like two long white worms lying on the hillside. Outsiders may find them creepy, but in Xiaqing's eyes, they are full of a sense of accomplishment and security. This white rain shelter protects her vegetables from the harmful rain. Xiaqing took Yang Laoda into the rain shelter on the low captive and began to inspect the spinach in the terraced field at the bottom. None of the spinach, peppers, beans, tomatoes, and cucumbers showed signs of toxic evolution. Xiaqing focused on eggplants, which also showed no signs of toxic evolution due to the growth of thorns, as Chi Fu mentioned. Continuing upwards, Xiaqing entered the field of 100 sweet potato vines. He found that the 10 vines near the two sides of the rain shelter had grown more than 1 meter long and had sprouted more than a dozen leaves. Cuttings of sweet potato vines evolved in the red rain. Xiaqing dug out the sweet potato vines and found that the buried section of the vine, which had been grafted only 2 days ago and was leaning toward the side outside the shed, had grown dense roots more than 30 centimeters long. This piece of soil has become damp from the heavy rain outside the shed, and her terraced field drainage ditch is not good enough and needs to be improved. After eradicating the deadly sweet potato vines, Xiaqing continued to move upwards, past 2 grapevines and a spring, and led Yang Laoda out of the first vegetable rain shelter, through the isolation belt, and into the second one. After entering the second rain shelter, the sheep boss did not leave, because the evolved perilla was also circled by Xiaqing into the high captive vegetable rain shelter, and the sheep boss wanted to eat it. Xiaqing persuaded softly, "It's raining the most dangerous red rain, so the plants are likely to undergo aggressive evolution. We can't take off our protective masks. Let's wait until the rain stops before eating, okay?" After saying that, Xiaqing took out a small piece of compressed rations to divert Boss Yang's attention. The sheep boss immediately gave up evolving shiso and ran to Xiaqing. The sound of the clip that the sheep boss wanted to beat came into Xiaqing's brain through the earphone. Xiaqing resisted the urge to hit the fat sheep with a knife, stuffed the compressed biscuit into the protective suit pocket of the sheep boss, and continued to walk up with it. After passing the alfalfa, the sheep wanted to stop again, but Xiaqing became impatient and grabbed the sheep's horns and forced it up into the terraced field of green lantern pumpkins. Fortunately, these 5 pumpkins did not evolve to be killed. Further up are the onion, ginger, garlic, and leek fields, which also did not evolve to be killed, fortunately again. Further up are 3 peanut terraces, which still did not evolve to be killed, fortunately. Then, Xiaqing returned to the terraced fields under the 3 peanut fields where another 100 sweet potato vines were grafted, and she removed 12 of the damaged sweet potato seedlings. The damaged ones were still those near the edges of the left and right sides of the shed. After going out of the shed to reinforce the drainage ditch, Xiaqing took Yang Laoda back to the cabin. After closing the doors and windows tightly and taking out an air detector to confirm that there was no toxic gas in the room, Xiaqing took off his own and Boss Sheep's protective masks, praised Boss Sheep profusely, then took out a small piece of rations from the pocket of its protective suit, crushed it, and mixed it into its grass. The sheep ate the grass, while Xiaqing ate the compressed rations to fill his stomach. while replying to Luo Pei, Hu Zifeng and Sunja's messages to let them know that he was safe. It was past 3 in the afternoon, and the red level rain had stopped. Xiaqing set the alarm for half an hour, taking the time to rest and save up energy for the coming heavy rain. There was silence on the intercom. Lords 3, 4, and 5 were also taking the time to rest, just like her. Xiaqing told Boss Yang, "Boss, I'm tired and need to sleep for a while. Look out the window and wake me up if you find anything wrong." Through the performance of the sheep boss when faced with the self-evolved pumpkin vines, Xiaqing was convinced that this greedy sheep had a way to judge the danger level of self-evolved plants. No wonder a sheep can survive in the evolutionary forest. After the eldest sheep finished eating the grass, he walked to the bed and looked at Xiaqing for a while before turning around and staring out the window while chewing the cud. When Xiaqing was woken up by the alarm clock, the sheep boss was still watching outside the window. Xiaqing rubbed its head and said, "Thank you, boss. I'm done. I'll continue to inspect the rain shelter. Do you want to go?" Boss Sheep can sense the danger of killing evolving plants, so Xiaqing carries it with her, which is like carrying a danger warning device. The sheep boss turned his head to the protective mask, which clearly meant that he wanted to go too, because he could get delicious food by inspecting the rain shelter. One man and one sheep put on protective equipment and cleared more than 20 harmful crops during the second round of patrol. Then came the third and fourth laps. The rain stopped in the evening and a ray of light appeared in the west. The sun, which had been hidden for a day, showed up and went off work on time. The sun is out, and it shouldn't rain for 2 hours. Xiaqing took advantage of the last bit of light and climbed onto the roof of the cabin. With his vision and hearing fully activated, he checked the buffer forest in territory number 3. Only after he found no trees that were obviously harmful to evolution did he take Boss Sheep home. The road home was covered with knee-high weeds, but much thinner than the weeds that emerged after the first rain 2 months ago. This was normal because Xiaqing had already cleaned up the weed roots and seeds left in the soil, reducing them. Xiaqing put on thick gloves made of rainproof cloth and pulled up weeds as she walked, then stuffed them into the 2 large baskets carried by Yang Lao. Xiaqing didn't stop until she reached the 2 small rain shelters. There are 2 small patches of red light peanuts here. Although the fruits of the red light plants are not edible, Xiaqing still wanted to see if they would bloom and bear fruit, so he built 2 small sheds of 5 or 6 square meters for them. Xiaqing lifted the tent cloth and found that nearly a quarter of the red light peanuts had been killed. Unfortunately, the peanuts were only killed by the crazy growth of leaves, but no flowers. Xiaqing touched them carefully and found that the killed peanuts were not dangerous. He directly removed them, stuffed them into the backpack on the sheep boss, and continued to move towards home. When she and Yang Lao returned to their home with a yard full of weeds, they immediately felt relaxed.
Depend on.
Before Xiaqing could finish being moved, she cursed out loud because she found 4 evolved mice on the roof, gnawing at the rainproof cloth covering her solar panels. When the evolved rats discovered the appearance of humans, they not only did not run away, but also showed their large white front teeth in provocation. "If you dare to tear down my house, I will kill you." Xiaqing took out her pistol and aimed at the evolved rat that was bigger than a goose and stood the highest and had the most arrogant attitude.
Puff.
The silenced pistol made little noise, but it could still smash the evolved rat's head. Before the dead evolved rat rolled off the solar panel, Xiaqing fired the second and third shots. With each shot, a rat fell. Attacking the huge evolutionary rat at close range, Xiaqing, the 9th-level visual evolutionary, did not waste a single bullet. The last evolutionary rat saw its companion dead and immediately fled north. The north is the direction of the farmland. "Boss, guard the house, I'll go kill the rats." Xiaqing immediately chased after the rats that were running away. She was not as fast as the rats, but no matter how fast the rats were, they could not escape Xiaqing's visual range within a few seconds. If she could not catch up, she would use her gun. Bang, 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 bang. After 5 shots from an unsilenced submachine gun, Xiaqing murderously stuffed the last evolved rat, which he had wasted 4 bullets to kill, into a sealed bag, covered up the bloody smell on the ground, and quickly returned home. Without bothering to check the solar panels, Xiaqing immediately cleaned the battlefield and sprayed deodorant to prevent the smell of blood from attracting other evolved creatures. After cleaning, Xiaqing checked his solar panels. 4 of them were half bitten by rats, and the wires wrapped in steel pipes under the panels were exposed. Fortunately, she came back in time. Otherwise, the mice would have entered the room through the wire hole. Xiaqing entered the house and checked it carefully. The house had been renovated and was very clean and tidy. After Xiaqing found no signs of rats entering, he pressed the intercom button. Please pay attention, for rodent-like rats have entered Site 3. They are the size of adult geese and have bitten half of the solar panel. Just as Xiaqing finished speaking, a noise came from the intercom. Tang Huai from Territory Number 2 cursed. The same type of evolved rats appeared in Territory Number 2. The number is no less than 50. Zhao Zhe panicked when he heard this. Xiaqing, where did you find your evolved rat? Is it close to Territory Number 4? Xiaqing pressed the button. In the village, 1 kilometer away from Territory Number 4. 1 kilometer is very close. Zhao Zhe said in a panic. I will send someone to patrol immediately. Tan Junjie also spoke up. The evolved rodents are extremely harmful and must be eliminated as soon as possible. The investigation team requests to enter Territories 2 and 3 to clear out the evolved rats. Tang Huai objected. Site Number 2 can be cleared. No help is needed. Xiaqing agreed. Land Number 3 allows. Zhao Zhe followed up and said, Captain Tan, please check if there are any evolved rats entering Territory Number 4. Got it. We will first go to Territory Number 3, where the evolved rats have been found, and then go to Territory Number 4. If the evolved rats cannot be completely eliminated from Territory Number 2 within half an hour, the investigation team will apply to the Territory Management Department for forced entry and eliminate the danger in accordance with Article 13 of the Territory Law. After Tan Junjie responded calmly, the Lord Channel fell into a deathly silence. Hu Zifeng from Territory Number 1 spoke up. A large number of rats have run into Territory Number 1 from Territory Number 2, and Territory Number 1 is currently exterminating them. Tang Huai, don't let me see you. Xiaqing didn't have time to listen to the confrontation between Territory Number 1 and Number 2. She put night vision goggles on Boss Sheep and herself, picked up her gun, locked the door, sprinkled insect repellent powder, and then took Boss Sheep to the southern part of the territory. Boss Sheep may not be able to kill the evolved rat, but by carrying it with him, Xiaqing can ensure that Boss Sheep will not be bitten by the evolved rat. Territory Number 2 is just south of Territory Number 3, and there must be more than 4 evolved rats invading Territory Number 3. If the invading evolved rats are not cleared out before dark, the consequences will be disastrous. The evolved rats that can flee everywhere and have great destructive power cannot be cleaned up after waiting for the danger investigation team to arrive. Xiaqing just took out his phone to call Hu Zifeng when Hu Zifeng called. He went straight to the point without any nonsense. All faction evolution team members Qinzheng and Qincheng have already rushed to Territory Number 3. Is that enough? If they all come over, what should we do with Territory Number 1? There are only these 2 people with evolved sense of smell in Hu Zifeng's team. Hu Zifeng's voice was completely different from the heated argument in the Lord Channel. He said calmly, Our mission is to protect Territory Number 3. It is their mission to protect Territory Number 3. Luo Pei is also here. Territory Number 3 is indeed more important than Territory Number 1. After hanging up the phone, Xiaqing felt more at ease. She used her vision and hearing to search for any traces of the rodent-like evolved rat. 2 members of the olfactory evolution team of Hu Zifeng's team and Yuan Rui, the olfactory evolution member of Tan Junjie's team, arrived one after another. Using olfactory tracking, they patrolled Xiaqing's territory in more than an hour. They tracked a total of 16 rodent evolution rats that entered Territory Number 3 from Territory Number 2. 4 of them were killed by Xiaqing, 4 were hunted by evolved birds in the territory, and the remaining 8 were eliminated by the 3 of them. After the cleanup was completed, Yuan Rui, the olfactory evolved person from Tan Junjie's team, immediately rushed to Site Number 9 to provide reinforcements. During their search in Territory Number 3, traces of evolved rodent rats appeared in Territory Number 4 to the east of Territory No. 3, Territory Number 9 to the east of Territory Number 2, and Territory Number 8 to the southwest of Territory Number 2. 3 ordinary people in Territory Number 9 had already been bitten and were in critical condition. From his own territory, Xiaqing could hear gunshots and roars coming from the territories to the east and south. To the south of Site Number 2 is Territory Number 11. Xiaqing speculated that there must have been evolved rats that escaped to Territory Number 11, but Site Number 11 was not within the scope of the investigation of Tan Junji's team, and the Lord was not in the communication channel of Lords No. 1 to 10. At 9 o'clock in the evening, heavy rain began to fall again, making it more difficult to protect the territory. Xiaqing, who only had a sheep that wasn't very smart as a helper, didn't dare to be careless and called Hu Zifeng to ask Dejiang, a member of the Hearing Evolution team, to help guard Territory Number 3. At this time, the evolved rats in Territory Number 1 had also been cleared. After Dejiang arrived, Xiaqing had 3 human helpers: Dejiang, a level 4 auditory evolver, and Qinzheng and Qincheng, level 5 olfactory evolvers. 23-year-old Qinzheng and 21-year-old Qincheng are brothers with the same level of evolutionary abilities, but the elder brother is more calm and steady, while the younger brother is more outgoing. Territory Number 3 needs to deal with 2 dangers tonight. One is the attack and destruction of evolved rats or other evolved animals. The other is the killing of crops. The 4 people are divided into 2 groups. Xiaqing and Qinzheng inspect the rain shelter. Dejiang and Qincheng inspect the territory. Of course, Xiaqing also has a helper, Boss Yang. The rain continued to fall all night, with the level changing between orange and yellow. At night, Dejiang and Qincheng killed 4 more rodents that had escaped from Territory Number 2, cleared batches of insects that were close to the rain shelter, and Xiaqing and Qinzheng cleared plant after plant. At around 4 a.m., a large group of evolved rats suddenly appeared in Territory Number 2, and they ran towards Territories Number 1 and Number 3. There were constant gunshots in the territories. After killing more than 50 evolved rats, Xiaqing wanted to run to Territory Number 2 and kill Tang Hui. The next morning, the evolved rat crisis was declared over after Tan Junji's team forced their way into Territory Number 2 and carried out a thorough cleanup. Hu Zifeng replaced 4 team members with Dejiang, Qinzheng, and Qincheng, and asked Xiaqing to go home and rest. The situation during the day was fine, with a drizzle of rain, and the level was always blue. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Dejiang, Qinzheng, and Qincheng returned to Territory Number 3 again to swap shifts with their 4 teammates and continued to work in groups with Xiaqing on duty. Dejiang and Qincheng were still responsible for patrolling the territory, while Xiaqing and Qinzheng patrolled the rain shelter. In the rustling rain, Dejiang, the hearing evolved person, said to his olfactory evolved teammate Qincheng as they walked, "Territory Number 3 is much cleaner than ours, and they planted so many crops and vegetables. Miss Xia is indeed worthy of being a strength-evolved person." Qincheng snorted. "Guantong is also a level 5 power-evolved person. Do you think he can grow so many crops by himself?" Dejiang immediately shook his head. "That can't be possible." Qincheng shook his body and shook off the rain on his protective suit. "Miss Xia is willing to work hard and has the ability. If most of the crops in the greenhouse survive this rainstorm, she will not have to worry about food and clothing this year. In the years of natural disasters, having food, clothing, and a stable home is the dream of most people." Dejiang envied. Not only does she have no worries about food and clothing, but she will also have an evolved cat soon. The 2 of them inspected the area, cleared a large number of evolved insects near the rain shelter and Xiaqing's house, and returned to the small house beside the farmland. Coincidentally, Xiaqing and Qinzheng had just finished inspecting the rain shelter and were resting in the house. After Qincheng took off his protective mask, his eyes were glued to the sheep boss next to Xiaqing. He moved closer to it while talking. "Miss Xia, this house is built very well. It doesn't leak at all when it rains." Xiaqing smiled. "If I build a small house that still leaks, I won't be able to work in the construction team for 5 years. You are too polite." Just call me Xia Qing as before. Xia Qing often went on missions with Luo Pei's team, and Luo Pei's team would sometimes team up with Hu Zifeng's team. So the people in Hu Zifeng's team had known Xia Qing for a long time, but her identity was different now. That won't do. You are our great benefactor. Chen Qing moved forward a little more. But calling you Miss Xia does seem too formal. Can we call you Sister Qing? Of course. Boss Yang's muscles tensed up because of Chen Cheng's approach, and he was about to lose his temper. Xia Qing poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chen Cheng. You've worked hard. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Thank you, Sister Qing. Chen Cheng held the tea in both hands and wanted to get closer to Boss Yang, but was pulled back by his brother Chen Zheng. This tea is really good. It doesn't smell bad at all. Chen Cheng took a deep sniff. People with evolved sense of smell are extremely sensitive to smells and suffer a lot because of this. For example, if the odors in filtered water cannot be completely removed, it is a torture for people with evolved sense of smell. The tea is brewed with unpolluted spring water, so of course it can't have a bad smell. Xia Qing held the tea and explained, I exchanged this tea with the Lord of Lan No. 7 and it really tastes good. Xia Qing exchanged it with Zhang San through the Lord Channel, and everyone in several territories knew about it. Such good tea leaves, but the guy in Plot 7 actually used them to exchange for spinach leaves. How much does he love spinach? Chen Cheng sighed. Sister Qing, I remember that guy's evolved cat is going to give birth to kittens at the end of this month, right? Do you know how many kittens his cat is pregnant with? I haven't heard from my third brother, but there should be at least 2 or 3 cats in a litter. Xia Qing was also full of anticipation when talking about the kittens. If she had an evolved cat now, how could the solar panels at home be damaged by mice? It would be great if there are more than 2. We can dig a fish pond and raise fish when we get back. When we get the cat back, we won't have to worry about not having meat to feed it. Dajiang also hoped that there would be more than 2. Zhang San promised that if his evolved cat gave birth to 2 kittens, he would have 1 territory number 1. If there was only 1 kitten, their captain would let him give birth to 1. Dajiang really didn't evolve this function. After chatting for a few more minutes, Xia Qing and Chen Zheng went to inspect the rain shelter again. According to the division of labor, Chen Zheng inspected the wheat, mung bean, and cotton sheds, while Xia Qing inspected the vegetable shed. After the inspection, the 2 returned to the hut, and Chen Zheng reported the inspection results to Xia Qing. There are only 8 stalks of stalks in the 2 sheds on the east side of the road, and there are 20 stalks in the 3 sheds on the west side of the road. The road Chen Zheng was talking about was the road Xia Qing built from home to the vegetable shed on the hillside. The mung beans and cotton in the shed on the east side of the road were soaked in spring water by Xia Qing. The mung beans and cotton in the shed on the west side of the road were soaked in filtered water, and the wheat was half and half, but both were planted in the shed on the west side of the road. Hu Zifeng's team did not know whether there was any polluted spring water in territory number 3. In fact, except for Hu Zifeng, no one else knew that Luo Pei was receiving treatment in the basement of territory number 3. They came here on a mission personally assigned by the captain, and they only knew that Xia Qing had helped Luo Pei and was the benefactor of their Qinglong team. Therefore, the reason Xia Qing gave at this moment was very simple. Maybe the soil and drainage of the farmland in the east are better than those in the west, so the crops are less affected by the rain. Chen Jing nodded, thinking it made a lot of sense. By 4 o'clock in the morning, the heavy rain had been falling on and off for 42 hours. According to the weather forecast, it would stop in another 6 hours. Just when everyone thought they saw the dawn of victory, they suddenly began to feel irritated, and the eldest sheep started to dig his hooves. Without saying anything, everyone knew that red-level rain was coming. Without waiting for Xia Qing to give the order, Chen Jing stood up and said, Dejiang, Acheng, narrow the patrol range and only guard the area around the rain shelter. Do not let rodents and poisonous evolved insects approach or damage the rain shelter. Sister Qing and I will be in charge of the interior of the shelter. Keep the intercom open and report any situation at any time. Xia Qing picked up the protective mask and added, if you encounter a danger that you cannot handle, protect yourself first and then report it. If the food is gone, you can plan it again. As long as no one is alive, that's good. Faced with the unknown risks that the red rain might bring, Xiaqing's words made the three members of Hu Zifeng's team feel much more relaxed.
Clear.
Don't worry, Sister Qing. If we can't handle it, we will call in more people. We must ensure both personal safety and farmland. Yes, we also have a danger investigation team on standby at any time. Xiaqing rubbed the head of the sheep boss. He knew without asking that it would definitely follow him. After putting a protective mask on the sheep boss, the man and the sheep rushed to the potato, sweet potato, and pumpkin shed. As soon as I entered the shed, the rainproof cloth was hit by the crackling sound of raindrops, which made me feel particularly irritated. Wearing a protective mask, Xiaqing took a deep breath and began to patrol under the illumination of a strong flashlight overhead. After clearing out a harmful green light sweet potato, 2 harmful evolving yellow light flowering potatoes, and using a wooden stick to fork out a harmful evolving cucumber and pumpkin vine, Xiaqing took young Lao to the planting area. After the red-level rainstorm lasted for half an hour, except for the newly transplanted sweet potato vines, the vegetables in the planting area remained stable, which made Xiaqing feel more at ease. After a round of inspection, Xiaqing let the sheep boss drink some spring water before taking it down the mountain. After killing 2 evolved leeches that jumped out of the water to attack, the man and the sheep did not return to the cabin, but went directly back to the sweet potato, and pumpkin shed. What is falling now is the red-level rain, which is the most dangerous level. Among the 3 vegetable sheds, this one is the most likely to cause harm to the plants. After walking a few steps into the shed, Xiaqing discovered a potato vine that had doubled in height, with leaves and stems turning purple-red, dancing the seaweed dance without wind. As a potato vine, why don't you just bloom and grow potatoes? You actually evolved into an animal. Xiaqing picked up the shovel and was about to rush forward, but was stopped by the sheep boss.
Meh.
Boss Yang spoke in a loud voice and stern tone. Xiaqing nodded. I know this potato vine is very strong. I will be careful. Snap. Before Xiaqing finished speaking, the dancing potato vine suddenly accelerated and blew away a normal potato vine next to it. You're looking for death. Xiaqing was furious and rushed forward with a shovel in hand. Unexpectedly, the dancing potato vines were very tough and strong, and the wooden handle of the shovel was broken by it, and Xiaqing was also whipped. The potato vines were so powerful that even Xiaqing, who was wearing protective clothing, felt obvious pain. Xiaqing calmed down from the pain, raised his hand to grab the dancing bean vine that was about to break off a normal potato, but was pushed from behind by the sheep boss.
Bang.
A dancing potato vine hit Xiaqing hard where she had just stood. The sheep boss, who had no time to dodge after pushing her away, was whipped on the tail. He cried out in pain and stepped on a normal potato vine and broke it. Mu the big sheep was furious and wanted to compete with the potato vines that were hitting him.
Boss.
Xiaqing hugged the sheep boss and was whipped hard on the back by the second dancing potato vine behind him. Xiaqing howled in pain and became angry. Darn it, I'm going to fight you. The angry Xiaqing hugged the sheep boss who was about to fight, but before she launched an attack, the third dancing potato vine appeared behind her.
Bang.
His Xiaqing was whipped again and gasped in pain.
Meh.
The sheep boss, realizing that he could not defeat this powerful plant, cried out in fear, turned around and ran away. The sheep boss retreated, but Xiaqing rushed forward again. Because these 3 crazy things were still dancing and growing, and if the vines touched anything, they would immediately pet up and attack. If we leave them alone, the shed will be ruined. Xiaqing pressed the intercom. Dangerous and aggressive plants have appeared in the vegetable shed south of the reservoir. Support is urgently needed. A reply sounded immediately in the headset. Number 2 will be here soon. Number 3 will be here in 1 minute. Number 4 will be here in 1.5 minutes. After calling for support, Xiaqing blocked the dancing potato vines that were whipping towards the arched support of the rain shelter, pulled out his pistol, and fired a burst of shots, breaking off a mutilated potato vine. He immediately turned to the other 2 and found that the 4th purple-red dancing potato vine had sprung up. Meow meow. The fleeing sheep leader found that Xia Qing was surrounded by potato vines and could not escape. He dug his hooves a few times and rushed back.
Bang!
After being whipped by the dancing potato vines, the sheep boss came to Xia Qing and pushed her hard with his head, asking her to run away with him quickly. Boss, you are no match for them. Retreat quickly. Xia Qing, who was fighting with the dancing potato vines, saw the sheep boss rushing back and being whipped, so he immediately retreated to block it and fired 3 more shots. Bang, bang, bang. Big Sheep trembled in pain, but he still persevered and pushed Xia Qing to escape together.
Boss.
If it weren't for Boss Yang's actions that caused Xia Qing to receive 2 more whips, she would have been really touched. At the critical moment, Chen Zheng, who was closest to Xia Qing, arrived. Holding the sheep boss in one hand to avoid the attack, Xia Qing, holding a gun in the other, called Chen Zheng to help. Quick, cut off the 3 dancing potato vines from the roots. Yes, when Xia Qing was fighting with the dancing potato vines, another potato vine evolved, so although she broke one, there are still 3 now. If these 3 plants are not removed in time, their spreading roots will grab the main roots of normal potato vines, and the whole field of potatoes will dance collectively and have a party. As the main combat member of Hu Zifeng's team, Chen Zheng's shooting skills were of course more accurate than Xia Qing's. After he interrupted the 3 aggressive and evolving potato vines, Da Jiang and Chen Cheng also arrived. Before the 4 of them could say a word, they discovered that purple-red dancing seedlings were visibly sprouting from the roots of the broken dancing potato vines. Xia Qing immediately ordered, 1 person, 1 plant. Let's dig out the damaged roots and roast them with a flamethrower. The plant's aggressive killing crisis was averted only after the 4 deadly roots were dug out and dried, losing their vitality. At this moment, the awning was in a mess. A large part of the potato vines were broken, 6 arch supports of the awning were broken, and the rainproof cloth had 2 holes more than 3 meters long, leaking rain. This was because Xia Qing used his body to block most of the attacks, otherwise the losses would have been even greater. Xia Qing asked Yang Lauda to rest on the side, and she brought the rainproof cloth and brackets from the shed over. With the help of Chen Zheng and the other 2, she quickly repaired the rainproof shed. The potato vines that were pulled off and the potato vines that were soaked by the red rain could not be saved. Da Jiang frowned. Isn't this a seed from the safe zone? How could it be dangerous and aggressive? Chen Qing looked at the dozen purple-red whip marks on Xia Qing's protective suit and felt pain for her. Sister Qing, are you okay? Xia Qing was in pain, but it was just pain. After she told the 3 that she was fine, she pressed the button on the Lord's intercom. In territory number 3, the potatoes have undergone a moderately dangerous aggressive evolution. The high-hardness potato vines will jump on their own and attack any object they touch, and can break a stick as thick as an arm. The way to clear them is to shoot or chop the potato vines with a knife, dig out the potato roots and dry them. Repeat again, the potato vines in territory number 3. Does territory number 3 need support from the investigation team? Even in the early morning, Tan Junjia's voice was still clear and serious. Xia Qing pressed the button. Territory number 3 has cleared the attacking potato vines. No support is needed. A few minutes after Xia Qing finished speaking, Chief Fu's urgent call for help was heard in the channel. Captain Tan, the potato vines in the know. 5 territory have aggressively evolved and are in urgent need of support. Receive. Less than 10 minutes after Tan Junjie responded, territories number 4 and number 6 also called for support due to the same danger. The potato vines in the 3 territories have all shown signs of aggressive evolution. This is a problem with the seeds. What are those people at the Safe Zone Planting Center doing? Why would they release such dangerous seeds? It hasn't even been written in the planting encyclopedia. Feeling irritable, Xia Qing took a sip of the nutrient solution inside the protective mask and tried to calm herself down. Chen Zheng advised Xia Qing to go and have a rest. Sister Qing, go back to the cabin and rest for a while. Da Jiang and I will watch over here. Chen Zheng also advised, yes, sister, you should go and have a rest. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Contact me if there is any situation. Xia Qing, who had long been accustomed to enduring extreme fatigue and pain, could still hold on, but She felt sorry for Boss Yang, who had been whipped several times. Xia Qing led the big sheep out of the rain shelter, but before he could reach the hut, he was knocked away by its spiral horns, and a large amount of mud was splashed on the ground.
Moo.
After knocking Xia Qing flying, Boss Yang was still not satisfied and rushed up again. Xia Qing endured the pain all over her body and climbed up. She dodged the sheep's horns and hugged the sheep boss's neck. Then she switched the intercom headset in the protective mask to the private chat channel with the boss and explained softly, "Don't be angry, boss. I know that potato seed is powerful, and I understand that you want to take me with you. It's my fault that you got whipped several times. I'm sorry."
Meh.
The eldest sheep continued to dig his hooves and shake his head, wanting to teach Xia Qing a lesson. "This is our territory. Potatoes are an important food. I want to eat shredded potatoes with vinegar. I haven't eaten it for many years," Xia Qing explained while taking food out of the pocket of the protective suit with trembling hands. "Boss, are you hungry?
Cool down.
Let's go back and eat some compressed rations and green bamboo shoots." Boss Yang wanted to be angry, but also wanted to eat something delicious. After a while of hesitation, he finally shook off Xia Qing and limped towards a cabin. Xia Qing, who was in excruciating pain all over, limped along behind, her gratitude to the sheep boss flowing like a torrent of water. "When we were in danger, the boss still wanted to take me with him to escape, and when he found out that I hadn't caught up, he came back to save me. I was so touched. You really deserve to be the boss of our number 3 site. You are the most loyal sheep on Blue Star, the sheep standing on top of the pyramid, the sheep who created a new era in the history of evolved sheep." After washing the mud off the protective suit with water in the bucket at the door, Xia Qing took Yang Lauda back to the cabin. After confirming the air quality, Xia Qing took off her and Boss Sheep's protective masks and put the food in Boss Sheep's rice bowl. "Thank you for your hard work. Eat." The sheep started eating. Xia Qing felt the sheep's entire body with her hands trembling in pain. After confirming that it had no broken bones, she sat down on a wooden stake against the wall. She was in so much pain that she didn't even have the strength to raise her arms to wipe the sweat off her face. She closed her eyes and asked hoarsely, Silly, what time is it?" The phone in the pocket of the protective suit answered cheerfully, "The time is 5:28 now." "Good morning, master. Get up and drink a glass of warm water. There are many benefits. It's 5:30, and there are still 4.5 hours left until the second heavy rain ends. It's almost time." Xia Qing closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths, silently digesting the pain in her body. Because painkillers would paralyze the nerves, and now the rain had not ended, she had to be ready to fight at any time and could not take medicine. After getting through this, she would definitely exchange a few bags of special nutrient solution with the Qinglong team or her third brother. Special nutrient solution can not only quickly replenish physical strength, but also pet up the body's repair of damage, which is the most suitable drink for her current situation. A 15 milliliters bag of premium nutrient solution was sold for 2,000 points in the safe zone. Xia Qing didn't even look at it before because she couldn't afford it. But now it's different. She has spring water that can be exchanged for a premium nutrient solution. She can get a small bag for 14 liters of spring water. Xia Qing didn't feel bad at all about exchanging 14 liters for 15 milliliters because the special nutrient solution could save lives at critical moments. It is said that the effect of E-element stimulating fluid in repairing body damage is much better than that of the special nutrient solution. If it can be exchanged, Xia Qing also wants to exchange 2 bottles for backup. Although E-element stimulating fluid has side effects, when you use E-element stimulating fluid, your life is about to end. Who will care about the side effects at that time?
Meh.
After finishing his meal, Big Sheep squinted at Xia Qing and asked her to pour him some water. When he found that Xia Qing had her eyes closed and did not respond, Big Sheep shouted in displeasure. Xia Qing poured some spring water for Yang Lauda and reminded him hoarsely, "Drink it and go out to pee-pee. Don't dirty the house. Remember to go to the area where I removed the weeds. There may be ticks and leeches in other places. It will be troublesome if they get sucked." After the Big Sheep had eaten and drunk his fill and was relieved, Xia Qing also gathered some strength, wiped the sweat off his face, drank a few sips of spring water, and ate a piece of compressed rations. At this time, the red rain that had lasted for almost an hour finally stopped. Although people kept reporting killings and injuries on the Lord's intercom, Qinzheng and his men were very quiet, indicating that there were no more aggressive killings in their territory. After resting, it was time to work. Just as Xia Qing was about to take young Lauder out, Qinzheng's urgent voice rang out. "Sister Qing, the spinach seeds are ripe. What does it mean when it rains it pours?" "This is it. I'll be there in a minute." Xia Qing went out of the house and saw within the range of the strong light beam overhead that on the low captive north of the river, the rainproof cloth of the rainproof awning where spinach was planted had been torn, and 3 arched supports were erected high, like 3 middle fingers pointing to the sky.
Duck.
It's too early to be mature, too late to be mature, but it has to be now. Xia Qing cursed inwardly, commanded himself to stay calm and not get angry, and ran north with Boss Yang. When passing by the river, Xia Qing continued to slap away several aquatic creatures that jumped up to attack, and rushed to the rain shelter in the low captive planting area. Qinzheng was flustered and apologized. "Sister Qing, it's my fault. I accidentally touched the spinach when I passed this terraced field, and they exploded." It was indeed an explosion, and the mess was caused by the spinach seed bomb. This was not Qinzheng's fault. Zhang San said that when the spinach seeds were ripe, the leaves would be pulled off to spray the seeds. Xia Qing also told Qinzheng the same thing. But who would have thought that when the spinach in the territory was ripe, it would explode with just a touch? Spinach seeds are supposed to be ripe in the next 2 days. "Are you not hurt?" Qinzheng's head shook like a rattle, and his protective mask was shaken crookedly.
I'm fine.
"What should I do now?" Qinzheng is the main combat member of the team. He has never been in charge of logistics tasks, so he really doesn't know how to clean up this mess quickly. Xia Qing immediately ordered, "Bring the rainproof sheet over there to cover the spinach seedlings, and I'll fix the shed frame." "Okay." Qinzheng immediately went to pick up the rainproof cloth. After the 2 men repaired the rain shelter and cleared out dozens of vicious insects that had entered the shelter to cause damage, Qinzheng felt even more ashamed. "Sister Qing, take a break. I'll go check on the shed above first and then come back to pick up the spinach seeds." When Qinzheng went to inspect the high captive rain shelter, Xia Qing picked up the sprayer and went outside the low captive rain shelter to spray pesticides all around to drive away the evolved insects that gathered to eat the seeds, and began to pick up spinach seeds that fell on the mud and grass outside the shelter. "If you don't pick them up now, it will be more difficult to pick them up after the rain. Pick up the ones in the mud, dig out the ones that are stuck in the weeds, dig out the ones that are stuck in the bark and cracks of the rocks." After Qinzheng came back from inspecting the high captive rain shelter, he picked up seeds with Xia Qing. Dajiang, who was on patrol, also stayed to pick up seeds. The 3 of them worked together and finally picked up all they could before the next rain, and insects destroyed the seeds. "There is no time to pick up the seeds scattered in the shed, so I just cover them up first." The sky gradually brightened, and at 11 o'clock, the sun, which had been absent for what seemed like a century, finally returned, breaking through the clouds and shedding its brilliant light. The second deadly rain of the 10th year of the scourge finally ended after 50 hours. The exhausted lords collapsed on the ground, some numb, some crying, some laughing, or some crying and laughing at the same time. Xia Qing was the numb one, numb from tiredness and pain. After Dajiang and the other 2 confirmed that no plants were aggressively evolving, they wanted to help Xia Qing clean up the exploded spinach field. But the 3 of them had already helped her a lot, so Xia Qing asked them to go back and rest. Limping back to the hut with Boss Sheep, Xia Qing took off her own and Boss Sheep's protective masks with trembling hands, added food and water to Boss Sheep, took out nutrient solution, and directly fed 2 painkillers to him and swallowed them. After setting the alarm for an hour, she lay down and did not move. After the big sheep finished eating the grass, he didn't even have the strength to chew the food. He fell asleep with his head on Xia Qing's legs. An hour later, Xia Qing was half revived. Despite the pain all over his body, he went to open the vents of the rain shelter to let the plants, which had been cooped up for 2 days, breathe fresh air. It had just rained, and the level of harmful elements in the air was higher than usual, but Xiaqing had to open the vents because she did not have equipment to add oxygen to the rain shelter, and keeping it closed for too long would be detrimental to the growth of the plants. Then, Xiaqing took a small notebook and counted the losses caused by the second deadly rain. In this deadly rain, Territory number 3 lost 300 wheat plants, 240 mung bean plants, 220 cotton plants, 50 cuttings of sweet potato seedlings, 40 yellow light potatoes, 6 green light sweet potatoes, 5 yellow light pumpkins, 2 yellow light eggplants, 2 yellow light cucumbers, and 1 yellow light tomato. The eggplant, cucumber, and tomato died of evolution because the spinach exploded, blowing open the tarpaulin, and the plants were bitten by the evolved insects that ran into the tarpaulin. The reason why there were so many potato losses was that the 4 aggressive potato plants destroyed more than 20 normal potato vines. Although a quarter of the sweet potato vines were lost, it was within Xiaqing's expectations. The losses of other crops were not too great, so Xiaqing breathed a sigh of relief and dragged his tired body to pick up spinach seeds. Fortunately, she had already followed Zhongsan's method and surrounded the spinach field with 4 layers of rainproof cloth, leaving only the space above for the spinach to receive sunlight and air and grow normally. Therefore, the seeds sprayed to the surrounding areas during the spinach seed explosion were blocked by the rainproof cloth, and only the air above was attacked by the spinach seeds. Otherwise, it would be even more unimaginable. Pick it up, it's not difficult. Xiaqing removed the rainproof cloth covering the spinach terrace and breathed a sigh of relief after checking and finding that all the spinach seedlings were still green. The spinach vines were green after the explosion, which means that all the spinach seeds in this batch were green. I just don't know whether the seeds will be affected after the spray comes into contact with the rain. Logically speaking, it shouldn't happen, because the sheck of spinach seeds is very hard. It's only a short-term contact, and the harmful elements should not be able to penetrate the hard sheck and affect the seed germ. Each green light seed is worth 20 points, which is equivalent to the points she earns working in the Safe Zone construction team for 4 days, so she must pick them up and not waste a single one. There are spinach seeds in the soil of the spinach terraces. I shovel them into bags with the soil and take them home. I dry them and then pick them up again. I also pick up every seed that is stuck on the rainproof cloth or shot into the awning bracket. More than an hour later, Xiaqing put a large bag of soil on the back of the sheep and carried a large bag on his own. Then, 1 man and 1 sheep limped back to their home covered with weeds. Xiaqing first carried 2 bags of soil to the living room on the 2nd floor of the small building and then poured them out to dry on the sunny balcony. The balcony on the 2nd floor had glass windows, so birds or insects outside could not run in and steal the seeds. Exhausted, Xiaqing picked the last 2 strawberries, 1 for herself and 1 for Boss Yang. The strawberries were so delicious that Xiaqing felt stronger again. She endured the pain and carefully checked her home and the warehouse next door inside and out. After confirming that no snakes, insects, rats, or ants had damaged the walls and roof and crawled in, she did not even bother to clean up the bitten solar panels on the roof and started to make a fire to cook. Today's dinner is cornmeal spinach porridge and compressed rations. She ate the spinach leaves and tender stems that had been sieved by the sprayed seeds and chopped up the old stems and roots and mixed them with compressed rations to use as concentrate feed for the sheep boss. After eating their fill, the man and the sheep lay down and fell asleep. Apply medicine to the whip wounds? I don't have the energy to do it. Take a shower? I don't have the energy to do that. When Xiaqing opened her eyes again, it was already 6 o'clock the next morning, and Boss Yang was no longer in the room. A level 7 auditory evolver didn't even hear when Boss Sheep got up, which reminded Xiaqing, if someone or an evolved animal had attacked her last night, she would have died 800 times. This kind of thing must never happen a second time. Xiaqing sat up and put on her clothes, and found that the whip wounds on her body caused by the dancing potato vines were not so painful anymore. The power of the dancing potato vine's whip is no weaker than that of a 3rd-level strength evolved human. Logically speaking, she would have to endure the pain for a week even with medication for such a serious injury. How could it be possible that the pain was relieved so much by taking only 2 painkillers? Has she evolved the ability to accelerate wound healing? The protective suit she exchanged from the Qinglong team was so powerful that it helped her block most of the damage, so she didn't hurt her bones? Or is it because she eats green light foods, so her body's recovery ability is enhanced? Although the reason is still unclear, Xia Qing is still very happy that she no longer has to endure extreme pain. She put on her clothes and protective clothing and started her first task every day, patrolling the territory and cleaning up the insects. Under sunlight, the content of harmful elements in the air decreases and the probability of plant damage is greatly reduced. After one night, there was no further destruction of crops in the territory. Looking from afar in the buffer forest, there was no sign of any big tree suddenly growing taller or changing color or twisting in a strange way. Everything was normal. The sheep boss was grazing in his own pasture and no longer limped. It seemed that the first possibility could be ruled out. He had not evolved the ability to accelerate wound healing. Because she was too tired to listen to the weather forecast last night, Xia Qing was not sure whether she could put away the rain cover today. She turned on the intercom to ask about the weather conditions. The surrounding lords also stood up and were discussing the losses their respective territories had suffered in the heavy rain. The second torrential rain in the 10th year of the natural disaster lasted for 50 hours, with a precipitation of 100 milliliters. Both red-level torrential rains lasted for no more than an hour, so no major casualties or property losses were caused in the safe zone. But the losses in the territories outside the safe zone were huge. In Territory Number 4, most of the crops were lost, 3 people were injured and 2 died. In Territory Number 5, no losses were reported, 6 people were injured and 1 died. In Territory Number 6, a quarter of the crops were lost, 5 people were injured and 3 died. No one in other territories said anything, but there were capable people in their territories and the casualties should not exceed 4, 5, 6, or 6 territories. The highest loss of crops in Territory Number 3 was in yellow light potatoes, which reached 40%, followed by newly grafted sweet potato vines, which reached 25%. 1 person and 1 sheep were injured, but no one died. Xia Qing helped Boss Sheep clean up the snakes and insects around the pasture, rubbed Boss Sheep's head vigorously, and said in a gentle voice that could squeeze water out of it, "Boss, eat slowly. I'm going home to eat too." Of course, the sheep boss who was eating would not pay attention to his younger brother. Xia Qing was pulling weeds while walking towards the fish pond when she heard Zhao Zhe asking in a crying voice, "Blue Star really doesn't leave any chance for ordinary people to survive." "Xia Qing, how are you doing over there?" Xia Qing poured half of the captured evolved insects into the fish pond, looked at the boiling water, and answered, "More than 1/3 of the crops were lost, and I was also injured. I was too tired yesterday to listen to the weather forecast. Will it rain in the next few days?" It goes without saying that the casualties reported by each territory are definitely true, but the crop losses are definitely exaggerated. Xia Qing certainly would not honestly report his own losses to avoid being envied. The weather forecast says it will be sunny for the next 5 days. Zhao Zhe was envious and jealous. Level 4 ability users are amazing. They can protect so much farmland by themselves and save 2/3 of the crops. We ordinary people can't even protect half of them, even if we try our best. The last piece of insect residue was swallowed by the fish in the pond, and the water surface returned to calm. Xia Qing's voice was so cold that ice chips could fall off. Whether or not you can save food and vegetables has nothing to do with whether you are a special ability user. I prepared for 2 months to prevent the second killing rain. How long did you prepare? In order to protect the crops, I hired 7 people to help me patrol and guard the night. What about you? When Zhao Zhe heard Xia Qing getting angry, he didn't dare to say anything. Chifu spoke in a hoarse voice, "Xia Qing is right. It took me 2 months to save most of the things in the field. Zhao Zhe, if you don't want to starve to death and don't want to give up your territory, then just work hard. Blue Star has evolved, but the land won't lie to you. You will get as much as you work. Is third brother here? I want to exchange green light vegetables for medicine and antidote." Zhang San's voice was still lazy. "What level of exchange?" "Chifu, Zhao Zhe and Quang Qingwei immediately reported the green light supplies they could provide and the conditions of the wounded in the territory, and exchanged appropriate medicines with Zhang San. Tang Huai also pleaded with Zhang San to give him some medicine, but Zhang San ignored him and took the initiative to ask Xia Qing, do you need medicine for your injuries? Xia Qing pressed the button and said, I haven't used up the common medicines I exchanged before. Thank you, third brother. Everyone. When other lords wanted to change medicine, they had to beg Zhang San, but when it came to Xia Qing, it was the other way around. Zhang San took the initiative to change the medicine for Xia Qing, but Xia Qing refused. Several lords secretly made up their minds to plant the green light spinach seeds that they exchanged with Xia Qing, and then exchanged supplies with Zhang San. Tang Huai, who was lying on the bed and groaning, pressed the button. Xia Qing, you were injured by the aggressive potato vines, right? Xia Qing replied, yes. How many times did you get whipped? What medicine did you use? Xia Qing didn't have the time to count the number of whip wounds on her body, but she downplayed the injuries to prevent anyone from stealing her food while she was injured and unable to protect the territory. More than a dozen whips, using the painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs I brought from the safe zone.
Duck you.
After being whipped 3 times and using special painkillers and anti-edema drugs, Tang Huai, who was lying on the bed groaning, didn't believe that Xia Qing was using ordinary medicine. She must be using the special medicine given to her by Hu Zifeng. Tang Huai suppressed his anger and asked again, what are you doing now? Xia Qing, who was testing the poisonous element content of captured snakes, answered very straightforwardly. Patrol the territory and clean up the poisonous plants. Quang Qingwei pressed the button in disbelief. Sister Xia Qing, don't you feel any pain? Or are the poison potatoes in your territory weak in attack power? There was a worker in his territory who was beaten to death by the weeds. Xia Qing pressed the button. The thick bamboos I used to build the shed were all broken by the potato vines. They are not weak. Of course it hurts, but I can still bear it. If the weeds are not cleaned up, they will produce seeds. Generally, weeds have no attack power. They grow quickly in the rain. When the rain stops and the sun comes out, their growth slows down and they produce seeds. The seeds mature in just a few days and fall into the soil, waiting for the next rain. Then the plants slowly wither. Therefore, the weeds must be cleared before their seeds mature. If they are not cleared, the density of the weeds will become larger and larger, and the higher the density, the higher the chance of giving rise to aggressive weed evolution. Xia Qing could hold back, but Qi Fu, whose arm was broken, couldn't hold back. Xia Qing, can I ask your sister-in-law to come over and take care of you for a few days? Qi Fu's wife Yuan Yan lived with him in the territory. When Xia Qing was working in the safe zone, she saw Yuan Yan delivering meals to Qi Fu. Yuan Yan was about the same age as Qi Fu, with several scars on her face from acid rain burns, and she looked very fierce. After the natural disaster, everyone armed themselves with their strongest side. Xia Qing certainly would not judge people by their appearance, but because she was used to hiding and keeping silent, she had never dealt with Yuan Yan. Just as Xia Qing was about to press the button to refuse, she heard Zhang San speak. Xia Qing, I'll send a special medical staff to take care of you. Just give me a few spinach leaves. Is spinach really that delicious?
Or.
Xia Qing pressed the button and said, thank you for your concern, third brother and brother Qi. I will trouble you again when I really can't hold on any longer. Tang Huai questioned, it must be fake. How could you bear it after being whipped more than a dozen times? Before Xia Qing could answer, Hu Zifeng interrupted, Xia Qing is an evolved person, so of course his body's recovery ability is better than that of an ordinary person like you. Tang Huai, pretending to be an ordinary person, scolded Hu Zifeng. Have the potatoes in your territory sprouted? As a lord, you can't even grow potatoes, and you still have the nerve to criticize me. Hu Zifeng fired at full force. Of course they sprouted, so I have the nerve to scold you. If you hadn't raised hundreds of evolved rats in your number 2 territory, my potato vines wouldn't have been eaten by rats. After detecting a yellow snake, Xia Qing pressed the intercom button in a wonderful mood. 86 evolved rats entered territory number 3 from territory number 2 and crushed a solar panel and line. In order to clean up the evolved rats, I used 700 points to ask for help and used up 150 bullets. Please compensate me for my losses, territory number 2. Hu Zifeng immediately followed up. You have to compensate for the losses in my territory. If you don't, I will see you at the administrative hall of the safe zone. Tang Huai ignored Hu Zifeng and angrily asked Xia Qing, 86 mice, how come you used 150 bullets? Xia Qing pressed the button. The shooting is not accurate. 2 people were bitten to death by evolved rats in the territory, and Tang Huai, who was also whipped 3 times, cursed, turned off the intercom, grimaced, and tried to get up from the bed. Tang Heng, who came in with water, took a few quick steps to help him. Brother, are you in a hurry to pee-pee?
No hurry.
Tang Huai pushed his brother's arm away and climbed up, gritting his teeth. I'm going to dig rats. Tang Heng persuaded in a low voice. Brother, Captain Su hasn't left yet. Tang Huai cursed. Whether he leaves or not is none of my business. If he hadn't come to my territory to release rats, would I have been injured like this? Brother, this territory belongs to Tang Lu.
Tang Hu.
In territory number 4, Zhao Zhe walked out of the house with a cane and arranged for people to cut vegetables and change medicine. In territory number 6, Kuang Qingwei, who was lying down and eating elm leaf cakes, listened to his young and beautiful wife sneering at Xia Qing for being a big fool. In the number 5 territory, Qi Fu, whose arm was clamped in a splint and hung around his neck, said with emotion, when she was in the construction team, Xia Qing was a ruthless person. No matter how tiring the work was or how serious the injuries were, she would bear them without a word. Now that she is out of the safe zone and has to work for herself, she is even more ruthless. Qi Fu's wife Yuanyan speculated, has Xia Qing's endurance also doubled?
No.
Qi Fu was very sure. She was sweating all over when she was in the construction team, and her arms and legs were shaking. Yuanyan was stunned for a moment. It's not easy for a woman to achieve what she has done. It's admirable. After the great evolution of creatures on Blue Star, single women who do not rely on men for support and who can live decently until the 10th year of the natural disaster are worthy of admiration. How many of us have survived until now? And it's easy. Qi Fu took the last puff of the evolution cigarette and stood up. Let's go to the fields and prop up all the fallen seedlings that can be propped up. Xia Qing turned off the walkie-talkie, chopped the red light snake into pieces, and threw it into the water to feed the fish, put the 2 edible snakes in a bag and took it with him, then pulled out the weeds all the way to check on the cultivated cotton that had been transplanted to the farmland outside the shed. These cotton plants have grown to more than 2 meters tall, and the flower buds growing among the dense branches and leaves are eye-catching. Xia Qing poked them with a stick and confirmed that the cotton orb had not evolved any attacking abilities, so he decided to keep them for observation for a while. The planting encyclopedia said that after cotton was killed, there was still a 10% chance of blooming and growing cotton. Xia Qing kept the cotton, betting on this 10% possibility. After returning home, Xia Qing stuffed the newly captured edible snakes into the wooden box where the snakes were kept, and then stuffed the captured insects into the box to feed the snakes. There were already more than a dozen edible snakes of various sizes in the box. In order to maintain good health and promote physical evolution, Xia Qing has always maintained the best diet within her ability, both in the past and now. With snake meat and bamboo rat meat, she would of course eat them together with vegetables. Did you tell Zhong Tao that you don't eat snake meat? That was just to avoid being polite to him over a snake. After breakfast, Xia Qing began to clear the weeds in the yard. The root system of weeds is very developed. When you pull up the weeds, the roots will bring up a large piece of soil. When you shake off the soil, the weeds left in the soil will break off their roots and become weeds again when it rains. So not only the weeds should be burned, but also the soil around the weed roots. Although his body was still aching, Xia Qing quickly pulled out the weeds in the yard and hung them on a bamboo rack to dry. Then he opened the garage door, took out the tiller, and hung up a cylindrical stone roller. The next step is to level the bumpy yard after pulling the weeds. Yang Laoda sat in the passenger seat and Xia Qing was the driver. The man and the sheep used a micro-tiller to pull rolling stones weighing several hundred kilograms. After flattening and compacting the yard, Xiaqing drove the micro-tiller back to the warehouse. After leveling the yard, Xiaqing came to the middle living room on the second floor of the small building, sat on a bamboo chair, made a cup of hot tea and drank it, then sat by the floor-to-ceiling window humming a little tune and picking spinach seeds one by one. Spinach seeds are about the same size as mung beans, but they are not round, but flat on both sides and pointed at one end, and the shell is very hard. The spinach vine can fire the seeds as bullets, bursting out with powerful attack power because of the hardness of the seeds. If she hadn't been wearing high-quality protective clothing, she would have been shot into a sieve. How could a weak spinach seedling have such a powerful explosive power? Because this is the blue planet after the great evolution of life. All kinds of strange things can happen. The reason why green light spinach can still survive tenaciously after the natural disaster is probably because of its strong explosive power and the hardness of its seed shell. Picking spinach seeds from dry soil mixed with small lumps of earth and stones is a delicate job, but for the patient Xiaqing, picking spinach seeds is a way to relax and rest. After spending more than 2 hours picking out all the spinach seeds in the mixed soil, Xiaqing harvested a total of 2,830 spinach seeds. There were a total of 52 green light spinach plants in the terraced field, 14 of which were male plants that only produced male flowers and 38 female plants that produced flowers and seeds. Xiaqing had counted them before and found that the number of seeds on each female plant was between 80 and 120, which meant that she should have harvested 3,000 to 4,500 spinach seeds. The remaining 1,000 seeds were smashed by a hard object during the spinach seed explosion, and they might still be hidden in the soil or somewhere else. Go look for it. Maybe you can find some. Xiaqing soaked the spinach seeds in unpolluted spring water for more than an hour, then took them out and dried them in the sun to eliminate the effects of the soaking and rain. After cleaning the floor, Xiaqing stared at the clean spinach seeds on the balcony in a daze. After 2 minutes, she remembered that she had killed 2 big fish in the heavy rain. After taking out the sealed bag and testing, Xiaqing found that both fish had red lights. He simply washed the fish, sliced them, and dried them, and saved them for his second companion, the kitten. At noon, when the inspection team was patrolling by, Xiaqing handed over the still vibrant sticky pumpkin vines and the potato vines that had evolved and bloomed to release poisonous gas with a stick, and asked them to give them to Zhongsan and exchange them for 100 large sealed bags from Zhongsan. Xiaqing asked Tan Junjie for advice. Captain Tan, not only are the leaves of these potatoes red and their growth rates low, but they also have a high probability of aggressive evolution. Please report this to the base. Tan Junjie nodded. We have already reported it. Is your injury really okay? After taking the medicine, I can still hold on. Xiaqing asked, Captain Tan, how many casualties did the aggressive evolution of potatoes cause?